The moon has vanished from sight. In the pitch-black night, flashes of lightning frequently illuminate the sky, occasionally accompanied by the distant rumble of thunder. These phenomena herald the imminent arrival of a torrential downpour. Team Maxiang Academy. Room 1203 in Building 2, within the master bedroom. The bedding on the double bed lies in disarray, retaining the appearance it had when one had just risen in. The morning, bowl-shaped desk resembles the demarcation between the Chu and Han states in a game of chess, with a stark contrast between its two sides. On the longer side, stacks of books and exam papers are haphazardly piled, while various stationary items are scattered about in disarray. Conversely, the shorter side presents a striking contrast. A computer, devoid of light pollution, operates steadily, its graphics card equipped with a small screen that displays real-time information on cooling and CPU usage. The pristine condition of the case indicates it has been meticulously cared for by its owner, this moment. A youth with tousled hair and striking features, donned in oversized headphones resembling large steamed buns, sits upright in an esports chair. His left fingers deftly dance across a black and white gradient mechanical keyboard, while his right hand firmly grips an intricately designed mouse, moving it back and forth. Across a black leather mouse pad, the 26-inch 2K 240Hz monitor before him displays a game titled Escape from Tarkov. This internet-addicted youth is named Gu Qingshun, who could be considered a child of privilege. However, due to certain circumstances, he transferred to a foreign city during his second year of junior high, choosing to live independently without any assistance from his affluent family. Fortunately, the elite education he received since childhood equipped him with numerous skills, allowing him to sustain a comfortable life with the money earned during his spare time. Suddenly, his phone on the desk rang. Gu Qingshun quickly found a spot to curl up, removed his headphones, and glanced at the caller ID before leaning back in his chair and stretching lazily before answering. "Hello, my dear sister Miaoshu. What can I do for you?" Gu Qingshun replied with a hint of languor. On the other end of the line, a melodious yet slightly somber female voice gradually emerged. "Qingshun, your grandfather has just been admitted to the ICU, and the hospital has issued a critical condition notice." Gu Qingshun fell silent for a moment, retracting his jesting tone, and replied unhurriedly, "I understand. Well, do you plan to come back and see him?" Though she knew the boy would likely not return, the woman instinctively asked, "And oh, you know how much that old man dislikes me. If I return, he would only perish faster." Gu Qingshun's voice was devoid of emotion, as if recounting a matter entirely unrelated to him. "All right, take care of yourself. I will go accompany your mother. She seems a bit upset. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. Goodbye." Goodbye. As the call ended, Gu Qingshun stared at his phone, which had automatically turned off, lost in thought. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap crashed through the sky, jolting Gu Qingshun back to reality. He exhaled a deep sigh, shook his head, and ceased to ponder further, illuminating his phone screen to check the time, realizing it was nearly 10:30 p.m. He intended to finish his game, but upon glancing at the screen, he discovered he had already met his demise. Having been eliminated by non-player characters, he decided to shut down the game and accelerator, leaving the computer displaying a dynamic wallpaper of anime characters. Abandoning any further engagement, he stood, removed his pajamas, revealing a well-defined physique, complete with a sculpted chest and six-pack abs, alongside other evenly toned muscles. Coupled with his height of over 1.8 meters and striking looks, he exuded a mature aura that belied his age, resembling a protagonist straight from a comic book. After donning a simple outfit of a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, Gu Qingshun slipped on his slippers, grabbed an umbrella from the entrance, and ventured out for a late-night snack. This would also serve as a means to stretch his body after a day of sedentary confinement and to alleviate his current turbulent emotions. On the way, Gu Qingshun ambled along, somewhat absent-minded. Despite his aversion to the stern and grumpy old man, the news of a familiar relative's impending demise inevitably stirred a sense of melancholy within him. Observing the greenery along the street, seemingly frozen in time, Gu Qingshun mused, "Is this what they call the calm before the storm?" Yet in the next instant, as sporadic raindrops began to fall, the downpour escalated to a torrential level in the blink of an eye. Caught off guard, Gu Qingshun hastily opened his umbrella, muttering, "What a show of force." As he hurried towards the snack street, the bustling, good flavor snack street, The atmosphere remained lively, thrumming with chatter, unaffected by the torrential rain. Some patrons sheltered under umbrellas, others donned raincoats, and a few bold warriors even stood in line, soaking wet. Xiaochen, your order is ready, catch it. As the proprietor's voice rang out, Gu Qingshan reached out to accept the grilled squid, hanging it from the hook-shaped handle of his umbrella, which already bore a portion of grilled cold noodles. All right, Inkai, you carry on. It'll be on my way, he said to the vendor, receiving a brief reply of be careful on your way, before turning to leave the snack street. On the return journey, the white noise created by the torrential rain lightened Gu Qingshan's mood. However, as he walked, he inexplicably halted. Through the curtain of rain, he spotted a girl seated by a flower bed not far ahead. She curled her legs tightly to her chest, her long hair cascading over her face as she remained motionless, allowing the rain to drench her. The streetlights barely illuminated her feet, and the surroundings were deserted, devoid of even passing vehicles. In such a tempestuous and stormy weather, the most perplexing aspect was that he had not seen this girl on his way there. She had only appeared during his return. Even as a staunch materialist, Gu Qingshan felt a shiver of unease in this scene. He understood she was not a ghost and was not foolish enough to overlook the girl's distress. Yet every time he contemplated leaving to avoid meddling, that insidious sense of responsibility would rear its head. If you choose to turn a blind eye tonight, will tomorrow see the emergence of a lifeless body in the prime of youth? Can you bear to witness a young life extinguished due to your momentary lapse of judgment? Faced with such questions, Gu Qingshan dared not gamble, nor could he afford to. Reluctantly, after hesitating for a moment, he made his way toward the girl. Upon reaching her side, Gu Qingshan was surprised to discover she was wearing the same school uniform as him. What a small world it is that he would encounter a fellow student in such a situation. Looking at the fragile figure curled up like an injured fawn, Gu Qingshan's protective instincts surged. He positioned the majority of the umbrella over her, then crouched down and softly inquired, "Classmate, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" Yet the girl seemed oblivious, remaining completely still. Seeing this, Gu Qingshan resorted to gently tapping her shoulder, inquiring once more, "Are you all right, classmate?" At the moment he touched her, the girl's body trembled slightly. Only after Gu Qingshan's words lingered in the air did she gradually lift her head, brushing aside the strands of hair that clung to her face, revealing a visage as pure and enchanting as first love. "Thank you, I'm fine. Could you please not disturb me?" Her voice was as melodious and clear as that of a lark, yet upon catching a glimpse of Gu Qingshan's appearance, her words faltered. The once vacant gaze within her eyes sparkled with a hint of life. She shyly turned her head away, seemingly wishing to conceal her disheveled state from the boy before her. In truth, Gu Qingshan had already discerned her features when she brushed her long hair aside. Though he was astonished and curious, he refrained from probing further and candidly asked, "Do you have anywhere else to go? Do you need me to assist you in calling the police?" Upon hearing this, the girl vigorously shook her head. "What should we do then? This is the academic district, and hotels are quite far from here." Then Gu Qingshan proposed, "Or if you trust me, would you like to come to my home?" However, the moment the words left his lips, he regretted them. Why did he feel an unsettling guilt akin to that of a stranger trying to lure a young girl? He had assumed she would decline, as accompanying a relatively unfamiliar boy home was far from safe. But unexpectedly, she hesitated, her shyness battling her desire to accept. Is that all right? Would it be too much trouble?" In truth, she had nowhere to go. Lacking both money and a phone, she had contemplated ending her life by jumping into the river that very night. Yet now, he had appeared before her in her most desperate moment. Thus, this time, she wished to be a bit selfish, a bit greedy. "It's no trouble at all. Let's go," Gu Qingshan replied upon hearing her response, gently grasping her arm and pulling her up to walk alongside him, guiding her towards his home. The girl did not resist in the slightest, obediently following his lead, yet she still hesitantly remarked, "At this late hour, will I be disturbing your parents? You could refuse, you know. It's all right. Don't worry, I'll live alone, so you won't be bothering anyone." Then, as if struck by a thought, Gu Qingshan turned to the girl and said, "You're not trying to test me, are you? Rest assured, given our relationship, there's a basic level of trust, right? Even if my elders aren't home, I wouldn't do anything to you. You could be completely at ease. I'm not that kind of person." Upon hearing this, the girl panicked, fearing Gu Qingchun might misunderstand her intentions, and quickly shook her head. I didn't mean that at all. I trust you completely. So, I apologize for the trouble that Yu Qingchun's eyes widened in surprise. He had anticipated a hesitant or evasive response, or perhaps silence, for it is normal for girls to be cautious around boys. Yet, he never expected her to assertively express her trust in him. That moment, the illusion that she might be his girlfriend washed over Gu Qingchun, leaving him momentarily speechless. Afterward, the two fell into a comfortable silence, sharing an umbrella as they strolled quietly side by side through the pouring rain. Wait, was this uncanny resemblance to a youth idol drama? Chapter 3. The reason behind their familiarity. The inexplicable scene unfolded because the two were already acquainted and quite familiar with one another. The girl, named Song-si, had been a classmate of Gu Qingchun for 3 years. Moreover, she was widely recognized as the school belle at Linjiang No. 1 High School. Within less than half a year of enrollment, her exceptional academic performance, consistently ranking first in her grade, coupled with her pure and striking beauty, led the principal to invite her to become the school's new image ambassador. Subsequently, she successfully replaced the decades-old teaching building that had adorned the acceptance letters. The promotional advertisements featuring her continued to circulate on large screens outside the school to this day. In the vicinity of Linjiang No. 1 High School, her fame was unparalleled. In addition to her accolades, Song-si had never taken a single day off nor committed any errors throughout her academic journey, completing all assignments with remarkable excellence. Day after day, she immersed herself in her studies, and anyone returning to the classroom from the school cafeteria at noon would witness her diligently focused figure. She was the epitome of the perfect, studious girl in the eyes of the teachers, who cherished her dearly. In her demeanor, she moved with a deliberate grace and elegance, while her personality was remarkably aloof, rendering her unapproachable. Rumors circulated regarding her less-than privileged family background, which added a layer of sympathy to her character, evoking a protective instinct in many male students who revered her as a goddess, tragically fallen into the mundane world. Presently, more than half of the boys in the school harbored feelings for her, including Gu Qingchun, who had once admired her fervently. It can be said that the significant increase in enrollment at Linjiang No. 1 High School could be attributed to Song-si, whose influence was undeniable. The principal, it seems, was astute and progressive, recognizing her value. As for how Gu Qingchun and Song-si became acquainted, it all began when her promotional video was released. During that time, Song-si's desk was frequently vandalized, and her books and stationery were inexplicably torn apart, clearly a manifestation of jealousy and bullying from other girls. Later, Gu Qingchun fortuitously encountered a group of delinquent girls cornering Song-si in an alley, where the situation had escalated to the point of tearing at her clothing and slapping her face. Unable to remain a passive observer, Gu Qingchun intervened, delivering a sound thrashing to the bullies. To prevent retaliation, he began accompanying Song-si home after school for over a month. As anticipated, the group of girls sought out some troublemakers from within the school to confront them. However, Gu Qingchun had trained in military combat techniques with a retired soldier during his childhood. While not a master, he had no difficulty dealing with a few students. After decisively overpowering them, he declared that should he ever witness Song-si being mistreated again, he would hold them accountable, warning them to behave if they wished to avoid further conflict and ensure her safety. Uncertain whether that group of fools had been frightened by a beating, Siyu was never bullied again thereafter. Gradually, the two grew closer, occasionally exchanging pleasantries, though to outsiders they appeared merely as ordinary friends. In truth, the bond they had cultivated over 3 years was quite profound. However, in their daily lives, they shared no common ground, not even exchanging contact information. It was assumed that after graduation, they would part ways, never to meet again. Yet, fate has a curious way of intertwining lives, does it not? You may wonder why they did not report the bullying. Please, they were all minors. The consequences were not severe, at most a reprimand from a guardian. Do you expect to reason with the parents of delinquents? Do not be so naive. Sometimes, responding to violence with violence is the most effective approach. As for why Siyu did not confide in her parents or school teachers, this was also a point of confusion for Gu Qingchun, who wished to understand. Yet, as an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to speak on her behalf and could only assist her in his own way. Chapter 4. A Fleeting Affection. Maxiang Academy, Room 1203. Building 2. Gu Qingchen entered the password to unlock the door, ushering Song Siyu inside. Make yourself comfortable. Find a place to sit. I'll be right back, he said, setting down the umbrella and late-night snacks before retreating into his bedroom. Meanwhile, Song Siyu remained awkwardly positioned at the entrance, fearful of dirtying anything. Yet, her bright eyes surveyed the living room with evident admiration. The gray walls and tiled floor, the black and white coffee table, the gray sofa, and the pristine white dining table and chairs created a harmonious aesthetic. A television wall composed of geometric patterns complemented a large, slim television, adorned with a few potted plants nearby. The overall ambience exuded simplicity and elegance, immaculate and crisp. Before long, Gu Qingchen emerged from the bedroom, holding a set of light blue pajamas. Noticing the girl still standing at the doorway, he urged, "Don't just stand there. Come with me and take a hot shower, or you'll catch a cold." Okay, Song Siyu replied, stepping forward with large strides, striving to minimize any mess. They arrived at the bathroom, where Gu Qingchen first retrieved a fresh towel and toothbrush from the cabinet, placing them alongside the pajamas on the towel rack. Turning to Song Siyu, he informed her, "The towel and toothbrush are brand new, but the pajamas aren't. However, they have been washed, so you can make do with them." There were new blankets available, but he couldn't expect Song Siyu to wrap herself in one, though both enveloped the body. The visual impact was entirely different, akin to how ambiguity can be more alluring than nudity. Gu Qingchen then produced a plastic basin, stating, "Place your used clothes and shoes in here. Once you're done washing, I'll put them in the washing machine. They should be ready by tomorrow." He gestured towards the array of toiletries on the sink, comprising 3 large bottles and 1 small, as well as the water heater mounted on the wall. The small one is toothpaste. The remaining 3 bottles are respectively body wash, shampoo, and facial cleanser. Each is clearly labeled, so feel free to pick them up and examine them. He continued, "The water heater maintains a constant temperature, equipped with a panel. Press the upper button to increase the heat, the lower button to decrease it, and the small screen in the center displays the temperature. It's quite straightforward. You can adjust the water as you see fit." After surveying the surroundings, Gu Qingchen, seeing nothing more to discuss, took the mop and advised, "All right, I will step out now. If you have any questions, just call for me. Hurry and wash up." "Thank you," came Song Siyu's timid voice as he was about to exit the bathroom. Gu Qingchen heard her, but merely waved his hand dismissively before closing the door, also turning on the bathroom heater. The sudden warm light enveloped Song Siyu, prompting her to glance toward the door, a fleeting emotion shimmering in her eyes before it was quickly concealed. Once Gu Qingchen had cleaned the muddy footprints she left, he propped the mop against the wall and settled onto the sofa, idly scrolling through his phone while waiting for her to finish her bath. Approximately 20 minutes later, the bathroom door creaked open, revealing a bashful young girl stepping out. Her exquisitely beautiful egg-shaped face was flushed with embarrassment, her damp hair cascading down her back, obscuring her waist, while her uneven bangs were on the verge of concealing her glistening eyes. One hand grasped her collar, the other clutched the waistband of her pants, which were carefully rolled up. Her delicate, fair feet hesitantly touched the ground, the adorable, pearl-like toes curling slightly in nervousness. Unfortunately, her pajamas were somewhat oversized, masking her figure. The only visible hint of her shape was the slight swell of her bosom. Chapter 5. To be overly polite is impolite. "Could you please stop staring?" Song Siyu murmured, her voice barely above a whisper. It was not that she was unwilling to be seen, but rather that her shyness was overwhelming. If this continued, she might faint. Gu Qingchen, having admired her for a moment, snapped back to reality as he noticed her head bowed, steam still rising from her hair. He quickly cleared his throat and pretended to maintain composure as he rushed to the shoe cabinet by the entrance to retrieve a pair of slippers. "Apologies. I forgot to get these for you. That was my oversight," he said, placing the shoes at her feet, anxious that she might find them unappealing. "These are for guests. But since we rarely have visitors, they are all new, so you can wear them with confidence." "That is perfectly fine. Thank you," Song Siyu replied, stretching out her charming toes to slide into the slippers that were several sizes too large for her. "Please, take a seat. I'll fetch you a hairdryer," Gu Qingchen instructed, pointing toward the sofa before heading into the bedroom. Okay. With her bath complete, Song Siyu felt no longer apprehensive about making a mess and moved leisurely to the sofa. As she settled down, she instinctively relaxed, the sensation akin to sinking into a cloud, perfectly cushioned. "If only I could sleep here every day," Song Siyu mused contentedly in her heart. At that moment, Gu Qingchen emerged from the bathroom with a hairdryer in hand. He first plugged it in and switched it on before handing it to Song Siyu. While she tended to her hair, Gu Qingchen returned to the kitchen to reheat the supper he had prepared in the microwave. After a while, noticing that Song Siyu had finished drying her hair, he called out from the kitchen, "Come and have something to eat, Song Xiaohua." Upon hearing this, Song Siyu quickly responded, "Oh, no need, I'm not hungry. Come on, I've prepared everything," Gu Qingchen insisted, having already set the food on the dining table. "Really, it's fine. If you bought this supper, what will you eat?" Despite having not eaten anything herself, Song Siyu still declined, adhering to the modesty expected of a young lady. Being too polite is impolite. What modesty is there between us? Gu Qingchen urged once more. With this, Song Siyu ceased her resistance and obediently approached the dining table. As she looked at the grilled cold noodles and the iron plate squid, she softly murmured, "Thank you." "Sit down and eat," Gu Qingchen said, taking only 2 skewers of squid for himself. "I'll just have these, the rest is all yours." "What? That won't do," Song Siyu immediately protested. She felt quite embarrassed to take advantage of what was offered, let alone monopolize it. "It's all right, I'm not hungry. I had dinner earlier. The supper was merely a whim." Gu Qingchen waved his hand dismissively. "But," Song Siyu began, only to be interrupted by Gu Qingchen. "Enough, just eat. If I get hungry, I'll order takeout." "Am I going to starve?" She pressed her lips together, no longer arguing, and began to eat daintily with a bamboo skewer. She chewed several times before swallowing each bite, a look of enjoyment crossing her face, leaving Gu Qingchen somewhat puzzled. "Is this grilled cold noodle really that delicious? I never thought so before." Consequently, he shifted his focus away from her, engrossed in scrolling through short videos while diligently consuming his iron plate squid. After finishing, Gu Qingchen wiped his mouth with a tissue, rose from the table, and reminded Song Siyu, "You keep eating," before leaving the dining area to fetch a mop from against the wall and headed to the bathroom. Chapter 6. An alluring secret. Upon his return, he carried a basin containing the clothes Song Siyu had changed out of, making his way to the balcony. Gu Qingchen's washing machine had 4 compartments, 1 large, 1 medium, and 2 small. The large one was for outerwear, the medium for shoes, while the 2 smaller ones were designated for socks and undergarments. Despite its convenience, it consumed a considerable amount of electricity and was quite expensive. A washing machine easily cost nearly 10,000. Gu Qingchen placed all the outerwear into the large compartment. In the next moment, he froze. As he removed the outerwear, the undergarments beneath were revealed. It was not that Gu Qingchen harbored any perverse thoughts of sniffing or touching them. Rather, he was taken aback by the design of the lingerie, purple, intricately cut, adorned with lace. This alluring and seductive style, closely resembling that of intimate apparel, is certainly not something a diligent student would don. With this thought lingering in his mind, he placed the remaining clothes and shoes into their respective bins, poured in the laundry detergent, pressed the wash button, and departed from the balcony. As he stepped into the living room, Song Siyu, who was enjoying her meal, suddenly spoke up. "You saw everything, didn't you?" Her tone was subdued, devoid of any embarrassment about her little secret. "Indeed," Gu Qingchen replied softly, diverting into the bathroom to fetch a basin. When he emerged again, Song Siyu inquired, "Aren't you curious? Don't you want to ask me why?" She was visibly anxious, eager to clarify, fearful that he might misconstrue her as a girl lacking self-respect, yet apprehensive that her explanation might invite his disdain, leaving her somewhat hesitant. However, Gu Qingchen did not pursue her question. Instead, he returned to the dining chair opposite her and gently reassured, "All right, relax. If you prefer not to share, you need not do so. I have great faith in your character. While I cannot deny my curiosity, some secrets, when revealed, may elicit fleeting sympathy, but could transform into sharp blades that wound us in the future. Whether to confide in me is a decision you must ponder carefully. Of course, should you choose to do so, I shall be a good confidant. Although I cannot guarantee that I won't, in a moment of impulse, inadvertently hurt you with it again. I can assure you that it will remain forever locked within me." Gu Qingchen laid out all the pros and cons before Song Siyu, leaving her to decide for herself. After a moment of silence, she seemed to muster her courage and whispered, "As long as it's you, I am willing, no matter what." "Pardon?" Gu Qingchen, unable to catch her words due to their faintness, asked. "Nothing," Song Siyu murmured, her face flushed, nearly burying her head in her chest, as the courage she had just summoned dissipated. Her mind raced as she quickly added, I meant, would you be willing to be my confidant? Gu Qingchen regarded her with a puzzled look, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Song, did you even listen to what I said? I was quite clear, wasn't I? Song Siyu nodded earnestly. I was clear too, wasn't I? Are you certain? Gu Qingchen sought clarification once more. Absolutely, without a doubt, she affirmed, her sweet and clear voice imbued with an undeniable conviction. Throughout their past and present, Gu Qingchen had supported and cared for her, never once crossing boundaries or harboring ulterior motives. Even tonight, had he not taken her in, she might have found herself submerged in the frigid river. In this world, he was the only one she trusted. Chapter 7. The ailing school bell. After dinner, Gu Qingchen tidied up the trash and led Song Siyu to the guest room. Lifting the dust cover from the bed and bedside table, he reassured her, no one has ever stayed here. The bedding is all new, so you can rest easy. If you wish to drink water, you may fetch it from the kitchen. The finest pipe is pure water. It is quite late now, so let us rest. We can discuss matters slowly tomorrow. Take your time to contemplate whether you wish to confide in me, all right? Thank you, Song Siyu nodded. Enough of the pleasantries. Do take a good rest. I shall take my leave now. Good night. Good night. After Gu Qingchen departed the room, Song Siyu gazed at the pristine bed, lost in thought. Her delicate fingers glided over the sheets before she slowly sat upon it. It felt even softer than the sofa in the living room. She slipped off her slippers and reclined on the bed, her head sinking into the plush goose-down pillow, enveloped in a cocoon of comfort that left her slightly dazed. Although she did not see an air conditioner, the atmosphere was refreshingly cool. Countless thoughts swirled in her mind, and she pondered whether this comfortable environment was real or a paradise after death. Would she awaken to find herself back in that nightmarish home, or perhaps never awaken again? Gradually, Song Siyu's eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into slumber. Morning sunlight streamed through the window. In the kitchen, a stunning silhouette with cascading hair grasped her waistband with one hand while holding chopsticks to cook noodles with the other. Beep, beep, beep. The sound of a password being entered startled Song Siyu, prompting her to peek from the kitchen. As the door swung open, Gu Qingchen entered, clad in casual sportswear, holding fried dough sticks and soy milk. Upon seeing the handsome young man, Song Siyu finally breathed a sigh of relief, having feared it might be Gu Qingchen's parents. Worried about leaving a poor impression. Did you not sleep? She inquired, glancing at the firmly shut master bedroom door. No, I have a habit of morning runs. Whenever the weather is decent, I go out to exercise. As he spoke, Gu Qingchen shook the breakfast in his hand and added, I brought food. Come and eat. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Song Siyu pointed with her chopsticks toward the kitchen. I didn't know you bought breakfast, so I cooked noodles. What should I do? It's all right. I can heat it up for lunch, he replied. However, Gu Qingchen's brow furrowed as he observed something peculiar about Song Siyu's face. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, yet her eyes lacked vitality. He quickly approached her, pressing the back of his finger against her forehead, his tone tinged with reproach. Can't you feel that you have a fever? Yes, Song Siyu replied, feeling dizzy from the strong scent of post-exercise pheromones wafting from him. Why aren't you resting in your room? Why are you out cooking? Gu Qingchen asked, puzzled, thinking she was unaware of her condition, only to discover she was forcing herself to work despite being unwell. It's fine. I've always been like this. I'm used to it. I'll be fine in a couple of days. Song Siyu dismissed his concern, intending to return to the kitchen to finish cooking the noodles. What kind of mindset is that? Gu Qingchen was taken aback by this remark, unwilling to relent any further. He firmly grasped Song Si's wrist and pulled her into the secondary bedroom, pointing at the bed with authority as he commanded, take off your shoes and lie down. Faced with the domineering boy, Song Si ceased her resistance, obediently kicked off her slippers, and lay back, pulling the summer blanket over herself like a little rabbit. Chapter 8. A loyal friend and a guardian. Gu Qingchen adjusted the central air conditioning in the living room to a higher setting. He then rummaged through the cabinet of the coffee table to retrieve a thermometer before returning to the secondary bedroom. Tucking it under his arm, he took a moment to check the temperature. The house only had one type of fever-reducing medication, which could only be taken if the temperature exceeded 38 degrees. Gu Qingchen handed the thermometer, now ready, to Song Si. Following his instructions, she accepted it, her hand slipping beneath her collar to check her temperature, inadvertently revealing a hint of a deep valley along the way. Gu Qingchen cast a fleeting glance before discreetly averting his gaze. Approximately 5 minutes later, he took back the thermometer from Song Si and observed 38. 3 degrees. Let's wait a bit. I'll prepare some medicine for you. The fried dough sticks are too greasy. I'll just serve you some of the noodles you just cooked. After you eat, you should rest well. Thank you. I appreciate it, Song-si replied, tinged with guilt. It was already quite a disruption to impose on him for a night, and now her uncooperative body was ill, requiring his care once more. Would he find her too troublesome? Gu Qingchen was not as contemplative as Song-si. Rather, he expressed his dissatisfaction with her politeness, saying, "Let me remind you one last time. If you continue to be overly courteous, I will throw you out." Song-si immediately suppressed her inner musings, covering her mouth and nodding earnestly. Observing her innocent demeanor, Gu Qingchen couldn't help but smile before stepping out of the room. Upon returning, he balanced a bowl of noodles in his left hand and a disposable cup filled with fever-reducing medicine in his right. Tucked under his right arm was a small table for placing a laptop on the bed. He first set the food and medicine on the bedside table, then unfolded the small table atop the bed. Turning to Song-si, he inquired, "Can you sit up by yourself?" "Yes," she replied, propping herself up on her arms. Gu Qingchen adjusted the pillow for her to lean against the headboard and handed her the fever-reducing medicine, urging her to take it before placing the noodles on the table. "Hurry and eat. After you finish, take a good rest and sweat it out. You should feel much better. If there's no improvement, I'll take you to the hospital." No, I don't have any money, and it's just a minor ailment. I don't need to go to the hospital." Song-si quickly waved her hands in refusal. Gu Qingchen, understanding her nature, refrained from lengthy persuasion and asserted firmly, "You won't be paying for anything. Moreover, this is a directive, not a discussion. Just behave and listen to me. Now eat and rest." With that, Song-si immediately wilted, refraining from further conversation, and obediently picked up her chopsticks to eat slowly. After tidying up the dishes, Gu Qingchen chose not to disturb her. He returned to his own bedroom, opened his computer, activated the accelerator, and logged into Tarkov, preparing to deliver several sets of equipment. Just then, Gu Qingchen's phone chimed with a voice message. Upon clicking, an exuberant and somewhat cheeky voice resonated. "Hey, darling, hurry up. Get online. Today, I'm feeling exceptionally good. Watch how I dominate and take down 5 opponents effortlessly. You just focus on playing your part." This foolish boy, Lu Xingzhe, had been classmates with Gu Qingchen since she transferred in the second year of middle school. Eventually, they attended different high schools. However, sharing a passion for similar games forged a natural bond, and they became the best of friends. Now that they have graduated, this lad has finally seized a 3-month summer vacation devoid of homework, indulging in the game escape from Tarkov at every opportunity. Gu Qingchen leisurely typed a response. "Instead of dominating, perhaps you should consider which university your estimated scores might allow you to attend and how to fill out your application wisely." Lu Xingzhe replied, "What is there to ponder? I'll go wherever I get accepted." Gu Qingchen responded, "In that case, I'll have a word with your mother and see if she supports your carefree approach." On the other end of the phone, a slightly chubby boy with a frosted hairstyle shuddered at the thought. His mother was known for her strict discipline, capable of delivering painful spankings that left him unable to sit for days. Having been raised with a bamboo rod since childhood, the scars of his upbringing were still evident. If she discovered that he carelessly filled out his application, it would surely lead to dire consequences. Lu Xingzhe quickly typed back, "Ahem, what future does gaming hold? At this age of youthful ambition, I cannot afford to be so reckless. My future must be chosen carefully. I'm off to look up school information. Goodbye." Gu Qingchen set down her phone, muttering to herself, "What a clown," before logging on to Tarkov to deliver supplies. Lu Xingzhe was entirely neglectful of his studies and had little comprehension of his future, prioritizing gaming above all else. A gentle reminder or a hint of threat was essential for him to stay on track. Both of Lu's parents had low educational backgrounds and were unaware of many things. They entrusted several of Lu Xingzhe's friends to keep an eye on him, with Gu Qingchen being one of the most responsible, acting as both a confidant and a guiding figure due to her mature nature. Chapter 9. The Scars of Youth. Before long, midday arrived. Feeling a pressing need to relieve herself, Gu Qingchen exited the game and its accelerator, stretched languidly, and made her way to the bathroom. Living in a modest 2-bedroom apartment, there was only one restroom. As she pushed open the door, a soft gasp reached her ears. Initially feeling a bit dizzy from gaming, Gu Qingchen's attention was instantly drawn to a corner where a beautiful figure, with a towel wrapped around her hair, was crouched down, facing away from her. For a moment, she was spellbound, not merely by the girl's sensuous and graceful form, but by the multitude of bruises and scars adorning her porcelain-like skin, evidence of long-term abuse, scattered across her sides, back, arms, and thighs. Song Siyu lowered her head in silence, diligently attempting to conceal the scars on her body with the lather of shower gel. "I'm sorry. You may go ahead and wash," she said. Gu Qingchen, with a grave expression, did not press further. He merely offered a heavy apology and turned to leave. Given the multitude of scars adorning Song Siyu's body, he felt no stirrings of desire in the face of such a sensuous scene. Rather, he was overwhelmed by a sense of compassion and sorrow. Before long, Song Siyu emerged from the bathroom, clad in the oversized nightgown from the previous evening. She had not washed her hair, and only a few strands were damp. Gu Qingchen was busy cooking in the kitchen, while Song Siyu quietly sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on his industrious silhouette. The awkwardness of having been interrupted during her bath left her hesitant to offer assistance. Once the meal was ready, Gu Qingchen called out, "Dinner is served." "All right," Song Siyu replied, rising to take a seat at the dining table. "There isn't much food at home. I typically order takeout or go out to buy something. It would take too long to order now, so I thought I'd make do for the moment. I'll order something nice for dinner later," Gu Qingchen explained, gesturing to the stir-fried bell peppers with meat, scrambled eggs, and millet porridge laid out on the table. "No worries. This is more than sufficient," Song Siyu responded genuinely. For her, it truly was quite satisfactory. After a brief silence, Gu Qingchen offered another apology regarding the earlier incident. "I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were in the shower. It was dark, and there was no sound of running water, so I didn't pay attention." Song Siyu waved her hand dismissively. "I'm not upset with you. I simply woke up feeling sweaty, and seeing your door tightly shut, I thought it best to wash quickly. I didn't expect this coincidence." At this, Gu Qingchen inquired with concern, "By the way, how do you feel now? Did you take your temperature?" "Yes. When I got up, it was 36.8 degrees Celsius. I'm fine now," Song Siyu nodded in response. "That is good to hear." The two fell into silence once more, eating their meal in quietude. After they had satisfied their hunger, Song Siyu settled back onto the sofa while Gu Qingchen retrieved 2 bottles of chilled cola from the refrigerator. After opening one and handing it to her, he sat down a short distance away. "Can you tell me how you got those injuries?" Gu Qingchen asked softly after taking a sip of his cola. Despite the ebbing affection he felt for her, the gravity of what seemed to be abuse compelled him to inquire about her situation. Song Siyu took a couple of sips of cola, her complex gaze fixed on the dark liquid, and asked in return, "Are you still willing to be my confidant? Perhaps once I share my story, all your questions will find answers. If you're ready, I am here to listen," Gu Qingchen affirmed with a nod. Song Siyu remained silent for a long time before slowly beginning to recount her experiences. Chapter 10. Song Siyu's Experience. Part 1. A mother succumbed to amniotic fluid embolism. Despite efforts to save her, yet successfully delivered a baby girl weighing 6 pounds and 5 ounces. "Oh dear, how is it a girl? Can we not keep her?" An elderly woman, hunched over, remarked. Upon hearing her words, the doctor immediately grew anxious. "Madam, what are you saying? Abandoning a child is a crime. If you persist, I shall be compelled to report you." At this moment, a middle-aged man hastily approached to clarify. No. My mother was merely jesting. Do not take her words to heart. I would never part with my daughter." He then leaned closer to whisper in his mother's ear, "Mother, let us keep her. We can raise her like livestock. When she matures, we shall marry her off to a wealthy family in our village and collect a handsome bride price." The old woman, hearing this, beamed with joy. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest." When it came time to register the birth certificate, they decided to name her Song Siyu, a name chosen during my wife's pregnancy. "It is all your fault for not using protection, which left me with your child. My affluent benefactor has abandoned me. So you must marry me. Otherwise, I shall create a scene in your village." A woman clad in a black cashmere coat and a form-fitting skirt, her legs adorned with black stockings and perched upon stiletto heels, glared at the middle-aged man before her. Fast forward 9 months. The mother delivered a healthy baby boy weighing 7 pounds and 1 ounce. "Congratulations. The Song family finally has an heir. Your father can rest peacefully in the afterlife," exclaimed the hunched old woman. The middle-aged man was overjoyed, nearly bursting into celebratory fireworks. Since this was his first precious son, he named him Song Zijuan, meaning handsome son. "My previous wife bore me nothing but a burden after 5 years. She deserved her fate. Yet my current wife is remarkable. You are indeed a benefactor to the Song family. In a modest living room, the walls were adorned with colorful childlike scribbles. The cement floor was spotless, devoid of any litter. A small girl, around 7 or 8 years old and resembling a porcelain doll, sat quietly on a hard wooden sofa, her complexion pale. She was none other than the young Siyu. At that moment, a middle-aged man emerged, kicking the sleeping girl with his foot. His face etched with impatience as he commanded, "Get up. Your grandmother is coming over shortly. Hurry and prepare the meal. And tidy up the table while you're at it." Siyu rubbed her small, chubby hands over her eyes and weakly replied, "Daddy, I feel dizzy. Must I cook?" The middle-aged man paid her no mind. "It's merely a fever. If you delay the cooking, just wait and see how your grandmother and aunt handle you." Siyu visibly shivered, but promptly got up and headed to the kitchen. Before he retreated to his room, the middle-aged man warned, "Do not sneak a bite, otherwise you will regret it." Siyu appeared accustomed to such remarks, showing no reaction. She moved a small stool in front of the stove, climbed atop it, turned on the gas, and lit the flame. Then she retrieved meat and vegetables from the refrigerator, skillfully chopped them on the cutting board, and began to stir-fry. Simultaneously, she warmed the leftover rice porridge from the previous day and sliced some pickled vegetables. This would be her lunch. As the door swung open, an elderly woman, hunched with age and crowned with a mane of white hair, entered. In an instant, a sprightly child of about 6 scampered out. "Oh, my dear grandson, have you missed your grandmother? Look at what delightful treats I have brought for you." With one hand, she lifted the little boy into her embrace, while from behind her, she produced a bag of puff pastries. "These are for you alone. Mind you, do not share them with your sister, understand?" she admonished, playfully poking the boy's nose with her finger. Grandmother Siyu approached from the side, calling out. She had overheard the earlier exchange, but refrained from expressing any grievance. The elderly woman merely cast a glance in her direction, saying nothing. That evening, the family of 4 gathered joyously around the dining table, laden with an array of dishes, some prepared by Siyu and others ordered from takeout. Yet, the girl found herself relegated to squatting by the coffee table, sipping the remnants of congee and nibbling on pickled vegetables. "Oh dear, why is it so hot? Darling, Junbao seems to have a fever. What should we do?" A flamboyantly dressed woman asked anxiously. "Do not worry. Let our son rest well. I will rush to fetch some medicine, and if that does not suffice, we shall head to the hospital," replied the middle-aged man, swiftly donning his clothes and descending the stairs without further ado. "Why does my brother have delicious food every day? Why am I not allowed to partake of the meals at the table? Why is it that I cannot consume the leftovers he leaves behind? Why am I not afforded the same respite when I fall ill, nor the concern of my father and aunt?" Chapter 11. The Experiences of Siyu, Part 2. At the age of 14, Siyu cautiously approached the bedroom, inquiring, "Auntie, I believe I have started my period. Could you please buy me some underwear and sanitary pads?" The woman, whose face had grown somewhat plump, rose from the bed in annoyance and proceeded to pinch her roughly a dozen times. Siyu endured in silence. Once her frustration was vented, the woman rummaged through the wardrobe, producing a few sets of underwear and some worn-out cotton garments. However, the underwear was adorned with lace, sheer fabric, or intricate cutouts, anything but the simple cotton ones she desired. "Here, take these. I have no use for them anymore. You can wash them and wear them again." "And what about sanitary pads?" "They cost nothing. Just sew a few pieces together from these ragged cotton clothes and make do. There are still a few pads left in the bathroom cabinet. Consider them a gift. Now, go away. Do not bother me." Just as she exited the bedroom, a mischievous little boy hurled a water balloon at her, striking her on the head. "Oh, I hit it, I hit it." The raucous child exclaimed gleefully as he scampered off. Ignoring him, she made her way to the bathroom, tears streaming down her face as she washed the cast-off underwear. "Why does my brother receive new clothes and shoes each month, while I am left to wear the garments discarded by my stepmother? The only clothes that belong to me are but a few school uniforms. Why does my stepmother resort to hitting and pinching me at the slightest provocation? Why does she even whip me with willow branches? Why is it that my younger brother can bully me at will? Darling, keep your voice down. Junbao is sleeping. We wouldn't want to wake him. Hee, it's nothing. Just put that on." How annoying. Listening to the sultry sounds emanating from the bedroom, Siyu felt her cheeks flush as she covered her ears, her heart heavy with oppression. Why do I not have my own room? Why is my bed this hard and narrow sofa? Why is my desk merely a coffee table? Why must my clothes lie strewn across the floor? In the teacher's office, Dad, it was clearly him who drew on my clothes and hit me. I didn't even retaliate. Why must I apologize? Song Siyu said, her face full of grievance. Indeed, Mr. Song, this seems rather excessive, interjected a nearby teacher, unable to bear the sight any longer. Hurry and apologize. I have work to attend to. You've already delayed me for hours. Make it quick. The middle-aged man seemed oblivious to the complaints from the girl and the teacher, insisting, I'm sorry. Upon hearing Song Siyu's apology, the other child's parents and the boy himself wore expressions of smug satisfaction. Why is it that I, the one who was bullied, am the one required to apologize? In the milk tea shop. Siyu, how shall I pay you this month? I don't have a phone. Can it be in cash? That is fine. Soon, Song Siyu received cash from the manager and gratefully said, Thank you, manager. However, upon returning home, the middle-aged man snatched the cash from her pocket, counted it, and found it to be exactly 2,000 yuan. All right, from now on, all your wages will be surrendered. What does a girl need to spend money on? Recently, your brother has been clamoring for a new phone, and this will just add to it. You should find a wealthy man to marry and contribute to the household. Ensuring your brother has a place of his own, that's what truly matters. Song Siyu could only suppress her anger, tightly clenching her fists as she silently sat on the ground, leaning on the coffee table to complete her summer homework. Why must the money I earn be surrendered? Can't I buy something for myself? Why must my money be used to buy my brother a new phone when I don't even have my own? Chapter 12. The Experience of Song Siyu, Part 2. At 16 years old. Dad, the school regulations state that we cannot return home for lunch. Can you give me some money for meals? It's just missing one meal. Consider it a diet. Don't bother me. The middle-aged man dismissed Song Siyu, returning his focus to his work. At school, the girl watched as her classmates hurried to the cafeteria each noon, while she could only quench her hunger with water. She felt neither envy nor dissatisfaction. She simply buried herself in her studies. One day, upon returning home, as soon as Song Siyu stepped inside, the middle-aged man folded his newspaper and said, By the way, the school wants to invite you to be a spokesperson. The remuneration is 100,000 yuan. As your guardian, I have already signed the contract on your behalf. Just follow the school's arrangements. As Song Siyu prepared to retort, the memories of her stepmother's beatings resurfaced, prompting her to swallow her words and silently retreat to the kitchen to prepare a meal. As long as this man was willing to assist her with her educational expenses, she could endure anything. Her singular aspiration was to study diligently, gain admission to a university, and distance herself from this home. The reminiscences she shared came to a poignant halt. Her voice was laced with a profound sorrow, tears cascading down her cheeks like a kite severed from its string, soaking her pajama bottoms. Her tone grew increasingly fervent. But last night, my father sold me for a bride price of 150,000 yuan to a divorced coal boss in his 40s residing in a remote village. Why? Why must he treat me this way? I am his child too. If he does not cherish me, why bring me into this world? Why keep me around? I strive to excel in my studies, to avoid making mistakes, fearful that he would deny me even the opportunity to receive an education. But why? What must I do for him to let me go? I yearn for love, for my own room and clothes. I wish to indulge in delicious food and drinks. What crime is there in that? Why can my brother have these things, yet I cannot? Song Siyu's emotions unraveled completely as she withdrew her delicate feet from her slippers, curling her legs upon the sofa, encircling herself with her arms, and sobbing profoundly. Gu Qingchun was transported back to the rainy night when he first encountered the young girl. After absorbing the entirety of Song Siyu's experiences, a pang of sorrow tightened within him, accompanied by an unsettling sensation lodged in his chest. What was there of the model student, the obedient daughter? What of the ethereal being untouched by the world? In truth, she was merely a pitiable girl persecuted by a heartless family, longing for escape. He finally understood why her lingerie exuded such maturity and allure, why her eyes sparkled with longing when indulging in snacks and cola, and why she bore the torment of bullying in silence. What good would it do to report her callous father to the school authorities? Alert the police? With her impressive academic performance, how could she be unaware that abusing children and selling daughters under the guise of a bride price was illegal? Yet, he was her biological father. Perhaps she feared losing the last remaining family member she had. The reasons behind her decision to flee home in the rain last night, her body marred with bruises, were now painfully clear. Perhaps, had he not intervened, the act of being sold would have become the final straw that broke her spirit. Chapter 13. Silent Comfort. The girl's secret desire. Observing the weeping girl, Gu Qingqian gradually shifted his body to sit beside her. After gently patting Siyu on the shoulder, he said nothing, offering silent solace. To his surprise, she suddenly opened her arms and embraced him tightly, her delicate face burrowing deeply into the crook of his neck. Warm tears traced down Gu Qingqian's skin, soaking the collar of his shirt. The young man was momentarily stunned, feeling the softness pressing against his chest. He awkwardly raised his arm, his body tensing as he was unsure of how to respond. This was his first embrace from a girl, and his heart raced. After a brief moment of adjustment, Gu Qingqian slowly lowered his arm, enveloping Si in a gentle embrace. His right hand softly patting her back as if soothing a child. Time seemed to stretch, and as Si's sobs gradually subsided, she suddenly realized she was in Gu Qingqian's arms. Startled, she propped herself up, her eyes swollen from crying, her cheeks resembling ripe red apples. Noticing the large wet patches on the boy's shirt, Si quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry. I will make sure to clean it." Gu Qingqian waved his hand dismissively, shifting the conversation. "How are you feeling now? A bit better?" "Thank you," Si replied gratefully. Indeed, confiding in someone had alleviated a significant portion of the grievances that had weighed heavily on her heart. Without allowing her emotions to settle, Gu Qingqian directly inquired, "What do you plan to do moving forward? From what you've shared, it seems your father is resolutely determined to sell you. If you wish to continue your studies peacefully, you have two options. Either report him to the authorities or find someone to confront him. Otherwise, once he discovers your university, he may create a scene, jeopardizing not only your education but your very fate." The situation had reached such a critical juncture that prompt action was essential. If her irresponsible father caused a ruckus at her school, forcibly taking her home, the grim fate of being sold would become inevitable. In their remote village, where communication networks were underdeveloped, the coal magnate held considerable influence. Once she was secretly brought back to the village, escaping would be nearly impossible. The villagers would deny her existence, rendering any police reports futile. After all, they had not committed a crime. They could neither be struck nor searched, and the law was easily manipulated in their favor. Sending her father to jail by reporting him was no simple task, particularly since most of the abuse stemmed from her stepmother, making it uncertain whether the blame could be placed on her father. The 150,000 yuan agreement for her sale was merely verbal, as Si had yet to comply. The coal boss would not be foolish enough to hand over money or sign any contracts. Temporarily abandoning her studies or hiding away was even less feasible. If her father reported her as missing, adopting a duplicitous facade, even if Si exposed his true nature, the police would likely dismiss the case due to a lack of substantial evidence. Thus, the only path before Si was to find someone capable of decisively dealing with her father. Feeling lost, she shook her head, uncertain of her next steps. In truth, her decision to share her burdens today was motivated not only by a desire to vent her frustrations, but also by a hint of self-interest intertwined within. From the moment the boy appeared before her in the rain last night, she yearned to indulge in a moment of selfishness, wishing for this individual who had once offered her warmth and whom she could trust wholeheartedly to rescue her. Even if it were merely extending a helping hand, she would be grateful. Chapter 14. Benevolent Lies. The commencement of cohabitation. Subsequently, Gu Qingqian's response did not disappoint her. "I can help you completely sever ties with that family, distancing you from your incompetent father. However, I have conditions as well. What do you think? Consider it." Upon hearing Gu Qingqian's willingness to assist, Siyu nodded in agreement without hesitation. "All right, no problem. Very well, I shall resolve your issues. From this moment until your university graduation, I will cover your tuition fees and all living expenses, including food, clothing, and leisure activities. During this period, regardless of the expenditures, you need not repay me. In return, you must study diligently. I do not mind what major you choose in university, but you must take up accounting as a minor and, after graduation, work for me at a modest salary for at least 5 years. Of course, although labeled as a low salary, Gu Qingqian would compensate her sufficiently to meet daily needs, albeit leaving little room for savings. After articulating this lengthy proposition, only Gu Qingqian understood that it was merely a means to reassure Siyu in accepting his assistance. Nonetheless, he envisioned the potential of establishing a small enterprise in the future. While it may not rival his mother's conglomerate, which boasted billions, it was essential to maintain a decent standard of living. Therefore, having a trustworthy accountant would be crucial. Ideally, If Song Siyu adhered to their agreement, it would be for the best. If not, it would simply be regarded as a failed investment. Song Siyu accepted the terms, but added, "You only need to cover my first year's tuition. I will work for the rest." However, Gu Qingchen declined. "No, let's not deflect. University is a microcosm of society. Being too frugal may lead to disdain and bullying. I am offering you a quality life in exchange for 5 years of low-wage work. Consider it in advance on your salary." Upon hearing this, Song Siyu did not argue further. "Regarding your accommodation, should I rent you a temporary place for 3 months until university begins, or would you prefer to stay here?" Gu Qingchen inquired. "Can I stay here?" Song Siyu looked at Gu Qingchen, her eyes sparkling with hope. Nothing could bring greater happiness than waking up each day to see the person she adored most. Living with a beautiful girl is certainly not something I would oppose. It would also save me some trouble, Gu Qingchen thought. He then shifted the conversation's tone. "Since you will be living here, I hope you can manage some cooking and occasional cleaning, as I am rather lazy. Of course, I will provide you with 3,000 yuan each month for your discretionary spending." Song Siyu waved her hand dismissively. "No need. Let's consider that as my rent for these 3 months. All right, just follow my lead. Is your father at home now?" Gu Qingchen wished to avoid lingering on this matter, as there was another pressing issue to address. Although there are still nearly 3 months of vacation left, the night is long and dreams are plentiful. Since there is nothing else to do at the moment, it would be best to confront him directly. He is likely at work, serving as a driver for a boss who generally arrives at the office around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Song Siyu remarked. Gu Qingchen glanced at his phone, realizing it was already past 3 in the afternoon. "All right, go retrieve your school uniform and shoes from the washing machine on the balcony. They should be dry by now. Let us hurry to your home." After Song Siyu went to the balcony, Gu Qingchen changed into a men's coat and trousers in his bedroom. When he emerged, he found Song Siyu, dressed in her school uniform and sporting a ponytail, seated on the sofa, the youthful vigor radiating from her, combined with her innocent and charming first-love visage, was truly captivating. "Ahem, let us go," Gu Qingchen murmured a silent prayer, then changed his shoes at the entrance before leading Song Siyu out of the house. Chapter 15. A vengeful confrontation with a negligent father in a dilapidated old neighborhood. The building stood no more than 4 or 5 stories high, constructed of unadorned red brick. The lack of any greenery was glaring, and clutter was strewn everywhere, with bicycles parked haphazardly. The narrow corridors allowed little light to penetrate. On the 3rd floor of Building 4, Song Siyu gently knocked on the iron door of the eastern unit. Soon, a somewhat handsome middle-aged man opened the door and peered out. Upon seeing Song Siyu, he erupted with curses. "You little wretch, you actually remember to come back? Truly an ungrateful wolf raised on the wrong side of the tracks. If you delay Boss Huang's wedding, I swear I'll make you pay dearly. Just like your dead mother, you need to be taught a lesson. Once you marry him, make sure to serve him well and earn money for the family. Your brother is waiting for funds to buy a house and marry. Do you hear me, you worthless girl? If one day Boss Huang grows tired of you and sends you back, I'll make sure you work in a club to earn money." Song Siyu had long since developed immunity to the man's vitriol, remaining unresponsive. Just as he seemed ready to grab her by the hair, Gu Qingchen swiftly turned off his phone's recording function and, without a word, launched a powerful kick to the man's chest. The force sent him flying 3 or 4 meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Startled by Gu Qingchen's sudden action, Song Siyu was taken aback, and the middle-aged man was momentarily dazed. "You little wretch, how dare you bring a pretty boy back to hit me?" he began, but Gu Qingchen refused to grant him a moment to speak. He seized the sides of the man's face, forcing it backward and without allowing any chance of resistance, slammed his head violently against the wooden sofa behind him. "You have the nerve to kill me, or else I'll make sure you lose everything," the middle-aged man gasped, his threats punctuated by labored breaths. Witnessing this, Song Siyu rushed over and grasped Gu Qingchen's arm, pleading, "Please, don't hit him anymore. It will lead to trouble." It is not so much pity for his woeful father, as it is a fear that the person he cherishes may become entangled in this mess. Gu Qingchen is aware of the limits of propriety. Leaning slightly towards the man, he remarked, "This is merely a consequence of your loose tongue. Now, let us discuss matters. You desire money, do you not? I shall offer you 200,000, and your daughter will be mine. What say you?" Upon hearing the sum of 200,000, Song Siyu quickly tugged at Gu Qingchen's sleeve, exclaiming, "No, that is far too much. It's not worth it." Gu Qingchen disregarded her, maintaining his imposing demeanor. "Otherwise, The man before him would lose all sense of respect. The middle-aged man, upon learning of the generous offer, surpassing even that of Boss Huang, immediately altered his tone. 300,000. You struck me, and this is for medical expenses. Otherwise, I shall report you to the authorities. Moreover, you must personally negotiate with Boss Huang, considering she is his fiancée. Ah, how avaricious you are. I mentioned earlier that this was a punishment. There is no way I shall pay you. Gu Qingxin scoffed disdainfully. Step aside with your petty cunning. I shall take the girl, and how you explain this is of no concern to me. Do you believe it wise to offend Boss Huang? I am not to be trifled with either. Then, leaning closer to the middle-aged man's ear, he whispered menacingly, I am a wealthy heir. Do you think I would hesitate to dispose of you quietly in the depths of the river? Your son is quite charming, resembling a little pup of yours. I wonder if he can endure some discipline? Please. No. All right, 200,000 it is. Just don't harm my son. Faced with Gu Qingxin's intense gaze and the earlier ruthless display of strength, the middle-aged man realized that this boy, no older than his daughter, was no ordinary affluent heir, especially with his beloved son now involved. He quickly capitulated. You are indeed a clever man. Whether to involve the police is for you to decide. Give me your household registration book. I shall return it once it serves its purpose. Stay away from Siyu, or I might just take my son home for a visit. Very well. The middle-aged man swallowed hard, rising to fetch the household registration book from the bedroom. Chapter 16. The joke went too far. Siyu, go gather your belongings. Siyu stared blankly at him, then shook her head. There is nothing here that belongs to me. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxin tenderly ruffled her hair, saying nothing. The sudden affectionate gesture made Siyu shyly lower her head. After waiting a moment at the door, the negligent father finally emerged, hurriedly brandishing the household registration book. Gu Qingxin accepted it and inquired, by the way, what is the full name of this Boss Huang you mentioned? Where does he reside? And where is his coal yard located? The middle-aged man, not daring to hesitate, replied, his name is Huang Zhongxiang, residing in a small village called Yunshan near Xingping County. As for his coal yard, I truly do not know. Very well. Provide me with your bank account number. The funds will be transferred within 4 hours. Take care of yourself. After obtaining the account number, Gu Qingxin cast a cold glance at the negligent father before departing with Siyu. Throughout the ordeal, the girl observed the fierce and intimidating boy, feeling an unfamiliarity settle in her heart. It seems as though this is the true essence of him, or perhaps both versions are indeed him. On the road, Siyu gazed tenderly at the now sunny and cheerful Gu Qingxin, murmuring, I know you are wealthy, but 200,000 is excessive. Could you reconsider? It truly isn't worth it for me. Moreover, it's a waste to give so much to that man. In this moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of liberation, as if she had broken free from shackles, profoundly moved by Gu Qingxin's gesture, yet she did not wish for the one she admired to sacrifice so much for her. As Gu Qingxin transferred the funds, he jested, All right, let this be a token of gratitude for your father's kindness and a bride price. You are now my fiancée. However, upon glancing over, he noticed the rosy hue adorning Siyu's cheeks, her delicate lips parting slightly as she softly uttered, Okay. Realizing he may have overstepped with his jest, he quickly sought to lighten the mood, saying, All right, I was merely teasing you. You are simply feeling grateful, not in love. If you continue to entertain such thoughts in the future, I would not mind engaging in a sweet romance with a stunning beauty. Upon hearing this, Siyu's expression flickered with a mix of disappointment and relief, responding with a gentle lost in her musings. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxin, oblivious to her emotional shift, took out his phone and dialed Sister Miaoshu. After a few system tones, a melodious female voice resonated. What is it, Qingxin? Sister Miaoshu. What is the old man like now? He inquired. A soft sigh emanated from the other end. He is still here, but the situation is not promising. It seems his time is limited to just a couple of days. Gu Qingxin hesitated briefly before deciding to act decisively, saying, Sister Miaoshu, I would like to ask a favor. I will send you information about 2 individuals. One is likely involved in illegal coal mining. There is no reason for him to reside in a small village otherwise. He undoubtedly has numerous stains on his character and has likely bribed the local villagers. It would be simple to have him incarcerated. The other is suspected of child abuse and trafficking women under the guise of a bride price. Before ensuring his imprisonment, it would be prudent to deal with him first, so that he is preoccupied with matters concerning only himself. If all else fails, then we can arrange for his incarceration. After all, he is Song Siyu's biological father, having raised her thus far. If he can calm down, I would not wish to take extreme measures. However, if he cannot, then let him experience the consequences of his actions, or perhaps he will swallow his pride and seek help from his wife. There was a prolonged silence from the female voice on the line before she finally replied, "All right, do not concern yourself. Send me everything you know, and I will handle it." "Understood. I will send it to you once I get home," he affirmed. "Be safe on your way," she concluded. After ending the call, Song Siyu, who had been quietly listening, said nothing but leaned a little closer to Gu Qingchen. At one point, Gu Qingchen stopped at a pharmacy, purchasing several bottles of blood circulation spray before they finally took a taxi back to the Mo Xiang Academy. Upon returning home, Gu Qingchen led Song Siyu directly into the secondary bedroom. "Miss Song, could you please lift your shirt at the back?" Song Siyu cooperated quite well, shedding her outer garment and gently lifting her shirt to reveal her fair and delicate back. Gu Qingchen did not linger on the sight, but quickly applied a medicinal spray for promoting blood circulation and dispelling bruises, after which he instructed her to put her clothes back on. He then handed her the remaining medication, advising, "You may apply it yourself for the rest. By the way, what is your father's name?" Song Siyu replied, "Song Taijun." "Very well. Keep the medicine and apply it once daily. If you cannot reach certain areas, simply come to me." The young girl shyly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Gu Qingchen sent the recording along with all the pertinent information to the email of Sister Miaoshu. He also informed her via WeChat, stating, "Everything has been sent." The woman promptly responded, "Great, leave it to me. I will contact you if anything is needed." Gu Qingchen remarked with a smile, "Now that everything is settled, your father will likely never find any issue with you again." "Thank you." Song Siyu expressed her gratitude, then queried with curiosity, "Is Sister Miaoshu really that impressive? How could she resolve everything with just a phone call?" Gu Qingchen smiled mysteriously. "Impressive is an understatement. From a prominent family, her father is a notable figure in the current government, and many high-ranking officials are either his students or mints, holding immense influence. As long as we do not transgress the law, there is little that cannot be managed." Song Siyu was left astonished, her mouth agape. "You have such powerful relatives. Your family must be quite well off, then. But why would you choose to study in a small city like Linjiang?" The young girl had caught on to a detail. "Consider me someone who prefers the ambience of a smaller city and a humble aunt who dotes on me," Gu Qingchen replied, offering no further explanation. Seeing his reluctance to elaborate, Song Siyu astutely changed the subject. "Aunt? Isn't it supposed to be sister?" Gu Qingchen chuckled awkwardly, as if recalling an unpleasant memory, and clarified, "In terms of familial hierarchy, she should indeed be called aunt, but she feels it makes her sound old. Since childhood, I have been educated by Wu, Shun, Li, to refer to her as sister." "Oh, I see," Song Siyu nodded, accepting his explanation without suspicion. With no pressing matters at hand, Gu Qingchen, concerned that Song Siyu might feel bored, moved a dining chair and brought her to his bedroom, intending to teach her some games to pass the time. The young girl curiously surveyed her surroundings, although there was no unpleasant odor in the room. She couldn't help but comment on the disarray of the unmade bed and cluttered desk. "It's so messy." Gu Qingchen had no retort, as it was indeed quite untidy. He settled into the dining chair, pushed the gaming chair beside him, and said, "Please have a seat." Following his direction, Song Siyu sat down, and the chair's perfect ergonomic design encouraged her to lean back comfortably. Gu Qingchen introduced her to a variety of games, including Teamfight Tactics, Minecraft, Don't Starve, PUBG, Escape from Tarkov, and even Fireboy and Watergirl and Three Kingdoms Kill. The conclusion drawn from this experience was that Song Siyu had little interest in gaming. She belonged to the category of those who could play but were not particularly enthusiastic about it. Unable to refuse, Gu Qingchen reluctantly handed over her phone, saying, "You might as well scroll through Douyin or browse at your leisure. The password is 060305. Tomorrow, I will take you to get your ID card and household registration sorted out, and we can also do some major shopping." Song Siyu received the phone, tilting her head in confusion. "What major shopping?" "Never you mind, just follow my lead," Gu Qingchen teased, deliberately withholding information. "All right." Song Siyu understood and refrained from probing further. She fiddled with the phone and quickly unlocked the screen. Although she had never played with a phone herself, she had observed her father, stepmother, and younger brother using theirs, making it easier for her to navigate. As the sun sank below the horizon, the dim night sky began to envelop the surroundings. Gu Qingshan stretched her arms high above her head with a yawn, declaring, I'm done for now. I'll go out to buy dinner. You stay at home. I can cook for you. Song Siyu immediately replied. Gu Qingshan retrieved some cash from a drawer and patted her shoulder. A clever woman cannot cook without rice. All we have at home are eggs, noodles, and milk drinks. You can't whip up anything with that. What do you want to eat? I'll buy it for you. Song Siyu shook her head. I don't know. I'll eat whatever you bring. She had never tasted the street food, so she truly had no idea. All right then, Gu Qingshan said, pushing open the door, changing her shoes at the entrance, and stepping out. Left alone, the girl's courage grew. Previously, she had only dared to scroll through Douyin, but now she could secretly explore other apps. Driven by intense curiosity, she switched between several applications, gradually understanding their purposes. Eventually, while browsing, she stumbled upon a folder labeled Study Materials. The initial contents were typical browsers and video platforms. But as she flipped to the next page, she discovered several peculiar-looking apps. She casually opened one. Instantly, a series of rather inappropriate comic images filled her screen. At that moment, the door to a new world that had previously been ajar swung wide open. Having often overheard her father and stepmother engaging in their indiscretions, she possessed a certain understanding of such matters. After reading over 40 chapters of a comic, Song Siyu, her face flushed with embarrassment, muttered to herself, how can it be like this? Truly, it is quite unsightly. Yet, she secretly tucked this knowledge away, pondering that it might be useful with Gu Qingshan in the future. When she finally came to her senses, her face was bright red. She hurriedly closed the application and the background processes, placing the phone back on the desk while nervously tidying up Gu Qingshan's study and bedding, as if this would conceal any evidence. About 10 minutes later, the sound of the door unlocking followed by the input of the password echoed in the air, and Gu Qingshan called out, Song Siyu, dinner is ready. Coming. Song Siyu replied loudly, hastily organizing the last of the examination papers before pushing open the door to the living room. Gu Qingshan had already laid out the dishes. Having uncovered them and retrieved a bottle opener from the kitchen to uncork 2 bottles of soda. Observing Song Siyu, who was seated at the dining table with a slightly flushed face, he handed her chopsticks and rice while inquiring, why is your face so red? Are you running a fever again? At this question, memories of the comic she had surreptitiously glanced at flooded her mind, causing her cheeks to redden even further. No, it's just a bit warm, Song Siyu replied, making an effort to remain composed. Gu Qingshan scrutinized her for a moment. Then, not wishing to dwell on it, he picked up the remote for the air conditioner from the coffee table and lowered the temperature a few degrees. Returning to the dining table, he pushed the soda towards her and said, this is lychee-flavored soda. Let us see if it suits your palate. If not, I can fetch you some cola. This is boiled meat slices, my favorite. Give it a try. Eagerly, Song Siyu began to eat, alternating between bites of meat and sips of her drink, her sparkling eyes betraying her delight. After a satisfying meal, Song Siyu settled on the sofa and let out a small burp. Gu Qingshan smiled slightly, picked up the remote, and suggested, would you like to watch a movie, Song Schoolflower? Anything is fine, she replied, yet her tone revealed an underlying excitement. She continued, calling me Song Schoolflower sounds so formal. Isn't it better to just call me Siyu at home? Gu Qingshan explained. I was merely trying to assert my dominance in front of your father. Otherwise, I couldn't hold my ground. If you don't mind, I shall continue to call you that. All right, Song Siyu said with a sweet smile. Subsequently, Gu Qingshan selected the film The Wandering Earth 2, which had premiered early last year, and started it. Throughout the movie, Song Siyu watched intently, gasping at the stunning scenes like a child encountering something novel, which tugged at Gu Qingshan's heartstrings. He silently resolved to make up for all the missed experiences of joy and indulgence in her life whenever the opportunity arose. After the film concluded, Song Siyu still seemed to linger in a state of yearning. She turned to Gu Qingshan and asked, did Yaya really come back to life? Has she truly reunited with her father? You pose a rather intricate question, Gu Qingshan remarked, bemused by the logical intricacies of a top student's mind. Yet he patiently responded, in my opinion, in a certain sense, they have indeed come back to life. However, in the grander scheme of existence, every life is unique. Any form of continuation is merely a substitute and cannot be deemed resurrection. Alternatively, it could be said that from the moment of their birth, they were already new individuals. Song Siyu pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. You make a valid point. All right, academic prodigy, it's getting late. Make sure to rest well. We have shopping to do tomorrow. Gu Qingxin glanced at the time displayed on the television and said, "All right, good night." After exchanging their farewells, both returned to their respective rooms. Upon entering her space, Gu Qingxin was greeted by the sight of a meticulously organized desk and bed. Books and test papers were neatly stacked along the wall, while stationery was arranged with precision on the right side. The quilt was neatly folded at the foot of the bed, and the sheets were laid out so flawlessly that hardly a wrinkle could be seen. With a resigned smile, Gu Qingxin picked up her phone from the desk, removed her clothes, and lay down to read a novel for a while before turning off the lights and drifting off to sleep. Morning broke with a faint sunlight filtering through a hazy sky, indicating a cloudy day. After her morning run, Gu Qingxin returned home to find a comical sight in the kitchen. Siyu, one hand grasping her pants and the other wielding a spatula, her long hair cascading gracefully. "I knew you'd be up cooking. Thankfully, I didn't buy breakfast," Gu Qingxin said as she approached Siyu. "Yes," the girl replied with a smile, "I made fried eggs. But regrettably, there's no bread, just milk." At home, most of the breakfast she prepared consisted of these items, although they were not for her. "That's all right. A simple meal will suffice. After I finish my morning tasks, I'll treat you to a proper lunch," Gu Qingxin assured, then left the kitchen for the bathroom. After spending a few minutes refreshing herself with a quick shower, she returned to her bedroom to change out of her sportswear. When Gu Qingxin emerged, dressed in a white shirt and jeans, she found the dining table set with fried eggs and warm milk, while Siyu patiently sat at the table waiting for her. "Why wait for me? You can start eating," Gu Qingxin said, pulling out a chair and sitting down. "It's fine. It won't take long," Siyu replied, her gaze soft and tender. For some reason, her tone had taken on a gentle and endearing quality, no longer as formal as the day before. It seemed that in just 2 days, she had come to regard Gu Qingxin as family. Seeing Gu Qingxin hastily shove an egg into her mouth, she quickly chided. "Eat slowly. You might choke." With that, she nudged the milk closer to him. "It's all right," Gu Qingxin said, taking a sip of the milk. Though when it came to the egg, she only took half a bite. While eating, she sent a message to Shen Miaoshu, asking her to find someone to help with easing the conditions for Siyu's household registration, so she would no longer be overly constrained by that irresponsible father. Shen Miaoshu readily agreed, initially requesting a photo of the household registration book. Noticing Gu Qingxin reemerged shortly after entering her room, Siyu paid it no mind, quietly continuing her meal. After they finished breakfast, Siyu returned to her room to change into her school uniform, as pajamas were far too inconvenient for outings, especially during the day. Just then, Shen Miaoshu called, saying, "Contact the head of the police station. He will assist you. If there are any issues, just call me directly." Gu Qingxin: "Very well. You may continue with your tasks. I shall not disturb you." Shen Miaoshu: "You little rascal, aren't you going to thank your sister?" Gu Qingxin: "A great favor does not require thanks." Shen Miaoshu, seeking a beating, gestures playfully let us go, as he observed Siyu, who had just changed into her school uniform and tied her hair into a ponytail. Gu Qingxin called out to her. "Here." The girl approached him with cheerful little steps. Upon arriving at the police station, before even making a phone call, a middle-aged man emerged. He extended his hand and said, "Hello, I am Ma Wenghua, the chief of the Shuefu Road police station. You must be Mr. Gu Qingxin." This road, known as Shuefu Road, is situated between the residential complexes of Maxiang Academy and Wenren Huafu, as well as a secondary school and 2 junior high schools. Thus, the police station here is aptly named Shuefu Road Police Station. Generally, residents in this area must come here for relevant administrative matters. Gu Qingxin shook hands with Chief Ma and replied, "Yes, that would be me. I have been informed of your situation from above. We will expedite matters for you. Please follow me." Due to Gu Qingxin's household registration not being in Linjiang, he was unable to transfer Siyu to his household. She could only be registered independently. However, to process her independent registration, special arrangements were necessary, as the circumstances warranted flexibility in such trivial matters. After a busy morning, Siyu's household registration was successfully extracted from her original household book. Additionally, an identification card was processed, which would be mailed to her within approximately 2 weeks. After bidding farewell to Chief Ma, the girl skipped along the road, joyfully holding her newly acquired household registration book, her face radiating with exuberance. She had finally liberated herself from her previous home and could now embrace freedom, unbound by any constraints. Legally, She was still affected by blood ties. Yet her unsatisfactory father could no longer impose his will upon her. She was keenly aware that the smoothness of this process was entirely due to Gu Qingchen's assistance. In that instant, the girl gazed at him, her eyes unblinking, filled with tender affection that seemed to weave an unbreakable bond. Unbeknownst to Gu Qingchen, who was engrossed in calling for a ride, this moment passed unnoticed. Chapter 21, The Grand Shopping Expedition, Part 1. After summoning a ride, the two arrived at the largest shopping mall in the area, Fengyuan Shopping Center. Due to the summer vacation, the place was bustling with young people, predominantly students who had just completed their college entrance examinations, as others in different grades were still attending classes. As they walked, many boys, upon passing them, couldn't help but cast lingering glances at Song Siyu. After all, she was the belle of the school, her innocent aura and first-love visage captivating even without fashionable attire, drawing the attention of adolescent boys. Moreover, was the school uniform truly unappealing? It was merely a form of playful attire, if one understood. Yet, Song Siyu remained oblivious to their attention, as she was completely engrossed in the vastness of the mall. This was her first visit. Previously, her grocery shopping had been confined to small, independently owned shops where prices were more affordable. As for shopping for clothes, that was even less likely. The first floor was primarily occupied by eateries. Gu Qingchen purchased a cup of bubble tea from Mishuai City and handed it to Song Si before guiding her to the women's clothing section on the second floor. While ascending the escalator, she timidly tested the waters before stepping onto the stairs, which was somewhat amusing. Upon reaching the nearest store, a young saleswoman promptly approached and greeted them. "Hello, welcome. Hello, could you fetch me a dress in a size similar to this one?" Gu Qingchen pointed at a white floral dress and nudged Song Si beside her. "Certainly." The saleswoman assessed the girl's general figure before heading to the stockroom for an appropriate size. "Are you buying me clothes?" Song Si, with a straw in her mouth, tilted her head in confusion. "Yes, everything today is for you. We can't leave without at least a decent outfit," Gu Qingchen affirmed with a nod. "Huh, how could?" Just as Song Si was about to refuse, she was interrupted by Gu Qingchen's preemptive remark. "Stop. Today you will accept whatever I buy for you. If I hear even a hint of reluctance from you, you'll face 10 swats when we get home." At this, Song Si's cheeks flushed slightly, and she instinctively became more reserved. But, slap. The sound was muffled due to the presence of clothes. Gu Qingchen lightly clenched her hand. Appraising the situation, the texture seems acceptable. Song Si, momentarily stunned, then covered her mildly sore backside with one hand, her face ablaze as she lowered her head deeply, whispering in embarrassment, "You naughty one." Soon, the saleswoman returned with a dress in hand. Gu Qingchen took the bubble tea from Song Si and instructed the saleswoman to lead her to the fitting room. Along the way, the saleswoman, noticing the girl's rosy cheeks, teasingly remarked, "Is it your first love? Are you this shy just changing clothes for him?" Stealing a glance at Gu Qingchen, Song Si did not object, shyly nodding in agreement. "You seem to have graduated. School romance is indeed beautiful, but do remember to protect yourself," the saleswoman added. "Thank you." Song Si understood the implication but paid no heed to the caution. "All right, here is the fitting room. Let me know if it's too big or too small. I'll help you exchange it." The saleswoman pointed to a small room. "Okay." Approximately 2 minutes later, Song Si emerged before Gu Qingchen, clad in a pristine white dress. "Is it beautiful? Spin around so I can take a look," Gu Qingchen said, lifting her chin. Obediently, Song Si twirled around. "Yes, it suits you very well." She then turned to the saleswoman. "Please prepare the bill. And could you swap the dress I selected earlier for her?" "Of course." Next, Song Si changed into a shoulder-bearing camisole paired with jeans. After settling the payment for both the dress and the new outfit, Gu Qingchen grasped the shopping bag in one hand while holding on to Song Si's wrist with the other as they made their way to the restaurant upstairs. "Let's go eat first. We can continue shopping this afternoon." Gu Qingchen glanced at his phone and spoke. "All right." Naturally, Song Siyu complied with Gu Qingchen's arrangements. Chapter 22, The Grand Shopping Expedition, Part 2. They arrived at a hot pot restaurant. Under the guidance of a server, they settled at a table towards the back. After picking up the menu, Gu Qingchen ordered a divided hot pot, for portions of lamb, for portions of beef, and various common hot pot ingredients such as oil wheat vegetables, shrimp paste, and beef tripe, along with 2 bottles of iced orange juice. The server meticulously marked each item on her electronic menu before attending to other patrons. "Please wait. I shall prepare the dipping sauces for you." Gu Qingshan stood up, took the bowls for himself and Song Siyu, and made his way to the condiment station. In no time, he returned with 2 expertly crafted sauce plates. This one contains sesame paste, sweet vinegar, and sesame oil. I refrained from adding chili for you. Placing one of the sauce plates before Song Siyu, Gu Qingshan introduced his carefully concocted dip. Good. Uncertain of how to prepare a delicious sauce herself, Song Siyu felt content knowing Gu Qingshan would take care of it. After waiting for less than 10 minutes, the steaming hot pot along with the accompanying dishes and beverages arrived at their table. Gu Qingshan twisted open the orange juice and handed it to Song Siyu before deftly placing meat and greens into both the spicy and clear broths, followed by adding the shrimp paste gradually. He then pointed to the beef tripe, saying, "This should be immersed in the boiling broth for about 15 seconds before it is ready to eat." Okay. Although Song Siyu did not fully understand the reasoning behind it, she trusted Gu Qingshan's expertise without question. Once the delightful hot pot feast concluded, the two rested in the restaurant for a while before resuming their shopping venture. Subsequently, Gu Qingshan purchased for Song Siyu 8 outfits each for spring and autumn, 10 for summer, and 5 for winter. They also browsed through around 20 pairs of shoes to match the clothes, including loafers, canvas shoes, dad shoes, flats, knee-high boots, cotton shoes, patent leather heels, and lace-up high-heeled sandals, generally acquiring 2 pairs of each. They did not overlook knee-length cotton socks, over-the-knee socks, as well as black and white stockings. Additionally, they picked up cozy slippers and nightwear. However, the nightwear consisted solely of standard cotton styles, with the most daring being a silk nightgown. More provocative options would have to wait for another time. Are you buying too much? Gu Qingshan merely replied, I am not short on funds. And Song Siyu is in urgent need of these items. Moreover, they are for her own enjoyment. How could I possibly think it excessive? As for the notion of spending money to support someone else's wife, that was absurd. He was not foolish and could discern the genuine fondness Song Siyu held for him. If he let her slip away, it would be a grave mistake. At this point, Song Siyu was too exhausted to speak, having tried on countless outfits. Any sense of embarrassment, reluctance, or modesty had become trivial. She realized that Gu Qingshan was indeed wealthy, paying without a hint of hesitation, and even seemed to take pleasure in it. It seems that the money he earned leaves him uncertain of its purpose. But now he finally has something that piques his interest and demands his investment. Regardless, Gu Qingshan buys her whatever she desires, having already spent 200,000. A little more debt is of no consequence. At worst, she could offer herself entirely in return. Yet, there lingers an unsettling feeling of ingratitude. Am I not a beauty in my own right? My figure should be commendable, and I am not a disloyal woman prone to fleeting romances. At the very least, I could bear him several children in the future. Surely, he would not suffer significant losses. Moreover, it is often said that wealthy individuals tend to be unfaithful. At most, I would permit him to secretly keep a mistress outside, but she must never be brought home, nor must she bear any children. If Gu Qingshan were to discover the audacious thoughts of this young girl, he would undoubtedly label her with 5 words: extreme love brain. Chapter 23. The Grand Purchase, Part 2. While on their way to the 3rd floor of the mall, Gu Qingshan suddenly noticed a store displaying a dress worn by a model. Instantly, he was curious to see how Song Siyu would look in it. He immediately pointed at the model and asked her, Siyu, would you like to try on that dress? Song Siyu gazed at the form-fitting purple gown, a hint of shyness flickering in her eyes, yet she nodded, saying, if you want to see it, I can try it on. All right. Upon receiving her consent, Gu Qingshan led her into the store and addressed the staff. Could you please find a dress in the same style as the one on the model, in her size? Of course, please hold on a moment. Before long, a staff member returned, directing Song Siyu to the fitting room. However, after a while, there was still no sign of her. Gu Qingshan, puzzled, approached the fitting room door, knocked lightly, and inquired, Siyu, are you almost done? I'm ready, but this is quite. Song Siyu's voice trembled slightly. Then, the door to the fitting room swung open, revealing her blushing face, filled with embarrassment as she stammered. Why, you can come in. I don't dare go out. All right. Just as Gu Qingshan was about to enter, a nearby salesgirl suddenly interjected, Excuse me, sir. This is a mall. Please be mindful. Gu Qingshan, a frown crossing his face, replied, Do I really look like a pervert with this handsome face? He added with a hint of annoyance, Thank you for the reminder. I know my boundaries. The salesgirl forced a smile, her expression awkward. Upon entering the fitting room, Gu Qingchun beheld Song Siyu, who had crossed her arms over her chest and abdomen. "You're blocking my view. How am I supposed to see?" he remarked. At his words, Song Siyu bit her lip in frustration and lowered her arms to cover her face instead. Instantly, her alluring figure came into view. Wow, that slender waist, a commendable bosom, and those long legs, subtly revealed by the dress's slit. Although it may not fully accentuate the elegance of the gown, and her aura feels slightly mismatched, her beauty and physique are undeniably captivating. At that moment, Gu Qingchun felt that something was still amiss as he approached Song Si, gently removing the small hair tie that secured her ponytail. Her inky hair cascaded down like a peacock displaying its plumage. Subsequently, Gu Qingchun gathered her long hair again, fashioning it into a simple yet daring updo. Throughout this transformation, the young girl offered no resistance, allowing the boy to mold her appearance. This was precisely the effect he desired. Marvelous, indeed. Gu Qingchun admired her for a moment, until the shop assistant knocked on the door, prompting him to reluctantly exit the fitting room. "I'll take this dress. Please prepare the invoice for scanning," he instructed the assistant. "Certainly, please follow me." Once Song Si emerged, she had reverted to her charming self, adorned in a white dress with her hair neatly tied back. After Gu Qingchun provided his address for home delivery, he led her to the third floor, which housed bed linens and lingerie. He first guided Song Si to purchase undergarments. The experience was somewhat awkward, as the sales representative incessantly praised Song Si's beauty while attempting to promote various seductive lingerie styles. Do modern salespeople lack a sense of boundaries? Ultimately, Gu Qingchun did not acquiesce to the sales representative's wishes, opting instead for 8 sets of standard cotton underwear and 8 sets of reasonably patterned lingerie before departing. However, he did add the sales representative on WeChat for future reference. Next, he purchased 5 sets of pink-themed bedding, 1 white and 1 pink summer quilt, 2 winter goose down comforters, as well as 2 latex pillows and 2 goose down pillows. "All right, now let us head to the 4th floor for electronic goods," he declared, leading Song Si to the Huawei sales area on that level. As they listened to the sales representative introduce this year's new smartphones and tablets, Gu Qingchun decisively acquired a 115 tablet and a newly launched white Huawei 60 with 16 gigabytes RAM. He arranged for the tablet to be delivered and took the phone with him, observing Song Si, who held the phone delicately in her embrace and walked silently beside him. Gu Qingchun playfully teased, "Why aren't you exclaiming how expensive it is? Aren't you supposed to refuse it endlessly?" Song Si blinked in confusion and replied, "Didn't you say that I mustn't refuse the things you buy for me? Or else I'll get spanked when we get home." Gu Qingchun chuckled helplessly and ruffled her hair. "All right, let us go get you a laptop. You'll need it for university. I'll explain everything about the phone once we're home." "Okay," came her sweet, soft-spoken reply. A short walk brought them to a store specializing in extravagant gadgets. This time, Gu Qingchun bypassed any introduction from the staff, directly selecting a laptop with a 913-900 for 090 graphics card, 64 gigabytes of memory, and a 24 solid-state dual screen with a 240 Hz refresh rate. Although its appearance may not align with a girl's preferences, performance took precedence. If the aesthetics were lacking, he would simply purchase laptop stickers online for decoration. They then descended to the basement level, where a supermarket and household goods store awaited. Gu Qingchun, accompanied by Song Siyu, ventured into the daily necessities section. He procured a pack of 6 white towels, 3 pink bath towels, a rabbit-shaped toothbrush holder, a pink electric toothbrush, 2 ordinary toothbrushes, 2 tubes of toothpaste, and a pink thermos. Subsequently, they proceeded to the hygiene products aisle. Lacking familiarity with the intricacies of feminine toiletries, Gu Qingchun relied entirely on the recommendations of the sales assistant, purchasing 2 bottles each of facial cleanser, shower gel, and shampoo, along with 4 large boxes of sanitary pads, differentiated by day and night usage and varying absorbency. "Sir, please hold on a moment. I am one of the managers here. My name is Wang Ziwen." A man hurriedly approached Gu Qingchun just as he was about to leave the store with Song Siyu after completing his purchases. "I trust my items are in good hands." Gu Qingchun replied with a nod. Manager Wang paused for a moment, then smiled amiably. "I noticed you bought quite a bit, but did not take it with you. It's clear you are a frequent visitor to our mall. Previously, it was Manager Zhao who would contact me. Why is it you this time?" "He's on leave for a couple of days, so I am filling in," Wang explained. "All right, thank you for your assistance. I had previously left my address, so I will take my leave now." "Very well, take care," Wang responded as he watched Gu Qingchun depart before turning back into the mall. The service at Fengyuan Mall is indeed commendable. Any purchase exceeding 5,000 yuan prompts a staff member to remind the customer, offering complimentary delivery to their doorstep. Gu Qingchun, who chose not to take his purchases immediately, was clearly a regular patron, requiring only a brief acknowledgement before his departure. Chapter 24. The Joy of Shopping and the Chaos of Organizing Before Heading Home. Gu Qingchun made a special detour with Song Siyu to a Unicom service center to arrange a phone card for her. However, he realized he had forgotten that Song Siyu's identification card had not yet arrived. Reluctantly, he decided to provide her with a secondary card from his own plan, which was nearly equivalent and posed no significant issue. After taking a taxi back home, Gu Qingchun ordered 2 servings of dry pot rice through Meituan. Awaiting the delivery from the mall, with some leisure time on his hands, he began to teach Song Siyu how to use her phone. "Here, give me your phone, and I will show you," he instructed. Song Siyu obediently handed over her device. Gu Qingchun accessed the settings, turned off the automatic brightness adjustment, and opened the password setup interface before returning the phone to her. "You can set your own password now." Song Siyu did not take back her phone, but instead said, "You can input it for me. Your password will suffice." Gu Qingchun smiled gently, entered the password 060305, and reminded her, "By the way, that is also the code for our front door, so remember it. You wouldn't want to be locked out." "Okay," Song Siyu nodded in agreement. "And for the fingerprint setup, that requires your own touch," Gu Qingchun added. After following the voice prompt, Song Siyu recorded her fingerprint and then returned the phone, asking, "Shall I record yours as well?" Gu Qingchun, somewhat understanding of the youthful sentiments, did not inquire further and proceeded to register his own fingerprint. Subsequently, he downloaded WeChat, guiding Song Siyu step by step to create her account, add his WeChat ID, and save his contact number. He also installed applications related to television dramas, movies, short videos, and online shopping, patiently instructing her on registration and usage. Time passed unnoticed as Song Siyu nestled on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, while Gu Qingchun quietly read a novel. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was the delivery person. Just as he reached the entrance, another call came through, this time from the mall's delivery staff. Fortunately, the elevator in their community did not require a key card, so he simply needed to open the door and wait. The delivery person arrived first, and after receiving the takeout, the courier followed closely behind. Gu Qingchun placed the takeout on the dining table before assisting the courier with the delivery. Song Siyu quietly stepped forward to help as well. Although there was a substantial amount of items, they were not heavy, and soon everything was moved. "Thank you for your hard work," Gu Qingchun said politely. "It's nothing. It's our job. We must be off now. There's another delivery to make," the courier replied and departed. Looking at the scattered items, Gu Qingchun felt somewhat overwhelmed. Shopping bags, shoe boxes, and cardboard boxes were strewn about. Such delight in purchasing, yet such disorder in tidying up. He temporarily placed the tablet and laptop on the coffee table. The numerous boxes of sanitary pads were all stored in the storage room. Despite the apartment being a 2-bedroom layout, Gu Qingchun's room included a small storage area, just large enough for items like toilet paper, tissues, and wet wipes. However, it was a bit cramped due to the excessive number of sanitary pads purchased. The remaining clothes and shoes were organized by Song Siyu into the wardrobe of the guest room, while bedding was tucked away in the storage compartment beneath the bed. She tossed all her new undergarments into the washing machine. After organizing the toiletries in the bathroom, they finally sat down at the dining table to eat the now lukewarm meal. Song Siyu had changed into her white cotton-printed pajamas, though without any undergarments at the moment as they were still washing. All her old undergarments and shoes had been discarded, leaving only a set of school uniform as a memento of their 3 years together as classmates. Chapter 25. The kitchen in disarray that evening. The two sat quietly on the sofa, absorbed in their phones. Gu Qingchun lay back, while Song Siyu sat upright. The drowsy young girl, unable to fight her fatigue, slowly rose and said, "I feel a bit sleepy. I'll go rest now. What would you like for breakfast tomorrow? I can make it for you." Gu Qingchun waved his hand dismissively, responding, "No need. I'll go for a morning run and bring back some tofu pudding for you. You can sleep in a little longer." As night fell, Gu Qingchun bid farewell, "Good night." He then added, "By the way, I have transferred 10,000 yuan to you via WeChat as an advance payment for 3 months' salary. Be sure to accept it." Song Siyu, with her ruby lips slightly parted, was about to decline when Gu Qingshan interrupted her once more, insisting, "No refusals, or I shall spank you, the kind that requires you to lower your pants." "All right. Thank you," Siyu replied, instinctively covering her rear as she complied and returned to her room. Gu Qingshan did not perceive this as behavior of a sycophant. Rather, he was merely indulging his future wife. If their parting were amicable in the future, that would suffice. But should Siyu prove troublesome, he would ensure she experienced profound regret. Nevertheless, Gu Qingshan did not foresee such a day, considering the years of torment she had endured at home. If her character were to deteriorate, it would have already done so. Morning dawned. Gu Qingshan, having just awakened, stretched languidly in bed before rising and approaching the window, only to find a fine drizzle falling outside. It seemed that yesterday's cloudy weather had been misleading. It was overcast indeed. With the prospect of morning jogging now dashed, Gu Qingshan donned his pajamas and made his way to the living room, contemplating whether to summon a delivery boy to fetch 2 servings of tofu pudding from the nearby breakfast shop. Unfortunately, the proprietor was an elderly gentleman who did not engage in takeout services. At that moment, the door to the guest room creaked open. A slightly dazed, pure young woman with long hair cascading down to her waist emerged, clad in white pajamas and white slippers. Regrettably, the modesty of her attire concealed all but her exquisite face and charming toes. As Siyu, intending to use the bathroom, caught sight of Gu Qingshan seated on the sofa, she turned her head in surprise, questioning, "Aren't you going for a morning run? It's raining outside." "So I can't go," he replied. Please wait a moment. I'll use the restroom and then prepare breakfast for you," she said, not allowing Gu Qingshan a chance to respond before she slipped into the bathroom. Glancing at his phone, Gu Qingshan silently canceled the delivery order. Could a breakfast prepared by his future wife not surpass that of a stranger's? Moments later, Siyu emerged from the bathroom and made her way to the kitchen. She deftly gathered her hair into a ponytail with a small elastic band and began rummaging through the cupboards. To her dismay, the only ingredients available were some eggs, a half bag of rice, and less than half a bag of flour. In this day and age, who does not have frozen buns or steamed buns in their refrigerator? Yet, Gu Qingshan's was devoid of even those. The freezer was spotless, completely unused. Siyu felt a wave of exhaustion. Did he truly subsist solely on takeout? If this had been his lifestyle for years, how was he now standing robustly before her? Why did Gu Qingshan's parents neglect him? Were they too busy earning a living? Or was it that affluent families simply raised their children in such a laissez-faire manner? Resigned, she concluded that with the scant ingredients at hand, she could only prepare egg pancakes and rice porridge. While boiling noodles was an option, this was the first breakfast she would make for someone she cherished, and she did not wish it to be overly simple or perfunctory. Chapter 26. The young girl's first breakfast in the kitchen. Siyu intended to sift the flour, only to discover that there was no sifter in the house. With no other options, she meticulously used her hands to pick out the raw rice weevils from the flour. Subsequently, she combined the sifted flour with eggs, salt, and an appropriate amount of water, stirring them into a batter. As Siyu cooked the pancakes, Gu Qingshan gradually approached, curiously observing the egg pancake that was about to be flipped in the pan. Being a young master from a wealthy family, he had indeed never encountered such a dish before. It was his first time hearing of an egg pancake. Initially, he thought it would simply be an egg cracked onto a flatbread, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was akin to a crepe, made with batter. Once she served the pancake, Siyu picked up a piece with her chopsticks, holding it beneath with her other hand, and brought it to Gu Qingshan's lips. "Give it a try and see if it suits your taste," she encouraged. Gu Qingshan, naturally unreserved, promptly took the pancake along with the chopsticks into his mouth, commenting, "It's quite soft and rather delicious." Siyu smiled gently. "That's good to hear, though it would be even more fragrant with some scallions." "Not a problem. It's wonderful as it is. Now, if you would be so kind as to prepare the meal, I shall go wash up," he replied. After his words, Gu Qingshan left the kitchen for the bathroom, while Siyu continued to ladle another scoop of batter into the pan. During the wait, she found herself gazing at the chopsticks that had been used by the person she admired. Strangely compelled, she slowly raised her hand and placed the chopsticks into her mouth. Lost in thought, her expression vacant. It wasn't until the egg pancake began to emit a burnt aroma that Siyu snapped back to reality. Hurriedly flipping the pancake over, a blush crept onto her cheeks as she glanced back, relieved to find no one behind her, and she shyly covered her face with her hands, exhaling in relief. By the time Gu Qingchen finished washing up, Song Siyu had already laid out the breakfast on the dining table and was patiently seated, awaiting his arrival. What are you waiting for? Eat up, Gu Qingchen said as he took his seat and picked up his chopsticks. All right, Song Siyu replied. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she took the chopsticks Gu Qingchen had just used, savoring her meal with deliberate slowness. However, as she ate, she inquired, I plan to go grocery shopping this afternoon. Is there a place nearby where I can buy vegetables? Yes, if you exit the community and turn right. At the first intersection, turn right again, and there's a small shopping mall. The basement level has a supermarket stocked with vegetables, eggs, and meat. There's also a market nearby. Just as Gu Qingchen was about to elaborate further, he reconsidered the need for such a lengthy explanation and changed his tone. Never mind. There's no need for such trouble. I'll take you there this afternoon. All right. After the meal, Song Siyu tidied up the dishes and went to wash her face. Gu Qingchen, on the other hand, reclined on the sofa, patting his slightly full stomach while leisurely playing on his phone. At that moment, Lu Xingzhe suddenly sent a message. Hey, Gu, are you coming out for drinks at noon? Gu Qingchen replied, what nonsense. That sounds disgusting. He continued, why would we drink when we could be gaming? Shouldn't you be inviting me to play instead? Lu Xingzhe, I recently discovered a newly opened barbecue restaurant. Today, the entire venue is offering a 50% discount. Are you coming? Gu Qingchen, absolutely, send me the address. Lu Xingzhe, it's located at my uncle's barbecue joint. Gu Qingchen, the name of this place is fantastic. Lu Xingzhe, isn't it? It was the name that piqued my curiosity. Otherwise, I would have missed out on the 50% discount. Let us meet at the restaurant around 11. I need to stop by my dad's first. Gu Qingchen, Chapter 27. A toast to friendship. Setting down her phone, Gu Qingchen rose and made her way to the restroom. Observing the elegant figure of Song Siyu brushing her teeth, she directly inquired, Siyu, I'm going out for lunch with friends. Would you care to join me? With her mouth full of foam, Song Siyu mumbled, are they male or female? But as soon as she asked, she realized she had overstepped, questioning her own identity. Gu Qingchen, however, paid no heed to such matters and replied, male, a buddy from middle school. Noticing his lack of reaction, Song Siyu quickly rinsed her mouth. Redirecting the conversation, I don't know your friends, so I think I'll pass. Otherwise, you won't be able to relax, and I wouldn't feel comfortable either. All right, I'll just order takeout for you at noon. Gu Qingchen found some merit in her reasoning and did not press the issue. He then added, we can discuss grocery shopping later this afternoon. If it doesn't work out, I can take you tomorrow, or if you prefer, you can venture out on your own. At noon, after Gu Qingchen received the takeout from Song Siyu, he left the house, casually hailing a passing taxi and heading directly to his destination. Upon arriving at his uncle's barbecue restaurant, Lu Xingzhe had already ordered an array of skewers and a clay pot, along with an ample supply of beer and a bottle of liquor, all with the caps already removed. Initially, Gu Qingchen had no intention of overindulging, but upon seeing the setup, he felt a throbbing in his temples. Lu Xingzhe, this rascal, had taken the initiative without consulting him, effectively cutting off any chance of retreat. After taking a seat, Gu Qingchen shot him a middle finger. All right, old Gu, let us drink. No return until we're intoxicated. Drink what? If I get drunk, who will take care of me? You just abandoned me last time. Gu Qingchen rubbed his temples, feeling overwhelmed. Lu Xingzhe took a swig and reassured him, don't worry. I promise to get you home. What is wrong with a wife occasionally tending to her husband? Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Leaping to his feet and staring incredulously at Gu Qingchen, what future wife are you talking about? Gu Qingchen had no intention of concealing anything from his friend and succinctly recounted the events of the past few days. However, he refrained from detailing Song Siyu's past, merely mentioning how he had encountered her, offered her shelter, and taken her shopping for clothes. Lu Xingzhe grew increasingly animated. Damn. So, you're cohabiting with your campus belle? Gu Qingchen, puzzled, took a sip of his drink and replied, yes, it's quite complicated, but we are indeed living together. Lu Xingzhe excitedly slapped the table. Old Gu, whatever happened to being a lifelong singleton? You have betrayed me. The commotion immediately drew the attention of surrounding diners. Gu Qingchen hurriedly pressed Lu Xingzhe back into his seat, exclaiming, can you keep your voice down? Are you proud to be a singleton? Lu Xingzhe, with a face ashen and slumped in his chair, let out a deep sigh, lamenting, all my good friends have shed their virginity, yet where is my love? Gu Qingchen attempted to clarify, ahem, But Lu Xingzhe shot him a sidelong glance. You can't be serious? You have a willing partner right in front of you. And you won't take the opportunity? After 3 years of camaraderie with the campus belle, surely something must have transpired? You can't possibly be incapable? Nonsense. Gu Qingchen protested, his fingers drumming on the table. Our 3 years have been purely platonic. I've only taken her in for a few days. Engaging in such acts would be inhumane. You, the singleton, should refrain from talking nonsense and drink. Lu Xingzhe shot back. As if you're any different. Drink. Thus, Gu Qingchen and Lu Xingzhe continued to clink glasses, drinking to their heart's content until they were thoroughly intoxicated. Eventually, they stumbled out of the barbecue restaurant, arms draped around each other, as if walking on clouds. Chapter 28. The Upset Girl. The first kiss after drinking. Gu Qingchen's tolerance for alcohol was far inferior to that of Lu Xingzhe. Having indulged excessively, he was now unable to distinguish reality from illusion. Lu Xingzhe was not in much better shape, barely maintaining a semblance of sobriety. He summoned a ride, intending to escort Gu Qingchen home first. Upon arriving at Maxiang Academy, Lu Xingzhe, aware that there were others at home, raised his hand and knocked on the door. Soon, Siyu peered through the peephole and, recognizing Gu Qingchen, swiftly opened the door. Upon seeing the girl who had answered, Lu Xingzhe momentarily froze, the alcohol in his system dissipating slightly. It was not surprising. Siyu was breathtakingly beautiful, her unadorned oval face exquisite, with bright eyes and white teeth, a delicate nose, and an aura of innocence that made her resemble a cherished first love. Even in her modest sleepwear, her graceful figure was undeniable. Sister-in-law, Lu Xingzhe greeted politely. Siyu's cheeks flushed slightly. She did not deny it, but silently nodded in acknowledgement. As they helped Gu Qingchen to the sofa, he suddenly sprang up and staggered to the trash can, retching. Siyu crouched beside him, her eyes misty, with glimmers of unshed tears in the corners. She gently patted Gu Qingchen's back, hoping to ease his discomfort. Weren't we just eating? How did it come to this? Her voice was filled with concern and reproach. Once Gu Qingchen had emptied his stomach, he felt somewhat better and leaned back against the sofa, unhesitatingly selling out Lu Xingzhe. The beer and liquor were all ordered by Lu Xingzhe. They were already uncapped and couldn't be returned, so he had no choice but to drink. Siyu immediately turned her gaze toward Lu Xingzhe, who was leaning against the wall, nearly dozing off. A frown of anger crossed her delicate features as she coldly addressed him. Lu Xingzhe, is it? At the sound of her tone, Lu Xingzhe shivered, suddenly alert. What's wrong, sister-in-law? If you dare to drag me into drinking again like that, I shall ensure that you become unrecognizable to your own parents. With that, Siyu cast him a frigid glance and strode towards the bathroom. Lu Xingzhe swallowed hard, casting a sympathetic glance at his good friend before making a hasty exit. One can only hope he isn't henpecked in the future. Emerging from the bathroom with her dental cup and a damp towel in hand, Siyu noticed the absence of Lu Xingzhe and the securely closed door. She let out a cold snort, seated herself beside Gu Qingchen, and meticulously began to wipe his face. Next, she grabbed the trash can and offered the dental cup to his lips, instructing, "Be good, rinse your mouth." Gu Qingchen obediently took a sip, swished it around in his mouth, and leaned over to spit into the trash can. Another sip, Siyu coaxed. Gu Qingchen dutifully repeated the previous action. After wiping his mouth with the towel, she laid him back on the sofa and removed his shoes. Then, she returned to the bathroom with the towel and dental cup to tidy up. Once everything was organized, she went to the kitchen and poured a glass of water, placing it on the coffee table to prevent Gu Qingchen from searching for something to drink later. Observing his serene sleeping face, Siyu found herself inexplicably squatting down to admire him closely. Suddenly, as if sensing her presence, Gu Qingchen drowsily opened his eyes, gazing at the charming young woman before him. Before she could react, he pulled her closer by the back of her neck and gently kissed her soft lips. Siyu's eyes widened in surprise for a fleeting moment before she closed them softly and parted her lips to respond to the warm invasion. Before long, Gu Qingchen fell back onto the sofa in a daze, while Siyu bit her moist lips, her eyes sparkling with delight. Was this the feeling of a kiss? It was indeed somewhat fervent. However, it felt wonderful to give him his first kiss. Chapter 29. The young girl's attentive care after savoring the enchanting moment. Siyu rose to the master bedroom to fetch a pillow and a blanket. She gently lifted Gu Qingchen's head, placing the pillow beneath it, and covered him with the blanket. Throughout the evening, Apart from a brief interlude to cook a bowl of noodles, Song Siyu quietly sat by Gu Qingshan's side, refraining from using her phone, occasionally caressing the cheek of the one she cherished with tender eyes. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the sky brightened. Sunlight streamed onto Gu Qingshan's face. As his eyelids fluttered, he shielded his aching head and slowly awoke, groggily rising from the sofa to find water to drink. However, fragmented memories of the previous night surged into his mind. His foot, poised to touch the ground, suddenly froze, and even the remnants of sleep were instantly banished. He had forcefully kissed Song Siyu last night. At that moment, a soft, adorable sound emerged. Turning to look, he saw the girl reclining on the chaise, rubbing her eyes as she awakened. Upon noticing that Gu Qingshan had awakened, she rose to hand him the cup of water from the tea table. Her tone still somewhat languid. "You drank last night. Have some water first. I'll prepare some noodles for you. Just a little something since you didn't eat anything last night." With that, Song Siyu hurried to the kitchen, disregarding her own need to freshen up, her slippers softly patting the floor. Gu Qingshan felt enveloped by her profound care as he silently sipped the water. The guilt and unease that had initially accompanied his impulsive kiss began to dissipate. After all, since they harbored mutual affection, a kiss should not be a matter of concern, right? Once he finished the water, Gu Qingshan ventured into the kitchen to fill his cup again. Just as he was about to apologize for last night's transgression, Song Siyu interjected, "Please, take a seat. The noodles will be ready shortly." Thus, his words of apology were swallowed back. He returned the cup to its place and settled at the dining table, opting to maintain the status quo, avoiding any mention of the kiss to prevent any awkwardness between them. As Song Siyu brought over a bowl of noodles topped with a fried egg, Gu Qingshan, already quite hungry, began to devour them with gusto. "Slow down. No one is competing with you," she teased, resting her chin on her hands, a smile gracing her lips as she watched him eat. Having cooked more noodles than necessary, Gu Qingshan found himself unable to finish. "I'm so full. I'll take a shower. I smell quite a bit. Could you please clean up?" He wiped his mouth and rose to head to the bathroom. After watching him leave, Song Siyu did not tidy the dishes, but instead took his used chopsticks to sample the leftover noodles, relishing the last bits of broth before carrying the bowl and utensils to the kitchen. Gu Qingshan, dressed in a simple blue shirt with a white undershirt and black shorts, sat on the couch, scrolling through his phone. Just then, Song Siyu emerged from the guest room, gracefully stepping out in a flowing white dress, complemented by a blue cardigan. Her long hair cascading down her shoulders, presenting a sweet demeanor. Perhaps she should consider a haircut and a fringe for an even more charming look. "Are you ready?" Gu Qingshan inquired, putting down his phone. "Yes," Song Siyu replied, nodding with a smile. Having confirmed her readiness, Gu Qingshan stood up and led her outside. They first visited the underground supermarket at a nearby mall. It boasted an array of vegetables, meats, and eggs, albeit at a higher price than the local market. However, the assurance of recourse with receipts was comforting, and snacks, drinks, and condiments were conveniently accessible. After a casual stroll, without making any purchases, they exited the supermarket and headed to the market. Chapter 30. The young girl who bargains with charm. "How much for the green beans, ma'am?" Song Siyu inquired, rummaging through the pile of beans, addressing the elderly woman seated on a stool, her hair peppered with gray. "3.50 per pound. Would 3 be acceptable?" The mother-in-law gazed at the lovely face Song Siyu, and instead of haggling, she kindly smiled and said, "3 yuan it is. I see you're just a young girl. Otherwise, it would be impossible to offer you such a low price." "Thank you, Grandma," Song Siyu replied with a sweet smile. "Could you please pack 4 pounds for me?" Of course, the elderly woman swiftly retrieved a plastic bag, weighed the beans, and handed them to Song Siyu. Afterward, Song Siyu visited several more stalls, purchasing tomatoes, eggplants, potatoes, and other ingredients. Without exception, the vendors were charmed by Song Siyu's melodious voice and endearing beauty, willingly accepting her bargaining. Gu Qingshan, watching from the side, was utterly astonished. It seemed she must be a fox spirit reincarnated. Regardless of the vendors' ages or genders, they succumbed to her prices almost as if bewitched, accepting her offers without much resistance. It was truly remarkable. "Let us go buy some meat and eggs, then we can head home," she suggested. In no time, Song Siyu returned with 2 cartons of eggs, and Gu Qingshan, like a devoted aide, followed closely behind her. At the butcher's, Song Siyu used tongs to select several strips of pork tenderloin, all appearing quite fresh, and decided to take them all. Finally, Passing by a seafood stall, Gu Qingchen casually picked out about 20 crabs, handing the lighter vegetables and meat to Song Siyu while he carried the eggs and crabs out of the market. Upon returning home, Gu Qingchen prepared the dipping sauce and carefully washed the crabs at the sink. Meanwhile, Song Siyu steamed rice, sorted the beans, and began cooking dry-fried beans on the stove. The two were thus engaged for over an hour. Gu Qingchen placed the steamed crabs and dipping sauce on the dining table, only to realize that Song Siyu was nowhere to be found. After searching for a moment, he noticed the bathroom light was on. Assuming the girl was using the restroom, he refrained from starting the meal and sat on the sofa, scrolling through his phone while waiting. However, after a considerable time had passed without any sign of her, he approached the bathroom door and knocked gently, asking, "Siyu, are you all right?" Initially hesitant and grappling with how to ask for his help, Song Siyu responded from within, "I'm fine, just that time of the month, and my stomach hurts a bit. Could you please bring me a sanitary pad?" "All right," he replied, heading to the storage room, casually opening a box of sanitary pads and retrieving one before returning to the bathroom door. "How do I give it to you?" he inquired. "The door isn't locked. You can come in, just cover your eyes. You'll only see the floor." Song Siyu hesitated before responding. When Gu Qingchen pushed the door open, half covering his eyes and focusing on the ground as he stepped inside, Song Siyu's face flushed with embarrassment. She quickly took the sanitary pad from him and urged, "All right, you can go now." Gu Qingchen, not daring to linger, promptly turned and exited the bathroom. He rushed to the kitchen, fetched a bottle of cola and a piece of ginger, and busied himself with some task. When Song Siyu emerged and took her seat at the dining table, Gu Qingchen promptly handed her a glass of ginger-infused cola. "Here, have a sip to tide you over. We have neither brown sugar nor a hot water bag at home. After dinner, I shall fetch you some," he remarked. The ginger cola serves as a remedy against the chill, but it must be consumed in moderation. "Just this one glass for today." "Thank you," Song Siyu replied, accepting the drink with both hands and taking small sips. It possessed a hint of ginger flavor, yet the predominant taste was the sweetness of the cola, and the carbonation had dissipated, making it quite palatable. As Gu Qingchen busily shelled crabs, he added, "You won't be able to indulge in crabs during your period. They are too cooling for your constitution." "That's fine. I can opt for green beans instead," she replied, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance, one that Gu Qingchen misinterpreted. Nevertheless, he dipped 2 crab legs in sauce and placed them in her bowl. "Just these 2 to sample. If you want more, I shall prepare them for you once your period is over." "Okay," Song Siyu responded, a bit bewildered. She was unsure why he had initially forbidden her to eat, but had suddenly changed his mind. Since they had dined rather early and were not particularly hungry, they merely had a light meal, leaving the rest to be reheated for dinner. At noon, Gu Qingchen was sprawled comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, while Song Siyu sat nearby, engaged in her own activities. At that moment, Lu Xingzhe sent a message. "Old Gu, are you doing all right?" Gu Qingchen replied with a puzzled expression. Lu Xingzhe continued, "Yesterday, your sister-in-law was so fierce. She threatened to beat me. My parents wouldn't have recognized me. I nearly jumped out of my skin. I woke up and immediately thought to check if you were still alive. True brotherhood, right?" Upon reading this, Gu Qingchen recalled the memory of Song Siyu's fiery outburst directed at Lu Xingzhe the previous night. He glanced at the serene and gentle girl beside him, recalling her tender and attentive care from the night before, which seemed utterly incongruous with the cold demeanor he had remembered. Gu Qingchen replied, "You brought it upon yourself. Who told you to act rashly? If the wine could be returned, would this have happened?" Lu Xingzhe responded, "So, love can fade, right?" Lu Xingzhe added, "Be careful, or you might find yourself under the thumb of your wife." Gu Qingchen chuckled, "Not engaging with you any longer. I'm heading out." He set down his phone and glanced once more at the girl beside him, her gentle smile illuminating her face as she quietly played on her device. Wife management. Surely that won't be the case? He mused. "See you. I'm going out to buy brown sugar and a hot water bag. You should rest at home." Gu Qingchen slipped into the shoes by the sofa and rose to leave. Song Siyu rubbed her abdomen and said, "Actually, it doesn't hurt much. You needn't go to the trouble. A bit of hot water will suffice to warm my stomach. No worries. Better to be prepared for any eventuality. If comfort is within reach, why settle for less? Just wait here," he assured her. "All right, just be careful," she replied. With that, Gu Qingchen waved and departed from the house. Approximately an hour later, he returned, carrying brown sugar, a bag of salt, and a large plastic bag of snacks. The salt bag serves a purpose similar to that of the hot water bag, merely providing warmth in a solid form. Gu Qingshun placed the brown sugar in the kitchen, intending to boil it later that evening, especially since Song Si had only consumed ginger cola. As for the snacks, he left a portion for her, replenishing the remainder on his own empty snack shelf in his room. Chapter 31. The legendary Sister Miaoshu. After dinner that evening, Song Si reclined on the plush bed, a warm salt bag resting against her abdomen, feeling quite content. At that moment, the bedroom door swung open. Gu Qingchun entered, carrying a cup of ginger-infused brown sugar water. Upon seeing him, Song Si quickly propped herself up against the headboard, reaching out to accept the cup he offered. "Are you feeling more comfortable?" he inquired. She replied, sipping the slightly warm brown sugar water, nodding gently. "All right, I won't disturb you any longer," Gu Qingchun said as he turned to leave. "Just place it on the bedside when you're done. I'll tidy up tomorrow. Get to bed early. You shouldn't stay up late during your period. Call me if you need anything." After his admonitions, he closed the door to his room and returned to his own quarters. Song Si sipped the brown sugar water slowly, her eyes shimmering with delight. The warm, sweet liquid felt as if it flowed into her heart, enveloping her in a profound sense of happiness. The youthful girl, somewhat love-struck, found herself exhilarated and stayed awake late into the night. Morning arrived, with the sun barely peeking over the horizon. Gu Qingchun had just returned home from his morning run, fresh from the shower and dressed in his pajamas. Hardly had he settled onto the sofa when a knock echoed through the house. Reluctantly, he rose and made his way to the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a vision, a woman clad in a flowing white gown, adorned with high-heeled sandals, her straight hair cascading down her back, and her figure voluptuous. She carried a white handbag on her right arm and a large bag of breakfast in her left hand, her gentle smile reminiscent of a neighborly sister. Yet, there was an unmistakable aura of sophistication and authority about her. Gu Qingchun recognized her immediately, his tone filled with surprise. "Sister Miaoshu? What brings you here?" Indeed, this woman was the very Miaoshu he had referred to during his call, a close friend of his mother. Since leaving home in the second year of junior high, they had only exchanged phone calls and messages, never meeting in person. Shin Miaoshu feigned displeasure. "What? The little rascal doesn't welcome me?" "Not at all. It's been 5 years since we last met. You appear at my doorstep without any notice. Who wouldn't be startled?" "All right, come in," he said, stepping aside to welcome her into his home. He placed the breakfast he had purchased on the dining table as Shun Miaoshu surveyed her surroundings, settling onto the sofa. "Your little home is quite nice," she remarked. Gu Qingchun, unfazed by Shun Miaoshu's unannounced visit to Lingjiang, understood that, given her capabilities, discovering his exact address was a trivial matter. "Of course, it can't compare to your palace, your Imperial Highness. Please make do with it," he teased. "How dare you? Go, make me some tea," Shin Miaoshu commanded without hesitation. Gu Qingchun merely rose to the kitchen to fetch a glass of purified water, which he placed before her. "We seldom have guests at home, so I haven't prepared tea. Please, drink water. It is beneficial for your health." Shin Miaoshu shot him a sidelong glance and lifted the glass, sipping with the same reverence as one would when tasting tea. Subsequently, she set down her glass and inquired, "By the way, what about the young girl you took in? She's still asleep. She must be experiencing her menstrual cycle and hasn't rested well. Otherwise, she would have woken up by now." Shin Miaoshu nodded in acknowledgement. "In the afternoon, I shall take you both out for a splendid meal. I passed by a restaurant earlier. It has a decent-sized establishment and is located next to a shopping mall, so the food should not be lacking in quality." "Where did you acquire a car?" Gu Qingchun asked, perplexed. "The secretary of our mayor has temporarily lent me her vehicle," Shin Miaoshu replied. "Ah, the power of authority is indeed overwhelming. It's early in the morning, and the secretary must be compelled to rise to deliver the car to her." Chapter 32. Shun Miaoshu broke through the veil after the two engaged in light conversation for a while. Song Siyu emerged from the guest room. Upon seeing a stranger, she paused momentarily, her expression shifting to one of nervousness as she greeted, "Hello." Shun Miaoshu carefully examined the girl's features and physique, responding with satisfaction, "Greetings. You must be Song Siyu, correct? My name is Shun Miaoshu. Qingchun should have mentioned me. If it's not too much trouble, you may call me Sister Miaoshu." "Sister Miaoshu," Song Siyu obediently called out. "Indeed, a well-behaved girl," Shun Miaoshu remarked, rising to take her hand and leading her to the dining table. "Let us have breakfast. It's the perfect opportunity for us to chat." Gu Qingchun followed closely behind. At the dining table, Shun Miaoshu laid out steamed buns, millet porridge, and a selection of pickled vegetables. The buns are filled with wild vegetables and eggs. They are available in the magical city and taste quite good. However, I am uncertain about their quality here in Linjiang. If they are unsatisfactory, I shall order something else. That is fine. It will suffice, Gu Qingchen replied. Shun Miaoshu shot him a glance of annoyance. Who asked for your opinion? I'm speaking to Siyu. Ah, with new acquaintances, one forgets the old. Love has faded. Gu Qingchen retorted. Song Siyu waved her hand, declining. No need, Sister Miaoshu. A light breakfast will do. Shun Miaoshu assumed the girl was merely being modest and emphasized. It's perfectly fine. If it doesn't taste good, don't force yourself. I'll order something else. We are all family here. There is no need for shyness. Before Song Siyu could speak, Gu Qingchen interjected, Sister, where does this family notion come from? Shun Miaoshu looked at him in confusion. Isn't Siyu your girlfriend? Upon hearing this, Song Siyu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson as she lowered her head to nibble at the bun. Ahem, Gu Qingchen coughed awkwardly. For now, we are merely friends. Friends? Yet you buy her clothes and shoes, and you even ask her for help. Are you trying to deceive me? Shun Miaoshu finally grasped the situation. So for now, does that mean in the future a certain female designation will be added? Just eat your food. Gu Qingchen promptly stuffed a bun into her mouth. Shun Miaoshu ceased her teasing, huffing lightly as she began to chew on the bun. After breakfast concluded, Shun Miaoshu pulled Song Siyu into the guest room for a chat, leaving Gu Qingchen forlornly locked outside. He initially contemplated eavesdropping by pressing his ear against the door, but the soundproofing from the renovations proved too effective, rendering any attempt futile. Reluctantly, he retreated to his own room to engage in video games until nearly noon. Eventually, Shun Miaoshu emerged from the room with a dressed-up Song Siyu. Their arms linked like close sisters, clearly indicating that their morning conversation had significantly deepened their bond. Particularly striking was Song Siyu's outfit, a white off-shoulder blouse paired with a pink mini-skirt and knee-high white socks, an ensemble undoubtedly curated by Shun Miaoshu, as she would not typically don such revealing attire. Qingchen, we're heading out for lunch, Shun Miaoshu announced, knocking on the door to the master bedroom. Just a moment. I'll change, Gu Qingchen responded, shortly emerging in the same blue shirt and shorts he had worn the previous day. Upon catching sight of Song Siyu's subtly alluring and adorable attire, his gaze was instantly captivated, openly admiring her. All right, enough staring. She'll be yours eventually. Let us go to the restaurant before it gets crowded, Shun Miaoshu interjected, playfully patting Gu Qingchen's arm. Meanwhile, Song Siyu blushed, shyly hiding behind Shun Miaoshu. Yet her heart brimmed with joy, pleased that the person she admired was drawn to her. On the way, Shun Miaoshu and Gu Qingchen engaged in light conversation, while Song Siyu leaned against the car window, quietly observing the bustling shops along the street. She found solace in such moments, reminiscent of her trips to buy things via public transport, which granted her a fleeting sense of escape from her previous life. Though it was an illusory comfort, she could not help but feel a spark of joy. Now, the ride was smoother, the seats more comfortable, and she was accompanied by someone she cherished, freeing her from the confines of her so-called home. This brief experience felt dreamlike to her, and she feared awakening from it too soon. Suddenly, Song Siyu noticed a shop that stood out starkly from its surroundings, and a plan began to form in her mind. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Shun Miaoshu casually ordered a few dishes and drew Song Siyu close, whispering conspiratorially. Gu Qingchen, seated across from them, was absorbed in his phone, oblivious to Shun Miaoshu's merciless recounting of his past misadventures. Let me tell you, when Gu Qingchen was a child, he once wet the bed. To avoid his mother finding out, he secretly rinsed the sheets and hung them out to dry while she was at work. Unfortunately, they were white sheets, and once dried, they bore a ring of yellow stains. Ha! Song Siyu stifled her laughter, glancing at Gu Qingchen to ensure he was unaware, then relaxed and continued to listen to Shun Miaoshu's revelations. And there's more. His mother once hired a retired soldier to train him physically and teach him self-defense skills. As a consequence, the young man could no longer endure the coach's relentless drills. Seizing the opportunity while the coach was in the shower after work, he stealthily took the clothes left at the entrance and set them ablaze. It is said that the coach emerged in a state of disarray, rushing out bare-bottomed, sprinting toward the young man's bedroom, hastily wrapping a bedsheet around himself. During this chaotic endeavor, it seems that the household maid caught sight of him, nearly prompting her to call the police. Subsequently, The coach trained Gu Qingxin mercilessly, exhausting him to no end. Each time I visited, he lay motionless on the sofa, and I would playfully spank him, causing him to bounce up and down, which I found utterly amusing. After a lively discussion at the expense of Gu Qingxin's dignity, dishes began to grace the table. Shun Miaoshu did not return Songxi to her. Instead, she served her a plate of sweet and sour pork, followed by a dish of fish-flavored shredded pork, treating her as if she were her own daughter. The meal concluded satisfyingly. Shun Miaoshu summoned the waiter, elegantly wiped her mouth, and pointed her slender finger toward Gu Qingxin, declaring, "That young man will settle the bill." Gu Qingxin was taken aback. "Wait, you invited us. Why should I pay?" Shun Miaoshu nodded with an air of certainty. "I am indeed treating you, as I brought you here. Besides, I am the guest, right? Do you really expect a guest to pay?" Gu Qingxin was speechless and gave a thumbs up in approval of her reasoning. Thus, he reluctantly opened WeChat and settled the bill. Upon returning home, Gu Qingxin turned to Songxi and said, "See, I need to have a private word with Sister Miaoshu. Could you go back to your room and play on your phone for a while?" All right," Songxi replied, though somewhat puzzled. She obediently nodded and retreated to her own room. "Come with me, Sister Miaoshu," Gu Qingxin instructed without looking back. Shin Miaoshu had no choice but to follow. In the master bedroom, Gu Qingxin observed Shun Miaoshu occupying his gaming chair and promptly leaped back, sitting down on the table. Shin Miaoshu, with her delicate hand, playfully tapped his leg, her tone gentle. "You're quite the handful. What pretense are you putting on? After several years, you haven't changed a bit." "I take good care of myself, and I'm still quite young at just 36, Gu Qingxin retorted silently. "In 4 months, you'll be 37, he mused inwardly. Shun Miaoshu beamed at him, her fingers suddenly gripping his thigh tightly, giving it a vigorous twist. "Ouch, that was a mistake." Gu Qingxin quickly pried her hand away and got straight to the point. "All right, we've eaten and chatted. What brings you all the way to Linjiang? Don't tell me it's just to see me. I'm not naive." The sudden visit of a woman, uninvited, surely harbored ulterior motives, likely related to his mother. Shun Miaoshu did not contest this, instead taking out her phone to display an image, a middle-aged man with a prominent belly being handcuffed, surrounded by local villagers in their attire. "I have taken care of the tasks you assigned to me. The owner of the illegal coal mine has been apprehended, albeit with some difficulty, as the villagers from that small hamlet were fiercely protective of him, likely due to the benefits he had bestowed upon them. If it were a regular police officer, they would need to report through the ranks. Otherwise, they would truly be at a loss. This scoundrel, taking advantage of the underdeveloped communication networks, has lured many individuals to work illegally, and he may have blood on his hands, though we will only know the full extent after a thorough investigation." She continued, "As for Siyu's father, you mentioned avoiding legal measures against him. That will require some effort, so let us wait a few more days. Rest assured, I guarantee that you will be able to marry her without any disturbances from this miscreant." Gu Qingxin chose to ignore the woman's teasing and inquired further. Shin Miaoshu paused for a moment before gently saying, "Your grandfather passed away yesterday." Gu Qingxin was taken aback for a brief moment, sighed, and nonchalantly replied, "Is that so? So you came all this way just to tell me this?" Shin Miaoshu hesitated before continuing. "He left the majority of his estate to your mother, while the other children received only some shares in the company's dividends." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxin lost his composure, exclaiming, "Has he lost his mind? Why would he leave everything to my mother?" Shin Miaoshu explained with some exasperation, "Put aside your prejudices. Your grandfather was a businessman, not a fool. He understood the nature of his children. Equal distribution would only squander the wealth he amassed over a lifetime. It is far better to empower the most capable child, your mother, and provide the others with dividends, ensuring their financial security for life. A clearly stated will can also prevent conflicts among the children and preserve familial harmony." Gu Qingxin had to concede that, though the old man was disagreeable, he was indeed astute. "By the way, he also left you an inheritance, a 2-story villa complete with a garden and a swimming pool." No sooner had Shun Miaoshu finished speaking than Gu Qingxin leaped from the table, eyes wide with disbelief. "What? That old man actually left me something? It must be a joke. He never liked me. How could he possibly leave me anything?" Shin Miaoshu shot him a calm glance, softly chiding, "Don't be so dramatic. You startled me. Your grandfather indeed harbored a strong dislike for you, but nonetheless, you are his grandson. It would be unreasonable not to leave you something." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxin finally relaxed, inwardly murmuring, "Thank goodness, I almost felt guilty for a lifetime. Chapter 35. What does it mean to be a mother? He then pressed further. What else? Shen Miaoshu, visibly displeased, poked Gu Qingqian's belly with her finger, grumbling, You just have to dig deeper, don't you? Speak up quickly, or I will call your parents to complain, claiming you have ulterior motives towards me, an old cow courting tender grass. I bet your grandparents would summon you home immediately. Gu Qingqian threatened back. You little rascal are not endearing at all. Shen Miaoshu pouted in complaint and said, Surely you've guessed it by now? It was your mother who sent me. I'm merely a worker. Gu Qingqian lifted his chin slightly, saying, Enough of the trivialities, let us proceed. Shen Miaoshu replied, Your mother has secretly urged me to intervene on your behalf, to ensure you fill in your application for a university in the metropolis, so that you may return and assist her in managing the conglomerate, ultimately preparing to inherit it. Is that all? Gu Qingqian shrugged his shoulders. Had you mentioned this earlier, it would have spared me the need for caution. Now, if I were to intervene, I would be met with your grievances. You compel me to speak, and upon my return, the beauty will surely scold me again. Shen Miaoshu turned slightly, resembling a sulking child, her face etched with dissatisfaction. Yet, she persisted with her inquiry. However, from your tone just now, it seems you have acquiesced? How could that be? She only realized the lack of successors upon taking charge of the company. And it was then that she remembered I exist, Gu Qingqian replied, his voice tinged with resentment. Shen Miaoshu hurriedly attempted to console him, saying, Do not speak in such a manner. After all, she is your mother. In truth, since your departure from home, she has shown considerable concern for you. When you first arrived in Linjiang, the 2 million I provided included 1 million from your mother. Furthermore, she financed the copyright for your novels, the software programs you developed, and the piano lessons you took. Most of your clients were introduced by her. I acknowledge that she initially bore you with the intention of having a tool, and her subsequent neglect stemmed from this. However, her nature is inherently aloof and slow to respond. Over the years, amidst her few close friends, I have been the only confidant who grew up alongside her. She immersed herself in her work, and by the time she recognized the need to learn how to be a proper mother, you had already matured. Thus, her intentions are merely to atone and to provide you with a life of comfort and abundance. Suddenly, Gu Qingqian slammed his hand on the table, breathing heavily. His voice brimming with anger. She may be inherently cold and unresponsive, but what of me? Am I destined to endure scorn from my family and bullying from my peers? And what of the indifferent gazes when I sought her help? Now she wishes to be a good mother? What right does she have to utter such words? Are you not aware that belated affection is worth less than weeds? After this outburst, Gu Qingqian calmed his tone, continuing, Fine. I understand her reasons for giving birth to me. I comprehend, and I do not harbor hatred. I accept her assistance as a form of compensation, a means to alleviate her guilt. Should she fall ill or require aid in the future, I shall return to care for her wholeheartedly. However, she ought not to present herself as a benevolent mother, expecting me to embrace her anew. If you intend to act as a mediator, I advise you to leave Linjiang promptly and not waste any more time here. Shen Miaoshu let out a heavy sigh, rising to open the door. Before stepping out, she turned back and said, Take some time to ponder this. I will remain in Linjiang for a while. Chapter 36. Striving to pursue as Shen Miaoshu opened the door. She was met with the sight of Song Si standing at the threshold, her hands clasped anxiously before her, a look of deep concern upon her face. She smiled gently, exited the room, and closed the door behind her, pulling Song Siyu to sit on the sofa. Siyu, do you have feelings for Qinshin? Song Siyu's cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she nodded affirmatively. I don't know much about your relationship, but could you share with me what it is that draws you to him? After a brief hesitation, Song Siyu recounted the events of the past few years, expressing that he was the one she could not live without. This candid revelation stemmed from her connection to Gu Qingqian. Perhaps by voicing her feelings, she would receive some acknowledgement. The outcome was as she hoped. Shen Miaoshu, upon hearing her, embraced the girl tenderly, patting her back and encouraging her, then strived to pursue him, hold on to him tightly. I can see that Qinshan has affections for you as well. Since we, his family, cannot always be present to care for him, I hope you will take it upon yourself. Shen Miaoshu's tone bore a hint of guilt and regret. I will certainly take good care of him, replied Song Siyu, oblivious to the deeper emotions behind the words, interpreting them merely as a family member's request for her future boyfriend. Shen Miaoshu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair as she corrected. It's not about you merely caring for him. You too are a child in need of care. What I mean is for you to be his source of emotional solace. Though Gu Qingchen may seem indifferent now, the wounds of his childhood are irreparable. One day, these scars may resurface, but with a confidant by his side. Even the deepest wounds can gradually heal. And you, your childhood pains surpass his. I hope you can also regard him as a source of comfort, sparing yourself the chance of reopening old wounds. Song Siyu nodded earnestly. I understand, Sister Miaoshu. Don't worry about me. Seize the moment and comfort Qinshin. Shin Miaoshu patted the back of her hand, encouragingly. Thank you, Sister Miaoshu. Song Siyu rose, bowing in gratitude, then hurried towards the master bedroom. Shin Miaoshu observed the hasty girl, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. She murmured softly, how wonderful it is to let the emotions that overflow fill the voids of childhood. Alas, you were born when I was already old. With a slow gait, Shin Miaoshu made her way to the entrance, casting a final glance at the tightly shut bedroom door before gently departing from Gu Qingchen's home. Gu Qingchen lay on his bed, staring at the pristine white ceiling. His thoughts a tangle of complexity. He had lost the family member he despised most, yet inherited a house from them. The maternal affection he craved in childhood had come to him, albeit after he had matured and grown wise. In truth, from the moment his first novel was sold and the rights acquired, and when his programming software and piano teaching business attracted major clients, Gu Qingchen had sensed unseen hands orchestrating events behind the scenes. He had a hunch about the identity of this benefactor, but accepted the assistance with a sense of ease. He understood that no matter how much he might refuse, as long as he desired to earn, she, as his mother, would always find a way to place money into his hands. Moreover, he does not entirely disavow his mother. Rather, it is the scars of his childhood that render him unable to embrace her. Should anything befall her, he would undoubtedly rush back to her side without hesitation. Chapter 37. Comfort in a gentle embrace. At that moment, the door creaked open softly. Are you all right? A melodious and delicate voice followed. Gu Qingchen looked up to see a graceful young woman approaching. What could possibly be wrong? I merely had a minor quarrel. Go rest, don't mind me. Song Siyu was resolute in her concern, slowly taking a seat beside him on the bed. I worry about you. Gu Qingchen smirked slightly. What is there to worry about? Am I likely to come to harm in my own home? Song Siyu offered no reply. She removed her slippers and climbed onto the bed, sitting beside Gu Qingchen's head. If you have any troubles, you can confide in me. I can be your confidant, just as you can be mine. What troubles could I possibly have? I'm merely tired and wish to rest. Song Siyu chose not to press the matter further. Instead, she gently placed her hand on Gu Qingchen's forehead, soothingly smoothing out his slightly furrowed brow. Feeling the comfort of the young woman, Gu Qingchen's previously feigned nonchalance faded away. After a moment's hesitation, he finally spoke. Would you like to hear a story? Yes, please do, Song Siyu replied softly. There was once a boy born into an affluent family. Though he received an elite education and lacked for nothing materially, no one in the household held any affection for him. The elders referred to him as a bastard, while his peers bullied him relentlessly. Whenever he sought solace and support from his mother, he was met with cold indifference and neglect. Only one aunt showed him kindness and care. As he grew older, his mother seemed to change, bombarding him with numerous lessons to learn and occasionally offering guidance. Yet, she would also express annoyance at his noise, often pushing him aside. The boy felt like a mere plaything, summoned at will and dismissed just as easily. One day, he inadvertently overheard a conversation between his mother and aunt. To his astonishment, he learned that he was a test tube baby, a mere tool for his mother to evade an arranged marriage. The reason for the family's disdain towards him stemmed from the fact that, had that marriage succeeded, the family's assets would have multiplied exponentially. Upon discovering this truth, the boy fled from home. He bore no hatred towards his mother. He understood that, were he in her position, he might have acted similarly. Yet, just as he achieved independence and began to lead a tranquil life, his mother resurfaced, demanding he return to learn how to manage the family business and insisting she wanted to be a good mother. How ironic it was that after years of silence, no calls, no messages, she only dared to express her desire for motherhood after the family's most disdainful member had passed away, sending someone else to convey her sentiments. She still regarded the boy as a mere toy, with no sign of change whatsoever. After listening to Gu Qingchen's story, Song Si sniffled and, unable to contain her emotions, lifted his head onto her lap. She gently cradled his face in her soft hands and, with a voice tinged with tears, murmured, all All right, don't be sad. I care about you. Here, sniffled serves as an onomatopoeia for her crying. Gu Qingchun, resting his head on the tender thigh of the girl, felt a wave of comfort wash over him. His mood lifted considerably. Observing Song Si's teary-eyed expression, he couldn't help but chuckle. Why are you still crying? Compared to you, I feel like I'm living in paradise. At the same time, he raised his hand to gently wipe away the tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. However, Song Si disagreed with his assessment and swiftly retorted, "No, it's different. Everything I've been through was to meet someone like you who shows me compassion. When you feel this way, it makes my heart uneasy, so please don't be sad, all right?" In response to her words, Gu Qingchen lifted his hand, which he had just lowered, and playfully pinched her soft cheek, his tone filled with affection. "All right, my little love-struck fool, I won't be sad anymore. And you mustn't cry either. Just let me stay like this for a moment." Song Si playfully tugged at his hair, obediently responding with a soft okay. From that moment on, their relationship seemed to transcend into something deeper, with an understanding of each other's experiences and emotions. And having had their feelings subtly revealed by Shen Miaoshu, they naturally entered a state akin to being in love, even without any formal confession. Chapter 38. Pretend love. After lying together for over an hour, Gu Qingchen rose from Song Si's lap. As he prepared to help her up, she sweetly complained, "Wait a minute, my legs are numb." "Sorry." Gu Qingchen chuckled and knelt down, one hand grasping her delicate ankle while the other began to massage her thigh. Indeed, not only was it comfortable to rest on her lap, but the texture was also delightful. He thought to himself that he must experience the sensations of both black and white silk someday. After a while of exchanging the massage between their legs, Song Si's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly said, "All right, you can stop now." Gu Qingchun, not pushing his luck, stood up, took her slender hand, and gently pulled her up from the bed. Once out of the bedroom, he continued to hold her hand, not letting go. Song Si, shyly lowering her gaze, showed no signs of resistance. Glancing around the empty living room, Gu Qingchun deduced that Shen Miaoshu had departed, but he paid it little mind. The car had been arranged, and surely their place of residence would be satisfactory, leaving no need for his concern. The two settled onto the sofa, each engrossed in their phones. Yet their hands remained intertwined, neither willing to release the hold. At that moment, Gu Qingchen squeezed her delicate hand and turned to her, asking, "I'm going to the driving school this afternoon to register for lessons. Do you want to learn too?" Song Siyu pondered for a moment and shook her head, saying, "I won't study it anymore. I know nothing about cars, and even if I obtain a license, I wouldn't be able to drive well. Perhaps I'll consider it again later." "All right then, stay obediently at home while I go register at the driving school." Gu Qingchen did not insist further and released Song Siyu's hand. "By the way, I'll buy dinner on my way back, so you needn't bother cooking." "Understood." Upon hearing the girl's response, Gu Qingchen pushed the door open and departed. After a brief wait, seeing that he had not returned, Song Siyu hurriedly changed her shoes at the entrance and cautiously stepped outside. Approximately 10 minutes later, Song Siyu entered a tattoo parlor named Wild Rose. The sign outside indicated that it primarily catered to women. A woman dressed in a somewhat nightclub style, adorned with a lip piercing, glanced up at Song Siyu as she entered, but quickly returned to her phone, saying, "I don't tattoo children here. Hurry up and leave. Don't stray from the right path at such a young age." Hearing the woman's somewhat harsh tone, Song Siyu initially considered retreating. However, she seemed to recollect something and timidly pulled out her phone, saying, "I can pay extra." The female tattoo artist raised an eyebrow in confusion, scrutinizing the pure and timid girl before her. She thought that such an innocent and beautiful girl did not seem like someone who would go astray. She set down her phone and asked, "Why do you insist on getting a tattoo? Is someone forcing you?" Song Siyu quickly shook her head and explained, "No one is forcing me. It's for someone who means more to me than life itself." The tattoo artist immediately speculated, "Did you lose a relative and wish to have their portrait? I could draw you a picture for free. There's no need to tattoo it on your body." "No, I want to tattoo a name." The tattoo artist pondered for a moment, realizing that a name wasn't too significant, and even if it needed to be removed later, it would be manageable. She agreed, saying, "All right, come with me to the back." With that, she led Song Siyu into a small room. Chapter 39. The female tattoo artist's counsel. After locking the door, the woman picked up a tattoo pen and sanitized it. Pointing to a reclining chair, she said, "Lie down." "Where would you like the tattoo?" Song Siyu reclined in the chair, shyly pulling down her collar, and in a voice barely above a whisper, said, In the center of my chest. The tattoo artist frowned and confirmed, "Are you certain?" Siyu nodded. "What name would you like?" Gu Qingchen. The tattoo artist nodded in understanding and was about to begin. Siyu added, "And I want hearts on both sides." This startled the tattoo artist, who quickly raised her hand and asked, "Who is he? Your boyfriend?" "Yes. That's not advisable. Young girl, if you get this tattoo, in the future, you might have trouble finding a good boyfriend after a breakup." The tattoo artist pinched her temples, pondering, are today's young girls also consumed by love? Yet, Siyu earnestly pleaded, "Please, sister, I am not acting on a whim." Subsequently, she succinctly recounted her experiences and the deeds of Gu Qingchen to the female tattoo artist. The tattoo artist, with a compassionate touch, gently patted Siyu's head and remarked, "It sounds as though the young man you speak of is indeed admirable, yet, dear sister, I cannot proceed with your tattoo. Are you certain that such a wonderful boyfriend truly appreciates the idea of you getting inked? You need not prove anything to him. The foundation of his love for you must begin with self-love. I believe your boyfriend would not wish for you to inscribe his name on such an intimate part of your body. There are myriad ways to express love. It does not solely reside in tattoos. Preparing him a delightful meal or reminding him to dress warmly in the cold. Aren't these gestures far more heartfelt than mere ink? You see, I bear numerous tattoos from my youthful indiscretions, yet my boyfriend left me, and now suitors are scarce. Do you not fear that your boyfriend might part ways with you over this?" Upon hearing these words, Siyu's myriad thoughts dissipated. The risk of being disliked by the one she admired was too great, and she resolved against getting the tattoo. She hastily straightened her collar and bowed slightly to the tattoo artist, saying, "Thank you, sister, but I shall not proceed with the tattoo." With that, she hurriedly made her way home. The tattoo artist, witnessing this, smiled with satisfaction, murmuring, "What a girl willing to sacrifice everything for love." Yet, it remained unclear whether this whisper referred to Siyu or herself. After unlocking the door, Siyu cautiously peeked inside, relieved to find that Gu Qingchen had not yet returned. She sighed inwardly, fearing that he might discover her secret visit to the tattoo studio and be displeased with her. Even though she had not gone through with it, the very act felt rather reckless at her tender age. Once inside, she closed the door and settled onto the sofa. Inquiring via WeChat about Gu Qingchen's return, he replied that he was still undergoing a physical examination and would come back once the results were available. Unable to remain idle, Siyu began tidying up the house, dusting the tables as the clock approached 6. Gu Qingchen returned, carrying 2 servings of honey-glazed grilled meat rice. Noticing Siyu seated on the sofa, he retrieved 2 bottles of cola from the refrigerator and called out, "Stop playing on your phone and come eat." "All right," Siyu replied, approaching the dining table, casting a furtive glance, and seated herself with her head bowed. Gu Qingchen regarded her with mild curiosity, but thought little of it, sliding 1 portion of grilled meat rice towards her. "I bought a large serving. If you can't finish it, just leave it. Don't force yourself." The restaurant's portions were generous, meant to satisfy nearly 3 people's appetites, and were reasonably priced. Siyu replied, taking a mouthful of rice and nodding in acknowledgement. After their meal, Gu Qingchen let out a satisfied belch, and Siyu followed suit, though she stifled her sound. "Let us turn in early tonight. I'll take you out tomorrow. I'm going to play some games now. Call me if you need anything." Gu Qingchen rose, playfully pinching her soft cheek before heading towards his own bedroom. Upon observing his departure from her sight, Siyu returned to her chamber. Chapter 40. The Date, Part 1. The morning radiated an exceptional brightness, or at least that was the sentiment of Gu Qingchen. Uncharacteristically, he abstained from his morning jog. After freshening up, he made his way to the kitchen, where Siyu was busily engaged. Clad in an apron, with her hair elegantly tied back in a ponytail, she resembled a diligent and neat little housewife. Soon, a plate brimming with perfectly cooked egg pancakes was placed upon the dining table. Without hesitation, Gu Qingchen seized one and indulged it voraciously, just as Siyu, having removed her apron and taken a seat, gently tapped his shoulder, playfully admonishing, "Do not eat so recklessly, you might choke." Instantly, Gu Qingchen amended his ungainly manner, opting instead for more refined bites. With a smile gracing her lips, Siyu picked up her chopsticks, selecting a pancake to place into her bowl. The bowl and chopsticks prepared for Gu Qingchen remained untouched, mere decorations upon the table. After breakfast, Siyu reclined on the sofa, and Gu Qingchen naturally rested his head upon her lap while engrossed in a novel. though separated by sleep pants. He could not feel the softness of her skin. Meanwhile, Song Siyu absent-mindedly combed through Gu Qingshan's hair while scrolling through short videos. At that moment, a phone rang. Upon answering, Gu Qingshan inquired, "What is it, Sister Miaoshu?" The situation with Song Taijun is nearly resolved. Previously, I attempted various angles to cause him some inconvenience, but it was all rather ineffectual. Subsequently, I looked into Song Taijun's wife, and guess what? Not engaging with Shun Miaoshu's suspenseful tone, Gu Qingshan interjected, "Shun Darren. Adopt a professional demeanor and dispense with the theatrics." "Fine," Shin Miaoshu replied, somewhat disinterestedly. His wife has rekindled her relationship with her former benefactor in recent years. I also had someone capture a few photographs of her infidelity. Given her character, it is possible that the child is not biologically his. Last night, I relayed the photographs and suspicions to him. Although he has not acted against his son as of yet, he and his wife certainly exchanged quite a few harsh words. Currently, Song Taijun has taken his son to the hospital. I suspect they are pursuing a paternity test. All right, keep an eye on it. I shall be enjoying a day for two. If anything arises, just message me, Gu Qingshan concluded, hanging up without ceremony. As the busy tone echoed, Shin Miaoshu, still situated in the municipal office, paused in surprise, her mouth twitching in irritation. That little rascal. How dare he hang up on me? Meanwhile, Gu Qingshan relayed the entirety of the news to Song Siyu, who remained unfazed, merely responding with a nonchalant "oh." Gu Qingshan rose from her lap, casting her a puzzled glance. Given your father's extreme preference for sons over daughters, how will he react when the news of such infidelity returns to their village? Are you not fearful that, in a fit of rage, he might take the lives of his wife and illegitimate child, ultimately condemning himself to a lifetime of imprisonment? Even in the face of past familial abuse, Song Siyu refrained from reporting it to the authorities, perhaps in the hope that this sole relative could thrive. He has already dealt with the scoundrel father without resorting to incarceration, yet now, what is the matter with the girl's indifferent demeanor? Song Siyu set her phone aside, her delicate fingers tightly clasping Gu Qingshan's hand. He supports me for monetary gain. Now, he nurtures Yi Qing. Yet in this vast world, only you are my true kin. This declaration illuminated Gu Qingshan's understanding of her sentiments. Previously, regardless of how that wretched father treated her, she had but this one reliance, which necessitated her enduring patience. Now, however, she has found a new, tender source of support, allowing her to wholly immerse herself, rendering the once thorny reliance entirely dispensable. Gu Qingshan rose, affectionately tousling Song Siyu's hair, and said, "Let us change our attire. We shall go out for some fun." "Very well." Song Siyu beamed a sweet smile and proceeded to her bedroom. Gu Qingshan donned a simple black hoodie adorned with prints and shorts. After a brief wait, Song Siyu emerged, clad in a white, off-shoulder, floral-embellished princess dress. Yet, something felt slightly amiss. After a moment of admiration, Gu Qingshan discerned the issue and approached her, removing the small hair tie from her ponytail and placing it on his wrist. Satisfied with her cascading hair, he playfully pinched her cheek. With her ample bosom, fair skin, and graceful stature enhanced by the princess dress, she truly exuded the essence of a wealthy heiress. It was evident how strikingly beautiful his future mother-in-law must be. Of course, that scoundrel father possessed a certain charm as well. Otherwise, that woman, once a kept mistress, would not have risked everything to betray her benefactor. Upon reaching the foyer, they exchanged shoes and, without a word, intertwined their fingers as they stepped outside. At the shopping district, they arrived at the Jeune Fashion Hair Salon. Yuan. Stop playing on your phone. Gu Qingshan tapped the front desk. Yuan looked up, her face lighting up with a teasing smile. "Oh? Is that you, Brother Gu?" She then turned to Song Siyu, who stood beside him. "Is this your girlfriend?" "Indeed," Gu Qingshan confirmed with a nod. "How wonderful. Are you here for a haircut?" Yuan inquired. Gu Qingshan gently nudged Song Siyu forward. "She'll have a trim. Something simple will suffice, you decide." "Sure. I promise to refine this rough gem into something exquisite," Yuan assured with a smile. Song Siyu's long, straight black hair was already beautiful. It simply needed a slight adjustment, as her blunt bangs were rather thick. Although lovely, they could be enhanced further. Gu Qingshan occupied himself with his phone while sampling the front desk snacks, waiting for Song Siyu to finish her haircut. In less than half an hour, Yuan returned with Song Siyu, her tone brimming with pride as if she had accomplished a great feat. "Look, how do you like it?" Isn't my skill quite commendable? Song Siyu looked at him with eyes full of anticipation. Gu Qingchun gazed at the girl before him, her waist-length hair flowing like ink. One side revealing her ear while the other cascaded down to conceal it. Her thick, straight bangs had been transformed into elegant French bangs, enhancing her exquisite oval face, which radiated the essence of first love. Truly splendid, the new hairstyle elevated her beauty several notches. Please, Sister Yuan, just swipe my membership card. And we shall take our leave, he said. All right, do not linger. Go enjoy your date. How Yuan smiled, watching the two depart. Once outside the barber shop, Song Siyu casually wrapped her arm around Gu Qingchun's, strolling down the street. Many passers-by, particularly young men, turned their heads frequently, captivated by the ethereal beauty of Song Siyu and envious of Gu Qingchun. They certainly made quite an impression, enchanting and captivating all in their wake. Subsequently, Gu Qingchun led Song Siyu to a mall where they perused various clothing stores, purchasing several outfits. He found himself increasingly delighted by the prospect of seeing her in different ensembles. After all, having a girlfriend who can model outfits is hardly inappropriate, is it? As they passed a store selling high heels, Gu Qingchun decided to take her inside for a look. High heels would undoubtedly enhance the elegance of a princess dress. But unfortunately, Song Siyu had yet to master the art of wearing them. The pairs from their last shopping spree were still gathering dust in her closet. Nevertheless, today, Gu Qingchun wished for her to give it a try. Excuse me, do you have these shoes in size 36? Gu Qingchun inquired, pointing to a pair adorned with rhinestones. The sales associate picked up the shoes, glanced at them, and promptly handed them over, saying, "This is size 36. You may try them on, and if you like them, I can fetch a new pair for you." "Great," Gu Qingchun replied, handing the shoes to Song Siyu as she settled onto a sofa in the store. Just as she reached out to take the shoes and put them on, Gu Qingchun interjected, "Allow me to help you with that." "Ahem. It's merely changing shoes for my future girlfriend. It's not about any ulterior motive or a foot fetish. Absolutely not." With a blush that rivaled that of a ripe apple, Song Siyu lowered her gaze, permitting him to assist her. Gu Qingchun knelt before the girl, first removing her shoes and setting them aside, followed by her little white socks, which he neatly folded and tucked into his pocket. Then, he gently lifted her delicate, charming feet, with their graceful arches, placing them on his leg, and carefully slipped the rhinestone-embellished heels onto her petite toes, securing the back strap. He repeated this procedure for her other foot. After this little endeavor, Song Siyu's cheeks were as red as a tomato. Gu Qingchun softly grasped her slender fingers and gently helped her stand, saying, "Try walking a bit. I'll support you." "Okay," Song Siyu replied, taking tentative steps, her movements steady, though occasionally she would misstep, reminiscent of walking on a plank in the water. She felt a thrill. Adorned in a refined dress and stepping into beautiful high heels, it was a novel sensation. It was as if her perspective had elevated, and her mindset had transformed. A sense of confidence enveloped her, as if she had transformed from the once dusty Cinderella into a fashionable and elegant young lady of privilege. She understood that all of this was a gift from Gu Qingchun. If they were not in the mall at that moment, the heart that had been simmering for 3 years might have already succumbed to the urge to confess its feelings. Gradually, Song Siyu walked with increasing familiarity, no longer requiring assistance. Gu Qingchun, satisfied, completed the payment, carefully packed the white shoes, and took Song Siyu by the hand, leading her out of the mall. The sound of her high heels clicking on the floor echoed like a rhythm playing upon Gu Qingchun's heart. They did not continue browsing, but first went to the storage area on the first floor to check in their clothes and shoes before taking the elevator to the 7th floor. The entire 7th floor was filled with various restaurants. A glance around revealed a bustling crowd, especially during the summer vacation, with the 8th floor hosting a cinema, attracting a majority of students. After finishing their meal, Gu Qingchun took Song Siyu upstairs to watch a film. They entered a restaurant specializing in pickled fish, where the attention of many young men converged upon them, oblivious to the protests and discontent of their girlfriends. After all, Song Siyu was ethereal, her striking beauty, coupled with a princess gown and sparkling high-heeled sandals, created a visage reminiscent of first love, with a pure charm and delicate, rosy toes that captivated all eyes. Gu Qingchun ordered their dishes at the front desk and guided Song Siyu to a wall-side seat. "See, sit here, you can go inside," he said, indicating a high-backed, firm sofa. Obediently, Song Siyu settled in, while Gu Qingchun took a seat beside her, effectively shielding her from prying gazes. The group of young men, recognizing the situation, ceased their scrutiny. As Song Si observed Gu Qingchen's possessive demeanor, her heart felt as if it were enveloped in honey. She wrapped her arms around his, tentatively resting her head on his shoulder, quietly awaiting their meal. Gu Qingchen smiled gently, naturally embracing the girl's affection. While scrolling through Douyin, Song Si joined in, watching alongside him. When the dishes arrived, Song Si did not immediately dig in. Instead, she carefully selected a piece of fish, delicately removing the bones, and placed the edible morsel into his bowl. In response, Gu Qingchen freed one hand to gently pinch her soft face, causing her pink lips to pout adorably. Song Si looked at him in puzzlement. Gu Qingchen smiled slightly. "Don't pick the fish for me. You should enjoy your meal." "Okay," she replied. Yet she continued her pattern of taking a piece for herself, then selecting another for him, repeating this cycle until the meal was complete. No matter how much Gu Qingchen protested, he could only resign himself to enjoy the moment. After their meal, they took a brief respite before strolling hand in hand to the 8th floor. At the automatic ticket machine, Gu Qingchen swiped the screen and asked, "Shall we watch a comedy or a romance? Can we watch a horror film?" Song Si pondered before replying, "Huh, you enjoy that genre?" Gu Qingchen was somewhat taken aback, pondering to himself, "Outside, it is soft and delicate, yet unexpectedly bold. Is this what contrast entails?" Indeed, Song Siyu had never encountered a horror film, merely having heard that it is best for couples to watch such films in theaters, hence her remark. "Very well, I shall select a domestic horror movie." With that, Gu Qingchen procured 2 tickets for a film centered on a puppet of terror. With some time to spare before the show commenced, he guided Song Siyu to the arcade section, a common feature of cinemas, designed to occupy patrons before the onset of the film. Arriving at a claw machine, Gu Qingchen scanned the QR code for payment, heedless of the gazes of onlookers. He drew Song Siyu close and enveloped her in his arms, leaning down to press his cheek against her slightly flushed face, whispering softly, "Come, let me teach you how to play." As he spoke, his large hand covered her delicate one, gently maneuvering the joystick up and down, left and right. He halted above a seal plushie, lifting Song Siyu's hand and pressing it on the red button. As the claw opened and descended, it successfully grasped the toy and effortlessly dropped it into the prize chute. Instantly, Song Siyu turned and embraced Gu Qingchen's sturdy waist, exclaiming, "Wow, you got it on the first try. You're amazing." Gu Qingchen was a bit bewildered. "I merely demonstrated. How did I actually win?" However, with even fate seemingly assisting him, he graciously accepted the victory. Gu Qingchen retrieved the seal plushie and presented it to the girl. "This is for you, a memento of our first date." "Yes, I will cherish it dearly," replied Song Siyu, clutching the plushie tightly, her joy evident. The two continued to take turns at the claw machine several more times, yet each attempt yielded nothing. "Let us stop playing. Let us try something else," suggested Song Siyu, concerned about wasting money, as she tugged at Gu Qingchen's arm to engage in other games. They experienced a water gun shooting game against a screen and a racing motorcycle game. Her initial excitement waned, revealing her disinterest in such games. Ultimately, she attempted the dance machine. Though her movements were somewhat clumsy, she merely followed the arrows on the screen, stepping on the corresponding pedals with little grace. Despite this, a crowd of onlookers formed, their attention fixated on her. Thus, after just 2 rounds on the dance machine, Gu Qingchen gently pulled Song Siyu away to explore other activities. Chapter 42. The humble confession of a young girl. Before the film commenced, Gu Qingchen purchased a large bucket of popcorn and 2 cups of cola, leading Song Siyu to the ticket counter for entry. Row 5, seats 15 and 16. Glancing at the seat numbers on the tickets, he swiftly located their designated spots. Given that it was a horror film with no renowned actors, the audience was sparse, predominantly consisting of couples. In the entire cinema, only seats 5 and 6 were occupied, and they were taken by a pair of burly gentlemen. Is there truly anyone who would accompany their brothers to watch such a niche horror film? Regardless of whether they were brimming with camaraderie, Gu Qingchen was apprehensive that Song Siyu might be led astray, thus pinching her cheek to prevent her from glancing to the right. The thought of a day in the future where the young girl gazes at him and Lu Xingzhe with a blissful grin sent shivers down his spine. Unbeknownst to Song Siyu, Gu Qingchen's thoughts were rather peculiar. She assumed he merely wished to pinch her cheek and paid little heed to his intentions. Before long, the lights in the hall dimmed abruptly and advertisements began to play on the screen, accompanied by an ear-splitting sound emanating from the speakers. At this moment, Gu Qingchen finally withdrew his hand, engrossed in his phone while awaiting the commencement of the film. For Song Siyu, it was her inaugural experience in a cinema, and even the advertisements sparked a profound curiosity within her. She watched the screen intently until the actual movie commenced, greeted by a familiar opening sequence. Initially, the plot unfolded mundanely, merely narrating the story. However, it was not until the moment of animating the paper man that the atmosphere turned ominous. At this juncture, Song Siyu, filled with trepidation, clung to Gu Qingchen's arm, covering half of her face while revealing only one eye. It was a blend of fear and eagerness to watch. Gu Qingchen offered her popcorn, which she instinctively accepted with an open mouth. Suddenly, the camera panned from the man's left shoulder to his right, and out of nowhere, the head of a paper man appeared behind him. A piercing scream erupted in the cinema, including one from the burly gentleman seated next to Gu Qingchen. The sound was shrill and bizarre, overshadowing the shrieks of other girls, leaving a lasting impression on him. Though Song Siyu refrained from screaming, she buried her face deeply into his embrace. Their commemorative seal plush toy from their first date lay discarded beside them. The plush toy seemed to lament, "So love will vanish, won't it?" Feeling Song Siyu's trembling form, Gu Qingchen chuckled as he held her close. He had anticipated that choosing a horror film would require audacity, yet this was the outcome. Subsequently, Song Siyu did not remove her head from his embrace for the remainder of the film, choosing to remain like an ostrich until the credits rolled. As the hall lights illuminated, Gu Qingchen gently patted Song Siyu's back, reassuring her, all right, the movie's over. It's all fictional. Otherwise, how could it have been filmed? Right?" Naturally, Song Siyu was aware of this, yet the fear was inescapable. Cautiously, she peeked from his embrace, surveying the brightly lit surroundings and exhaling a sigh of relief. She swiftly clutched Gu Qingchen's arm, retrieved the plush toy, and, feeling somewhat weak in the legs, exited the cinema while silently vowing never to watch a horror film again. After retrieving their stored belongings on the first floor, in an effort to alleviate Song Siyu's fright, the two did not head directly home, but instead meandered through a nearby park. Perhaps due to the sweltering heat, the park was rather desolate. Gu Qingchen and Song Siyu strolled hand in hand along the banks of the artificial lake, savoring the warm breeze while admiring the verdant lotus leaves and the delicate pink and white blossoms, as well as the shimmering ripples upon the water's surface. Yet, as they walked, the young girl abruptly halted. Gu Qingchen turned back, puzzled, and inquired, "What's the matter?" Song Siyu stammered, gathering her courage. Lowering her gaze and closing her eyes tightly, she confessed in a voice that wavered from loud to soft, "I like you. Will you be my boyfriend?" The words lacked conviction, as if she had already resigned herself to the possibility of rejection. Regardless of the outcome, she intended to remain by Gu Qingchen's side, simply reluctant to let go of this serene and beautiful moment. Gu Qingchen's expression was one of surprise. He had brought her to the park precisely to confess his feelings, only to find that the girl had bravely taken the initiative. He did not respond immediately, but gently patted Song Siyu's head, saying, "I know you have feelings for me. And I like you too, or else I wouldn't be so close to you." Upon hearing this, Song Siyu lifted her head, her eyes sparkling with joy. However, he continued, "But I wish to understand, does your affection stem from gratitude, or is it genuine?" Her heart raced, sensing that her confession might soon be reciprocated. In a rush, she poured out her thoughts. "I truly like you. It's the kind of love that comes from the heart. I have liked you for 3 years. I know I am not worthy of you, neither in family background nor experience. I genuinely do not want to hinder you from finding a better girl, but I cannot help but love you. You said that the 200,000 was to repay the kindness of raising you and as a betrothal gift. Yet I am now your fiancée. I love you, Gu Qingchen. Regardless of whether it's love or a transaction, I simply wish to stay by your side forever. I want to be a little selfish and greedy. Please, even if you fall for another girl, do not abandon me. Let us maintain our secret connection, shall we?" Listening to Song Siyu's humble confession, Gu Qingchen found himself at a loss for how to respond to her fervent affection. After a moment of reflection, he tenderly said, "Silly girl, since I have chosen to like you, I will not entertain feelings for anyone else. Moreover, your desires are neither selfish nor greedy. You deserve this. Are you agreeing to this?" she asked, her eyes wide with hope. Gu Qingchen smiled faintly, offering no words but conveying his answer through his actions. He cradled her face in his hands, gently caressing her cheeks before leaning in to kiss her soft lips. The girl's eyes widened in astonishment before slowly closing, tears of joy spilling from the corners of her eyes. They embraced tightly, their tongues entwined in a passionate dance. The notion of being lovesick is not inherently negative. It merely signifies being ensnared by the wrong person. However, when one encounters the right individual, it blossoms into a mutually cherished romance. Regrettably, such profound emotions are all too rare in this world. Uncertain how much time had passed, Siyu breathed lightly, her body languidly resting in Gu Qingshan's embrace. May I call you Qingshan? After 3 years of unrequited love, the girl longed to claim a term of endearment. Gu Qingshan, caught between amusement and exasperation, replied, "That's my nickname. It feels rather odd when you say it." "Then what should I call you?" Siyu inquired. "Forget it, let us stick with Qingshan. It sounds affectionate." Gu Qingshan decided, dismissing the matter. He then asked, "And what shall I call you? Cici? Yibao?" "Let us go with Cici. Yibao feels a touch too sentimental." Siyu affectionately nuzzled against Gu Qingshan's chest. Due to their earlier intimacy, both were now glistening with perspiration. Gu Qingshan gently wiped the sweat from her flushed cheeks, saying, "Cici, let us head home. If this continues, we might suffer from heat stroke." "All right." Hand in hand, they exited the park and hailed a taxi. Chapter 43. Siyu's treasured collection. Upon returning home, Gu Qingshan pulled Siyu onto the sofa, showering her with kisses. Those in love are never satiated, especially when it's their first taste of romance. It was not until after 6 in the evening that Gu Qingshan finally released her lips. Breathless, Siyu languidly settled on his lap, relishing the warmth that lingered after their affectionate exchange. Her heart, now branded with Gu Qingshan's essence, was wholly receptive to his every gesture, showing no desire to resist him. Seizing a moment, Gu Qingshan took out his phone and ordered 2 generous portions of braised chicken rice before collapsing back onto the sofa beside Siyu, continuing their tender moments. Did their 3-year emotional journey require further nurturing? Naturally, their connection blossomed into a passionate romance. When the takeaway arrived, they finally parted lips, making their way to the dining table. Late at night, having finished his shower, Gu Qingshan lay in bed, engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, a gentle knock echoed through the room. "Come in." As the door opened, Siyu, having just returned, held up the seal plush toy she had caught earlier, covering half her face and revealing her sparkling, doe-like eyes. In a hushed and bashful voice, she asked, "Could I sleep with you? I'm scared." Recognizing the remnants of a horror film's aftermath, Gu Qingshan replied, "Of course, as long as you're not afraid I might eat you." For a moment, Siyu was taken aback, but she quickly grasped the implication behind his words. Having matured through the late-night lessons from her irresponsible father and stepmother, she was no longer naive. "It's fine. If you really can't resist, I'm okay with it." Gu Qingshan, charmed by her innocence, decided not to tease her further. He shifted over on the bed, patting the space beside him, and said, "Come here, lie down." "All right." With a soft acknowledgement, Siyu kicked off her slippers, hugged her plush toy, and climbed onto the bed, settling beside Gu Qingshan. "All right, let us sleep now." Gu Qingshan gently caressed her head, as if soothing a child. Siyu sighed contentedly, wrapping her arms around his waist, and closed her eyes. However, this night proved to be quite arduous for Gu Qingshan. A sunny young man found himself enveloped by the embrace of a curvaceous and enchanting maiden throughout the night. The exquisite softness of her form stirred a restlessness within him that was difficult to quell. It was not until the latter half of the night that he succumbed to a drowsy slumber. As dawn broke, Gu Qingshan abruptly opened his eyes, cursing inwardly, "This is disastrous." Seeing Siyu sprawled across his chest like an octopus, he was immediately engulfed by a sense of despair. One may face death, but social demise is an unbearable fate. Gu Qingshan cautiously attempted to shift his body, yearning to extricate himself from the girl's embrace. Yet, Siyu was a light sleeper, and his movements roused her from her slumber. Rubbing her eyes, she murmured in a soft, sleepy tone, "What's wrong? Are you heading out?" Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Qingshan abruptly pushed her away and dashed into the bathroom, calling back over his shoulder, "You go back to sleep." Siyu sat up, momentarily bewildered by her boyfriend's hasty departure, fearing something might be amiss, and quickly followed him. However, upon entering the bathroom, she was met with the sight of a pair of pants, one long, one short, draped over the edge of the sink, along with an unforgettable scene. "I am so sorry." Siyu's face flushed crimson as she hurriedly covered her face, and made her way to the living room. She now comprehended why Gu Qingchun had rushed to the bathroom upon waking. Thus, she returned to Gu Qingchun's bedroom, retrieved a fresh set of clothes, and made her way back to the bathroom. At that moment, Gu Qingchun, wrapped in a towel, was troubled, lamenting that he had rushed out without taking anything and pondering how to emerge. Just then, Siyu pushed the door open again, offering him the fresh garments. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Gu Qingchun, trembling slightly, accepted the girl's kindness and attempted to explain that as a normal phenomenon. You, being an academic prodigy, should understand, right? As Gu Qingchun struggled to find words, Siyu, clutching the hem of her clothing, empathetically responded, I know. Do you still need help? I'm your girlfriend. I can assist you. No, thank you for your kindness. Gu Qingchun firmly declined. All right, then you change your clothes first, Siyu said shyly, turning to leave. When Gu Qingchun finally emerged, their eyes met, and silence enveloped them, the atmosphere tinged with awkwardness. He had no choice but to feign calmness and said, I'll go cook some noodles, you should try my cooking. With that, he hurried to the kitchen as if propelled by a sudden burst of speed. Siyu watched Gu Qingchun's retreating figure and suddenly found him endearing, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With the kitchen occupied and nothing to do, she felt restless and ventured into Gu Qingchun's bedroom. She changed the entire bedding set, cradling the discarded sheets and comforter as she made her way to the bathroom. She first sorted through the dirty laundry basket, extracting all of Gu Qingchun's underwear and placing it on the sink before carrying the soiled bedding in one arm and the remaining garments in the laundry basket to the balcony. Organizing meticulously, Siyu placed all her outer garments and personal undergarments into their respective laundry bins, added detergent, and initiated a high-temperature wash cycle. Subsequently, she returned to the bathroom with the detergent in hand and began to meticulously hand-wash Gu Qingchun's underwear. As fate would have it, during the idle moments while waiting for the noodles to cook, Gu Qingchun casually strolled out and chanced upon this scene. At this point, he felt little embarrassment. After all, a thick skin was part of his charm. It was merely a natural physiological phenomenon, indicative of his health as a man. Gu Qingchun approached, resting against the doorframe with chopsticks in hand, and inquired, Why are you hand-washing? Isn't there a washing machine? Siyu's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied awkwardly, I feel like the washing machine doesn't clean thoroughly, so I decided to do it by hand for peace of mind. She couldn't quite comprehend why. But while washing her own garments was of no concern, the thought of her beloved's underwear being washed by anyone but herself felt unsettling. Gu Qingchun leaned in slightly, glancing at the washing machine operating on the balcony, puzzled. Is your underwear in the washing machine? Yes, she confirmed. This left Gu Qingchun even more perplexed. Why wash his underwear by hand while her own was in the machine? Perhaps she had developed some peculiar preference? He dared not press further. After all, Siyu's affection seemed to carry an unusual intensity, but maybe she simply enjoyed it? Hand-washing it was a gesture of love from a future partner. Surely not an odd quirk, right? Yet, why did he feel a twinge of excitement? Silently, Gu Qingchun returned to the kitchen to check on the noodles. Meanwhile, as Siyu washed the last pair of underwear, the one Gu Qingchun had changed out of that morning, an idea struck her, and she murmured, One less pair will surely go unnoticed. Compelled by an impulsive urge, she neatly folded the underwear and stealthily peeked at Gu Qingchun, who was still in the kitchen. Before hastily retreating to her bedroom, she retrieved the newly acquired treasure and stared at it for a long moment. As reality dawned on her, her ears and neck flushed with a rosy hue. Carefully, she stowed it away in the topmost compartment of her wardrobe and then flung herself onto the bed, burying her head beneath the covers. Reflecting on her recent actions, she felt an overwhelming urge to combust from embarrassment. Dinner's ready. Gu Qingchun's voice echoed from the living room. Okay, she replied loudly, giving her cheeks a gentle pat, mentally reciting a calming mantra to compose herself. Once seated at the dining table, Gu Qingchun observed Siyu's flushed face and assumed she was still shy about earlier events. He refrained from asking questions, quietly savoring his noodles. Unbeknownst to him, the reason for her blush was rooted in something far more profound. Chapter 44. The Ultimate Girlfriend Companion After Dinner. Siyu busied herself in the kitchen, tidying up the dishes. Gu Qingchun lounged leisurely on the sofa, discovering messages from Lu Xingzhe and Shun Miaoshu. He first glanced at the message from Shun Miaoshu sent half an hour earlier. Here is an update on Song Tiejuan's situation from yesterday and this morning. Shun Miaoshu. Yesterday afternoon, The results of the paternity test for Song Taijun and his son were revealed. They are not biologically related. There was quite a commotion at the hospital, and he nearly strangled that illegitimate child. Shen Miaoshu. This morning, he broached the subject of divorce with his wife. But she vehemently opposed it. She threatened that if he dared to leave, she would publicize the matter of his infidelity that had lasted over a decade in the village. Currently, both parties remain in a stalemate. Shen Miaoshu. Legally, the evidence for his transgressions is insufficient, making it challenging to take action. Over the past few years, Song Taijun has likely lacked the energy to stir up trouble, yet one must still be prepared for other contingencies. Gu Qingchen. At this moment, Song Siyu had finished washing her hands and settled onto the sofa. Gu Qingchen opened a message from Lu Xingzhe and casually mentioned the situation with Song Taijun to her. Song Siyu merely responded with a nonchalant "oh," while scrolling through short videos and playfully tousling her hair. Gu Qingchen took the opportunity to rest his head on her lap. Perusing the messages from Lu Xingzhe. Old Gu. My lonely comrade seeks your presence online. Lu Xingzhe. I was utterly tormented yesterday. Don't indulge in your romantic escapades with the campus belle. Are you truly going to prioritize romance over friendship? Lu Xingzhe. I have been by your side for 5 years. You cannot grow weary of me. Gu Qingchen. With the conversation reaching this point, he felt unable to refuse. Gu Qingchen. All right, let's go. After replying, he rose and playfully pinched Song Siyu's soft cheeks. Come, accompany me for a game. And fetch 2 bottles of cola from the fridge. As Song Siyu went to retrieve the drinks, Gu Qingchen made his way to the bedroom, took some snacks from the shelf at the foot of the bed, and placed them on the table. He also swapped the dining chair for a gaming chair. When the girl returned, he promptly moved the chair aside and patted his thigh, saying, Come, sit on my lap. I've been wanting to do this for ages. Song Siyu set down the drinks and obediently perched herself on Gu Qingchen's lap, leaning against him as they gazed at the computer screen. Perhaps her hair was getting in the way, so Gu Qingchen gently gathered her tresses and tossed them to one side. If tied up, it would evoke a sense of domesticity. As they entered the game and received an invitation, Gu Qingchen accepted it. Suddenly, Lu Xingzhe's cheeky voice blared from the speakers. Old Gu, let us go. Watch me annihilate them. Gu Qingchen retorted. As long as you don't get annihilated yourself, I'll be quite satisfied. Humph. Today, I shall show you the true meaning of silence before an explosive revelation. As the game commenced, Lu Xingzhe charged forward with a small pistol, only to be shot in the head. He quickly blustered, No worries, it's just a pistol round. Let them have their moment. In the second round, he managed to secure a kill, but it was a trade-off. The subsequent rounds were a dismal spectacle until he switched sides, finishing with a score of 214. Quite impressive, surviving at least one round, Gu Qingchen remarked nonchalantly. Cough cough. Lu Xingzhe glanced at Gu Qingchen's score of 176. Coughed a few times, and strategically fell silent. Song Siyu, not particularly versed in gaming, only knew that many people were shooting at each other. Unable to comprehend the situation, she impulsively tore open a bag of potato chips and began to feed Gu Qingchen. He took a chip, followed by her taking one for herself. She then unscrewed a bottle of cola and brought it to his lips, even thoughtfully wiping his mouth with a tissue, displaying an extraordinary level of attentiveness. Concerned that she might grow bored, Gu Qingchen handed his phone to Song Siyu, encouraging her to play with it. She accepted the phone, first feeding him a piece of spicy strip, before engrossing herself in TikTok. However, the content was predominantly of Gu Qingchen's preference, prompting her to revert to her own phone. Subsequently, while engaging with her device, she intermittently fed Gu Qingchen more snacks. Such a devoted partner was truly a rare gem. As noon approached, Lu Xingzhe logged off for lunch, and Gu Qingchen then noticed that his little partner had unknowingly adjusted herself to face him, her legs elegantly draped across his lap, her delicate head resting on his shoulder as she peacefully slumbered. Not wishing to disturb her, he gently kissed her soft cheek, picked up Song Siyu's abandoned phone, and ordered 2 portions of grilled meat mixed rice, continuing to cradle her as he closed his eyes. Approximately half an hour later, his phone chimed, signaling the arrival of the delivery. Gu Qingchen gently tapped Song Siyu's petite backside to rouse her. The girl murmured, stretching lazily. The food has arrived. I need to go get it, Gu Qingchen said softly. Song Siyu replied, wrapping her arms around his neck, sleepily cooing, carry me to get it. Gu Qingchen paused. Taken aback, it was the first time she had ever acted so affectionately towards him, perhaps still groggy from sleep. With a resigned smile, He supported her little form and stood up, making his way to the entrance. Fortunately, his regular exercise had prepared him for the task. Otherwise, he might have struggled. When he opened the door, the delivery person was momentarily taken aback, mistaking their embrace for something peculiar. However, upon seeing them dressed neatly and simply holding each other, he hurriedly handed over the food, wishing them a pleasant meal before quickly departing. This public display of affection was indeed a bit overwhelming. Seated at the dining table, Gu Qingshan unveiled the grilled meat mixed rice. Siyu, nestled against him, rubbed her sleepy eyes and straightened up, gazing at the girl's charmingly adorable face. Gu Qingshan cupped her cheeks and gently caressed them, asking in a warm voice, "Have you awakened? Shall we eat first or freshen up?" "Let's eat," she replied, her voice sweetly enchanting. As she spoke, she cautiously tested the ground with her little feet, climbing down from Gu Qingshan's lap to sit on the adjacent chair. Observing her obediently taking her seat, Gu Qingshan pushed a portion of grilled meat mixed rice towards her. Watching the girl delicately scoop up her food, he suddenly felt that this simple life was quite beautiful. After finishing their meal, Gu Qingshan lifted Siyu in a princess carry back to his bedroom, as her slippers were still beneath the computer desk. In the afternoon, Gu Qingshan and Lu Xingzhe resumed their gaming journey, playing together until after 7 in the evening when they finally logged off. Gu Qingshan emerged from the bedroom, a radiant figure with a ponytail busily donned an apron, skillfully preparing scrambled eggs with tomatoes at the stove. He approached her in silence, gently pinching her cheek. Siyu smiled brightly and reassured him, "It will be ready soon. No need to rush. Cook slowly. I simply yearn to hold you," Gu Qingshan replied, wrapping his arms around her slender waist and nuzzling his face against her soft cheeks. Setting down the spatula, Siyu turned to embrace him, delicately kissing his lips on her tiptoes. The two lost themselves in a tender moment until the faint scent of burning filled the air. Startled, Siyu quickly pulled away, turned back to the stove, and extinguished the flame, playfully scolding, "Honestly, it's your fault. I almost burned it." Yes, it's all my fault," Gu Qingshan teased, gently nibbling on her cheek. Chapter 45. A series of advances after dinner. Gu Qingshan indulged in his game of Tarkov, while Siyu sat beside him, keeping him company. "Why don't you take a rest? Tomorrow, after my morning run, I'll bring you breakfast. You should sleep a little longer," he suggested. His eyes focused on the screen as he searched for supplies. Siyu, feeling shy, gently wrapped her arms around his, whispering, "I'm still a bit scared. May I sleep with you?" Gu Qingshan forced a bitter smile. The temptation of meat lay tantalizingly before him, yet he could not partake. The feeling was sheer torture. However, how could he refuse his girlfriend when she expressed her fears? Moreover, he too desired to hold the soft, fragrant girl as they slept. Dismissing his own discomfort, he gritted his teeth and agreed, "All right then." Hearing this, Siyu's face lit up with joy as she hurried to the bedside, removing her slippers and climbing into the spot where she had slept the previous night. Gu Qingshan, having lost interest in the game, promptly shut it down. What mattered more than his beloved? As he climbed onto the bed, Siyu instinctively wrapped her arms around him and closed her eyes. Gu Qingshan propped his face on his arm, letting out a soft sigh, as he gently patted her back like one would soothe a child to sleep. After a while, he lowered his arm, resting his head on the pillow and closing his eyes as well. However, Siyu was far from asleep. She sensed his restless energy and felt a pang of guilt. After all, it was her desire to cling to Gu Qingshan during the night, and he was accommodating her even at his own discomfort. Lost in thought, she gazed at his profile, and after a moment's hesitation, she slipped away like a fish into water. After some time, Gu Qingshan, already awake, playfully pinched Siyu's flushed cheek and asked, "Aren't you going to brush your teeth and freshen up?" The girl shyly shook her head, unable to meet his gaze, burying her face in his embrace. Gu Qingshan affectionately ruffled her tousled hair, saying, "Thank you. Now go back to sleep." Morning light streamed through the window, filling the room with warmth. Siyu stretched and, rubbing her sleepy eyes, got out of bed. By the time she emerged, Gu Qingshan had returned home with soy milk and fried dough sticks. "Awake? Come and eat." Gu Qingshan placed breakfast on the table and called to the young girl. Si hurried over with small, quick steps, wrapped her arms around his, and planted a kiss on his cheek before taking a seat and picking up a youtiao to eat. The taste was slightly peculiar, as she had forgotten to brush her teeth the night before. Gu Qingshan pinched her soft, plump cheek and sat down to eat as well. After their meal, Gu Qingshan settled into the sofa, engrossed in his phone as he reviewed questions for his first subject. Meanwhile, Song Si sat quietly beside him, watching a movie on her phone. After studying for a while, Gu Qingchen set his phone down and pulled Song Si into his embrace. She was absorbed in her film, resting her head against his chest without making a move. Feeling a bit bored, Gu Qingchen began to playfully tease her, squeezing her soft cheeks, running his fingers through her silky hair, and gently flicking her moist, pouting lips. Song Si was like a doll, offering no resistance and responding delightfully to his antics. Perhaps having grown weary of his playful banter, Gu Qingchen released her and lifted her long, slender legs, which were wrapped in pajama pants, onto his lap. He tenderly caressed her delicate, smooth legs and held her graceful arch. Thus, they remained until Song Si finished her movie, her toes playfully teasing his palm. And she softly whispered in his ear, "Darling, carry me back to the room to rest." Gu Qingchen paused for a moment, feeling a delightful shiver run through him at the sound of darling. Curiously, he asked, "Why the sudden endearment?" "I almost didn't react." Song Si kissed his cheek. Occasionally being a bit mushy makes it feel more intimate. Unable to contain himself, Gu Qingchen stood up and swept her into a princess carry. Striding into his bedroom, leaning against the headboard, he wore a content expression. If only he smoked, he would surely indulge in a cigarette. Song Si tossed the paper she used to wipe her feet into the trash and began to tidy the scattered clothes on the floor. Gu Qingchen pulled her into his arms, tucked the blanket around her, and placed a kiss on her tiny nose, saying, "Let us take a break. We can clean up later." "Okay." Song Si obediently wrapped her arms around his strong waist, resting her head on his chest and closing her eyes. From that day forward, their relationship deepened significantly. Chapter 46. A special way to divert attention. Over the past few days, Gu Qingchen had been enjoying a cozy time at home with Song Si, binge-watching dramas and playing video games together. At night, their playful antics were typical of couples. Aside from multiplayer gaming, Gu Qingchen had explored every possible gaming mode. Song Si found joy in this too, daily delighting him with her culinary skills, buying groceries, and preparing nourishing meals. Their home was nearly devoid of chives and eggs, consumed by his appetite. At that moment, the morning sun was just right. Song Si was busy in the kitchen. Gu Qingchen approached and embraced her delicate figure from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder while watching the pancakes sizzling in the pan, and he couldn't help but smirk. "See, are we having chive and egg pancakes?" Song Siyu flipped the pancake without turning her head, casually responding, "Yes, what's the matter? Lately, I've been inundated with chives and eggs. I'm on the verge of nausea." The day before yesterday, it was chive and egg dumplings. Yesterday, chive pockets. And today, a direct chive and egg pancake. Do chives really nourish the kidneys? With a hint of concern, Song Siyu turned her head to inquire. "You've been needing to go several times each night. I'm worried about your health. Isn't it wise to supplement your nutrition?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen felt his masculine dignity was challenged. He promptly pinched her soft cheeks on either side, giving them a playful tug. "I have no issues. There's no need for such supplementation, understood?" The girl let out a cute little hum, asking, "Then what about the pancake I cooked?" Gu Qingchen replied, "You've made it, so just eat it." Before long, breakfast was served at the table. Gu Qingchen devoured the pancake voraciously, prompting Song Siyu to lightly tap him, playfully admonishing, "Can you please eat slowly for once?" In an instant, he complied, taking smaller bites. With a resigned sigh, Song Siyu picked up a pancake and began to eat leisurely. Not long after finishing their meal, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Gu Qingchen rose from the sofa and approached the entrance. As he opened the door, a delicate hand swiftly reached in, expertly pinching his ear and executing a swift 360-degree turn. "Ouch, that hurts." "Miao Shujia. I was wrong." Gu Qingchen, unable to see the figure at the door, instantly recognized the familiar technique and knew who had arrived. "Huh, I told you it's rude to hang up on me. Has it been too long since I disciplined you? Making you forget my authority?" At that moment, Shun Miaoshu, with her elegant and refined visage, wore an air of regal pride that seemed slightly at odds with her scholarly demeanor. She guided Gu Qingchen to the sofa, casually inquiring, "Where's Siyu?" Before he could respond, Song Siyu emerged from the kitchen, greeting, "Hello, Miaoshu Jia." Shun Miaoshu immediately transformed her expression, feigning aloofness as a smile broke through. "Siyu, come sit beside me." Releasing Gu Qingchen's ear, she nudged him aside and patted the seat beside her. "All right." Song Siyu obediently took her place beside Shun Miaoshu. Sitting up straight, as if meeting her in-laws. What brings you here? Gu Qingchun, rubbing his sore ear, added, and who visits without bringing something as a gesture of goodwill? You didn't tea last time either. Isn't it unbecoming for a lady from a prestigious family? Oh, Qingchun. Shun Miaoshu smiled warmly, her tone exquisitely gentle. Have I been too generous with my smiles lately? Would you like me to remind you of some childhood memories? Gu Qingchun shivered at the thought, recalling how she would pinch and tease him as a child, even dressing him in a little skirt for public display. Ahem, well, you are practically my second mother. And who brings gifts when visiting their child? I have matters to attend to. You two catch up. With that, Gu Qingchun made a swift exit toward his bedroom. However, she was interrupted by Shun Miaoshu, who called out, enough with the antics. I have matters to discuss today. Gu Qingchun ceased his playful demeanor and raised his chin. Speak. Shun Miaoshu replied directly, your mother will be coming over tonight. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchun fell silent. After a considerable pause, he inquired, what does she want? Shun Miaoshu slowly rose. You'll find out when she arrives. I merely came to give you a heads up. I must leave now to pick her up, as there is no airport in Linjiang. Song Siyu followed her to the door to see her off. Shun Miaoshu affectionately ruffled her future sister-in-law's hair, saying, go back now, before stepping into the elevator. With the sound of the door clicking shut, Song Siyu returned to the living room. She sat beside Gu Qingchun, extending her delicate fingers to rub his reddened ears. Does it still hurt? Gu Qingchun embraced the girl's slender waist, burying his head in the chest he longed for, murmuring, it does. At least my future fiancé, he cares for me, unlike that woman who twists it mercilessly. Song Siyu gently massaged his ear with one hand while the other caressed his head. Her cheeks flushed as she reassured. All right, Miaoshu cares about you. Let me massage you a bit more, and it won't hurt soon. Gu Qingchun nodded, feeling the comfort as he nuzzled closer. Yet, the thought of his mother's impending visit stirred a sense of unease within him. As evening approached, Gu Qingchun remained in a melancholic mood. Scrolling through his phone on the sofa, Song Siyu, feeling anxious about meeting her future mother-in-law, noticed his gloom and wished to uplift his spirits. She retreated to her bedroom. Changing into a black lace nightgown, she removed the hair tie, letting her ponytail cascade down like a peacock's plume. Barefoot, her fair and rosy feet glided across the floor as she walked sensually from the guest room towards Gu Qingchun. The girl extended a finger, pressing it against his chest. Gu Qingchun, who had been pushed down onto the sofa, swallowed hard. What are you doing? Just trying to make you happy, to distract you, she replied. Gu Qingchun cupped Song Siyu's face and placed a gentle kiss on her lips before retreating to his room to change. Although it was merely a playful exchange, it lifted his spirits considerably. Song Siyu knelt on the sofa, taking a moment to steady her breath. Noticing that time was passing, she hurriedly tidied up before donning her nightgown and heading to the kitchen to prepare dinner. When Gu Qingchun emerged in his pajamas, he found the girl busy in the kitchen, barefoot. He quickly fetched her slippers from the guest room, squatting down to place them at her feet, then playfully patted her little derriere, saying, put these on. Song Siyu turned back with a smile, pausing her tasks to step into the slippers. Chapter 47, A Visit from Mother. She brought a large platter of cola chicken wings to the table, having also quickly scrambled 4 eggs. And the rice was steamed and ready to serve. Gu Qingchun sat at the dining table, contemplating the necessity of procuring some contraceptive measures the following day. Otherwise, should the situation escalate, an unplanned child might inevitably result. Although he felt indifferent, it would ultimately reflect poorly on Song Si. During the wait, Gu Qingchun sent the door code to Shun Miaoshu, as he had no intention of welcoming that woman personally. After a prolonged wait, seeing no sign of her arrival, Gu Qingchun grew weary and invited Song Si to sit down for dinner. However, not wishing to leave a negative impression on her future mother-in-law, Song Si merely sat without eating. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of the door unlocking echoed through the room, followed by the sharp click of high heels against the floor. Gu Qingchun turned to see a woman clad in a black professional outfit, her short hair neatly tucked behind her ears, exuding a cold elegance devoid of any expression, standing before him. Behind her stood Shun Miaoshu, adorned in a fitted white qipao, her long hair elegantly pinned up. What brings you here? Is the company not busy? Gu Qingchun turned back to his meal, continuing to savor his cola chicken wings. Beside him, Song Si, upon witnessing this encounter, stood up nervously, too apprehensive to speak. Am I not allowed to check on my son? The woman's voice was chillingly devoid of warmth. Indeed, She was Gu Qingqian's estranged biological mother, Gu Jiran. Of course you can. But have you traveled all this way just to see me? Now that you have, please take your leave. Gu Qingqian's tone mirrored hers, as if he were conversing with a stranger. Is this how you choose to speak after such a long separation? Gu Qingqian, disinterested, opted to ignore her, focusing instead on his meal, believing that the tension would compel her to depart. Yet, Gu Jiran shifted her attention to Song Si. You must be Song Si, she said slowly, her gaze fixed on the girl holding a plate of food, her tone reminiscent of addressing a subordinate. Song Si, feeling the pressure, nodded nervously. Hello, Auntie. Indeed. Gu Jiran's piercing gaze bore into her as she coldly stated, living together without being married? Assuming that Gu Jiran disapproved of her relationship with Gu Qingqian, Song Si lowered her head in silence, tears uncontrollably welling in her eyes. Observing this, Gu Qingqian quickly rose and embraced the girl, his expression icy as he glared at Gu Jiran, his voice laced with barely concealed anger. My romantic affairs are not for you to scrutinize. What does cohabitation have to do with marriage? Do you need to meddle in this? Shen Miaoshu promptly interjected. Chung, your mother means no harm. She merely seeks a conversation starter. Gu Jiran refrained from contradicting this statement, tacitly accepting it. Only then did Gu Qingqian, still somewhat skeptical, soften his demeanor, lowering his head to caress his girlfriend's gentle face. It's all right, don't be upset. What others say is inconsequential. I would never abandon you. In the future, should she intervene, we need not obtain a marriage certificate. I could simply elope with you. Song Siyu nestled closer to Gu Qingqian's palm, burying her head in his embrace and murmuring, let us not make this so serious. Have a good conversation with Auntie. All right. Gu Qingqian gently stroked her hair and turned to Gu Jiran, saying, let us discuss this inside. After releasing Song Siyu, he entered the bedroom, followed closely by Gu Jiran, leaving only the two of them in the living room. Song Siyu served herself a bowl of rice and said to Shen Miaoshu, Sister Miaoshu, let us eat first. Very well. Shen Miaoshu sighed softly, taking a seat at the dining table, feeling helpless regarding the mother and daughter duo. Song Siyu returned to the kitchen, intending to prepare another dish. For with her future mother-in-law present, she felt it necessary to make a good impression. Inside the bedroom, Gu Qingqian sat in an esports chair while Gu Jiran perched at the edge of the bed, neither of them uttering a word. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Gu Qingqian broke the silence. Speak your mind. What is it that you desire by being here? Gu Jiran reiterated her previous stance. I truly came just to see you. Huh? Gu Qingqian retorted with unabashed sarcasm. Came to see me? Where were you years ago? Who are you pretending to be a loving mother for now? Enough. I harbor resentment towards you, but do not despise you. I simply wish to avoid interacting with you. If you have a purpose, state it plainly. Or perhaps we can negotiate. Spare me the emotional manipulation. Your feelings for me stem solely from our blood relation. I am merely a test tube baby, a means for you to escape familial obligations. Have you ever genuinely regarded me as your son? At this, Gu Jiran fell silent, introspectively acknowledging that she had never truly considered the young man before her as her son. Her financial assistance had merely been a means of self-reassurance. After a brief reflection, she abandoned her maternal facade and spoke with a serious tone. I plan for you to apply to a university in the metropolis, gain experience in the corporation, and eventually take over. You are, after all, my biological son. Family assets cannot be entrusted to a fool or an outsider. I cannot marry. You possess the capability, making you my only option. Continuing, she presented her leverage. The girl you care for will need protection in the future, will she not? Even if her scoundrel father ends up in prison, how long could he possibly stay? As long as he lives, Song Siyu cannot legally sever ties with him. What if he acts out of desperation, ignoring the law? Without a formidable network and background, how will you safeguard your beloved? Can your sister Miaoshu always assist you? Each of these points is valid. It is not a matter of fearing the worst, but rather recognizing that true strength comes from within. Relying on others has its limitations. One could only commend a businessman for their adeptness in navigating various angles. When emotional appeals falter, one resorts to leveraging interests. If that fails, psychological tactics are employed. And when all else fails, threats and even murder may ensue. Every individual possesses vulnerabilities and weaknesses. Gu Jiran cannot possibly allow such a vast commercial empire to change hands. For now, gentle methods are in play, but soon, the Fade may shatter, and she may resort to any means necessary to compel Song Siyu to assume control of the conglomerate. After all, It is a lucrative opportunity that one would hardly refuse over mere emotional concerns. That would be foolish. At worst, one can partake in both the undesirable and the profitable simultaneously. Very well, I will adhere to your plans, but you must not interfere in my emotional matters. And I expect your full cooperation, Gu Qingchen stated. Agreed. Chapter 48. A slight easing of the mother-son relationship. Gu Jiran continued. As your mother, I believe it is only natural for me to converse with my future daughter-in-law. Gu Qingchen nodded in acquiescence, of course. Upon exiting the bedroom, the dining table was adorned with 2 additional dishes, while Song Siyu stood by like a humble maid. Gu Jiran glanced at her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. I shall call you Cici, just like Qingchen, if that is acceptable. Of course, that is perfectly fine, Song Siyu replied obediently. Excellent. Gu Jiran pulled out a chair and seated herself, gesturing for Song Siyu to join her. Come, let us dine and converse. Nervously, Song Siyu took a seat beside her future mother-in-law, while Gu Qingchen settled next to Shun Miaoshu. He shot a disdainful glance at this traitor before picking up his chopsticks. Shun Miaoshu dared not speak, choosing instead to feign ignorance while calmly eating. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law across the table seemed to be enjoying their interaction. Gu Jiran picked up a piece of cola chicken wing and placed it in Song Siyu's bowl. Do not be anxious. I believe Qingchen has shared our family circumstances with you. I am not a particularly competent mother, so I shall not meddle in your affairs. Thank you, Auntie. Song Siyu felt a sense of approval from her mother-in-law. Her spirits momentarily lifted, only to be dashed by Gu Jiran's next remark. However, aside from your appearance and figure, you are not worthy of my son Qingchen. This you must understand. Gu Qingchen immediately bristled with anger, slamming his chopsticks on the table. Gu Jiran, if you intend to converse in such a manner, then leave my home. Yet, Song Siyu interjected on Gu Jiran's behalf. Morning, it's all right. Let Annie finish. I can sense her lack of malice. With a resigned sigh, Gu Qingchen resumed his meal. Gu Jiran continued. In the future, Qingchen will undoubtedly take over the conglomerate. And at that time, women of greater beauty, figure, and family background will flock to him, vying for his attention. I hope you will not become disheartened or abandon him due to these comparisons. You possess virtues that those women lack. Since you may not measure up to Qingchen in other aspects, let your efforts compensate for that. Take good care of him, do not betray his trust, and do not allow outsiders to exploit any weaknesses. The darkness lurking within affluent families is far more sordid than one might imagine. They will resort to any means in pursuit of their interests. Once you have entered this mismatched household, it is imperative to utilize every resource to safeguard yourself while avoiding resentment towards your beloved. Learning to tolerate and elevate oneself is crucial for establishing a firm footing beside Qingchen in the morning. Do not naively believe that love alone can prevent separation. Some matters are imperceptible and unpreventable. Gu Jiran expressed her thoughts extensively, and Gu Qingchen grasped the essence. Her demeanor was not unkind. Rather, her words retained the sharpness characteristic of a person in a position of authority, rendering them less than flattering. In simple terms, she lacked the art of conversation. Her emotional intelligence painfully low. This was understandable. Having been born into privilege and never straying far from it, surrounded by subordinates and a frigid family. How could her emotional acumen be anything but lacking? It was no wonder she had only Shin Miaoshu as her sole confidant. Song Siyu earnestly nodded, her tone sincere as she said, "Thank you, Auntie, for your guidance. However, my feelings for Qingchen are not akin to those of ordinary couples. I hold your words close to my heart, and rest assured, those unfortunate occurrences will never transpire. Well, I have heard your concerns. Your future is in your own hands." The girl's words were not met with skepticism, for she was a pitiable child scarred by her family, yet rescued by her son from the depths of despair. From the myriad of information she had gathered over the years, it was evident that Song Siyu regarded Gu Qingchen as her emotional anchor. Then, Gu Jiran shifted the conversation. Since we have reached this point, the matter of obtaining a marriage certificate is of little consequence. From now on, feel free to call me Mom. I will cover all expenses for your wedding. Song Siyu's cheeks flushed. Thank you, Ma. All right, let us eat. Shin Miaoshu let out a sigh of relief. Surely, this would ease the mother-son relationship. After dinner, Gu Jiran engaged Song Siyu in conversation on the sofa, while Gu Qingchen retreated to his room to play games, uninterested in the chatter of women. Around 9 in the evening, Shun Miaoshu urged, "Let us go, we might miss the flight." As they walked, Gu Jiran remarked to Gu Qingchen, Your sister Miaoshu and I will be heading back to the Magic City. It would be best to apply to Magic City University or the Financial University. But other options are acceptable as well. It's up to you. Understood, he replied. They accompanied them to the elevator. Before departing, Siyu waved, her sweet smile illuminating her face. Mom, Sister Miaoshu, travel safely. Noted, little Siyu. Return home now. We shall meet again in September in the Magic City. Gu Jiaren's tone remained cool and distant. Goodbye, they bid farewell, and Gu Qingshan cast a suspicious glance at Siyu, wondering what that silly girl had discussed with his mother. Surely, she hadn't been swayed. Nevertheless, he did not dwell on it. The moment he decided to take over the family business, a semblance of harmony in his relationship with his adoptive mother was inevitable. Encouraging the daughter-in-law to grow closer to her mother-in-law bore no adverse effects. Upon returning home, Siyu leapt into Gu Qingshan's embrace, overwhelmed with joy, and planted a gentle kiss on his cheek. Mother Chen has accepted me, she exclaimed. Previously, she had always believed that the disparity between her and Gu Qingshan would preclude any positive outcome. Her feelings of inferiority had reached an extreme, and in her quest to savor this fleeting moment of happiness and to repay Gu Qingshan's kindness, she was willing to employ any means necessary to please, serve, and care for him. She reveled in this endeavor, utterly entranced, even obsessively collecting every aspect of him. Deep down, she was acutely aware of the abnormality of her feelings. However, the love that had been buried for 3 years intertwined with the salvation that pulled her from darkness, leading her to perceive herself as his private possession. Even if there came a day when he might abandon her, her resolve remained unchanged. Her heart bore an immense weight, unwilling to confront that eventuality. Yet now, despite her belief that no fruitful outcome awaited them, the mother of her beloved had acknowledged her today. Although it was but a verbal affirmation, it caused the heavy burden in her heart to suddenly lift. Was she foolish? Was it merely the folly of love? Or perhaps a psychological ailment? Regardless, it mattered not. This was sufficient for her. Tears cascaded from the corners of Siyu's eyes, akin to a kite severed from its string, falling endlessly. And no matter how she attempted to wipe them away with the back of her hand, they remained unyielding. Chapter 49. The first time that evening. Gu Qingshan had finished his shower and lay languidly on the bed, perusing his phone while awaiting Siyu, who had just gone to wash up. Approximately 20 minutes passed when the bedroom door was gently pushed open. As Gu Qingshan turned his head, he was momentarily rendered speechless. The cause was simple. The girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful, adorned in a black lace nightgown that accentuated her voluptuous figure. Her long, raven hair cascaded down her back, with some strands gathered before her. The girl, with her hands behind her back, her cheeks flushed and head bowed in shyness, resembled a flower poised to bloom. Below, her long, slender legs, encased in black stockings, peeked through the delicate fabric, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Her toes, curled in nervousness, were bare upon the floor, having foregone slippers. This striking blend of innocence and allure rendered Gu Qingshan momentarily breathless. Instinctively, he reached out to encircle her petite waist, drawing her into his embrace. Siyu obediently rested her delicate face against his chest and softly inquired, "Am I beautiful?" Gu Qingshan nodded vigorously. "You are utterly stunning." A smile blossomed on her face at the compliment, and with tender lips, she kissed him, unabashedly seeking more. Gradually, the atmosphere became increasingly intimate. Breaking the kiss, Siyu cupped Gu Qingshan's face, leaning in to whisper softly in his ear, "I want you." At her words, Gu Qingshan was momentarily taken aback. His gaze filled with surprise. "Are you serious?" Siyu nodded, saying, "I had intended to give it to you long ago. It was you who did not want it." Gu Qingshan released her hand, resting both of his on either side of the girl's head, looking down at her with a serious expression. "Have you thought this through? Once you take this step, there is no turning back. Do not act impulsively." Upon hearing this, Siyu pouted her lips, feigning a sense of grievance as she squeezed out a few tears. "Are you having second thoughts? Do you no longer wish to marry me?" Seeing her demeanor, Gu Qingshan quickly leaned down and kissed her fervently, reassuring her. "How could that be? I want this." Siyu, having learned the art of changing expressions, immediately brightened up, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully declaring, "I love you the most." Gu Qingshan, bemused, pinched her soft cheek, saying, "I really have no way to deal with you. Who would willingly give away something for free?" After a rustling sound, their clothes were pushed off the bed and fell to the floor. As Gu Qingqian's tender kisses continued to shower upon her, his movements were gentle beyond measure. Yet, the girl still shed a few tears. The gentle spring breeze caressed them, and the soft melodies gradually faded. Siyu nestled closely into Gu Qingqian's embrace. Her gaze filled with affection as she admired his profile. Morning, I love you so much. The girl, having achieved her desires, radiated tenderness. I love you too. Saying this, Gu Qingqian captured her lips, indulging himself freely. Siyu wrapped her arms around his neck, tears of joy uncontrollably spilling from her eyes. After a long while, their lips parted. The girl affectionately rubbed her soft cheek against his, her voice sweet and soft. I wish time could freeze at this moment. Gu Qingqian smiled as he caressed her beautiful back, speaking softly. That one do, we still need to marry, have children, and grow old together. There are many days ahead of us. Now let us get some sleep. Siyu nestled her face into the crook of his neck, gradually drifting off to sleep. Chapter 50. Morning exercise. Perhaps it was a cloudy day. The morning sunlight was not particularly bright, filtering through the window in dappled patterns. Siyu woke first. She wrapped her arms around Gu Qingqian's neck, lazily humming a few notes before burying her head into her boyfriend's neck. Then, she lifted her beautifully clad leg and draped it over Gu Qingqian's waist, tightening her embrace around him. It seemed as though she would not relent until she fully melded into his being. Naturally, Gu Qingqian was roused by her antics, still somewhat drowsy as he murmured. Even in the morning, you can't be quiet. Are you a reincarnated demoness? Siyu tilted her head in confusion. What is a demoness? Gu Qingqian leaned closer to her ear and began to explain earnestly. Soon, Siyu's cheeks began to blush, and she covered her face with her hands, protesting. I'm not. I just behave like this because I like you. Yes, I see how much you like me. After approximately half an hour, Gu Qingqian held the girl closely in his arms, savoring the moment's lingering warmth. He then picked up his phone to check the time, discovering it was already past 10. Can we still get up? In the afternoon, we shall return your father's household registration book, Gu Qingqian remarked while gently patting Siyu's backside. I'll do as you say, she replied, raising her head to plant a kiss on the corner of Gu Qingqian's lips. As Gu Qingqian rose from the bed, he picked up the nightgown and undergarments from the floor, handing them to Siyu before dressing himself. When Siyu finally donned her clothes and stepped off the bed, her legs suddenly weakened, nearly causing her to kneel on the floor. Gu Qingqian quickly supported her, helping her back onto the bed, his face etched with concern. What's wrong? Are you feeling dizzy? Shyly, Siyu shook her head and pointed to her thighs. My legs feel sore and weak, my waist is a bit numb. And it hurts there too. Hearing this, Gu Qingqian let out a sigh of relief and feigned reproach. You overdid it, didn't you? I told you not to push yourself. He then settled onto the floor, placing Siyu's slender legs upon his own, and began to massage them gently. Siyu observed this tender scene, but merely covered her eyes with the quilt, allowing him to indulge, while relishing the delightful sensations. Afterward, she lay on the bed, inviting Gu Qingqian to sit on her lap to massage her back. Once she had savored the pampering of her boyfriend's skilled hands, she rose unsteadily to wash up in the bathroom. Gu Qingqian followed closely, but upon seeing that she required no assistance, he sat on the toilet to relieve himself. Siyu glanced at him briefly before grabbing her toothbrush, applying toothpaste, and starting to brush her teeth. She also squeezed toothpaste onto Gu Qingqian's toothbrush and placed it across the cup. Once he finished, she handed him the prepared toothbrush and then lifted her skirt to sit on the toilet. Listening to the gentle trickle of water, Gu Qingqian leisurely brushed his teeth. After they had both tidied up, Siyu returned to her room to find her slippers, hastily putting them on before rushing to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. After drying his hair, Gu Qingqian joined her in the kitchen, wrapping his arms around her from behind. Siyu let out a soft murmur, nuzzling her nose against his cheek, playfully saying, Don't be mischievous. Wait until I finish cooking. Observing the transformation of his innocent first love into such a charming figure, Gu Qingqian teased, I suspect you are a reincarnated succubus, here to enchant a pure-hearted boy like me. Turning the eggs, Siyu bit down on Gu Qingqian's lower lip and mumbled, Then I shall only be your succubus. Since being completely possessed by Gu Qingqian the previous night, Siyu had wholly cast aside her reserve and insecurities. In her infatuated state, she was convinced that they would eventually marry and grow old together. If they were to encounter a scoundrel, the outcome would undoubtedly be tragic. Yet Gu Qingxin understood the pain of feeling unvalued. Thus he cherished their relationship deeply. As Shun Miaoshu once articulated, he hoped they could serve as mutual solace for one another. The girl was emotional, desperately craving love, while the boy was rational, striving to fulfill that need. Perhaps this was the exquisite fate ordained by the heavens. At the dining table, Song Siyu sat obediently in Gu Qingxin's embrace, taking a bite of the fried egg and then feeding her boyfriend a morsel. The same went for the bread and milk. As they indulged in this affectionate exchange, Song Siyu suddenly placed her hand on her stomach and asked, "What if we didn't take precautions and I became pregnant? Then we shall have the child. I am more than capable of providing for it. However, I admit this was impulsive. If nothing comes of it, I will certainly take proper measures next time, perhaps opting for short-term contraceptive pills, which are safe and harmless." Gu Qingxun paid little heed to the matter, carelessly stuffing a piece of bread into his mouth. Noticing his persistent habit of eating recklessly, Song Siyu playfully nudged him and lifted the milk to his lips. "It would be wonderful if I did conceive. I truly desire a child. If it's a boy, there will be 2 people to pamper me. I will cook for you daily, take care of the household chores, and let the child serve me tea and water. Life would be utterly delightful. If it's a girl, I would buy her lovely little dresses every day and take her to savor all kinds of delicious foods and enjoy various amusements." As Gu Qingxun listened to Song Siyu's aspirations for the future, he affectionately pinched her cheek, teasing, "You certainly know how to be a mother. Boys endure hardships, while girls enjoy luxuries. How biased." "Not at all. Isn't it said that boys should be raised with hardship while girls should be nurtured in luxury?" Song Siyu rebutted playfully, rubbing her forehead against his chin. Gu Qingxin pondered for a moment before agreeing. "You have a point. I shall strive harder. Let us focus on conceiving first. Then you better get to it." Song Siyu teased encouragingly. After breakfast, Gu Qingxun returned to the bedroom to change into a black hoodie and jeans. After sitting on the sofa for a while, Song Siyu bounced out, her hair tied in a high ponytail, and she had synchronously donned a white sweatshirt paired with a light blue pleated skirt. She appeared much more lively and adorable. Song Siyu approached and linked her arm with Gu Qingxin's, shaking it slightly. "Let us go. We need to buy some groceries as our supplies are nearly depleted." Gu Qingxin leaned down and kissed her lips, nodding, "Let us go." They arrived at the old neighborhood, traversing through the disordered hallways until Gu Qingxin stood before the iron gate they had visited once before, knocking forcefully. As the gate swung open, a boy with dyed yellow hair scowled. "Why are you knocking so hard? Are you looking for trouble?" Upon seeing him, Gu Qingxin smirked. "Ah, so you are the true offspring of that scoundrel? Little brat, call your godfather out. I am here to return something." "You." Song Zijuan clearly recognized Gu Qingxin, as his father had often cursed him, blaming this man for the upheaval in their lives. His mother and father had fought brutally, and he became a victim of their turmoil. Later, his mother took him back to the village, spreading rumors that he was not his father's biological child, which had sent his grandmother into the hospital out of distress. At that moment, Song Zijuan's world crumbled around him. Ultimately, that wealthy patriarch refused to acknowledge him as his illegitimate son. He even threatened his father, forbidding him from divorcing his mother, lest his interests be jeopardized. Thus, the household was engulfed in a profound silence. The affection and pocket money that once belonged to him vanished entirely, all due to the strikingly handsome man before him. Rage infused Song Zijuan's gaze, as he yearned to tear Gu Qingxin apart. Yet, his peripheral vision caught sight of his youthful and vivacious sister, reminiscent of a first love, which ensnared his attention, rendering him almost transfixed. After all, he was not his father's biological child. Did that not imply the possibility of indulgence? This thought echoed relentlessly in his mind. Gu Qingxun, having noticed his lewd stare, positioned herself protectively in front of Song Siyu, who clutched at his clothing, retreating behind him. "Kid, if you continue to gawk, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy," she warned. Song Zijuan retorted with irritation, "What arrogance? With me here. Do you really think you can wed my sister? Such delusion." Before he could finish his sentence, a disheveled middle-aged man, with unkempt hair and a scruffy beard, approached and slapped him to the ground. "Dad, what are you doing?" This man was Song Taijun, who had lost the charm he once possessed. He cast a cold glance at his son. "I do not have a bastard like you. Speak another word, and I'll break your legs." Gu Qingxin found amusement in this father-son dynamic. He had once been a cherished son, and now he threatened bodily harm. Turning his attention to Gu Qingxin, Song Tiejuan's demeanor shifted entirely. "Ah, It has been a long time, Miss Gu. Please, do come in, he said, extending his arms in a welcoming gesture. Unimpressed, Gu Qingchen tossed the household registration book at him. Here is your registration back. From now on, consider us estranged. You shall pretend you have no daughter. Wait. Seeing Gu Qingchen's intent to leave, Song Taijun hurriedly obstructed her path. Such words are ill-considered. Bones may be broken, but the sinews remain connected. She is my precious daughter. How can you simply dismiss her? He continued, we still have to plan for her wedding, after all. What would people say if not a single elder from the bride's side appeared? It would invite scandal. Gu Qingchen chuckled. Song Taijun. It seems this is what you were truly wanting to express. I assent it? Am I to pay you a bridal price as well? Meanwhile, Song Zijuan, still on the ground, interjected vehemently. Dad, she is my sister. I refuse to allow her to marry such a scoundrel. I will take care of her. Song Taijun, undeterred, kicked at him. Silence, you little bastard. You have no say in this matter. He then turned back to Gu Qingchen, feigning exasperation. Marriage customs dictate that a bride price and dowry are traditional. How could we overlook such customs? Thus, let us set the bride price at 666,000 for good fortune. Surely, as the eldest son, you wouldn't mind such a sum? We shall return a gift of 888. After all, the bride's gift cannot exceed that of the groom, can it? Clapping her hands, Gu Qingchen remarked, Bravo. Your impromptu performance, dear father-in-law, is truly remarkable. Yet you treat me as if I were a fool, which greatly displeases me. He then cast his gaze upon Song Zijuan, who was on the ground. And you? Your vile intentions are almost written on your face. Do you truly believe I am oblivious to them? Although you and your father share no blood ties, you are indeed of the same ilk, both cut from the same cloth. It seems that without experiencing some form of consequence, you possess no sense of reverence. I hope you can endure this. Gu Qingchen forcefully pushed aside Song Taijun and took Song Siyu's hand as they descended the stairs. Please, Master Gu, I no longer desire a betrothal gift. I will even provide a dowry. Do not act impulsively. Witnessing the other's resolute departure, Song Taijun was instantly thrown into a panic. All the chaos surrounding him was the handiwork of Gu Qingchen. He lost the will to chase after them, his mind consumed with thoughts of hiding away to avoid being found. Chapter 52, Rooting Out the Problem. Upon exiting the old neighborhood, Gu Qingchen led Song Siyu to a small square. As there were no shopping malls or food streets in the vicinity, the crowd was sparse, mostly consisting of elderly men gathered around chessboards and elderly women engaging in fitness dances. Finding a shaded bench, Gu Qingchen and Song Siyu sat down. The girl noticed her boyfriend was preoccupied with thoughts and remained silent, simply embracing his arm and resting her head on his shoulder. Gu Qingchen indeed had matters weighing on his mind. Dealing with the Song father and son, seeking help from Shun Miaoshu would yield little benefit, at best leading to Song Taijun's imprisonment for a few years. Upon release, he would still be as sprightly as ever. As for Song Zijuan, being a minor and having committed no grave offenses, the law could not touch him. The only recourse was to seek assistance from his mother. This world is not merely black and white, but rather a delicate shade of gray, a truth Gu Qingchen had understood from a young age. Furthermore, the Gu family's enterprise is vast, with connections woven intricately into a web of interests. Silently extinguishing a few insignificant individuals poses little challenge. A gentle breeze wafted through, and a leaf landed on Gu Qingchen's phone screen. He brushed it aside, staring at the contact labeled mother in his address book, hesitating to press the call button. It had been over 4 years since they last communicated. Although they had seen each other just yesterday, the thought of reaching out for help felt somewhat embarrassing. Noticing Gu Qingchen's indecision, Song Siyu gently encouraged, if you do not wish to, then perhaps it is best to let it be. My father and brother can no longer threaten me. Any future troubles would be minor at most. Perhaps they will not even bother me at all. Looking at the understanding girl beside him, Gu Qingchen wrapped his arm around her shoulder and gently kissed her forehead. How could he allow such an exceptional girl to disregard future threats for the sake of pride? Thus, he resolutely dialed his mother's number. Beep, beep, beep. Following a few tones of connection, a cold voice emanated from the phone. Hello? Qingchen. Gu Jiaran felt a twinge of confusion. It was merely yesterday that they had met. So why had this child suddenly called today? Mom. That single utterance of mom left Gu Jiaran momentarily lost in thought. It had been quite some time since she had heard those words. Previously, due to various reasons, She had lacked the awareness of her role as a mother, continuing to live life on her own terms without fulfilling the responsibilities expected of a parent. Yet, on the day Gu Qingshan left, the moment this child, who had always been by her side, vanished, she truly realized what it meant to feel unaccustomed, to experience worry and longing. After all, this child was a part of her. How could she remain entirely indifferent? Unfortunately, her maternal instincts had awakened too late. Regrets were futile now. The child had grown up, and she understood that Gu Qingshan harbored significant resentment towards her. Hence, she refrained from showing concern, opting instead to provide silent financial support from the shadows. Although she was the type of strong woman who could make ruthless sacrifices for the future of her corporation, her son, now quite capable, had promised to inherit the family business, ensuring that the legacy built by his father would not be jeopardized. Thus, she could wholly dedicate herself to making amends with Gu Qingshan and fulfilling her role as a mother. Yes, go ahead, Gu Jian finally responded, regaining her composure. Gu Qingshan hesitated for a moment before articulating his purpose. Do me a favor and make the Song family disappear from this world. While they were not deserving of death, a person living in severely dire circumstances might one day lose their sanity and act impulsively, which was an unpredictable threat. He had given Song Taijun a chance. Yet the man, having witnessed his methods, still harbored intentions to remain active. Such individuals are inherently restless when it comes to the safety of one's most cherished loved ones. Regardless of the probability or the magnitude of the inconvenience, it is imperative to deploy the most decisive measures to ensure their safety. Gu Qingshan had been raised in an environment where he had overheard or witnessed too much darkness. Certain actions could be undertaken without the slightest ripple of conscience. Very well, I shall have it done within a month. Though such actions would certainly be unfeasible for those with even a slight background, they pose no issue for an ordinary family. Gu Jian continued, return to Modus soon. I worry about you being there. Understood. With that, Gu Qingshan ended the call. On the other end of the line, Gu Jian gazed at the disconnected phone, sighed, and dialed another number. Gu Qingshan set down his phone and turned to Song Siyu, asking, will you blame me for taking such drastic measures? Song Siyu shook her head, expressing her concern instead. Aren't you worried about getting implicated? She cared little for that scoundrel of a father. All that mattered was the safety of her beloved. Gu Qingshan smiled gently, caressing her cheek as he said, rest assured. The more formidable the aristocratic family, the more meticulous and rational their actions. They possess numerous means that you cannot even begin to fathom. Even if their schemes are exposed, they have ways to extricate themselves. Just wait for the news. Before heading home, Gu Qingshan made a stop at the pharmacy to procure some short-term contraceptive pills and a few pregnancy test kits. However, these were merely precautionary measures and would not be used lightly. Although taking them as prescribed poses no significant issues and can even regulate menstrual cycles while reducing the risk of ovarian and endometrial cancers, they may also result in adverse reactions. In emergencies, they could suffice. As for other contraceptive methods, online shopping would be the way to go. After all, as Song Si emerged from the pharmacy, her face was flushed, burying her head into his shoulder, prompting him to guide her along. If they ventured to the mall for a small umbrella, she might embarrassingly faint from the shame. By the time they returned home, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Without even changing her clothes, Song Si dashed into the kitchen to wash vegetables, preparing to cook. Gu Qingshan assisted her while asking, would you like to take the medication first? However, Song Si paid no heed, replying, no need. I actually quite want a child. If I get pregnant, I'll just have it. All right, then you can waddle around university with a big belly, facing everyone's comments. Gu Qingshan teased playfully. So what? I'm already an adult. When they gossip about me, I'll hold my head high and say, this is the fruit of my love with my husband. Then, pointing at his unattractive visage, she continued, you, just a pitiful creature that no one wants, incapable of tolerating others' happiness. Am I breaking any laws or morals by being pregnant? Must you comment on everything? Didn't your mother teach you that silence is golden? As she spoke, Song Si's tone shifted, adorably punctuated with animated gestures. Her demeanor was utterly enchanting. Chapter 53. A hasty 2 months. Gu Qingshan pinched her petite nose, saying, you little love-struck fool, it's fortunate you met me. Otherwise, you might have been taken advantage of by someone else. Song Si replied, rubbing her nose with the back of her hand, playfully retorting, your hands are wet. Moreover, you are my first love. How could I accept anyone else? Besides, without you, I might have been reborn by now. Gu Qingxuan, disregarding the moisture on his hands, cupped Song Si's face and playfully kneaded it, insisting, forget those thoughts of self-harm. Do you hear me? Throwing the vegetables aside, Song Si turned to cradle his face with tenderness in her gaze, declaring, I would never. I haven't married you yet. Haven't given you children, and haven't enjoyed enough of your affection. Even if we encounter life and death separations in the future, I will always be by your side. My dear husband, I will love you forever. Unable to contain himself any longer, Gu Qingxuan scooped up Song Si in a princess carry and headed toward the bedroom. Wait, let us cook first and eat. Let us order takeout. Unbeknownst to them, the date had already slipped to June 23rd. 2 days ago, Gu Qingxuan completed his examination for Subject 1, and he and Song Si were seated before the computer, eagerly awaiting the results. Soon enough, the pivotal outcome was revealed. Song Si scored 729, while Gu Qingxuan achieved 671. Neither of them felt particularly jubilant, as the results were anticipated. As the 26th arrived, Gu Qingxuan gently squeezed Song Si's slender waist and remarked, I am undoubtedly heading to Magic City. What do you think? With a serene smile, Song Si cradled his face and replied, wherever you go, I shall follow. Do not let me hinder your future. It is best to pursue your studies at Qingbei if possible. Gu Qingxuan reassured her, you must make your own decision. Regardless, I shall support you. Consequently, both of them applied to the finance department of Magic City University, with Song Si intending to minor in accounting during her second year. A few days after completing Subject 2, the admission letter from Magic City University arrived, along with class assignments. The fortunate couple found themselves in the same class. In their dormitory, Gu Qingxuan lounged under the air conditioning, resting his head on Song Si's lap as she provided him with ear-cleaning services. Be gentle. Do not rupture my eardrum, he cautioned. Recently, she had stumbled upon ear-cleaning videos and, to his surprise, purchased an entire set of ear-cleaning tools to try on him. Naturally, one must dote upon their girlfriend. Surprisingly, it felt quite pleasant, nearly lulling him to sleep. Just then, Gu Qingxuan's phone rang, abruptly rousing him from his drowsiness. Upon glancing at the contact name, he answered and switched to speaker mode. As a cool, composed voice resonated, the matter has been resolved. Song Taijun seems intent on avoiding you. I baited him with an enticing offer for an overseas trip for 4 at 8,000 yuan. And he foolishly took the bait with his family, saving me quite a bit of effort. Just a few days after arriving in America, they fell victim to an armed robbery and tragically succumbed to the assailants. The perpetrator was apprehended. He was in the late stages of stomach cancer and resorted to robbery for medical expenses. Regrettably, the family refused to comply, which is a true pity. Upon hearing this, Song Si, who was still engaged in ear cleaning, shivered involuntarily, envisioning the once cool demeanor of her grandmother suddenly donning a ghastly mask. It was her first encounter with the ruthless tactics of the so-called elite. As for her biological father and his family, who are they? I am not acquainted. I understand, Gu Qingxuan said, flipping over to face his girlfriend's abdomen, encouraging her to continue with the other ear. After a brief silence, Song Si inquired, when will you return to Magic City? I am currently taking driving lessons. Once I complete them, I will visit Magic City for a few days to familiarize myself with the university before coming to see you, Gu Qingxuan replied, contemplating his holiday itinerary. All right, no rush. I will get back to my tasks, she responded. As the call ended, Gu Qingxuan felt a wave of relief. The troubles concerning his girlfriend's father and family had finally been resolved. He closed his eyes, inhaling the intoxicating fragrance of Song Siyu, and continued to relish her gentle ear-cleaning service. This continued until August 13th. After completing his driving test, Gu Qingxuan, having mailed his driver's license, left the examination hall hand in hand with Song Siyu, who was waiting outside. The cicadas in the trees were rather noisy, and the glaring sun made his head spin. Watching the delicate beads of sweat trickle down Song Siyu's lovely face, Gu Qingxuan led her to a honey snow-ice city, where they purchased 2 strawberry sundaes before hailing a taxi home. As soon as they entered, Song Siyu hurried to the bathroom to wash her face with cool water. Seeking relief from the heat, Gu Qingxuan followed closely behind, asking, are you going to take a shower? Initially, Song Siyu had no intention of bathing, but his suggestion prompted her to nod in agreement. I suppose I will. As she began to shed her clothing, she turned to find Gu Qingxuan doing the same. Her curiosity piqued. Are you going to shower first? Gu Qingxuan embraced her damp body, planting a gentle kiss on her flushed cheek. Let us do it together. After a considerable time, the two finally emerged from the bathroom. Siyu, her face flushed, playfully glared at Gu Qingchen. You trickster. This isn't just a shower. She then swayed back to her bedroom, having returned home without even gathering her sleepwear or undergarments. Gu Qingchen chuckled lightly and nonchalantly returned to his own room. Chapter 54, Love to the Bone? Not quite. Just as Siyu, now donned in a nightgown, stepped out of her room, Gu Qingchen handed her a pill and a glass of water. I apologize for my impulsiveness. This time, Siyu did not protest. After obediently taking the medication, she wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchen's sturdy waist and, standing on her tiptoes, placed a tender kiss on the corner of his mouth. I'm not upset with you at all. The more impulsive you are with me, the more I adore you. She then linked her arm through his and tugged him toward the kitchen. All right, come help me cook. Gu Qingchen, holding the cup, followed her gentle lead. It was hard not to fall in love with such a treasure of a girlfriend. Later that evening, while Siyu sat on the sofa trimming her toenails, Gu Qingchen lay beside her, sending a message to his mother on WeChat. Mom, I remember Miao Shu Jia mentioned that my grandfather left me a small villa. What is the address? Siyu and I are going back to Shanghai to live there. It'll save us the trouble of finding a place. Soon. He received a reply from Gu Jiran. Villa 16, Yujing Haoding Villa Complex. You can collect the keys and property documents from the property management with your ID. Another message followed. Do you need me to send someone to help you pack and move? Gu Qingchen responded, no need, we'll manage ourselves. Gu Jiran replied, all right. Feel free to contact me if you need anything. Gu Qingchen acknowledged her message and then arranged for a moving service for the following afternoon. He put down his phone and lifted Siyu, who had just finished trimming her nails, into his embrace. She comfortably nestled into his arms, seeking a cozy position against him. Then, he gently took her hand and meticulously trimmed her nails. Gu Qingchen, while cooperating, remarked, tomorrow, let us tidy up our clothes. We are moving to the Magic City. Our train tickets are for the high-speed rail the day after tomorrow, although flying would be swifter. He feared that Siyu might find it overwhelming, hence the choice of train. Upon hearing that they would be taking the high-speed train, a glimmer of anticipation sparkled in Siyu's eyes. She had yet to experience it and wondered what it would feel like. As night deepened, after trimming Gu Qingchen's toenails, Siyu returned to the room to rest. Sleeping in clothes was uncomfortable. The warmth of the delicate body she had during the day lingered in Gu Qingchen's mind, prompting him to coax his girlfriend to relive that intimacy. Naturally, Siyu acquiesced, and after a flurry of rustling, she quietly pushed aside her inner and outer garments. Gu Qingchen, satisfied, embraced the soft warmth of the girl beside him. The sky had already turned a pale hue, whether it was a cicada resting on the outer wall. The sweltering sun had just begun to spill over the horizon, and it started its incessant chirping, akin to a relentless alarm clock. On the bed, their limbs intertwined. Exposed to the cool summer quilt, a soft, lazy sigh escaped Siyu as she nestled closer to her boyfriend, her delicate head burrowing into the crook of his neck. Her fair body pressed against his. Awakened by the commotion, Gu Qingchen yawned, feeling the softness before him. He wrapped his arm around her slender waist while his other hand caressed her smooth back. They dozed for a while longer until Siyu rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up, and stretched, causing the quilt to slide down and reveal her beautiful, pristine form. She picked up her nightgown and undergarments, dressed, and stepped over Gu Qingchen to get out of bed. In the bathroom, Siyu first squeezed toothpaste onto her boyfriend's toothbrush, placing it across the cup. Then, she took her own toothbrush, applied toothpaste, and began brushing her teeth. Before long, Gu Qingchen, still drowsy, wandered into the bathroom. Observing his girlfriend rinsing her mouth, he took her foamy toothbrush and began to brush his teeth with it. Seeing this, Siyu exclaimed, "Hey, that's the one I just used. Aren't you disgusted?" Gu Qingchen did not respond, instead wrapping an arm around her waist, resting his chin on her shoulder, continuing to brush his teeth with his eyes closed. Their faces mere inches apart. Understanding his unspoken intentions, Siyu couldn't help but smile, raising her delicate hand to gently caress his cheek. Her boyfriend, unfazed, used the toothbrush still covered in foam, causing her heart to flutter. He must truly love her to the core, didn't he? As for her toothbrush, of course, she would continue using it. She had already endured much for him, so why would she mind this? Yet, Gu Qingchen felt that he didn't love to that extent, at least not at present. After all, He lacked a love brain, and matters of the heart needed to progress gradually. The reason for this is that, in his eyes, Siyu is as pristine as a blank sheet of paper, tainted only by her own experiences, thus exuding a fragrance that envelopes her completely. He certainly would not find her lacking. Were she to have a history of romantic entanglements, he would not feel the same. Who knows how many have tasted those crimson lips? No, he would not pursue a woman with a romantic past. Why would a blank slate seek out a newspaper? If he were a newspaper himself, only then would he lower his standards to seek another newspaper. Fortunately, the storage room contained 3 suitcases and several woven bags, sparing him the need to venture downstairs to purchase more. After their morning routines, the two of them neglected breakfast, each taking a suitcase and a few bags, returning to their respective rooms to begin packing. Siyu was the first to carefully retrieve and secure her treasured collection, for it was the most significant of her possessions, absolutely not to be discovered. In the future, she wished to admire it and reminisce about the sweetness of the past. Chapter 55. Siyu's Secret Schemes. At noon, Gu Qingchen donned a simple white shirt paired with black air conditioning pants, while Siyu opted for a loose-fitting white half-sleeve top and a black skirt. The rest of their clothing, along with bed linens and blankets, had already been packed away, and the dirty clothes were separately contained, ready to be washed at their residence in the bustling metropolis. In Gu Qingchen's desktop computer, he had also tucked in some new dishwashing sponges to protect the graphics card. He took the liberty of draping white cloth over the coffee table, sofa, and the bed in the secondary bedroom, leaving only Gu Qingchen's room uncovered for their rest tonight, planning to cover it in the morning before they departed. Before long, the staff from the moving service arrived. After nearly an hour of diligent work, everything was loaded onto the truck. Gu Qingchen generously tipped the workers and arranged for the delivery to occur the following day, considering they would not be departing until then. It would be inconsiderate to leave them waiting idly. Watching the truck drive away, both felt their stomachs rumble with hunger. They first visited the courier station to collect the driver's licenses that had been mailed to them. Hand in hand, they then made their way to the nearest hot pot restaurant to satisfy their appetites. This time, Siyu went to prepare the dipping sauces while Gu Qingchen waited at their table. Soon, the young lady gracefully returned with 2 bowls of sauce, taking her seat beside him. She had combined sesame paste, sweet vinegar, a hint of Sichuan pepper oil, and a few segments of small chili peppers. Quite delightful. Wouldn't you say? Gu Qingchen dipped his chopsticks into the mixture, tasted it, and, pinching Siyu's soft cheek, remarked, "It's good. But you need not rigidly adhere to my preferences. What you enjoy is what truly matters." After all, the flavors of sauces differ from one establishment to another, and in his experience, he had never encountered identical tastes at different places. Perhaps it was also related to the varying proportions of ingredients used each time. However, Siyu lacked her own opinions, innocently stating, "I don't believe that what you like is necessarily the best." Gu Qingchen smiled indulgently, pulling her into an embrace. His movements subtle yet audacious. Siyu did not resist. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly pleaded, "There are too many people here. Can we just have our fun at home?" Gu Qingchen naturally did not make things difficult for her. He gently wrapped his arms around her waist. Before long, the waiter brought over the hot pot along with an array of ingredients. Siyu skillfully placed the lamb into the pot, using her chopsticks to dip the tripe. After a brief wait of about 10 seconds, she held one hand underneath to catch the dripping broth while using the other to offer the tripe to Gu Qingchen's lips. He accepted it without hesitation, savoring the bite and even slurping the chopsticks. Siyu beamed with delight and turned to continue cooking other dishes. Once the lamb was ready, Gu Qingchen carefully placed it all into Siyu's bowl. The young lady looked at him curiously and asked, "Why are you giving it all to me? I can't eat that much. We should share. If the meat is cooked too long, it becomes tough," he replied. "Oh, I see," she said obediently, pushing the dipping sauce to the center and picking up her chopsticks to eat, observing that she often ended up with strands of hair in her mouth. Gu Qingchen set down his chopsticks and gently tucked her hair behind her ears, gathering it with the rest of her flowing locks. In response to his tender gesture, Siyu smiled sweetly and offered a piece of lamb to him. Thus, the young man tended to the girl's hair while she took a bite for herself and then fed him a piece in turn. This charming scene evoked envy from many young diners around them. Noticing the affectionate couple, a woman from a nearby table suddenly remarked, "Young man, you truly pamper your girlfriend. And the girl is quite understanding too. I've seen many young couples before, but they usually eat separately. None are as attentive and loving as you two." Make sure to cherish this relationship and aim for marriage. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen politely replied, "Thank you, Auntie, we definitely plan to marry." Songsi also wore a radiant smile, saying, "Auntie, he is not just my boyfriend. He is my fiancé, approved by family." The middle-aged woman was taken aback, exclaiming, "Oh my, you're engaged at such a young age? I wish you both early blessings." Gu Qingchen quickly waved his hands, saying, "No, no, thank you for your kind wishes. But we need to finish our studies before starting a family." The middle-aged woman, being open-minded, shrugged it off, saying, "What is wrong with college students? Many marry and start families while in university. Since you're engaged, shouldn't you be a bit more proactive? How wonderful it would be to have a child." Her husband promptly covered her mouth, apologizing, Sorry, you both should focus on your studies. Don't mind her chatter. We didn't mean to intrude. Enjoy your meal." "Not a problem, Uncle," Gu Qingchen replied, knowing the auntie meant well. What she said makes sense. "How lovely," Song Si exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She turned to Gu Qingchen and playfully said, "How about we have a baby, darling?" "Not a chance. Focus on your meal, love-struck girl," he replied, flicking her forehead in playful exasperation. "Ouch," Song Si pouted, covering her forehead, then picked up some lamb to eat before offering another piece to Gu Qingchen. After finishing their meal, they realized it was nearly 4 in the afternoon. The day was unbearably hot, prompting the two to forego their shopping plans and return home hand in hand. Once inside, Gu Qingchen could no longer tolerate the sweat clinging to his skin and retreated to the bathroom for a quick rinse, while Song Si, feeling relatively comfortable, chose to remain behind. However, she stealthily slipped into the bedroom, retrieving a pair of scissors. Pulling open the bedside drawer, she emptied the small umbrella collection from its box, lightly pricking each one with the tip of the blade before hastily returning them to their original place. Hearing the bathroom door creak open, the young girl quickened her movements, tossing the scissors beneath the bed before casually opening the door and standing with her hands clasped behind her back, humming a tune. Gu Qingchen, observing her peculiar demeanor, felt an unsettling sensation and approached her, inquiring, "What's wrong?" What do you mean?" Song Si's cheeks flushed slightly as she averted her gaze, sensing her guilt. "Something's off. What mischief have you been up to?" Gu Qingchen noticed her unnatural behavior, convinced that something was amiss. In a moment of panic, Song Si, her face flushed, exclaimed, I rewarded myself." Gu Qingchen's eyes widened in surprise at her candidness. "Ahem, do you still need me?" To conceal her secret, Song Si felt tears welling up in her eyes. Biting her lip, she gazed at her boyfriend with misty eyes, her expression pitiful as she grasped his large hand, pulling him into the room. The two collapsed onto the bed, sharing a deep and passionate kiss. Gu Qingchen then opened the drawer, busying himself with something. Witnessing this, Song Si felt even more anxious, covering her face tightly while silently pleading for him not to discover her secret. As the bed slightly dipped beneath their weight, she sighed in relief. Phew, thankfully, he didn't notice. Chapter 56. The first time Song Si was angry, sunlight flooded the room, while outside, the incessant chirping of a cicada pierced the air. Clothes were strewn across the floor, and the trash bin held several crumpled papers wrapped around small umbrellas. Today, Gu Qingchen was the first to awaken, roused by the noise. Without a moment to dress, he stormed to the window, throwing open the screen and leaning out, trying to reach the cicada perched on the wall, but to no avail. The cicada seemed to taunt him, chirping even more loudly. Damn it, if I don't take you down today, I don't deserve the surname Gu. Song Si was also awakened by the commotion. She had barely emerged from her slumber when she was startled by Gu Qingchen's reckless actions. Quickly throwing off the covers, she rushed to his side, wrapping her arms around his waist and pulling him back forcefully. Feeling the soft pressure against his back, Gu Qingchen instinctively leaned away. This is too dangerous. We're on the 10th floor. What if you fall? Do you have any idea how fast my heart was racing just now? Can you think about the consequences before you act? You're my only family. What would I do if something happened to you? I haven't even had the chance to bear you children or grow old together yet. For this, you are grounded for 3 days. No touching. Song Siyu puffed her cheeks in annoyance, her tone sharper than usual, completely devoid of her customary gentleness, indicating she was genuinely upset. Gu Qingchen, aware of his transgressions, immediately embraced her smooth back, burying his head in the hollow of her collarbone, playfully nuzzling her as he sheepishly declared, I was wrong, dear Siyu. Please retract your punishment. I assure you I shall not repeat my mistakes. Enough. Siyu pushed his head aside, breaking free from his embrace to sit on the bed, crossing her arms and turning her back to him in silence. This was Gu Qingqian's first encounter with a girl genuinely angry at him, and he found it rather intriguing. Undeterred, he shamelessly leaned in closer, wrapping his arms around her delicate frame, gently rubbing his cheek against her soft face as he soothingly coaxed, "Please don't be upset. It was unintentional, and I promise it won't happen again. Look at my sincere apology. You are magnanimous enough not to hold this against me." Humph. Siyu twisted her body, realizing she couldn't escape his grasp, letting out a soft huff while ignoring him completely. In truth, by the time Gu Qingqian had apologized, she had already calmed down. However, she maintained this act to ensure he would remember and refrain from engaging in such reckless behavior in the future. Gu Qingqian, feeling that his beloved was genuinely upset, turned her head towards him and captured her soft lips in his. In a relationship, there is rarely any conflict that a kiss cannot resolve. If there is, then perhaps two are necessary. Siyu struggled to suppress her fluttering heart, remaining unresponsive as Gu Qingqian showered her with affection. Gradually, however, she succumbed, wrapping her arms around his neck and becoming even more entangled with him. It was irresistible. The domineering boyfriend who always shielded her was now showing vulnerability, and she found it utterly charming. She adored him. Just as Siyu was about to suggest an early morning exercise, Gu Qingqian quickly interjected, "Wait, hurry and get ready. We need to catch the high-speed train." At his words, the girl snapped back to reality, her fragrant breath brushing against his face, her eyes sparkling with desire, hints of heart-shaped pupils glimmering within. Taking a moment to collect herself, she recalled she was still upset and turned her head away, letting out another adorable huff. "All right, are you no longer angry? Hurry and wash up." "Who said that? I'm still angry." Siyu feigned stubbornness for a moment before adding, "Help me get dressed." "Understood. Your wish is my command." Gu Qingqian released her supple form and picked up the delicate white lace lingerie from the floor. He raised her arms obediently, fastening it with a gentle tug, eliciting an eye roll from Siyu. After securing the straps, he then picked up her panties, resting her long, elegant legs over his own as he guided them through the leg openings, pulling them up to her thighs. "Lift your hips," he instructed, and she complied. After ensuring everything was in place, he playfully slapped her bottom, provoking another eye roll from Siyu. Continuing, he took the small white socks and gently slipped them onto the girl's adorable toes, caressing the smooth arch of her foot before picking up the loose white short-sleeved shirt and the black skirt from the floor. Once fully dressed, Siyu leaned down to kiss Gu Qingqian's cheek, then donned her slippers and skipped merrily to the bathroom to freshen up. In response, he could only express mild satisfaction, chuckling to himself. After putting on his own clothes, Gu Qingqian glanced at his girlfriend, who was washing her face in the bathroom, then swiftly made his way to the kitchen, where he picked up a broom. With delicate movements, he returned to the window and peered outside again, targeting the cicada that was still chirping. He then extended his arm, broom in hand, and took a random, haphazard shot. The chirping abruptly ceased. Gu Qingqian smirked disdainfully, muttering that he wouldn't bear the surname Gu if he didn't eliminate it. For the sake of their future children's surname rights, any risk was worth taking. He found a perfect excuse for his childish fixation. Hearing the commotion, Siyu immediately called out, "Qingqian, what are you doing?" This startled Gu Qingqian, who promptly feigned sweeping the floor, replying, "Just tidying up the bedroom a bit." Oh, the girl remained unsuspecting as she washed off the cleanser from her face. Observing his own guilty pretense, Gu Qingqian felt a jolt of concern. Could it be true, as Lu Xingzhe had said, that he would end up being dominated by his wife in the future? After discreetly stowing away the contraceptive pills and pregnancy test in the drawer, and draping a white cloth over the bed, Gu Qingqian finally headed towards the bathroom. By then, Siyu had finished washing up and was sitting on the toilet. Upon entering, Gu Qingqian first smiled mischievously, then approached her, playfully scratching her delicate chin like one would with a cat or dog. Siyu simply stared at him, her expression a mix of confusion and curiosity. Feeling slightly bored, Gu Qingqian withdrew his hand and proceeded to wash up at the sink. He was too lazy to wash his hair. It wasn't particularly messy or oily, so he decided to leave it as it was. Having adjusted her skirt, Siyu hopped off the toilet and wrapped her arms around Gu Qingqian from behind, pressing her beautiful face against his back and softly asking, "What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you." As he applied cleanser to his face, Gu Qingchen replied, "Why don't you rest a bit? We should have time. We can just grab a bite at the high-speed train station." "All right." But the girls stubbornly clung to him, unwilling to let go. Before long, Gu Qingchen, now finished, emerged from the bathroom with his little shadow in tow. He picked up a small hair tie from the coffee table and, moving behind Siyu, gathered her silky hair into a high ponytail, adjusting her French bangs and smoothing out the strands framing her face. "All right, my wife is stunning. Let us go," he said, unable to resist giving Siyu's beautiful oval face a gentle rub and planting a light kiss on her rosy lips before taking her hand. After turning off the water and electricity, securely locking the front door, they descended in the elevator. Along the way, Siyu turned back for a fleeting glance at their little home, which had witnessed her myriad memories and happiness. Gu Qingchen summoned Aditi, and the two hurried towards the high-speed railway station. Chapter 57. Moving into the new home. The station was bustling with crowds. A veritable sea of people during the summer vacation. Gu Qingchen glanced at his phone. It was 9:42 a.m., and their train was scheduled to depart at 10:20 a.m., necessitating an arrival at the ticket gate 10 minutes early. Time was of the essence. So he took Si's hand and briskly made their way to a noodle shop. Instantly, a few patrons were captivated by the young woman's beauty, though most had little time to linger, offering only a cursory glance before returning to their meals. They ordered 2 bowls of noodles to quickly satiate their hunger before rushing back to the ticket gate. "Just present your ID at the machine there, and you'll be able to pass through. Just watch how I do it," Gu Qingchen instructed, retrieving 2 identification cards from his pocket and handing one to her. Mimicking his actions, the young woman successfully navigated the security check and made her way to the platform. Following Gu Qingchen, they located their designated carriage and boarded the train. Si curiously surveyed her surroundings as Gu Qingchen found their seats, guiding her to the window side. This carriage was quite intimate, with only 2 seats available. Ensuring they were undisturbed, Si nestled against her boyfriend's arm, gazing out the window at the passing passengers. After about 10 minutes, the train gradually began to move. Initially, it started slowly, and Si, intrigued by her first high-speed train experience, observed with wide eyes. However, as the speed increased, the scenery outside blurred past, and she pressed her face against the glass in astonishment. "It's so fast, much quicker than a car. I'll take you on a plane next time." "That's even faster and offers breathtaking views of the clouds," Gu Qingchen said, playfully ruffling her hair. Upon arriving at the bustling high-speed railway station in Magic City, they were greeted by a multitude of waiting taxis. Gu Qingchen took Si's hand and casually entered one, directing the driver towards Deepening. As he watched the familiar streets roll by, he felt a twinge of nostalgia. Life was unpredictable. He had once been so certain he would never return. Yet here he was. Upon reaching Deepening, Gu Qingchen and Si first visited the property management office to register their ownership details, receiving the keys, access cards, and property documents. They then called for a moving service, opting to visit Villa 16 while waiting. The upscale villa area was undeniably superior to an ordinary neighborhood. The grand entrance, featuring intricately carved stone pillars and an imposing archway, was a sight to behold. At its center stood an elegantly designed fountain, rhythmically spouting crystalline water. The winding road meandered between the luxurious villas, paved with pristine stone slabs. Low hedges formed diminutive walls along the sides of the road, and at intervals, unique sculptures, be they of figures or animals, rose majestically from the ground. The towering trees stand protected within, their lush branches intertwining above to form a verdant canopy. The radiant sunlight filters through the leaves, casting shimmering speckles of light. Approaching Villa 16, one is greeted by a 2-story structure adorned with creamy white walls and a deep gray roof. Surrounded by flourishing greenery, it resembles a castle nestled in nature, exuding an air of serenity and grandeur. At the entrance, a pebble-paved path leads to the double doors, flanked by blooming flowers that release enchanting fragrances. Due to the password lock running out of power, the door must be unlocked with a key. As the grand entrance swings open, one is welcomed into a spacious and luminous foyer, where the high-end marble floor reflects light like a mirror and a magnificent crystal chandelier dangles from the ceiling. Venturing further inside, one discovers a cozy living room furnished with plush sofas and an exquisite coffee table, adorned with several artworks on the walls. To one side lies an open-concept kitchen, separated by a bar counter and liquor cabinet, alongside a large round table capable of accommodating many guests. The second floor is designated as the bedroom area. The master bedroom is particularly expansive, featuring a walk-in closet and a bathroom with a wet and dry separation. Most notably, there exists a circular bath reminiscent of a hot spring, where she can enjoy soaking with Siyu. The bed is a notably large circular one, accompanied by an elongated desk that serves as a computer station, writing desk, and vanity. Upon opening the doors to the outdoor balcony, 2 loungers and a small table await, offering a breathtaking view of the city skyline in the distance. The other 3 guest bedrooms are also generously sized, each equipped with its own private bathroom. Returning to the first floor, exiting through the back door of the living room reveals an expansive lawn garden, encircled by a wide band of blue ceramic tiles that form a 1-meter isolation circle with a rectangular swimming pool at its center. After wandering for a while, Siyu gazes in awe at this incredibly luxurious new home. Unable to distinguish between reality and a dream, she gently nudges Gu Qingshan's arm, asking, "Can I truly live here?" Gu Qingshan embraces the girl, kissing her forehead, and softly replies, "Why not, my little princess?" He merely finds the place quite agreeable, having grown up in the Gu family's estate, where high standards are the norm. However, as their future love nest, Gu Qingshan believes this place surpasses any other. Not long after, with Gu Qingshan's consent, the moving service is granted access by the security at the entrance. After a considerable effort, the workers have unloaded everything into the center of the hall and then departed. Surveying the scattered electronic devices, bags, and various items strewn about, Gu Qingshan feels overwhelmed. Fortunately, with Siyu's diligent nature, she methodically organizes and categorizes the items, while Gu Qingshan carries them to their designated locations. By around 4 in the afternoon, the computer, printer, and other electronic devices are set up on the elongated desk in the master bedroom, alongside an esports chair. Toiletries are placed in the master bathroom, while pots, pans, and dishes are stored in the kitchen, although the kitchen already has new ones, so they have merely been tucked away. Items such as sanitary napkins, tissues, and wet wipes have been discarded into the storage room on the first floor. Small umbrellas and contraceptives, naturally, are kept in the bedside table of the master bedroom. Clothing and bed linens are currently being organized by Siyu herself. She has divided the wardrobe into 2 halves, one side for the clothes worn outside by the couple, and the other for home-wear pajamas and nightgowns. Their undergarments, socks, and stockings are all categorized together and stored in several drawers. Since the bed is a large round one, the linens provided by the house cannot be used, and thus are left to gather dust in the cupboard. Moreover, Siyu's most treasured collection of trophies has been discreetly tucked away in a corner of the cabinet. Meanwhile, the bed sheet stained with the marks of a girl's first menstruation has been carefully preserved by Gu Qingshan in a suitcase, which is now stored in the storage room. Chapter 58. A full stomach and thoughts observing the wardrobe filled to the brim with clothes. Gu Qingshan embraced Siyu's soft and slender waist from behind, teasingly inquired, "So, we're living in the same room now? Do you think this is agreeable, my girlfriend?" However, Siyu failed to catch the playful tone in his words, her face radiant with longing and happiness as she corrected him. "Let me clarify. I am recognized by Andy as your fiancée, and once we are married, we will still need to move. Isn't it wonderful to keep the second bedroom for our future children?" "Indeed, quite wonderful." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan felt a warm current flow through his heart. One hand slid upwards to encircle her chest, while the other remained wrapped around her delicate waist. He buried his face into the fragrant nook of her neck, inhaling deeply while gradually tightening his embrace, wishing to merge her very essence with his being. Sensing Gu Qingshan's emotions, Siyu lifted her hand to caress his cheek, her tone exuding utmost tenderness. "Si loves you the most, and will forever love you. My little love-struck brain. I shall always love you too," Gu Qingshan murmured in response. "Humph." Siyu, feeling dissatisfied, puffed her cheeks and shifted from caressing to pinching. "I'm making such a serious confession, and you respond like this, you little love-struck brain." In the bathroom, the layout of the villa revealed that the washing machine was situated here rather than on the balcony. Due to its ample size, 4 different washing machines faced the sink, one for light-colored clothes, one for dark, a twin tub washer specifically for undergarments and socks, and a dedicated shoe washer. Since the villa had remained uninhabited since its renovation last year, it was an investment property, thus there were no concerns regarding hygiene. Everything was brand new. After retrieving a bottle of laundry detergent from the storage room, Song-si sorted the clothes from the previously dirty laundry basket and tossed them into the washing machine for a high-temperature wash. However, Gu Qingchun's underwear was deliberately set aside by her. At that moment, Gu Qingchun leaned against the doorframe, observing the girl diligently scrubbing his underwear at the sink. Perplexed, he asked, "See, you could simply toss it in the washing machine for a high-temperature wash. Why go through all this trouble?" In a similar vein, when at the riverside, his undergarments were meticulously hand-washed by Siyu, while her own could conveniently be tossed into the washing machine. This matter had long piqued Gu Qingchun's curiosity. However, it had slipped his mind until now. As Siyu wrung out a piece of clothing draped beside her and continued with the next, she earnestly declared, "I would never entrust the hygiene of my future happiness to a machine. The garments I wash with my own hands bring me peace of mind." Gu Qingchun found himself momentarily at a loss for words, shaking his head in resignation as he turned towards the living room. He retrieved his phone, logged onto the property management system, and ordered some groceries for delivery. It was amusing, considering the exorbitant property fees here, that a grocery delivery service was merely a basic expectation. In a mere 10 minutes, the doorbell rang. Gu Qingchun rose to answer it, his first words being, "Is your property service this prompt?" The delivery man was taken aback, quickly realizing he was dealing with a new resident, and greeted him with a warm smile, patiently explaining, "Sir, you may not be aware, but our Yujing Houding has a dedicated cold storage facility, ensuring that all groceries such as vegetables, eggs, and dairy are replaced every 3 days. Should any resident require assistance, we offer 24-hour delivery." "Well, I suppose that justifies the nearly 5,000 monthly property fee," Gu Qingchun mused. After all, with the villa's total area being 826 square meters and the fee at 6 yuan per square meter, it amounted to nearly 5,000. This was relatively reasonable. Some upscale communities charged 12 yuan per square meter. For the affluent, such expenditures were trifling, a mere indulgence. Moreover, the area included both villas and apartment blocks, generating substantial revenue from property fees alone. Not to mention that any ingredients exceeding the 3-day mark would not go to waste, as they could be redistributed to other merchants. The only loss for the property management lay in the occasional premium service. Then I shall not intrude further. Should you require anything, please feel free to contact property management at any time. All right, goodbye. Goodbye, sir. After closing the door, he returned to the kitchen. Just as Gu Qingchun rolled up his sleeves in preparation to wash the vegetables, a busy Siyu descended from upstairs. She glanced at the array of vegetables on the countertop, puzzled. Where did these come from?" "Delivered by the property management," Gu Qingchun replied, turning on the faucet as he began to wash the vegetables. The property offers such a service?" As she approached to assist, he continued, "Indeed. I pay 5,000 a month in property fees. I'll help you download the property management app so you can order groceries from there in the future." Upon hearing this, Siyu's voice rose in surprise. 5,000? Monthly? Is that mandatory? Gu Qingchun nodded affirmatively, absolutely. With a pained expression, Siyu bit her lip. "Then I shall have them deliver more often," aiming to recoup the expenses. Chuckling, Gu Qingchun playfully brushed his damp fingers against her petite nose. "Very well. Feel free to make full use of their services." "All right," she replied, wiping her nose with the back of her hand. "You focus on washing the vegetables." After a flurry of activity, the couple, having endured a day of hunger, finally sat down to enjoy their meal. To celebrate their new abode, they prepared an exquisite spread of 4 dishes and a soup. Steamed rice, sweet and sour ribs, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, fish-flavored shredded pork, and a winter melon meatball soup without the meatballs. Gu Qingchun, blinded by hunger, filled a large bowl with rice, but ultimately found himself unable to finish, leaving some uneaten. He pressed his hand against his distended stomach, feeling discomfort as he reclined motionlessly on the sofa. After finishing her own meal, Siyu took it upon herself to consume the remaining rice left by Gu Qingchun. Fortunately, there was not much left, otherwise, she too would have been unable to eat another bite. After washing the dishes and placing the leftovers in the refrigerator, Siyu slowly made her way back to the sofa, where she too felt somewhat stuffed. Nevertheless, with a warm heart, she extended her hand to gently massage Gu Qingchun's belly. The saying goes, a full stomach breeds desires. Though it was merely a simple massage, it was enough to ignite passion. After enjoying the moment for a while, he rose and swept her into his arms, heading upstairs. Instinctively, Song Siyu wrapped her arms around his neck and inquired, "Where are we going?" Gu Qingchun, inhaling the fragrance of her fair neck, replied teasingly, "Of course. To test if the new bed is soft enough, and to help digest." Song Siyu's skin flushed a delicate pink as she responded with a soft voice. As they entered the bedroom, Gu Qingchun used his foot to close the door behind them. He gently laid the girl upon the round bed, which felt as soft as cotton. They exchanged smiles before their lips met in a fervent kiss. Then, he playfully removed the hair tie from her ponytail, allowing her long, dark hair to cascade down like a smooth waterfall. Clothes were scattered about, and just as the atmosphere thickened with desire, Gu Qingchun, maintaining his rationality, gently pushed her away, saying, "Wait a moment, little umbrella." As Song Siyu's rationality gradually returned, she proactively opened a drawer, stating, "I'll help you." After a while, dusk was completely enveloped by night. From the bedroom emerged a melodious and enchanting voice, signaling the end of the rain. Gu Qingchun held the soft and curvaceous figure close, kissing her delicate lips. However, just as Song Siyu was passionately responding, she suddenly frowned and gently pushed him away. Gu Qingchun nuzzled his nose against hers, softly asking, "What's wrong? My stomach feels a bit uncomfortable. I think my period has arrived," Song Siyu explained. We just started, and you're already?" "It seems so." She shyly buried her head into the crook of his neck, playfully nudging him. Gu Qingchun felt a twinge of anxiety, realizing how close they had come to an impasse. He then asked, "Do you need to change your sanitary pad?" My legs feel weak. Could you carry me to the bathroom and bring me a pad?" Song Siyu said, her tone sweetly coaxing. "Of course," Gu Qingchun replied as he lifted the blanket and carried her to the bathroom. He then hurried downstairs to retrieve a nighttime sanitary pad. Meanwhile, Song Siyu sat on the toilet, her face filled with regret. Her plan had been flawless, yet it was thwarted by the arrival of her period. Tonight would indeed be in vain. Gu Qingchun returned to the bedroom with the sanitary pad, first picking up Song Siyu's underwear from the floor before heading back to the bathroom. "Here you go." He passed everything over and then stood motionless. Seeing that he showed no intention of leaving, Song Siyu could only suppress her embarrassment. Her cheeks flushed as she applied a sanitary napkin. After adjusting her underwear, she placed her fair, delicate feet on the ground and, with her upper body bare, wrapped her arms around Gu Qingchun, pulling him out of the bathroom. "Are you trying to coax me to sleep? Doesn't your stomach hurt?" Gu Qingchun inquired with concern. "Not really. I don't suffer from dysmenorrhea," she replied. "All right then. I'll have the property management deliver brown sugar and dates tomorrow, and I'll make you some brown sugar water. Also a hot water bag." The following day was somewhat overcast, casting a gray hue outside. Upon waking, Song Siyu felt a tinge of discontent, as her period prevented her from being close to Gu Qingchun without reservations, leaving her with a sense of distance from happiness. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she attempted to rise, but was abruptly tugged back by a painful pull at her scalp. Turning to glance at the still sleeping Gu Qingchun, she realized her hair was trapped beneath him. She first tried to tug it free, but to no avail. Reluctantly, she nudged Gu Qingchun, her voice soft and drowsy. "Morning, Qingchun." Gu Qingchun opened his eyes groggily and asked, "What's wrong? Is your stomach uncomfortable?" "No, it's just that you're on my hair," Song Siyu replied playfully. "Oh, my apologies." He quickly shifted to the side. Once her hair was untangled, the girl flashed a sweet smile and leaned down to plant a kiss at the corner of his mouth. "No need to apologize. You can sleep a bit longer. I'll go prepare breakfast. Could you take my phone downstairs? Just have the property management deliver the groceries, and also request some brown sugar and dates for yourself, along with a hot water bag." After hearing Gu Qingchun's instructions, Song Siyu picked up his phone from the bedside table, slipped into her slippers, and said, "Got it. I'll call you when I finish cooking." With that, she tidied up the scattered clothes on the floor, piled them at the foot of the bed, put on her bra, and entered the dressing room. When she emerged, she had donned a more modest, long-sleeved nightgown, while balancing a set of gray pajamas and black underwear in her hands. After placing them at the foot of the bed, she added, "I've put your pajamas and underwear at the foot of the bed." Gu Qingchun didn't respond, merely gesturing to indicate he understood. Entering the bathroom, Song Siyu tossed the clothes in her arms into the laundry basket before heading downstairs, holding the phone as she followed Gu Qingchun's instructions to order groceries and arrange for a runner. Once awakened, Gu Qingchun found it hard to fall back asleep. Leaning against the curved headboard, he lost himself in thought, suddenly recalling someone. Yes, Lu Xingxia. Ever since the exams had concluded, he and T heard from him. Meanwhile, engrossed in his sweet moments with Song Siyu, he had forgotten to inquire about Lu Xingjia's scores and choices. As a brother, it was quite neglectful of him. Just as he resolved to message him, he remembered that his phone was already taken by his wife. Unable to find another solution, he reluctantly picked up Song Siyu's phone, which was devoid of a password, and effortlessly unlocked it to access the WeChat interface. It was remarkably tidy, with only one friend listed. He initiated a search, entered Lu Xingjia's phone number, sent a friend request, and added a note, Gu Qingqian's wife. What? How could someone remember a brother's number? Not at all. It was merely that Lu Xingjia's number was extraordinary, ending in 4 consecutive ones, and featuring the memorable middle digits 2506. After a mere 10 seconds, the request was accepted on the other end. Lu Xingjia, sister-in-law? Gu Qingqian. I am Gu Qingqian. I let Siyu take my phone, so I can only communicate with you through hers. Lu Xingjia. Are you flaunting the trust between you two? Gu Qingqian, without indulging in pleasantries, got straight to the point. What have you been up to lately? It's been 2 months since we last spoke. How did you perform on your exams? And what are your aspirations? Lu Xingjia, 588, aiming for an undergraduate program in Shaanxi. Lu Xingjia. Hey, you haven't reached out to me either. I know you're in a relationship. To be honest, I've also ventured into online romance, and am quite smitten. Gu Qingqian. Is that reliable? Lu Xingjia. Hey, who are you looking down upon? I'm quite the catch myself. Gu Qingqian. Have you met in person? Lu Xingjia. No, just photos. We met while gaming. Gu Qingqian. Don't believe the tales of an alcoholic father, a mother who remarried, a brother who is studying, or her shattered past, or about helping grandpa sell tea. Lu Xingjia. I'm not foolish, please. Gu Qingqian. All right, be cautious. At that moment, Song Siyu entered the bedroom, completely oblivious to him using her phone. She leaped into his embrace, nuzzling her head against him, exclaiming, It's time to eat. Qingqian. With one arm wrapped around her back, and the other responding to Lu Xingjia. Gu Qingqian said, My wife is in my arms, acting spoiled and calling for dinner. We'll talk later, goodbye. Lu Xingjia. Gu dog. You. Die. Red exclamation mark. System, you are not yet friends with this person. Please send a friend verification request. Only upon their acceptance can you chat. Lu Xingjia. Red exclamation mark. Chapter 60. Amusement Park, Part 1. In the morning, Gu Qingqian mysteriously ventured out without informing Song Siyu. He returned only by noon. In the kitchen, dressed in a white shirt and black shorts, Gu Qingqian poured the prepared ginger water with red dates into Song Siyu's pink thermos. The day's plan was to visit Disneyland, but as there was no Ferris wheel there, they decided to change course to an amusement park, intending to visit Disneyland another time. As Song Siyu was on her period, she couldn't come into contact with cold water, so Gu Qingqian crossed off all water-based attractions from their itinerary. After securely closing the thermos and placing it in his backpack, Gu Qingqian checked its contents once more. Sanitary pads, tissues, hair ties, a jacket, a power bank. And everything essential was accounted for. Anything forgotten could be purchased later. Just then, Song Siyu descended the stairs gracefully. She wore a white off-shoulder camisole paired with a pink pleated skirt, her long and slender legs adorned in white stockings, with long hair cascading down her shoulders. The exquisitely delicate oval face, devoid of any makeup, radiated an extraordinary beauty. Within her pure, first love aura, there lingered a subtle allure characteristic of a mature woman. Gu Qingqian admired her for a while before suddenly inquiring, Have you put on safety shorts? Yes, Song Siyu nodded, naturally lifting her skirt to reveal the shorts underneath. Only then did Gu Qingqian step forward, wrapping his arms around her slender waist, gently pressing his nose against hers, and softly declared, That's wonderful. My girlfriend looks stunning today. How could a love-struck girl resist such words? She puckered her lips and pressed them against the mouth she adored. The two indulged in their affection for a while before parting. Let us go? Gu Qingqian slung his backpack over his shoulder and took Song Siyu's hand as they exited the house. Meanwhile, in a CAF, Shen Miaoshu, with her long hair loosely braided and draped across her chest, stirred her coffee gently while gazing out the window, lost in thought. Opposite her sat a woman clad in professional attire, with cascading waves of hair and an exquisite visage. The woman took a sip of her coffee and softly asked, Miaoshu, I heard your young admirer has returned? Yes, Shen Miaoshu replied softly, falling silent thereafter. The woman before her was one of her close friends, and Wenxin, the only one aware of her affection for the boy she had watched grow up. Have you not yet secured him firmly in your grasp? And Wenxin inquired. Shen Miaoshu offered a bittersweet smile. You know as well as I do that it's impossible for us, be it our relationship, age, or family background. Moreover, he has found a girl he loves who reciprocates his feelings. And Wenxin pondered this for a moment and realized it was indeed the case. Shen Miaoshu's family heritage was substantial, and those who might harbor ill intentions were numerous. Such a relationship, which bordered on the scandalous, would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention, potentially harming both her and the young man. A slight misstep could even tarnish the Shun family's reputation. With a sigh, and Wenxin chided, why choose someone so unsuitable? How could you fall for a boy you've watched grow up? Shen Miaoshu remained silent for a moment, sipping her coffee. As if to explain, or perhaps to speak to herself, that child was neglected by his mother and matured far too quickly. Initially, I merely felt pity and wanted to care for him, but gradually, he transformed into someone who would even concern himself with my well-being. Over the years, I have understood that my family background and age do not permit such feelings, yet my heart inexplicably leans towards him. What can I do? Love is a most unreasonable emotion. If it could be easily controlled or cast aside, it would not be love. I suspect that I will never experience romance or marriage in this lifetime, so I might as well silently protect him from afar, perhaps help raise his children in the future, and eventually, he may care for me in my old age. In truth, that seems quite blissful. An Wenxin shook her head helplessly after listening, muttering, fateful entanglement. Outside the amusement park, Gu Qingxin accompanied Song Siyu as they entered through the ticket gate. The young girl gazed curiously at the various amusement rides, the smiling faces of the crowd, and the children frolicking and running about. Gu Qingxin first led her to the double-decker carousel, which was bustling with couples and children alike. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally their turn. Gu Qingxin took Song Siyu's hand and helped her onto a white wooden horse, while he settled onto a yellow one beside her. As the machine began to turn slowly, the horses gently rose and fell. Song Siyu, filled with wonder, was experiencing everything when she heard Gu Qingxin call out, Siyu, turn around. Puzzled, she turned to see her boyfriend holding his phone horizontally, seemingly intending to take her picture. Smile, little Siyu. At his prompting, Song Siyu beamed a sweet smile. Gu Qingxin quickly snapped several photos, and under his direction, they captured a variety of poses, some with her hands raised in a peace sign, others with her cradling her face and gazing ahead, and some with her arms outstretched, hair dancing in the breeze. Once the ride came to a halt, Gu Qingxin pulled her close for a few more pictures, including one where he embraced her on the same wooden horse. However, they were soon advised by the staff to disembark, as there were others waiting to ride. Strolling along the whimsical path, they passed a small shop selling ice cream. Gu Qingxin approached to buy a vanilla cone, allowing Song Siyu to lick it twice before claiming it entirely for himself. Song Siyu bore no complaints and obediently linked her arm with his, gazing at him with tender affection as he enjoyed the treat. After all, this was a special time for them. Otherwise, they would have surely shared it, feeding each other sweetly. Next, they arrived at the pirate ship ride. Do you want to try it? It might be a bit thrilling, Gu Qingxin asked, offering her the last bite of ice cream. Song Siyu extended her small tongue to savor the ice cream clinging to the corner of her mouth, replying, let us give it a try. Having never visited an amusement park before, she was eager to experience it. After queuing for entry, Gu Qingxin deliberately chose a spot in the middle, where the thrill was comparatively milder. As the safety bar descended, he wrapped his arms around Song Siyu's slender waist, encouraging her to lean into him. Gradually, the pirate ship began to sway. At first, it was manageable, and Song Siyu relaxed, enjoying the sensation akin to swinging. However, as the ride progressed, she found herself burying her head in Gu Qingxin's chest, overwhelmed by the intense swings, her heart racing in tandem. Gu Qingxin felt little apprehension. In fact, he cheerfully took out his phone to capture the scene of his timid girlfriend nestled in his embrace. After disembarking from the pirate ship, Song Siyu's legs felt wobbly. Gu Qingxin led her to a nearby bench where they rested for a while, and she soon felt much better. Perhaps it was her first encounter with such exhilarating attractions, leaving her somewhat unaccustomed. Subsequently, Gu Qingxin introduced Song Siyu to a myriad of activities, including the playful rides meant for children and the bouncy trampolines, all of which were gentle forms of entertainment. Naturally, they captured numerous photographs, each one showcasing the radiant smile of the young girl. Time passed until after 5 in the afternoon. As they passed the roller coaster, Gu Qingchen gently shook Song Siyu's hand and inquired. A visit to the amusement park is incomplete without a roller coaster ride. Would you care to try it? It promises to be even more thrilling than the pirate ship. The mere thought of the pirate ship sent shivers down her spine, yet to avoid dampening her boyfriend's enthusiasm, she nodded in agreement. All right, let us give it a try. Chapter 61, Amusement Park, Part 2, They queued to enter. Gu Qingchen swiftly guided Song Siyu to the front of the car, where they settled in. Though it was a bit more thrilling, it was also the safest spot. If anyone were to be nauseated, they would be spared the aftermath. Unlike the pirate ship, the roller coaster boasted individual safety measures, which meant the young girl could not leap into her boyfriend's embrace for comfort. Instead, she could only grasp his hand tightly. As the roller coaster commenced, they first ascended a gradual incline, but upon reaching the summit, the car came to a halt. Gazing down at the near-vertical descent, Song Siyu tightened her grip on Gu Qingchen's hand even further. Suddenly, the roller coaster plunged downward, and a chorus of screams erupted. Song Siyu did not scream. She instinctively closed her eyes, biting her lip fiercely. The surge of adrenaline compelled her to exert all her strength, causing Gu Qingchen to feel the pressure. Yet he did not release her hand. Instead, he reciprocated her grip with equal fervor. As the exhilarating experience concluded and the roller coaster came to a stop, Song Siyu's complexion turned pale, her body trembling uncontrollably. Gu Qingchen, filled with concern, lifted her from her seat in a princess carry. She clung to him as if he were her lifeline, burying her face in his embrace. Nearby, another girl, equally pale, cast an envious glance at Gu Qingchen and his partner, then shot a disapproving look at her own boyfriend. Look at them. I want to be held too. The boy chuckled sheepishly. Let us not. I'd hate to drop you. The girl, momentarily forgetting her fears from the roller coaster, stamped her foot in frustration and left her boyfriend behind. Gu Qingchen remained oblivious to this exchange. He carried the trembling girl to a relatively quieter spot. Along the way, many eyes were drawn to them. After all, a princess carry is a rare display of intimacy, particularly in crowded places, especially for a strikingly attractive couple, which naturally attracted more attention. Once settled on a bench, Song Siyu felt her heartbeat steadying. The reason she lingered in her boyfriend's arms was purely due to shyness and the comforting sense of security enveloping her. Gu Qingchen, still concerned, rested his cheek against the crown of her head, one arm securely wrapped around her soft form, while the other gently patted her slightly damp back. Simultaneously, she consoled. All right, there's no need to fear. We won't ride those again. How about I buy you some milk tea? It was evident to him that Song Siyu was not suited for thrilling attractions, and he resolved to avoid such experiences in the future. Just as Gu Qingchen was comforting his girlfriend, a striking woman in a black dress, adorned with a sun hat and sunglasses, passed by, holding the hand of a little girl of about 7 or 8, dressed in a princess gown and sporting 2 adorable pigtails. Mommy, I want ice cream, the little girl declared. The elegant woman gently tapped her forehead, refusing. No, you've already had one. Otherwise, your tummy will hurt, and your father will come home and scold you. The little girl, with a cute pout, raised her chin defiantly, but Daddy is always so busy. He never has time to scold me. Please let me have another one. No, no more ice cream. Even if there's no scolding, the mother reiterated. As she spoke, her gaze inadvertently fell upon Gu Qingchen. Instantly, she turned her head, her eyes wide in disbelief as she stared at the young figure on the bench, whispering softly, "Big brother?" However, she quickly regained her composure, her expression tinged with sorrow as she reflected, but Big Brother has already sacrificed himself. How could he look so much like him? Could it be that his sperm was used for IVF after his death and succeeded? But wait, didn't the doctor say the survival rate was nearly impossible? And that frozen samples lose viability after 3 years? Mommy, what are you doing? The little girl, noticing her mother lost in thought, tugged at her skirt in confusion. Nini, be good. Mommy is making a phone call. Please don't disturb me, the mother replied. Oh, all right. The little girl acquiesced, sitting on the ground to play with small stones, clearly a well-mannered child. Once the call connected, a deep, serious voice resonated on the other end. Hello, Han Hai, what's the matter? Dad, I think I saw my brother's child, the woman stated without hesitation. How can you be certain? He inquired. They look strikingly similar, and they seem to be around 20, which aligns with the timeline. Don't forget, your brother's incident was 22 years ago. His sperm had a low survival rate, let alone after being frozen for 3 years, it would have long lost its viability. If he were indeed around 18 or 20, the timeline wouldn't match, the father reminded her. Dad, there's also the 10 months of gestation to consider, she interjected. There was a moment of silence on the line before he replied. Even so, that child would have been conceived through voluntary fertilization with donated sperm at a hospital. Even if it is your brother's genetic material, it does not connect to the Siyu family, and recognizing them would be inappropriate. Are we just to watch my brother's child drift alone outside the Siyu family? The woman's voice grew increasingly agitated and teary. Sighing deeply, the serious voice conceded. Take some pictures, investigate further, and then we can plan our next steps. But do not mention this to your mother or your second and third brothers. With that, the call abruptly ended. The woman hastily captured several photographs of Gu Qingchun before quickly departing with her daughter. Song Siyu, with a mischievous glance, subtly raised her head to sneak a peek at Gu Qingchun. Noticing him gazing into the distance, his hand continuously patting her back, she couldn't help but think, he truly resembles a patient father soothing a child. That is not right. Suddenly, Gu Qingchun lowered his head, locking eyes with her beautiful gaze. Startled, Song Siyu instantly buried her face into his embrace. I saw you, don't hide. Shall we go eat? Gu Qingchun chuckled at the adorable scene, gently pinching the soft curve of her cheek as he inquired. Song Siyu merely tightened her grip around his waist, murmuring, milk tea. As you said. Gu Qingchun smiled helplessly. Shall we eat after buying it? And then, how about a ride on the Ferris wheel tonight? Upon hearing this, a flicker of anticipation blossomed in Song Siyu's heart as she obediently replied, all right. With that, she climbed out of Gu Qingchun's embrace, adjusted her dress, and softly said, let's go. Gu Qingchun also stood up, taking her hand as they strolled toward the milk tea shop. Glancing at their intertwined hands, Song Siyu extended her other arm, wrapping it firmly around his, feeling satisfied. Enveloped in her soft embrace, Gu Qingchun felt a tender urge to pinch her adorable nose. However, Song Siyu playfully dodged, leaving a kiss on his cheek instead. Inside a Chinese restaurant, Song Siyu held a warm cup of pearl milk tea, bringing it to Gu Qingchun's lips. Naturally, he took a large sip through the straw. Drink less, otherwise, you won't have much appetite when the dishes arrive. Song Siyu replied, taking a sip herself before setting the drink down. Soon, several dishes and rice were brought to their table. Sweet and sour pork, stir-fried meat, braised prawns, and mapo tofu. Gu Qingchun didn't dive in immediately. Instead, he donned plastic gloves and began peeling the prawns. For every prawn he peeled, he placed it into Song Siyu's bowl. As her boyfriend, Song Siyu didn't simply enjoy the bounty. She fed him sweet and sour pork, followed by stir-fried meat, and then a spoonful of rice. Repeating the cycle, she didn't finish all the peeled prawns, leaving plenty for Gu Qingchun. Chapter 62, Amusement Park, Part 2, After their meal. The sky had yet to darken completely. Gu Qingchun pondered for a moment and decided to take Song Siyu to a haunted house. Experiencing a haunted house is an essential part of a couple's journey, devoid of physical thrill, yet rich in shared fright. Without further ado, he grasped Song Siyu's hand and made their way to the haunted house. After reviewing the rules and precautions, they learned it was not a puzzle-solving adventure, but merely actors portraying ghosts to frighten visitors. As it was mealtime, the crowd was sparse, allowing them to enter without waiting in line. Just before entering, a girl at the entrance, adorned in ghostly makeup, announced, "Those who are pregnant or have a history of heart conditions or are unable to handle fright, please exit voluntarily. The park holds no responsibility for any accidents." Once inside, players who wished to discontinue their experience were instructed to raise their hands and call out loudly. Staff would promptly escort them out. There remains one crucial point. Please refrain from assaulting the staff. Please refrain from assaulting the staff. Please refrain from assaulting the staff. Now, within this place, there are numerous paths, each leading to distinct thematic scenes. I encourage everyone to choose for themselves. Wishing you all an enjoyable experience. With that said, a group of around 10 individuals eagerly entered the haunted house. Gu Qingchun accompanied Song Si down the path themed around an abandoned hospital. Initially, a couple followed closely behind them, but for reasons unknown, they retreated and chose a different route just before reaching the hospital entrance. However, it mattered little. The absence of 2 additional light bulbs left them in their own world. Upon pushing the door open, they were greeted by a dilapidated corridor. The walls marred with bloody handprints and ominous messages scrawled in blood, such as "Hurry, save me, it's coming." The next moment, The heavy door behind them slammed shut with a resounding thud, startling Song Si, who instinctively clutched Gu Qingchun's arm, her body trembling slightly. Gu Qingchun, though startled internally, turned to tug at the door, only to find it predictably locked. There was no choice but to proceed forward. Song Si responded softly. They advanced slowly along the corridor, engulfed in an unsettling silence, devoid of any sounds from the other themed rooms, likely due to soundproofing measures. As they passed a window, a bloodied hand suddenly slapped against the glass. Song Si stifled a scream, merely gasping softly in fear, drawing closer to Gu Qingchun for comfort. Continuing on, they reached a dead end. Just then, a creaking sound echoed, and one of the decrepit wooden doors behind them began to creak open. Gu Qingchun recognized this as a cue and, with no other option, guided Song Si through that door. Inside the room, there were 2 beds. One had its blanket tossed aside, revealing bloodstains on the sheets. The other was draped with a white cloth, beneath which lay what appeared to be a person. As they approached, Gu Qingchun anticipated that the figure on the bed might suddenly sit up to frighten them, and Song Si shared this expectation. However, in the next instant, a cabinet behind them creaked open, and a skeletal hand, flesh barely clinging to the bone, slowly rested upon Song Si's shoulder. Upon seeing that gruesomely realistic hand, Song Si let out a scream and immediately dove into Gu Qingchun's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Gu Qingchun swiftly turned to investigate, only to witness the hand retracting and the cabinet door slamming shut. He held Song Si tightly, her head nestled against his neck, offering soothing words. "It's all right. It's all fake. Look, if you don't believe me." With her heart still racing, Song Si cautiously turned her head to glance, only to find the cabinet empty, devoid of anything sinister. Just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief and lifted her gaze to escape his embrace, she was struck by the horrifying sight of the corpse that had been lying on the bed, now silently sitting up. The pristine white sheet that covered its head had transformed, now adorned with a chilling blood-red smile. This time, Song Siyu was genuinely frightened by the intricate scheme. Without uttering a word, she leapt into Gu Qingchun's embrace, her arms tightly encircling his neck as she buried her delicate face in his chest, her long, graceful legs wrapping securely around his waist. Gu Qingchun supported the young girl's petite form, turning to gaze at the scene, and could not help but praise, "Brother, your feint is truly remarkable." The corpse remained silent, merely extending a hand to give a thumbs up before quietly lying back down. However, a soft sobbing sound emanated from Gu Qingchun's embrace. He quickly crouched against the wall, gently cradling Song Siyu's face in his hands. Observing her tear-streaked cheeks and the heart-wrenching sight of her weeping like a wilting flower, his heart aching for her. All right, we won't play anymore. Shall I take you outside?" Song Siyu nodded with a look of grievance, burying her head once more against his chest. Gu Qingchun lifted her again, cradling her as he stood up and addressed the camera nearby, saying, "I'm done playing. Please take us out." Moments later, the corpse on the bed sat up again, throwing off the sheets with a grin, wearing a headset. "Let us go, buddy. I'm truly sorry for scaring your girlfriend," he said as he stood up and adjusted his clothing. Yet, Song Siyu, nestled in Gu Qingchun's arms, turned her little head and, with a slight quiver in her voice, corrected him, "It's fiancée." After saying this, she buried herself back into his embrace. Gu Qingchun smiled affectionately, ruffling her hair. "It's all right. It's just that my wife is a bit timid." Meanwhile, the cheerful young man could no longer maintain his smile. "Come with me." He led Gu Qingchun out through the entrance they had just entered the hospital from, returning to his workstation. They exited the haunted house. Noticing that there was still some time until 8 o'clock, Gu Qingchun sat on a bench with Song Siyu in his arms, waiting. Perhaps due to the bridge effect, the young girl became even more clingy after calming down, perching on his lap like a little kitten, showering him with kisses and using her tongue to caress his neck. "You're all sweaty. Don't you find it dirty?" Gu Qingchun remarked. Song Siyu showed no signs of stopping, sweetly responding, "I like it," and continued her affectionate ministrations. After a while of indulging in the moment, Gu Qingchun's hands began to wander as well, occasionally stroking her fair thighs and playfully squeezing her rounded backside. This continued until 7:30, when he set the young girl down and wrapped an arm around her slender waist as they queued for the Ferris wheel. On their way, Song Siyu expressed her dissatisfaction by taking Gu Qingchun's hand and pressing it on her little belly, using her own hand to ensure he wouldn't escape. After a short wait, they successfully boarded the Ferris wheel. As their view gradually ascended, the girl leaned against the window, gazing down at the dazzling lights of the magical city, the river shimmering with layers of moonlight, all unfolding before her eyes. How beautiful it is! As they gazed upon the impending ascent of the cabin, Gu Qingshan wrapped his arms around Song Si's delicate waist and remarked, "Soon, even more exquisite sights await. I've heard that couples who share a kiss at the pinnacle of the Ferris wheel will enjoy everlasting love. Then let us share a kiss." Song Si replied without hesitation. No sooner had she spoken than a resounding bang echoed through the night, shattering the tranquility with a burst of light that soared into the sky. Following that, a magnificent firework blossomed overhead, succeeded by an array of colorful fireworks of various sizes, which illuminated the entire night sky in a dazzling display. Visitors in the amusement park eagerly took out their phones to capture this enchanting scene. How beautiful! I didn't know there was a fireworks show tonight. Who cares? Let us just enjoy it. Inside the cabin, the vibrant hues of the sky were reflected in Song Si's beautiful eyes. Gu Qingshan pressed his cheek against her soft face, and, with a diamond ring delicately pinched between his fingers, slowly presented it before her. "See, will you marry me?" Without kneeling, yet with fireworks cascading around them, Song Si turned in astonishment, her expression one of utter disbelief. She gazed at her beloved's profile, her eyes brimming with tenderness as tears flowed uncontrollably. Slowly extending her left hand, she exclaimed with fervor, "Of course, I will." Gu Qingshan gently placed the ring on her ring finger, his voice soft and sincere. "See, I love you, and I love you the most, Qingshan," she replied. As the cabin reached its zenith and came to a halt, their lips met in a tender kiss. It was not an ardent embrace, but a simple touch of lips. In that moment, the boy embraced the girl from behind, while she placed her delicate hand over his on her waist. This beautiful tableau would remain etched in their memories forever. Chapter 63. Song Si's Regret. Such a waste. Upon returning home, Gu Qingshan transferred the remaining payment of 100,000 for the fireworks show without even washing up. He discarded his sweat-soaked clothes from the day and collapsed onto the bed, too exhausted to change into pajamas. He was truly fatigued. This was even more tiring than a shopping spree. Meanwhile, Song Si went to the wardrobe to fetch a change of undergarments and a dress, secretly stashing away a pair of black stockings. Along the way, she made a point to lean down and plant a kiss on Gu Qingshan's lips before swaying off to the bathroom to take a shower. After finishing her bath and drying her hair, she emerged to find Gu Qingshan still engrossed in his phone. Clearing her throat intentionally, she sought to capture his attention. And indeed, he looked up at her. The girl stood before him in a form-fitting purple dress that accentuated her curvaceous figure exquisitely. Her delicate, youthful face bore a rosy glow from her recent bath, her long, lustrous hair cascading down, one side draped in front and the other tucked behind her ear. Her innocent yet alluring aura was utterly captivating. "What inspired you to wear that? Are you not afraid that I might take drastic measures?" Gu Qingshan's eyes widened in disbelief. Meanwhile, Song Si, with her sleek, long legs, gracefully approached the edge of the bed, bending her knees to climb onto it, positioning herself at Gu Qingshan's feet. Sitting elegantly with her legs partially curled, Gu Qingshan, momentarily lost in indulgence, eventually sighed in mild exasperation. "You've already started your period. Perhaps you should be more cautious." He genuinely feared succumbing to temptation and inadvertently causing her harm. Humph. Song Si, disciplined in her leg workouts, paid no heed to Gu Qingshan's concerns. After a while, feeling somewhat fatigued, she shifted her position, adjusted her collar, and began to mimic a pose she had seen in a comic. Gu Qingshan found it increasingly difficult to resist. Lying on the bed, he thought that out of sight might mean out of mind. After some time, Song Si slowly rose, stating, "I'll tidy up a bit and then prepare a meal for you. Don't be lazy, hurry and take a shower." "All right," Gu Qingshan responded eagerly. In the bathroom, Song Si wet her towel and performed a quick cleaning. Subsequently, a look of regret crossed her delicate features as she muttered to herself, "What a waste." After rinsing the towel and hanging it back up, she adjusted her collar and descended the stairs, swaying her enticing figure accentuated by her stepmother's skirt. Gu Qingshan watched her depart, lingering in bed for a while before donning the pajamas he had changed out of that morning and heading to the bathroom for a shower. Approximately 10 minutes later, in the kitchen, Song Si gathered her hair into a loose ponytail, securing it with a hair tie, the style exuding a hint of danger. Her fitted long dress, hugging her curvaceous form, was partly concealed by an azure apron, revealing only a glimpse of her graceful back, slender waist, and rounded curves. This seemingly modest ensemble was far more alluring than complete nudity. As she hummed a gentle tune, the young woman busily sought Ed green beans with meat. Suddenly, a wide embrace enveloped her from behind, large hands roaming like playful serpents, while one arm encircled her waist. Feeling Gu Qingshan's cheek nuzzling against her face, Song Si relished his affection and smiled softly. "It's late today. I'll just prepare one dish. Whatever you cook, I shall eat," he replied. "Now, stop being so clingy and go serve the rice. The dish is ready." With one hand, Song Si affectionately caressed his cheek. Gu Qingshan responded with a soft hum, releasing her only to playfully swat her behind, not too lightly. Ugh, how annoying. Song Si shot him a glare, too lazy to engage further. After dinner, the two, having played and exerted themselves throughout the day, were weary, shedding their clothes and snuggling closely together as they drifted into a peaceful slumber. The following day, the melodious chirping of birds outside filled the air. Song Si, still drowsy, stretched languidly, yearning to nestle into her lover's embrace, but after searching for a while, she found the warm body missing. Confused, she opened one eye to discover that her companion had vanished from beside her. She paid no heed to dressing, descending from the bed clad only in her underwear. After a brief search for the bathroom, which proved fruitless, she hurried downstairs, where she finally caught sight of Gu Qingshan in the kitchen. Song Si rushed toward him, embracing him with affection, her soft cheeks brushing against his back. Once Gu Qingshan finished frying the last egg, he turned to envelop her in his arms. However, upon noticing the exquisite sight before him, he playfully flicked her forehead and remarked, "Why did you come down without any clothes? What if someone else were here? Go put something on." With a cheeky gesture of her tongue, Song Si obediently scampered back upstairs. When she returned, she was adorned in the same stepmother's dress from the previous night. Gu Qingshan suppressed the flutter in his heart and said, "Let us have breakfast. Soon we'll visit Mom as company." Seating herself beside him, Song Si picked up her chopsticks and inquired while eating, "Can I come along?" "Yes, Mom called this morning," he replied. After finishing their meal, Song Si changed into a pure and modest white dress, while Gu Qingshan opted for a simple white shirt paired with jeans. They summoned a ride and headed straight for the Gu group. Upon their arrival at the building, Song Si, linking her arm with Gu Qingshan's, gazed up in awe, her little mouth slightly agape. "Wow, it's so tall and grand. Let us go. The environment inside is even better." Entering the corporation, the receptionist greeted them with a smile, inquiring, "Hello, how may I assist you?" "I would like to see Gu Jiran," Gu Qingshan responded. The receptionist, adhering to protocol, continued her questions. "Do you have an appointment?" "No. May I ask the purpose of your visit with Mr. Gu?" "She is my mother." With a simple statement, Gu Qingshan startled the receptionist, who immediately bowed and apologized. "I'm sorry, young Master Gu. I will notify Mr. Gu right away." After a brief phone call, the receptionist respectfully informed him, "Young Master Gu, you may use the executive elevator to the top floor." Very well. In truth, it was unnecessary to remind him. Gu Qingshan confidently took Song Si's hand and led her into the elevator, pressing the button for the 50th floor. This entire level was dedicated to the president's office, with secretaries occupying the outer desks, and Gu Jiran's office situated at the very back. Gu Qingshan boldly pushed open the door and strode into the office, the secretary already informed and thus not obstructing their entrance. Song Si followed dutifully, taking in the luxurious decor and the spaciousness that was only slightly smaller than her school's auditorium. Upon seeing Gu Qingshan enter, Gu Jiran paused her work, raising her head and motioning toward the genuine leather chairs before her desk, her tone remaining cool and detached. "Please take a seat here." Gu Qingshan sat down, awaiting her words. Song Si also settled obediently, softly greeting, "Good morning, Mom." Si is so well behaved." Gu Jiran rarely smiled, then turned her attention to Gu Qingshan. "And you?" With a hint of exasperation, Gu Qingshan called out, "Mom." Gu Jia nodded in satisfaction and handed a document to Gu Qingshan, saying, "First, take a look. At the very least, you should familiarize yourself with the primary sectors our company operates in and the subsidiaries under its name. For now, prioritize your studies, and occasionally come to the company to work as my secretary, learning how to manage the business." After speaking, she turned to Song Si and remarked, "See, since you are also studying finance, you might as well observe. I heard you plan to minor in accounting in your sophomore year, correct? The young lady nodded, yes. Good. Study diligently. When Qingchun takes over the company, it will be yours as well. What do you mean? Song Si asked in confusion. Gu Jia patiently explained. It means being the chief financial officer, primarily overseeing all financial transactions and planning within the group, requiring a certain level of expertise in various areas. Our group is not publicly listed, and more than half of the shares are held by me, giving me a veto power. Hence, we have not established a board of directors. Therefore, the finance position must be filled by someone the leadership can fully trust. This is why you need to study hard and aim to join the group for practical experience in your senior year. Striving to be a supportive partner for Qingchun and his confidant. You must heed suggestions from both grassroots employees and mid-level leaders, analyzing their pros and cons. Since this is a company where decisions are made unilaterally, neglecting others' opinions will hinder our progress. Upon hearing this, Song Si's eyes filled with determination as she said, Mom, you can rest assured, I will put in my utmost effort. Not wanting to place too much pressure on his girlfriend, Gu Qingchun gently patted her head, saying, relax. Just try your best. Don't get too caught up in details and burden yourself. All right, Song Si replied with a sweet smile. Gu Jia observed the affectionate couple, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she returned to her work. Currently, Gu Group primarily engages in the fields of catering, hospitality, e-commerce, technology, foreign trade, cosmetics, heavy industry, agriculture, and international infrastructure. While other industries are also explored, they either yield minimal profit or experience market decline or stable saturation, thus maintaining the status quo. In essence, it is a comprehensive and self-sufficient behemoth developed to this day, undoubtedly owing much to the indelible contributions and connections of old Master Gu. Now that he has passed, Gu Group remains stable, attributable not only to Gu Jia's exceptional business acumen but also, perhaps, to Shun Miaoshu's influence, alongside the wise testament of the late patriarch. Yet, how long this situation can be sustained remains uncertain. After reviewing the materials, Song Si felt that her horizons had been significantly broadened. It seems she must strive diligently, otherwise, how could she possibly fulfill the role of her future husband as financial steward? Meanwhile, Gu Qingchun silently returned the documents and inquired, will your visits be scheduled by you or me? Without looking up, Gu Jia replied, I will schedule them and notify you via WeChat. All right, then Si and I will take our leave. Wait, Gu Jia called out, adding, I have transferred 8 million to your bank card. Take some time to buy a car. It will be convenient for coming to the company in the future. Thank you, Mom. Gu Qingchun did not decline and took Song Si out of the office. He was not a petty person, after all. In his youth, he had harbored some resentment, but as he matured, he came to understand the complexities of life. Realizing that his feelings stemmed merely from childhood wounds of neglect by his mother, rather than a profound hatred that would sever their relationship. What was wrong with having a poor attitude towards his mother? Was rebellion unacceptable? Occasionally indulging in the comforts provided by a mother's love was merely a manifestation of affection, was it not? Upon exiting the company, Gu Qingchun headed straight to the Rolls-Royce dealership. I shall omit the details of the car purchase, as there was no mindless display of wealth or affection. The car itself was not the focal point, and I am not well acquainted with the intricacies of the process, so please bear with me. Upon entering the showroom, he specified his desire for the Cullinan, a true embodiment of masculine passion. After a comprehensive introduction from the sales personnel, Gu Qingchun revealed his mother's esteemed identity. Following a confirmation via phone, a contract amounting to 5.8 million was promptly prepared and laid out on the table, with a vehicle readily available. After signing, processing the payment, and completing various insurance and other formalities, the sales representative respectfully invited him to the reception area for a brief wait, providing an array of beverages and desserts. Throughout this experience, Song Si clung to Gu Qingchun's arm, feeling a bit dazed, only to be jolted by the price. After enjoying a lavish lunch at the dealership, the license plate was affixed, Hu 0635. Such meticulous attention to detail indicated that Gu Qingchun was indeed a valued customer here. He then drove away from the dealership in his sleek black Rolls-Royce Cullinan. As Song Si sat in the passenger seat, she was not well versed in the nuances of luxury cars. All she knew was that this was her future husband's vehicle. Without a hint of reservation, she kicked off her white sneakers, propping her sock-clad feet on the seat, curling up as she immersed herself in her phone. Upon reaching home, the security guard initially halted them, only allowing passage after registering the vehicle information of the homeowner. The Eugene Houting Villa community did not feature an underground parking lot, yet each residence possessed 3 garages. Due to the wide roads, most residents opted to park along the street, and Gu Qingchun was no exception. It was genuinely convenient, allowing even novice drivers to maneuver effortlessly. In recent days, Gu Qingchun and Song Si had found themselves with ample leisure time. They either ventured out for shopping or enjoyed each other's company at home, reveling in their happiness. During this time, Song Si also learned the art of online shopping. At her tender age, she had already adapted to the lifestyle of a wealthy young lady, acquiring a plethora of clothing and shoes. A small portion comprised of ordinary garments, while the larger share consisted of various seductive nightgowns and sheer stockings. Additionally, she procured some playful couples accessories and contraceptive items. In summary, after her menstrual cycle ended, Song Si relentlessly sought to execute her plans with Gu Qingchun. As for Gu Qingchun, he discerned the source of her mischief. The short videos recommended on her phone featured alluring women, suggesting that her fashion sense was likely inspired by these. Within the confines of the browser, he discovered a familiar array of educational software search histories, alongside the actual applications concealed within a folder. Clearly, someone had been clandestinely perusing his phone. One could only remark that the fervor of romance grants one remarkable ingenuity in pleasing their beloved. Even the newly acquired small umbrella was subtly altered once again by Song Si, unbeknownst to Gu Qingchun. The shadowy days persisted until August 31st. Gu Qingchun, carrying 2 mattresses into the rear seat of the car, meticulously arranged the sheets and bedding, and loaded the suitcase into the trunk before embarking on the journey to Magic City University with Song Si. Chapter 65, Registration Day en route. Gu Qingchun stopped to purchase a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes and 4 cups of iced milk tea. Upon arriving at the gates of Magic City University, he found throngs of freshmen burdened with luggage, accompanied by parents bidding farewell, as well as upperclassmen guiding the newcomers through the registration process. Gu Qingchun's Cullinan was undeniably eye-catching, particularly with its prominent golden ornament. Even those unfamiliar with the model could surely recognize it. He discreetly lowered the golden ornament and swiftly approached the entrance. The security guard, seasoned in his role, immediately recognized the vehicle as a Rolls-Royce. Just as he was about to assert that no outside vehicles were permitted, he witnessed the car window slowly descend, revealing 2 boxes of Zhonghua cigarettes. "Sir, could you do me a favor? I'm just dropping someone off and will be out shortly," Gu Qingchun requested. The guard, feigning nonchalance, accepted the cigarettes and tucked them away, clearing his throat. "All right, no rush, but keep it low-key. Of course, I'll bring you some drinks next time," Gu Qingchun replied. The guard promptly pressed the button to raise the barrier. "Got it. Move along quickly before our supervisor sees." Gu Qingchun did not linger in pleasantries and drove in directly. Accompanying the acceptance letter were details regarding class assignments, the designated classroom, and time for registration and dormitory allocations. Even without the guidance of upperclassmen, he could navigate using the map. Both he and Song Si were assigned to Class 1 of Finance, though their attendance in the classroom was scheduled for the following day. Upon arriving at the female dormitory, Building 3, Gu Qingchun parked the car, allowing Song Si to carry the milk tea while he took charge of her mattress and luggage as they alighted. Naturally, many female students cast their gazes in their direction, for the Rolls-Royce was a conspicuous presence. Some ambitious and materialistic girls, upon spotting Song Si, paused in their tracks. It was inevitable. She was simply breathtaking, adorned in a fitted white dress that revealed her shoulders, with long hair cascading behind her, the wind playfully tousling her French bangs, innocent yet alluring. A charm they could not possess. Perhaps due to the registration day, the dormitory supervisor was absent, allowing various individuals to come and go freely. It was only when Gu Qingchun accompanied Song Si upstairs that he realized a female faculty member was patrolling each floor. Upon reaching the 5th floor and room 502, Gu Qingchun was thoroughly exhausted from lugging the items up the stairs, a feat indeed not for the faint of heart. He pushed open the dormitory door. The atmosphere was tranquil, with only 2 young women seated at their desks, engrossed in their phones. As someone entered, they both turned their gazes in unison. "Hello, beautiful ladies. May I treat you to some milk tea?" Gu Qingchun smiled gently, accepting the milk tea from Song Si and giving it a slight shake. After distributing the beverages to them, Gu Qingchun added, "I would appreciate it if you could look after my dear Si. Once the military training concludes, I shall treat you all to a grand feast." "Thank you," We are roommates, so it's only natural, replied one girl with short hair. Her smile radiant and her demeanor exuding warmth, indicative of her cheerful nature. The other girl, bespectacled and possessing a doll-like visage, softly echoed, "Thank you," but then fell silent, suggesting she was somewhat socially anxious. Gu Qingchen chose to remain silent, gently nudging Song Si towards them, whispering in her ear, "Engage in conversation with them. Everyone needs friends." This was one of the reasons for securing her a spot in the dormitory. Generally, first-year students were not permitted to apply for off-campus housing, but connections could facilitate such requests. However, Gu Qingchen refrained from resorting to such means. In life, having few friends is untenable. Even a couple of close confidants can provide solace during moments of distress or lend assistance in unexpected ways. Respecting the girl's budding camaraderie, Gu Qingchen quietly went about making the bed for his girlfriend. "Hello, I'm Song Si," she introduced herself, adopting a deliberately cool tone. Shedding the warmth she reserved for Gu Qingchen, she was reluctant to reveal her vulnerable side to anyone other than her beloved. The short-haired girl, exuberant, chimed in, "Hi, I'm Zheng Fian, from Northeast China, though I lack the regional accent. My mother insisted I speak Mandarin, otherwise I face the rod." Immediately, the doll-faced girl, looking somewhat anxious, added, "Hello, I'm by Xiao Xiao, from a rural area in Shandong." Upon hearing her timid tone, Zheng Fian promptly rose and embraced her shoulders, exclaiming, "So you're socially anxious? I thought you were aloof. When I first entered the dorm, you merely glanced at me before diving back into your phone, which made me hesitant to approach you." "My apologies," Bai Xiao Xiao offered sheepishly. "Not at all," Zheng Fian responded cheerily, continuing, "What score did you achieve to get into Moda University?" 665, came the reply. "That is impressive. I scored 13 points higher than you." Zheng Fian then turned her attention back to Song Si. "May I call you Si?" "Yes, that is fine," Song Si nodded. "Great. May I inquire about your score?" 729. "Wow. Why didn't you apply to Tsinghua or Peking University?" Zheng Fian exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment, realizing a top student was in her dormitory. Before Song Si could respond, Gu Qingchen interjected, "I apologize for interrupting your conversation." He then turned to Song Si, saying, "I've made up your bed. I'll head to my own dorm now. Do get along well with your roommates and reach out to me via WeChat if you need anything. Let me accompany you, so you can chat with your roommate while I prepare your bed," Song Siyu said, wrapping her arm around his. She returned to her usual gentle tone. "No need for that. Won't you just be a sheep among wolves? Focus on getting along with your roommate first. Be obedient," he replied. Hearing this, the girl could only pout her lips, reluctantly muttering, "Fine." Once Gu Qingchen left, Zheng Fian immediately approached with a curious expression. "Cici, is he your brother?" Song Siyu shook her head and revealed her diamond ring, stating, "He is my fiancé." "What?" Zheng Fian exclaimed. "Cici, you already have a fiancé?" She nodded, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "He proposed, so he is my fiancé, right? Wow. Tell me all about your love story," Zheng Fian said, her face brimming with excitement. Even Bai Xiao Xiao cautiously leaned in to eavesdrop. Gu Qingchen parked his car at the boys' dormitory and, disregarding the gazes of the surrounding boys, carried his mattress and luggage upstairs. Fortunately, his dorm was on the second floor. He did not wish to haul his belongings up any further. Arriving at the door of room 201, he pushed the door open. Inside, there were two boys and a girl gathered together, chatting. Upon seeing someone enter, they all turned to look. Chapter 66. The scoundrel's instant attraction. Gu Qingchen, entering the dormitory, felt somewhat bewildered. Why was this girl so comfortably seated between the two boys? Whose girlfriend was she? One of the boys, with a buzz cut and a robust physique clad in blue sportswear, clapped the chair beside him and, speaking in a Northeast dialect, said, "Old four, you're finally here, take a seat." Gu Qingchen, somewhat perplexed, set down his mattress and suitcase, sitting in the chair. "Are you referring to me as Old Four?" "Yes, you're the fourth to enter the dormitory, so you must be Old Four," the Northeast boy clarified. "My name is Chong, and my nickname is Dunner. You can just call me that. There's no need to ask where I'm from." "Hello, I'm Gu Qingchen." A local from the Magic City, Gu Qingchen introduced himself, not bothering about the title of Old Four. It was inconsequential. Immediately, another boy, sporting a slicked-back hairstyle and dressed in a suit, chimed in, "I'm Qin Junjia, from Sichuan and Chongqing. You can call me Junjia or Brother Jia, whichever you prefer." Then, the girl, speaking softly, introduced herself. "I'm Li Zirwei, from Hunan." Just call me Rue. Upon hearing her delicate voice, Gu Qingchun was taken aback and asked, "Are you a boyish girl?" Li Zirui smiled graciously. "It's just a personal preference, but I'm attracted to females, rest assured." Chun Junjie wrapped his arm around her waist. Clad in a form-fitting long dress, and earnestly stated, "I believe our dormitory is a highly inclusive space. We must not discriminate against anyone, right?" He Chong added, affectionately patting Li Zirui's thigh. "Exactly, our dorm is very friendly." Li Zirui remained silent, not resisting, and instead shyly covered her mouth. Gu Qingchun gazed at his sweet and lovely roommate, feeling no sense of discrimination. After all, it was quite a pleasing sight. He could only remark that his own lack of eccentricity often rendered him somewhat out of place among them. "Zirui, surely you did not enroll in this school like this?" Gu Qingchun inquired, observing the long, flowing hair, the delicately parted bangs, the oval face, and the elegant black gown paired with sheer black stockings and sparkling high-heeled sandals. "Well, I dared not speak earlier. I'll switch back to male attire once we gather in the classroom. When I go out, it depends on my mood. This hair is a wig, you know? Are you intrigued?" Li Zirui patiently explained, playfully teasing him a bit. Gu Qingchun immediately shook his head, exclaiming, "No, no, no. I have a girlfriend." "You are indeed beautiful, but there is no need to pursue men." Hearing this, He Chong and Qin Junjie swiftly moved closer, each wrapping an arm around Gu Qingchun's shoulders, mischievously asking, "Old four, what department is your girlfriend in? Does she have any pretty friends? Don't forget about us, brother. Should we arrange a dormitory gathering?" Li Zirui remained silent, yet his gaze hinted at anticipation, as if he were destined to attend the gathering in female attire. Perhaps not such a bad idea if there were girls who fancied that style. He Chong was fine, but it was Chun Junjie who wore a suit solely to attract girls. Gu Qingchun hesitated to make promises. "I'll do my best. Let us discuss it after military training. I need to make my bed first. Shall we go out to gather for lunch?" "All right, I'll find a restaurant." "Does that work?" He Chong replied. "Sure," came Chun Junjie's agreement. "Sounds good," Gu Qingchun confirmed. Li Zirui smiled sweetly. "I'm fine with anything." At noon, the four roommates walked to a small restaurant. Gu Qingchun soon received a WeChat message from Song Si. "Qingchun, have you eaten yet?" Gu Qingchun replied, "I'm dining with my roommates." Song Si responded, "Oh, we are too." Gu Qingchun asked, "How is it? Are you getting along well with your roommates?" Song Si replied, "Yes, quite well. Little bunny, be good," she added. Gu Qingchun said, "All right, we'll chat more tonight. I'll eat with my roommates first." "Okay," she concluded. After putting down his phone, Gu Qingchun noticed that his roommates had already ordered their dishes, excluding Li Zirui, who had come out in female attire and naturally preferred to remain silent. Such courage was commendable. After their meal, the group, having nothing pressing to attend to, expressed a desire to explore the campus. Gu Qingchun declined, seizing the opportunity to park his car off campus while his roommates were away. He decided to keep his identity as a wealthy heir under wraps until they were better acquainted. As he walked back to the dormitory, Gu Qingchun received another WeChat message from Song Si. "Qingchun, may I come find you? Let us stroll around the campus together." Gu Qingchun replied, "Aren't you spending time with your roommates?" Song Si responded, "But I miss you." Gu Qingchun suggested, "Then wait for me downstairs at your dormitory." Song Si asked for a photo. "I'm already downstairs at your dorm," she texted. Gu Qingchun sent a crying laughing emoji. "Wait for me. I'll be there shortly." Song Siyu. As she just put down her phone, a gentle breeze swept through, lifting her loose strands of hair and allowing them to dance delicately in the air. The pristine white dress she wore clung to her legs, billowing gracefully behind her. A few leaves from the trees drifted down slowly, and as she looked up and reached out to catch them, her crescent-shaped smile revealed an enchanting innocence reminiscent of first love. This captivating scene was fortuitously witnessed by a boy emerging from the dormitory. His heart skipped a beat as he stood mesmerized, gazing at Song Siyu. This sensation was unlike anything he had experienced with his numerous ex-girlfriends. He had fallen head over heels at first sight. "Let us go, you go." It was only when another boy approached and nudged him that he snapped back to reality. "Wait a moment." Seizing the moment, Chung Ziyu strode directly in front of Song Siyu, feigning a gentlemanly demeanor, and asked, "Classmate, my father is the chairman of Shengzi Group. I am Chung Ziyu. May I have your WeChat to get to know you better?" Upon hearing this, Song Siyu furrowed her brow slightly and discreetly took a step back, her melodious voice maintaining a cool politeness as she replied, "I'm sorry, but I have a fiancé." "Classmate, I would believe you if you said you had a boyfriend." but a fiancé seems rather far-fetched. There's no need to use such excuses to brush me off. It's merely a matter of exchanging WeChat. Regardless of her reasoning. Siyu, known for his charm, recognized her rejection but stubbornly persisted. Siyu chose to ignore him, elegantly striding away. Siyu attempted to follow but was interrupted by a roommate approaching from a distance. Yugo, are you flirting? How about we head to the bar first? Liuzi and the others are urging us, and there are plenty of beauties there too. Naturally, Siyu did not wish for his roommate to learn of his failure. Thus he retorted defiantly, I wasn't flirting. It was just a familiar face. We exchanged a few words. Let us go? He remained unperturbed, confident that as long as she was a student at Magic University, he would eventually find her. Moments later, Siyu pulled out his phone and sent a succinct message to a girl named Qian. Let us break up. With that, he swiftly executed the familiar routine of blocking and deleting. Chapter 67. Naturally beautiful young boy. Approximately a few minutes later, Gu Qingchun arrived at the foot of the dormitory and spotted a stunning girl in a shoulder-bearing white dress by the roadside. He approached and softly called out, Cici. Upon hearing her beloved boyfriend's voice, Siyu turned and, seeing him approach, hurriedly trotted over, her skirt swaying elegantly. She leaped into Gu Qingchun's embrace and immediately complained. Qingchun, just now someone asked for my WeChat. I didn't give it to him. I told him I have a fiancé, yet he shamelessly persisted. Gu Qingchun frowned slightly, scanning the surroundings, and inquired, where is he now? He was just called away by his roommate. I understand. If you encounter someone like that again, don't even engage. Simply walk away and message me. Gu Qingchun advised earnestly. All right, let's explore together. Si gently nuzzled her soft cheek against his chest. Yes, let's go, Gu Qingchun replied, intertwining his fingers with hers as they strolled towards the playground. Within the enchanting campus of Moda, there exist two picturesque spots, a serene lake and a lush garden, both favored by students for leisurely walks and romantic rendezvous. At this moment, Si linked her arm with Gu Qingchun's, ambling along the lake's edge. Many passers-by, both men and women, could not help but steal glances at the striking couple. Their stunning appearances were simply irresistible to behold. Not far off, three shadowy figures stealthily trailed behind them. It was the trio from Dormitory 201, one robust, one slender, and one delicate spouse. Hichong narrowed his eyes and inquired, do you think that's our fourth? It must be. He looks quite similar, and the girl beside him is exceptionally beautiful. Their gestures are quite intimate. She's most likely his girlfriend. Chen Junjie remarked. Yet, the petite spouse beside him softly voiced, isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to be watching? Why should we spy on our fourth date? Hichong gazed at Li Zhiwei's sweet visage, often lost in thought, though he couldn't quite say he was fond of her. There was an inexplicable connection that felt rather peculiar. He corrected her, this is a public space. What we're doing is merely a coincidence, do you understand? Chen Junjie chimed in, exactly, in a public setting, how could this be considered spying? Then, shifting the topic, he continued, no wonder he hasn't been joining us. He's secretly on a date with his girlfriend. Why wouldn't he just tell us? Is he playing both sides? Who knows? Let's just observe, Hichong replied. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchun, after wandering with Si for a while, led her to the garden. The tranquil lake was replaced by a quaint pond adorned with floating lotus leaves, a charming wooden bridge, and a modest artificial hill. The area was not extensive, and their exploration concluded rather swiftly. Afterward, they exited the campus to enjoy a meal before Gu Qingchun escorted Si to the entrance of the girls' dormitory. The young woman felt a pang of reluctance. Having spent the night together just yesterday, the thought of separation today weighed heavily on her heart. Most importantly, her plans were now postponed, leaving her to hope that her recent efforts would yield fruit. She stood on her tiptoes and shared a lingering kiss with Gu Qingchun before parting ways. I'm going upstairs now. You must think of me, she said. Gu Qingchun affectionately ruffled her hair. Go on. We'll see each other in class tomorrow morning. Yes, she replied, and with a wistful glance over her shoulder, she ascended the stairs. Gu Qingchun watched her for a moment before turning to leave. Upon returning to Dormitory 201, he found Hichong and Chen Junjie absent. Only Li Zhiwei was present, removing her makeup. Having taken off her wig, her naturally short hair revealed a strikingly feminine appearance. Truly a gift from nature. Ruere, you are indeed a natural beauty, Gu Qingchun teased. Li Zhiwei shrugged in resignation. What can I do? The heavens have favored me with this, and having been raised as a girl by my parents since childhood, it's no wonder I developed such interests. Is that so? What are your own thoughts on it? I have no particular thoughts. Perhaps I have grown accustomed to it. I can be either a man or a woman. Otherwise, I would not so freely display myself before you, Li Zirwei remarked. Gu Qingshan nodded in agreement. That sounds quite well, as long as you are happy. Indeed. Li Zirwei concurred. At that moment, He Chong and Junjie returned together, rushing up to Gu Qingshan, demanding in unison, secretly dating behind our backs. Tell us. Is that girl your girlfriend? Yes. Why didn't you inform us? Speak up. Are you straddling two boats, trying to keep it from us? Gu Qingshan, both amused and exasperated, raised his hands in protest, exclaiming, No, I initially had no intention of going, but my girlfriend suddenly invited me. How could I refuse? He Chong and Junjie exchanged glances and simultaneously exclaimed, TSK, prioritizing romance over friendship. That evening, Gu Qingshan lay in bed, unable to sleep, feeling the absence of that warm, delicate figure beside him. Was it a mistake not to apply for off-campus accommodation? He Chong had already fallen asleep, lightly snoring, while Chun Junjie seemed engrossed in a game. His delicate little wife, Ruiri, was silent. He wondered what she was up to. Suddenly, a WeChat message arrived. Gu Qingshan picked up his phone to see it was from his little wife. Song Siyu. Qingshan, I can't sleep. I miss you so much. What should I do? Gu Qingshan, I can't sleep either. I miss you too. Song Siyu. Can I come out to find you? Gu Qingshan, the gate is locked. How can you come out? Let us just chat here for a while. You'll get sleepy soon. Song Siyu. Okay. Then. Song Siyu began to chatter excitedly about her conversations with her roommates that day, including discussions about feelings and postures, and little tricks her roommates had learned or observed. It was evident that when girls indulged in such topics, boys were often left out. As their conversation continued, her replies suddenly ceased. She had likely fallen asleep. Gu Qingshan sent her a good-night message and then set his phone aside to sleep. The next morning, Gu Qingshan rose early and went for a jog on the playground. On his way back, he stopped by the cafeteria to bring breakfast of pancakes with soy milk for his roommates. Old 4, you truly are my dear brother. Old 4, if you do not abandon me, I wish to adopt you as my godfather. He Chong and Chun Junjie exclaimed as they received the breakfast. Only the delicate, boyish version of his little wife smiled and expressed her gratitude, offering to transfer him money. Gu Qingshan naturally paid no mind and waved his hand in refusal. After finishing their breakfast, the four tidied up a bit and proceeded to classroom 403 in Building 2. Chapter 68. Encountering the scoundrel and the clown Song Siyu and her three roommates exited the cafeteria, heading towards classroom 403 in Building 2. She still wore the same off-shoulder white dress from yesterday. Among them was a new girl, strikingly beautiful with long, flowing hair, who was likely the last member of their dormitory. Her statuesque figure was elegantly adorned in a fitted shirt paired with a body-hugging skirt. Her legs clad in sheer black stockings, and her feet graced by high-heeled sandals, exuding an alluring sophistication. Upon entering the classroom, Song Si deliberately chose to sit apart from her roommate to await Gu Qingshan, though they remained in a front and back desk arrangement. In the last row, a boy with a rather ordinary face and a side-part hairstyle was fixated on her with rapt attention. Fate indeed seemed to smile upon him. How serendipitous it was to share a class with such a strikingly alluring classmate, and a roommate radiating such an aura of maturity. If only he could indulge in both. He mused with a grin, envisioning a future of enviable companionship. Naturally, his roommate overheard his musings. Just yesterday, they had exchanged casual pleasantries, yet today, this unexpected encounter elicited a look of surprise that unmistakably signaled a failed attempt at flirtation. However, given the lavish nature of this young master, his roommate opted to act as if he had not heard a word. Thus, with a graceful demeanor, Chung Ziyu approached Song Si, feigning a gentlemanly air as he spoke softly. What a coincidence, it seems we are classmates. Song Si merely glanced at him, offering a cool, disinterested HM, and chose to ignore him further. Chung Ziyu, feeling somewhat awkward, forced a smile and inquired, May I sit beside you? With her indifferent permission, he was about to take a seat when she unexpectedly rose and relocated to a spot 6 seats to his left. Chung Ziyu's smile faltered, at a loss for a reason to follow her, and he settled into his seat, casting a sidelong glance at the exquisitely aloof girl in the distance. At that moment, a tall, muscular figure with striking features entered the classroom, drawing the attention of numerous female students. Accompanying him were 3 boys, one of whom possessed a delicate demeanor that captivated even more female gazes. Chang Ziyu's eyes followed, a flicker of jealousy igniting within him. However, this quickly morphed into a tempest of rage as he clenched his fists, his emotions boiling over when he saw the impossibly handsome boy take a seat beside Song Si, affectionately pinching her cheek. To his astonishment, the usually frigid girl responded with a smile far sweeter than any he had witnessed before. Consumed by jealousy, Chang Ziyu no longer cared to ponder their relationship. He abruptly slammed his hands on the desk and shouted, "Hey, let her go!" Instantly, all eyes in the classroom turned toward him. Startled, Song Si clutched Gu Qingchun's arm and turned to look. Gu Qingchun regarded the commotion with a cold, assessing gaze, bewildered by the outburst. Meanwhile, Song Si leaned close to whisper, "He the guy who wouldn't leave me alone yesterday. He tried to get close just now, which is why I moved over here." "I see," Gu Qingchun replied. Having spoken, Gu Qingchun rose and gazed at Chang Ziyu with an air of indifference. "My intimacy with my fiancée is of no concern to you." Before Chang Ziyu could respond, Song Siyu raised her left hand, flaunting the diamond ring, and corrected him. "It's my fiancée, not just a girlfriend." Gu Qingchun smiled helplessly, affectionately ruffling her hair. "Indeed, she is my fiancée." Witnessing this scene, Chang Ziyu felt his heart shatter, yet after regaining some composure, he stubbornly declared, "As long as you haven't registered your marriage, I retain the right to pursue her. Remember, my father is the chairman of Shengzi Group. Whatever she desires, I can provide. I advise you to be wise and step aside. You cannot offer her happiness. Do not compel me to take drastic measures against you." The enchanting figure beneath the tree, cradling leaves and smiling sweetly like a first love, was etched deeply in his mind. Letting go was utterly inconceivable. Having previously succeeded in courting women with ease, Chang Ziyu harbored an inexplicable confidence, believing that anything he desired would ultimately be his. However, this time, the intensity of his feelings for Song Siyu ignited a fierce possessiveness within him, instinctively treating her as his own treasure. He could not allow this pristine canvas to be touched by anyone but himself. Gu Qingchun's eyes flashed with anger, just as he prepared to retort. Yet, Song Siyu was quicker, rising to her feet and pointing at Chang Ziyu, her usual calmness and gentleness replaced by fury. Her eyes slightly reddened as she exclaimed, "Who do you think you are? I don't even know you. Have you lost your mind? Coming here and spewing a deluge of self-righteous nonsense. What does my intimacy with my husband have to do with your ugly face? Is there something wrong with your mother?" Had the chair not been fixed, she would have hurled it at him. Once she finished scolding, Song Siyu turned back and tightly embraced Gu Qingchun, lifting her tear-streaked face as tears cascaded down her cheeks. In a choked voice, she urgently explained, "Qingchun, I don't know him at all. Don't listen to what he says. Don't leave me. I promise to be obedient and keep my distance from him. I won't utter a word to him. Whatever you say, I will do it. Please don't leave me, okay?" Gu Qingchun, feeling a pang of heartache, embraced the girl and comforted her. All right, Siyu. My dear, when have I ever said I would leave you? Even if the sky were to fall, I would not abandon you. I don't believe a word that foolish person said. Stop crying, please. After class, I will take you home, just the two of us for a while. How does that sound?" Observing his anxious girlfriend, he realized how little security she felt with him. It was no wonder she became so frightened by a stranger's words. Indeed, childhood traumas are not easily surmountable. Song Siyu nestled her charming face against his neck, confirming her agreement. At that moment, the three girls from class 502 stood up from the front row, directing their gazes toward Chang Ziyu. The girl with a commanding presence raised her middle finger and coldly uttered, "Clown." Zheng Fian glared at him. "How dare you make my Siyu cry? Just wait and see how I will deal with you." Bai Xiaoxiao let out a cold snort, disregarding him. Gu Qingchun's roommate was equally supportive. He Chong had already positioned himself behind Chang Ziyu, patting his shoulder with a brusque tone. "Who do you think you are? Get lost. Did you hear that? If you make our sister-in-law cry, you'd better skedaddle before I lose my temper." Chen Junjie chimed in beside him. At that moment, Chang Ziyu snapped back to reality from his tirade of insults directed at the girl he admired, hurling words like crazy, fool, and imbecile at her, along with a pitiful display of attempting to win over the boy. After casting a resentful glance at Gu Qingchun, he turned and returned to his seat in the last row. He firmly believed that the pure and sweet figure in his mind must have been taken by that boy. Otherwise, she would never have been stripped of all dignity. He was determined to rescue the girl he had fallen for at first sight. Around them, the onlooking students put down their phones and resumed their seats, eager to share this sensational gossip on the university forum. Li Zirwei, the little darling in the back row, patted Gu Qingchen on the shoulder and gave him a thumbs up, seemingly impressed by his prowess in handling the situation. Gu Qingchen gently patted the girl's back, silently offering her comfort, yet his eyes still reflected simmering anger. Chapter 69. Children are the eternal bond. Seeing Cheng Ziyu return, his roommate quickly plastered a smile on his face and consoled him. Brother Yu, it's all right. Everyone has a desire for beauty. There's nothing illegal about pursuing someone openly. If that girl is too clueless, let's just set our sights on her icy roommate. Before his roommate could finish, Cheng Ziyu interjected sharply, shut up. If you dare to insult her again, you'd better regurgitate all the drinks you've had, or I'll find someone to make you. The smile on his roommate's face froze, and he quickly nodded. Yes, I was out of line. Brother Yu, don't take it to heart. Yet inwardly he thought, foolish rich second generation. He must be dazed by the flattery of those bar girls. She already has a boyfriend, and you still dare to pursue her openly? It's no wonder they say you have a screw loose. If it weren't for your father's influence, you'd have been beaten to a pulp by now. Cheng Ziyu later realized how impulsive he had been. However, it was futile. The girl had left an indelible impression on him. Akin to a jolt from an electric switch, he simply couldn't let go. This was his first experience of such heart-fluttering since he began to understand love. The sensation was entirely different from the superficial encounters he had previously had. No, he had to make her his. Being only a freshman, she appeared innocent enough, likely untouched. If he acted swiftly, it might still be possible. With the entrance of a woman in her 30s, dressed in professional attire with her hair styled in a bun, the first class for the new students officially began. Everyone settled into their seats, though Song Si still sniffled, clutching Gu Qingchen's arm tightly. The female teacher took a deep breath and slowly addressed the class. Hello everyone, my name is Zhang Ling, and I will be your counselor for the next 4 years. I hope we can coexist harmoniously. You all have mobile phones, right? Open WeChat and first create a group face-to-face, with the password 4031. Changing all remarks to Finance Class 1 followed by your name. You can also add my personal WeChat from the group. Once the group chat is established and all the students have joined, Zhang Ling continued. All right, today is the ideological education class for new students. I believe you are all well aware of what is permissible and what is not in this information age. You only need to take some time to visit the official website of Magic University to review the school regulations. Now, let each of you take turns to introduce yourselves, starting from the first row on my right. As each individual took the stage and then left, their introductions were quite similar, merely stating their names and places of origin, often adding a hobby at most. This included the confident girl from dormitory 502. My name is Fan Ziru, a local from Magic City. As for hobbies, does researching various outfits and makeup count? With that, she swayed her alluring waist, striding down the stage in her sheer black stockings and high heels, the sound of her footsteps echoing in the room. This captivating scene undoubtedly drew the attention of numerous boys. When Song Si took the stage, everyone turned their gaze towards her, curious about this seemingly aloof yet fiery girl. Hello everyone, my name is Song Si. She simply stated her name before stepping down. Cheng Ziyu took note of her name in silence. Next, Gu Qingchen walked up, her eyes cold as she stared directly at the last row where Cheng Ziyu sat, saying, Hello everyone, I am Gu Qingchen, especially you, the son of the chairman of Shengzi Group. You better have some skills to show, otherwise, don't regret it. Zhang Ling furrowed her brows slightly, sensing something amiss, and questioned, Gu Qingchen, what do you mean by that? She merely smiled slightly and replied, Just kidding, teacher. Before striding off the stage, Fan Ziru watched Gu Qingchen's figure, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Zhang Ling, confused but unable to reprimand, called the next student. After everyone in the class had introduced themselves, she returned to the podium and announced, Next, we will have a half-month military training for new students. Tomorrow morning at 8. All of you are to gather on the playground and find the sign for Finance Class 1 to stand by, awaiting the instructor's arrangements. Now, let us select a temporary class leader and vice leader responsible for distributing today's military training uniforms and managing various tasks over the next 15 days. Who would like to take on this role? Upon hearing this, Zhang Fian immediately raised her hand, not wanting to miss such a valuable opportunity for experience. Surprisingly, she was the only one in the class to do so. All right, you can serve as the temporary class leader. Zhang Ling then added, Now, we need a male vice leader. Who is willing? Gu Qingchen glanced back and whispered to He Chong and Chen Junjia. Zheng Fian is quite attractive. Since you both want to date, why not take the initiative? The two exchanged glances, and Chun Junjie made a gesture invitingly. He Chong patted his shoulder, silently affirming their camaraderie, and raised his hand high. Similarly, only He Chong raised his hand in the entire class. Thus, with the class leader and vice leader tentatively decided, Zhang Ling proceeded to deliver a session of ideological education. When the time was up, she announced the end of the class. Gu Qingchun, leading the somewhat disheartened Song Si, hastened outside to retrieve their vehicle, returning to Yujing Haoding. The military training uniforms were entrusted to Zheng Fian and He Chong, who agreed to take them back to the dormitory. Upon arriving home, within the familiar surroundings, Song Si felt a slight return of her sense of security. On the large circular bed in her bedroom, she nestled in Gu Qingchun's embrace, her arms tightly wrapped around his neck, her delicate face pressed closely against his. Gu Qingchun, not one to behave modestly, let his hands wander mischievously. The maiden quietly relished the moment, her spirits lifting considerably. Gradually, the two shared passionate kisses, their garments shedding piece by piece, strewn across the floor, while a summer blanket concealed their beautiful tableau. The sun was descending towards the horizon, casting a gentle twilight that bathed the entire city. On the bed, Song Si's cheeks were flushed, her damp hair clinging to her face. She propped her weary body up and picked up 2 or 3 small umbrellas from the floor. When Gu Qingchun emerged from the shower, Song Si stood at the doorway, hands clasped behind her back. "I'm done. Your turn," she said. "All right," Gu Qingchun replied, noticing nothing amiss with the girl, as he tidied the scattered clothes and props, tossing crumpled paper into the trash bin. He then lazily reclined on the bed, ordering takeout. Today, perhaps due to her gloomy mood, the girl had been playful without end, even forgetting to eat lunch. In the bathroom, Song Si caressed her abdomen, murmuring, "I hope to conceive smoothly." Although the small umbrellas had been tampered with, she still felt insecure, prompting her furtive thoughts. In her mind, only a child could eternally bind the two together, serving as her assurance against being abandoned forever. Chapter 70. Investigating Shengzi Group. After receiving the takeout, Gu Qingchun spread the Wallace meal on the dining table. At that moment, with her hair cascading down and dressed only in a nightgown, Song Si finished her shower and descended the stairs in damp slippers, still lingering in affectionate sentiment. She refused to part ways and simply sat on Gu Qingchun's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck, her little nose playfully nudging against his face like a mischievous piglet. Gu Qingchun encircled Song Si's slender waist with one arm, while with the other, he brought an onion ring to her lips. "All right, let us eat first. You've been restless for a while. Aren't you hungry?" Song Si eagerly devoured the onion ring, licking his fingers and playfully demanding, "Feed me." Gu Qingchun, with a fond smile, complied, alternating between offering her a pea pie and a meat-filled treat. After he had fed her a variety of snacks, she finally took a hamburger for herself and began to munch contentedly. After finishing their meal, they felt completely satisfied. Song Si pulled Gu Qingchun back upstairs to change clothes, as they were to return to school shortly. In the cloakroom, she swiftly removed Gu Qingchun's nightwear and undressed herself without a hint of modesty. First, she retrieved a pair of underwear for him, and then, unabashedly, donned a set of pure cotton white lingerie before him. The clasp of her bra was fastened by Gu Qingchun himself, lacking her preferred garments, which she had taken to the dormitory. Song Si settled for a blue outfit that would suffice. Gu Qingchun, having already brought most of his limited wardrobe to the dorm, had little choice. Apart from a few casual sweatshirts and shorts, the remainder consisted of winter clothing and outerwear. Having spent the majority of his time in school uniforms and being somewhat of a homebody, he rarely purchased clothes. Furthermore, during his growth spurts, he discarded many ill-fitting items, resulting in a scarcity of apparel. As for the clothing for spring and autumn, do boys even have such distinctions? Long sleeves or short sleeves, if lined, are considered winter wear, while unlined items are deemed summer wear, such a straightforward classification, excluding autumn tops and bottoms. Gu Qingchun casually slipped into a white sweatshirt and jeans, and together they exited their home, with Song Si tying her hair in a ponytail as they walked. On their way to school, he took advantage of the mall's remaining hours to purchase 10 bottles of sunscreen spray before returning to campus. He parked outside the school and walked Song Si to the entrance of her dormitory. From the plastic bag in his hand, he took out 5 bottles of sunscreen spray and handed her the rest, saying, "Share these with your roommates. If you run out, let me know, and I will buy more." "Thank you," My dear, Song Si responded, tiptoeing and pouting her red lips towards him. Gu Qingchen merely gave her a light peck and then pinched her soft cheek, saying, hurry upstairs to enjoy the air conditioning. If you need anything, just message or call me. I adore you, she replied, and with a light step, she ascended the stairs, looking back 3 times as she went. Upon entering the dorm, her 3 friends immediately gathered around her. Fan Ziru was the first to speak gently. Cici, are you feeling better? Zheng Fian, noticing her chance to speak had been stolen, consoled her instead. Don't bother with that obnoxious guy. He is just a lunatic, rambling on with his self-important nonsense. Your boyfriend is not a scumbag, so there's nothing to worry about. Bai Xiao, unsure of what to say, simply held Song Si's hand, letting her actions speak louder than words. It's all right. I feel much better now. Thank you all, she said, shaking the sunscreen spray in her right hand. These are from my husband for you. If you need more, just let me know, and I'll have him buy more. Fan Ziru, clearly a girl from a wealthy family, had no need for such items, but still smiled appreciatively, saying, please thank your boyfriend for me. Oh, having a husband is truly different. I want to be pampered by someone who is 6 feet tall, has 8-pack abs, and looks even better than Wu Yanzu. Zheng Fian joked. Bai Xiao, with her straightforward nature, completely missed the jest in her words and kindly suggested, you might consider visiting the temple nearby. There is a small shrine in our village where many flock to seek blessings for love and children. It is said to be quite effective. You could give it a try. Zheng Fian cupped Bai Xiao's face and playfully squeezed it. Unbeknownst to her, the naive Bai Xiao mistook this for a gesture of gratitude and willingly allowed her to continue. Fan Zizhou then handed the military training uniform to Song Siyu, saying, go try it on. If it doesn't fit, there is still time to exchange it. Thank you, she replied, taking the uniform and heading to the restroom. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchen had returned to his dormitory, clutching the remaining sunscreen spray. As he stepped inside, he immediately heard He Chang's booming voice exclaiming, hurry, hurry, Kai Wenji. One more round. Chen Junjie quickly responded, coming. It was evident they were engrossed in a game of honor of kings. Gu Qingchen placed the sunscreen down and approached his lovely wife, noticing she was playing as Han Xian with an impressive score of 161. This juxtaposition of her delicate exterior and fierce prowess was akin to an innocent-looking little girl suddenly overpowering a burly man. We won. Haha. I've reached star glory. I just need one more game. Rue, play with me again. As the enemy crystal shattered, He Chang and Chen Junjie sprang to Li Zirui's side, embracing her vigorously. The sight was quite eye-catching. After their affectionate display, He Chang sauntered over and draped his arm around Gu Qingchen's shoulder. Before he could speak, Gu Qingchen pressed his face down and exclaimed, Hey, don't kiss me. He Chang, with a look of exasperation, replied, I wasn't trying to kiss you. I wanted to ask if you've soothed your wife. Relieved, Gu Qingchen responded, yes, I've calmed her down and sent her back to her dorm. Good to hear. He Chang affirmed. However, Junjie teased, just a bit of kidney expenditure, right old for? Gu Qingchen playfully smacked the back of his head, neither confirming nor denying the remark. Meanwhile, Li Zirui watched the 3 of them with a smile, enjoying the moment as if savoring the tranquility of watching children play. Old for, I brought back the military training uniform for you. Give it a try, He Chang said, handing him a camouflage outfit. All right, thanks, Gu Qingchen replied, moving to his desk to change. After donning the uniform, he stretched a bit and noted, it's decent, slightly oversized, but manageable. Old for, let us head to the cafeteria for a meal, He Chang and Junjie suggested as they approached. Li Zirui stood by the door, waiting. I'm not going. I just ate not long ago, and I'm not hungry, Gu Qingchen stated while seated at his desk. All right then, we'll go, they replied, and with that, the 3 left the dormitory. Taking advantage of the solitude, Gu Qingchen quickly made a brief call to Gu Jiran, requesting information on the Xingzi Group, one of the top 10 enterprises in the metropolis. Once the leader of the real estate sector in the magical city, it has now transformed its focus primarily towards e-commerce and both domestic and international trade. The foremost chairman, Cheng Wensheng, is likely the father of Cheng Ziyu. The most significant support appears to be from the deputy mayor of the magical city, a rather delicate situation, necessitating a wait for the opposing party to make the first move. Chapter 71. The first day of military training. Early the next morning, Gu Qingchen returned from his morning run on the playground. Glancing at the time, it was already past 7. In the dormitory, only Li Zirui had dressed, and was in the bathroom washing up. Observing the two still deep in slumber, Gu Qingchen directly roused them. He Chong, however, showed no signs of morning grumpiness. Upon waking, he simply got up and groggily made his way to the bathroom. In contrast, Chen Junjie merely sat up momentarily before lying back down, unresponsive even after several calls. Just as Li Zirwei finished washing up and emerged while applying hand cream, he noticed the situation. He promptly returned to his desk, retrieved a wig, and then called down Gu Qingchen from the bed ladder. Go change your clothes. I'll take care of this. With that, the little darling climbed onto Chen Junjie's bed, waving her delicate hand, fragrant with hand cream, before his nose. Next, she playfully curled her fingers, gently trailing her fingertip down his jawline and further to his chest. Finally, Li Zirwei executed her ultimate move, leaning in close to Chen Junjie's ear, exhaling warm breath as she sweetly pleaded in a cutesy voice. Brother Junjie, it's time to wake up. In an instant, Chen Junjie trembled, jolting upright. Li Zirwei immediately retreated from the battlefield, tossing the wig onto the desk and nonchalantly changing into her military training uniform. As if the previous display had not been her at all, Gu Qingchen stared in astonishment at his composed little darling, silently giving her a thumbs up. Impressive. Chen Junjie remained dazed on the bed, his mind momentarily malfunctioning. For upon awakening, he had felt a flicker of excitement. Oh no, this doesn't seem right. He Chong emerged from the bathroom, having washed his face, and upon seeing Chen Junjie in a daze, urged him, hurry and wash up and change your clothes. It's almost 7:30, and we still need to eat at the cafeteria. Time is tight. Upon hearing this, Chen Junjie cast aside his wandering thoughts and quickly jumped out of bed to wash up. Generally, men are swift. Well, I mean in terms of washing up. Before long, the four of them had donned their camouflage uniforms and made their way downstairs to the cafeteria. Just before departing, Gu Qingchen made sure to grab 2 bottles of sunscreen spray. Approaching 8 o'clock, the playground was already bustling with students clad in camouflage. Although only those from the finance and accounting departments were present, the others were elsewhere. Gu Qingchen was engaged in casual conversation with Song Si, hand in hand. Meanwhile, Cheng Ziyu stood not far away, his gaze filled with jealousy and resentment as he watched them. Soon, a group of instructors, moving in unison and shouting their chants, came running from a distance. Upon halting, the chief instructor at the forefront lowered his head to examine the folder in his hands and began speaking, seemingly allocating classes. After a few minutes, with a resounding command, all the instructors dispersed, hastily moving towards their respective classes. In Class 1 of Finance, Gu Qingchen was assigned to a round-faced instructor. He stood straight at the front of the line, saluted, and introduced himself. Hello, students. My name is Duan Fei, and I will be your instructor for the next 2 weeks. From this moment on, you are my soldiers, and I expect your absolute obedience to my commands. Can you comply? Yes, came the timid response. Duan Fei reiterated, your voices are too soft. Can you comply? Yes. Excellent. Now everyone, girls in front and boys behind, form 2 lines according to your heights. Upon issuing this command, the students promptly took action and arranged themselves accordingly. Satisfied with the formation, Duan Fei stated, in the future, when you assemble, maintain this formation. Now, I will teach you how to stand at attention. Having experienced military training in high school, the students quickly adapted without much instruction. Duan Fei remarked, well done. First row, count off from left to right. 1. The first girl turned her head to the right. Immediately followed by 2, 3. The counting was smooth and precise. Duan Fei then requested the second row to repeat the count before officially commencing the training. He emphasized the importance of a solid foundation for erecting a tall structure, stating, today, you shall do nothing but practice standing in military posture. Head up, chest out. Heels together, toes apart at approximately 60 degrees, fingers aligned, with the middle finger touching the seam of your trousers. After demonstrating the stance, he commanded, at ease. Attention. The students stood perfectly still, not daring to move. After surveying the formation and making minor adjustments, Duan Fei stepped aside to relax. After approximately an hour and a half, he returned to the front of the line, taking a sip of water. All right, everyone, break for 20 minutes, you're dismissed. Instantly, a chorus of groans erupted, with several students plopping down onto the ground. Finally, a chance to rest. I'm exhausted. I feel like I'm about to collapse. Water. Who brought water? Fortunately, Gu Qingchen, accustomed to regular exercise, was not significantly affected. He took out a bottle of sunscreen spray, handed one to his girlfriend, and advised, "Make sure to spray Hee-chang and Junjie as well." Afterward, he led Song Siyu to a secluded corner. Chung Ziyu watched helplessly as the goddess was taken away by her boyfriend, unable to approach or voice his feelings, his clenched fists betraying his frustration. Gu Qingchen, unfazed by the presence of a mere jester, tenderly held his girlfriend's hand and inquired, "How are you holding up? If it's too much, let me know, and I will request a leave for you." Song Siyu shook her head, unbothered as she used her free hand to wipe his sweat. "It's all right. This is a good opportunity to strengthen my body. You, on the other hand, should not overexert yourself." She revealed a soft smile, seemingly recalling something as she said, "Wait for me a moment," and hurriedly dashed to the plastic track. There was a small area designated for the water bottles of Class 1 in finance. But on the first morning of military training, no one had paid much attention to it, resulting in only a few bottles being present. Song Siyu picked up her own pink thermos and swiftly returned to Gu Qingchen's side. She twisted open the cap and directly offered the cup to his lips, saying, "Drink this mineral water I poured for you." Gu Qingchen was not particularly thirsty, yet he could not ignore the concerned glimmer in Song Siyu's eyes and the tilted cup. So he complied and took a few sips, raising his hand to signal her to stop. All right, you drink now. I'm not thirsty." "Really?" Song Siyu's eyes held a hint of skepticism. "You drink until you're satisfied. Don't worry about me. If I don't have enough, I can drink from Yinzi and the others. I truly am not thirsty. Please drink." "All right." Only then did Song Siyu retract the cup and, turning halfway around, began to gulp down the water from the spot where Gu Qingchen had just drunk. Once she finished the contents of her cup, Gu Qingchen took out his sunscreen spray and asked, "Did you spray this on before coming out?" "No." "Then raise your head and close your eyes." Upon hearing this, Song Siyu obediently tightened the cap and complied. After spraying her, Gu Qingchen applied some on himself. The remaining time was naturally filled with their sweet exchanges. Although the weather was a bit warm, they did not become overly intimate. They merely linked arms, whispering sweet nothings and engaging in light conversation. Chapter 72. The old acquaintance with a history of blushing soon. The 20-minute break came to an end. As the instructor called out, "Assemble," Song Siyu quickly set her cup down and returned to the line alongside Gu Qingchen. Duan Fei issued the command to stand at attention once more before wandering off to relax, occasionally patrolling to check who was performing incorrectly or slacking off. This time, the standing lasted until noon, when he finally announced that they could disperse for lunch, instructing everyone to regroup at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The crowd hurriedly dispersed, hardly bothering to voice any complaints as they rushed toward the cafeteria. After all, they were both hungry and thirsty. Survival took precedence over mere chatter. In the cafeteria, due to the limited seating, Gu Qingchen and Song Siyu shared a table with Li Zirui and Fan Zhiro, while the remaining four sat at a nearby table. Though they were technically seated separately, a narrow aisle separated the two tables, allowing for easy conversation. Gu Qingchen had his own motives. Ideally, they could have all sat apart. But for the sake of his friend's happiness, he arranged for them to sit with their respective roommates. Regardless of whether they found each other appealing, it was beneficial to become acquainted, as a social gathering was surely on the horizon, making future interactions less awkward. Initially, a peculiar silence enveloped the room until Fan Zhiro broke the ice, directing her gaze towards Li Zirui, seated opposite her, and candidly remarked, "You appear quite beautiful. I mean no offense, but may I inquire if you are afflicted by any illness? If it is inconvenient, please feel free to refrain from answering." Zheng Fian at the adjacent table raised her hand, expressing her curiosity. "I too wish to know." She had long harbored the desire to ask, but had hesitated for fear of offending. He-chang timidly chimed in, "Ahem, so do I." Bai Xiao and Song Si remained silent, yet their inquisitive glances betrayed their curiosity. Only Gu Qingchen continued to eat quietly. Li Zirui, unfazed by the inquiry, graciously elaborated. "I visited several esteemed hospitals in my youth, underwent a plethora of examinations, and all assured me there were no issues. Perhaps it is merely my natural appearance." Chun Junjie interjected, "Truly, it seems the heavens have favored your looks. With a wig and a dress, you would be simply enchanting. Should you host a live stream, I am certain a multitude would tune in." However, he immediately covered his mouth, realizing his words had slipped out thoughtlessly. Such topics were often discussed casually in the dormitory, and he had not considered the implications of his remark. Li Zirui, perceptive and understanding, recognized that Chen Junjie had not meant any harm, and he had never intended to conceal his penchant for cross-dressing. He turned slightly, extending his hand to pat Chen Junjie on the shoulder across the aisle. While addressing the curious yet bashful young women, I indeed enjoy wearing women's clothing, though not to an extreme degree. It is merely for my own enjoyment and that of others. After all, many have referred to me as a girl since childhood. So I decided to experiment with my attire and found it rather delightful, turning it into a hobby. In this era of increasing acceptance, the girls exhibited no signs of disdain. Rather, there was an undercurrent of excitement and anticipation. So, could you possibly dress up for us sometime? Zheng Fian pressed, seeking to benefit her friends. A cross-dressing expert is rarer than a giant panda. We must seize the opportunity to observe. Of course, Li Ziru replied with a gentle smile. Zheng Fian, a bundle of enthusiasm, turned to Chen Junjie and asked, "So, you are Junjie, correct?" Chen Junjie paused momentarily before nodding. "Yes, what of it? Are you a singer? Or perhaps your family is involved in music?" Zheng Fian's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as it seemed she had stumbled upon not just a cross-dresser, but potentially a celebrity. "Not at all. My family is in business, and I am destined to inherit a vast fortune," Chen Junjie responded. Upon hearing this, Zheng Fian's tone noticeably shifted to disappointment. "Ah, well, that name certainly seems to be a case of occupying the throne without fulfilling its duties." Chen Junjie chuckled. "Haha, my apologies. I was merely jesting. Let us not dwell on the concerns of a mere commoner like me. Suit yourself." Chen Junjie waved his hand in resignation, having no intention of contesting the matter. Then, Zheng Fian, this little sparrow, chattered away, engaging in conversation with one person and then another, lightening the atmosphere considerably. Suddenly, a robust arm draped over Gu Qingshan's shoulder. The attention of those around, including Song Si and the 6 others from the dormitory, was drawn to the man clad in an officer's uniform. Gu Qingshan turned his head, rice still in his mouth, which promptly sprayed onto the man's face as he exclaimed in astonishment, "Gong Daitu? What are you doing here? After all these years? How have you become an instructor? Is private combat training no longer profitable? Have you lost your job?" The man was none other than Gong Hongi, the retired martial arts champion who had trained Gu Qingshan in military combat and had once been left bare after Gu accidentally burned his clothes. Due to his large head, he had earned the nickname Gong Daitu. Gong Hongi wiped the grains of rice from his face, a frown etched on his forehead, and grumbled through clenched teeth. "You little brat, after all these years, you still have no pleasant words. I've always been the chief instructor. Being a private coach was merely a side job. There's no such thing as being unemployed. In fact, I recognized you from afar. Now, you're in my grasp. Let us see how I'll train you rigorously." Gu Qingshan instantly bristled at this. Gong Daitu's training was nothing short of grueling. He sprang to his feet and, without hesitation, delivered a side kick, catching Gong Hongi off guard and launching the first assault. The retired champion was certainly not to be underestimated. He swiftly dodged and retaliated, throwing punches from various angles. Gu Qingshan countered each attack, but ultimately, he failed to defend against the final blow, crossing his arms in front of his chest. He was sent staggering back several steps by a powerful kick from Gong Hongi. Though it appeared fierce, the exchange lasted only a few seconds. The cafeteria fell silent, all eyes fixed on the two combatants. "Gong Daitu, you've regressed. You used to be able to take me down effortlessly. How have you become so weak?" Gong Hongi retorted. "Clearly, you have grown. Your physique has improved, which is not a sign of my decline. Also, drop the Gong Daitu. I am your instructor. So show some respect." Gu Qingshan scoffed. "Defeat me first, then we'll talk." "Fine, let us practice on the playground. I want to see if you've slacked off over the years." "Wait," he said, and approached Song Si. "You eat first. I'm going to play with the dog." But Song Si grasped his hand, worry evident in her eyes. "Who is he? Why did you suddenly start fighting? Maybe you shouldn't go. What if you get hurt?" "It's just my former combat instructor. Don't worry, we're merely sparring. He's an instructor. He knows how to control his strength." Gu Qingshan ruffled her hair. "All right, but be careful. If you can't win, just concede," Song Si cautioned, biting her lip. "Okay, I'm off. You hurry and eat," Gu Qingshan replied. Following Gong Hongi out of the cafeteria, with a number of onlookers trailing behind, eager to witness the spectacle. Chapter 73, Bodyguard. The cafeteria returned to its noisy state. Zheng Fian gazed at Song Siyu in utter astonishment, exclaiming, "My goodness, your husband is remarkably formidable." Fan Ziru, though slightly surprised, remained silent. Her gaze fixed on the entrance of the cafeteria, lost in thought. Bai Xiaoxiao was not one to overreact. She simply marveled quietly in her heart. He Chong and Chen Junjie quickly finished their meals and dashed outside to witness the unfolding drama. As for the little wife, she maintained her composure, serene and unperturbed. As she continued to eat her meal, not far away, Cheng Ziyu, having witnessed the scene, abandoned his plan to teach Gu Qingchen a lesson. After finishing her meal, Song Siyu took Gu Qingchen's tray and disposed of his leftover food. Zheng Fian savored her last bite, sighing, "Ah, true love. Indeed, the leftovers from my husband taste delightful." Song Siyu's cheeks flushed slightly. "It is a waste of food." Indeed, Zheng Fian replied. "Ziru, Xiao, and what was your name again?" She trailed off, momentarily at a loss. "Li Ziru," came the response. Yes, Li Ziru. "Have we all finished? Let us go and see the commotion." Thus, the little wife followed the four girls out of the cafeteria. At that moment, the playground was already teeming with onlookers, including several instructors observing their chief instructor bully a student. Gu Qingchen attempted a direct kick, only to be seized by Gong Hongi. Without hesitation, he leapt up, delivering a whip kick towards Gong Hongi's head. Gong Hongi had no choice but to release his grip, raising his arm to shield his head. Just as he prepared to retaliate, Gu Qingchen, having fallen heavily onto the grass, ceased all resistance. Gong Hongi halted his punch, mockingly saying, "Kid, weren't you quite defiant just now? What is the matter now?" Gu Qingchen lay on the ground, feeling the pain coursing through his body, yet he maintained a defiant tone. "You, a retired soldier, bullying a young one, and still having the audacity to mock me? If I can give you a run for your money, you've certainly regressed." "Gong Dazue, nonsense. I was merely going easy on you," Gong Hongi scoffed, unwilling to admit any decline in his prowess. However, the truth was that with age, the injuries sustained during his previous missions had begun to manifest, leaving him increasingly powerless. At that moment, the pain shot through his right arm. A reminder of the bullet wound. While his left leg felt numb, his reflexes dulled. Suddenly, a striking figure clad in camouflage burst through the crowd, tears brimming in her eyes. With a fiery glare directed at Gong Hongi, she stood before him, voice cold and resolute. "How dare you, an instructor, bully a student? Do you have no shame? This isn't over. I will certainly report you to the school." Upon witnessing this, Gu Qingchen felt compelled to abandon his nonchalance. He quickly rose, suppressing the pain, and wiped away Song Siyu's tears, soothing her. "It's all right, don't cry. I'm fine. We're old acquaintances. It's nothing severe." Gong Hongi, unfazed by the girl's actions, turned to Gu Qingchen with curiosity. "Oh, is she your girlfriend? You're quite fortunate. She's a good girl. Don't take her for granted." "Indeed, how could a girl who weeps for your pain possibly let you down? It is only natural, unlike you, a perennial singleton who has yet to find a partner." Upon hearing this, Gong Hongi was initially inclined to retort. However, Song Siyu, extending her hand adorned with a diamond ring, quietly interjected, "Not a girlfriend, but a fiancée recognized by Aunt Gu." Gong Hongi paused for a moment, momentarily setting aside Gu Qingchen's mockery, and erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Splendid. Truly an adorable girl. Enough of your public displays of affection. Take half a day off. Let your fiancé escort you to the infirmary for some treatment." He emphasized the word fiancé with particular weight. "Very well, let us depart," Gu Qingchen said, leading Song Siyu away, completely disregarding Gong Hongi's banter. Half a day of their own world, what is the point of idle chatter? It was courteous to leave promptly. Gong Hongi surveyed the crowd still holding their phones, and bellowed, "What are you all filming? Disperse and take a break. Otherwise, I'll have you all assemble for training." At this proclamation, the crowd scattered with remarkable speed, akin to a rocket. Subsequently, the topic of the chief instructor's confrontation with the military training students, along with the pure and innocent goddess's fierce protection of her partner, swiftly ascended to the campus network. In the afternoon, while everyone endured the rigors of military training, Gu Qingchen leisurely reclined in the infirmary. Fortunately, her injuries were not severe, merely several bruises, which were alleviated with a topical ointment. Meanwhile, Song Siyu sat quietly beside her, her eyes brimming with tears, visibly discontent and deeply dissatisfied with Gong Hongi's conduct. Sparring is one thing, but why resort to such force? Couldn't my dear Qingchen just land a few hits and concede? What does a commander have to prove by contending with a student? It was fortunate that Gong Hongyi was oblivious to Song Siyu's inner turmoil. Otherwise, he would have undoubtedly retorted, "Were those mere taps? Those were aimed at my life. Did you not see him kicking with all his might towards my head? What? Is a student's life valuable, while a commander's is not?" Observing the downcast girl, Gu Qingchen gently grasped her small hand and reassured her, "All right, Siyu, do not be disheartened. These are but minor injuries, and they shall heal in a few days. Do not hold it against Gong Hongyi. He indeed went easy on you, while I was the one who truly fought hard. He practices lethal techniques. If he did not hold back, I would not have been able to withstand his blows, and I had to give my all." Upon hearing his explanation, Song Siyu felt slightly better, yet still whimpered playfully, "You must give me a kiss to make me happy." Without hesitation, Gu Qingchen rose and pressed a kiss to her delicate lips. Suddenly, a soft feminine voice echoed within the infirmary, "There are others present. Please restrain yourselves." Song Siyu immediately lowered her head, shyly blushing. Gu Qingchen turned to see the doctor seated at the desk, clad in a white coat with a low ponytail. "As long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others." He immediately pulled out his phone and said, "Doctor, I will transfer you 200 yuan. How about stepping out for a cup of coffee?" Upon hearing this, the doctor slowly turned her head, her expression filled with skepticism. "What are you trying to do? This is a medical room, not your home. Furthermore, I am a doctor. What if a student comes in for treatment?" 500, Gu Qingchen replied nonchalantly. "This isn't merely about the money." 1000, Gu Qingchen continued with the same indifference. Feeling a bit fatigued from sitting, the doctor stretched and stood up. Before exiting, she specifically reminded them, "Also, this is a medical room. Do not be too reckless." Chapter 74. It seems he hasn't given me the money yet. At that moment, only the two of them remained in the infirmary. Without uttering a word, Gu Qingchen directly pulled Song Si onto the bed and embraced her slender waist, kissing her fervently. Song Si, shedding her shyness, tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, becoming more proactive in her affection. Fearing the presence of surveillance cameras, Gu Qingchen pulled the blanket over them, completely concealing them before surrendering to their desires. After indulging in their intimacy for nearly an hour, the soft murmurs of the girl finally came to a halt. As the blanket was lifted, Gu Qingchen stretched, and Song Si also got up, adjusting her clothing. Her cheeks flushed as she tidied her disheveled hair. "Let us go. I can't lie here any longer. Let us take a stroll," Gu Qingchen suggested. "All right," Song Si replied, affectionately wrapping her arms around his, and they exited the infirmary together. "Doctor, we are leaving. Please continue with your work," Gu Qingchen said to the doctor standing at the door like a sentinel, before departing with his fiancée. The doctor let out a sigh of relief, returning to the infirmary to sit down and massage her tired legs. Suddenly, she recalled something, murmuring, "Wait, it seems he hasn't given me the money." As they passed the restroom in the corridor near the infirmary, Gu Qingchen had a fleeting thought. He then led Song Si into the restroom, glancing around before guiding her inside. They reached the innermost stall and locked the door. After a flurry of rustling sounds, wait a moment. Before long, two sets of footsteps entered. Gu Qingchen, startled, instinctively wrapped his arms around Song Si, who sat on his lap, gently covering her mouth. "You go. Aren't you going to give up on Song Si?" Simultaneously, the sound of lighters igniting echoed. "Of course, I'm serious this time. Such a pure girl, as radiant as moonlight, should not be given to anyone else," Chung Ziyu replied, taking a deep breath. He certainly wouldn't reveal to his roommates that innocent figure had deeply imprinted itself in his mind, as it would tarnish his grand image. But she has a boyfriend. The viral video on the campus network today, along with Song Si herself stating he is her fiancé, isn't this a bit inappropriate? One of his roommates counseled, "Please, they are only freshmen. How can such naive love withstand the trials of reality? Women ultimately succumb to the allure of wealth. I merely expedited her escape from a sea of suffering. Regardless of the means employed, a favorable outcome is all that matters." Chung Ziyu remained unfazed and continued, "By the way, ensure that the woman exercises some cunning. She shouldn't rush towards Gu Qingchen at first sight. Instead, she should engage in casual conversation, easing his guard. And then, when the moment is right, she can leap forward and embrace him. Make sure to secure a prime vantage point to capture Gu Qingchen's visage clearly. Otherwise, it will be on you." Yes, brother Yu. We should be on our way. The instructor will soon call for assembly. Let us proceed." During their conversation, Song Siyu had already lost her composure, oblivious to the world outside. Hearing the footsteps of Siyu and his roommate departing the restroom, Gu Qingshun felt a sense of complete relaxation. Siyu mirrored his ease. Once she regained her composure, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She buried her face into Gu Qingshun's embrace. Gu Qingshun, with a thicker skin, remained notably calm. They tidied up briefly. Gu Qingshun wiped down the door, toilet seat, and floor tiles. The girl, shyly covering her face, discreetly peered at him from the side. After carefully exiting the restroom, she blushed deeply while linking her arm with Gu Qingshun, her steps somewhat awkward. There was no remedy. Her fiancé's affection filled her with contentment. The pair did not linger. Gu Qingshun escorted Siyu back to her dormitory, bestowing upon her a heartfelt farewell kiss before taking his leave. Upon returning to her room, Siyu first glanced around to ensure no one was present, then hurriedly retrieved fresh sleepwear and undergarments before dashing to the bathroom for a shower. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshun, not wishing to return to the dormitory, strolled on the playground. Observing the financial class one standing at attention, he strutted by with his head held high, humming a tune. His petite wife displayed little reaction, yet He Chong and Chen Junjie glared at him with a murderous intensity. Zheng Fian merely pouted, while Fan Ziru and Bai Xiaoxiao opted to ignore him. However, Duan Fei, with keen eyesight, quickly remarked, "Second row, those two boys exchanging glances. Step forward and complete 20 push-ups. Do not compel me to drag you out." "Damn. Fourth, your mother." He Chong and Chen Junjie reluctantly complied and dropped to the ground. Witnessing this, Gu Qingshun approached with a smile, taking pleasure in their predicament. "TSK, TSK, TSK, how unfortunate. This is what happens when you don't behave." Duan Fei, naturally, noted the presence of the boy who had been reprimanded by the chief instructor earlier that day. There was no escaping his memory. Yet, it seemed Gu Qingshun was in good spirits, enjoying his leisurely stroll. Duan Fei promptly sought revenge for Gong Hongyi, declaring, "Gu Qingshun, you have disrupted the formation. Immediately run 20 laps around the playground." "This is an order." "How many?" Gu Qingshun's smile faded, shifting to the faces of He Chong and Chen Junjie. "Haha. Fourth. You've really messed up, haven't you?" "Indeed. Serves you right for showing off." "Hurry, go run." They taunted. "You two were conversing, so add 20 more." Duan Fei commanded. "Damn it." 2. The two individuals continued their exertions with considerable effort. Subsequently, Duan Fei pointed at the synthetic track and shouted towards Gu Qingshun. "What are you dawdling for? Move swiftly." "Goodness. Did Gong Datu instruct you to act this way?" Gu Qingshun's lips twitched slightly. "Was it truly necessary to bear such a grudge simply because he had burned your clothes, exposing your bare backside to the household maid?" Duan Fei offered no response, instead increasing the challenge, 30 laps. Thus, Gu Qingshun ran while shouting, "Gong Datu, you better watch out." Chapter 75. Siyu's worries and complaints. Though the sun had not yet set, its fervor had already diminished considerably. At this moment, Gu Qingshun, drenched in sweat, felt his steps growing heavier. Gritting his teeth, he completed the final half lap before transitioning from a run to a walk. One cannot immediately rest after intense exercise, regardless of fatigue. After a brief period of light walking, Gu Qingshun finally collapsed onto the lawn. A single lap measures 400 meters, and 30 laps amount to 12,000 meters, or 12 kilometers. Fortunately, Gu Qingshun maintained a daily routine of morning runs. Otherwise, he would not have been able to endure. At present, his legs felt as though they were cramping, taut and trembling, while his lungs ached from the rapid breaths. Duan Fei approached silently and remarked, "Well done. 12 kilometers in 1 hour, 2 minutes, and 17 seconds, a commendable achievement. Keep it up." Gu Qingshun, uninterested in engaging with him, simply raised his hand to give him the middle finger. Naturally, Duan Fei paid no mind and returned to the front of the financial class lineup. About an hour later, as the instructors in the distance began issuing dismissal commands one after another, Gu Qingshun noticed several heads appearing within his view of the azure sky, including a finger, whose it was, he could not tell, hovering beneath his nose. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it belonged to Zheng Fian, the lively character. Noticing Gu Qingshun's eyes had moved, Zheng Fian feigned surprise, exclaiming, "Ah, he's alive." Gu Qingshun, exasperated, replied, "I'm merely exhausted and lack the energy to speak or move. I am not dead." "Old Gu, you truly are remarkable, not only challenging the chief instructor, but also managing to run 30 laps. If it were me, I would surely perish halfway through." He Chong and Qin Junjia, the two comic reliefs, chimed in harmony, making one wonder why they weren't performing a skit. Then, a delicately manicured hand extended towards him, presenting a bottle of mineral water against his chest. Fan Ziru squatted down and gently said, "Have some water. I bought it during the break and haven't touched it yet." "No, thank you for your kindness." Gu Qingchen declined without a second thought, then inquired, "Is there water in Siyu's cup?" Bai Xiao, holding Song Siyu's water bottle, replied, "Yes, it's full." "Wonderful." With that, Gu Qingchen returned the mineral water to Fan Ziru. And with the assistance of his petite wife, he struggled to rise, taking Song Siyu's water bottle and eagerly unscrewing the cap to drink. Fan Ziru held the water she had brought, watching silently, betraying no emotion. After quenching his thirst, Gu Qingchen dialed Song Si's number, reassuring her that she need not venture out as he had arranged for a meal to be brought back by his roommate. "Let us go, it's time to eat," he said, leisurely strolling towards the cafeteria with his companions. After more than an hour of rest, he felt only a slight soreness in his legs, but nothing of great concern. Once they finished their meal, Zheng Fian, carrying the takeout rice bowl purchased by Gu Qingchen, returned to the dormitory alongside Fan Ziru and Bai Xiao. As soon as they entered, she placed the meal in front of Song Si and began chattering excitedly. "See, your husband is incredible. He completed 30 laps and still looked as if nothing had happened. You are going to be so happy. I'm so envious." "What 30 laps?" Song Si asked, perplexed. "You don't know? Your husband was punished by the instructor to run 30 laps around the track," Zheng Fian explained. Don't we have half a day off? Why was he penalized?" Song Si's concern began to rise as she questioned. "Well, he was showing off in front of the team this afternoon, refusing to stand at attention, and that is how the instructor caught him," Zheng Fian replied. As soon as she finished speaking, Song Si grabbed her phone and dashed out of the dormitory. "Hey, aren't you going to eat? Your meal will get cold." Zheng Fian's voice faded as she watched the girl rush away, disappearing from sight. She blinked in surprise, muttering, "Is she really that anxious about her husband?" Fan Ziru, applying her skincare products, remarked, "Girls in love tend to act this way. You'll get used to it." Arriving at the entrance of Gu Qingchen's dormitory, Song Si went straight upstairs, capturing the attention of numerous boys. Even the dormitory supervisor failed to react in time, watching the girl ascend with a bemused expression, muttering, "That little girl, I can't be bothered to manage her." The boys' dormitory was less strict than the girls', where any unauthorized entry would lead to punishment. While the boys seemed to escape unscathed, it seemed unjust. What happened to gender equality? In room 201, Song Si burst through the door, startling the three boys huddled together, engrossed in a game. "Hey, the fourth, your wife has arrived," He-chong quickly exclaimed as he snapped back to reality. Gu Qingchen turned from his bed, his gaze falling upon the sweet figure clad in a white shirt and blue jacket, wearing a lovely white skirt. He promptly rose, cradling her exquisitely beautiful heart-shaped face. "Why did you come up without sending me a message?" Without hesitation, Song Si embraced him, burying her head in his chest and inhaling his captivating scent, murmuring, "I heard from Yinzi that you were punished with 30 laps, so I hurried over to check on you." Meanwhile, He-chong, Qin Junjia, and the little wife wished to avoid being a third wheel and stealthily attempted to leave the dormitory, as one would a thief. However, an unexpected incident was about to unfold. Suddenly, the sound of an empty soda can clattering to the floor echoed throughout the dormitory, and Gu Qingchen, along with the nestled Song Si, and He-chong and the little wife, all turned their gazes towards Qin Junjia. "Heh," Qin Junjia chuckled awkwardly. "What a surprise." As he spoke, he stomped on the soda can on the ground, crushing it before tossing it into the trash bin. He gestured to Gu Qingchen, "Please, continue." The trio, known as the light bulb trio, promptly left the dormitory. Song Si glanced back at Gu Qingchen and couldn't help but smile brightly. "Your roommate is quite amusing." "Indeed," Gu Qingchen replied, patting her well-formed backside. "Have you eaten the meal I brought you?" Song Si obediently shook her head. "Then let us go. I'll take you out for a bite." Gu Qingchen released her and sat down to change his shoes. However, Song Si furrowed her brows in concern and shook her head. "No need. You should rest. After running for so long, I was going to give you a massage." Upon hearing this delightful offer, Gu Qingchen wasted no time shedding his shoes and climbing onto the bed. "Come on, don't hold back," he exclaimed. Song Si, amused by his antics, removed her little white shoes and joined him on the bed. Gu Qingchen positioned himself comfortably, placing a pillow beneath his head. Let us begin. My dear wife. All right. Song-si gently settled onto his waist, facing away from him as she began to massage his thighs. Meanwhile, Gu Qingshun relished the sensation of her delicate hands gliding over his sore muscles, feeling both pain and pleasure. Ouch, be gentle, he protested, realizing her grip was too strong. Sorry. Song-si's eyes immediately glistened with tears, her voice tinged with a soft sob. Honestly, if you can't run, then don't. Why push yourself so hard? Why do you insist on being so stubborn? The instructors too. Why do they enjoy torturing students? We're not even their soldiers. Chapter 76. A mysterious visitor with military connections. Noticing Song-si's distress, Gu Qingshun quickly turned to embrace her. She nestled into his arms, burying her face in the crook of his neck, her small fists clutching his shirt tightly. Gu Qingshun gently patted her head, comforting her. There. Why are you crying again? Are you a little crybaby? Look, I'm fine. It's just muscle soreness from overexertion. I'll be all right by tomorrow. I only pushed myself because I knew I could finish. Otherwise, I would have stopped. The instructor Woon T forced me to run. Song-si let out a soft hum, lightly punching his chest. Can't you just stay still? You always make me worry. Boys can't possibly stay still. That wouldn't be boyish. I know my limits and won't injure myself, so don't worry, my dear. Gu Qingshun cradled her, gently swaying as if soothing a baby. Outside the dormitory, his little wife, Li Zirwei, inexplicably sneezed. Are you three having a midnight snack? I brought some back. Gu Qingshun held Song-si's hand and asked the trio standing outside the dormitory, are you eating? Yichang replied, yes, barbecue. Thanks, Godfather. Chun Junjie chimed in. Don't forget the beer. Li Zirwei added, I'm fine with anything. Then let us go? Having concluded their conversation, the two individuals exited the dormitory hand in hand, leisurely strolling towards the nearby street of culinary delights. Chen, I desire that, Song-si remarked, pointing at a stall selling cheese hot dogs. Gu Qingshun promptly approached and purchased one, handing it to her. After she took a bite, he inquired, is it delicious? It's quite all right, she replied, while meandering about. As Song-si reached the halfway point of her hot dog, she offered it to Gu Qingshun, saying, I no longer wish to eat this. You have it. Gu Qingshun accepted it and took a few bites, then procured a napkin to wipe Song-si's mouth, followed by his own. The plethora of stalls at the food street was dazzling, making it impossible to sample every offering. Thus, Song-si opted only for those that piqued her interest. What is that flower-shaped delicacy? She inquired, pointing at a small pastry. It's a begonia cake, quite delectable. Let us buy 4 portions to share with your roommates, he suggested. Pan-fried buns, Song-si exclaimed, shaking Gu Qingshun's hand. It is a specialty of our magical city. We must try it. Gu Qingshun affectionately pinched her cheek and bought a portion. True to form, Song-si left half of it for him. After wandering for a while, they sampled various snacks including rib rice cakes, fried dough, and spiced beans. Each time Song-si ate half and then handed the remainder to Gu Qingshun. Eventually, they packed a portion of crab roe rice and also bought barbecued skewers and beer for her roommates before departing the food street. Upon returning to school, Gu Qingshun led Song-si to a secluded bench in a corner. With few people around, she felt more at ease. She removed her shoes and nestled her little white-socked feet into Gu Qingshun's embrace, all the while enjoying her crab roe rice and fidgeting restlessly. The occasional fluttering of her little toes indicated her cheerful mood. Gu Qingshun gently grasped her elegantly arched foot and began to massage it. Song-si offered him a bite of her rice. I really want to go home with you. It's so torturous not being able to cuddle at night. After saying this, she took another bite for herself, her cheeks slightly puffed as she savored it slowly. In our second year, I will take you home to stay. For now, focus on your studies. Once the holidays arrive, I shall whisk you away for our own little world, all right? Gu Qingshun reassured her patiently. Yes. Song-si smiled brightly, again offering him a bite. Meanwhile, a passerby who inadvertently witnessed this scene hesitated for a moment before turning back. After satisfying their hunger, Gu Qingshun lifted Song-si's little feet to help her put on her shoes. He then gathered the barbecued skewers, beer, and 3 portions of begonia cake. And hand in hand, they departed. At the base of the girls' dormitory, Song-si held the begonia cakes while wrapping one arm around Gu Qingshun's waist. After sharing a warm kiss, she reluctantly returned to her dormitory. Upon seeing her return with treats, Zheng Fian immediately planted a hearty kiss on her cheek, while Bai Xiaoxiao gladly accepted the offer without hesitation. As a local of the magical city, Fan Ziru has certainly indulged in a variety of culinary delights. Yet she still expressed her gratitude upon receiving the offering. On the other hand, Gu Qingchun, having just returned to the dormitory, found himself surrounded by the two guardians. He handed over the barbecue in his possession, saying, "Here is your barbecue and beer." Chun Junjie exclaimed, "Thank you, foster father." He Chong chimed in, "Why did you steal my words?" His gentle little wife softly uttered her thanks before joining the two foster sons in their feast. However, she abstained from alcohol, opting solely for the skewers. The following day, everyone gathered on the playground as usual. Today's lesson involved marching in formation and standing at attention. Gu Qingchun was performing quite well, but was suddenly called away by Gong Hongyi. "What's the matter? You don't mean to train me alone, do you? Wasn't yesterday's 30 laps enough?" Gong Hongyi appeared bewildered. What 30 laps? It was then that Gu Qingchun realized that the big-headed Gong had given a day off. Unaware that Gu Qingchun would return to the playground that afternoon, he had merely mentioned that Gong had imposed a bizarre punishment of 30 laps, leading him to believe it was an order from Gong. Stereotypes can indeed be perilous. Is it Duan Fei? Are you seeking revenge on your superior? Very well, just wait. Gong Hongyi gradually understood. Ah, so you returned to the playground and Duan Fei caught you. Hence the 30 laps, right? Well done. I'll make sure to commend him when I return, rest assured. Gu Qingchun silently raised his middle finger at him. So, what exactly do you want from me? Someone wishes to see you, and they are of considerable stature. A high-ranking official from the military district personally contacted me. Who have you offended recently? Gu Qingchun was even more puzzled by this revelation. He had wronged no one, save for Cheng Ziyu. But how could Cheng Ziyu possibly invoke the influence of his father due to jealousy? Furthermore, that influence belonged to the political realm and had little to do with the military. When do they wish to meet me? Gu Qingchun inquired. They didn't specify, only instructed me to bring you. They should arrive shortly, but judging by the leader's earnest tone, it does not seem to be a matter of reckoning. Deciding not to dwell on what he could not comprehend, Gu Qingchun resolved to wait until the meeting to discern their intentions. Chapter 77, Adorable Aunt. Grandfather of supreme authority. After engaging in leisurely conversation with Gong Hongyi for nearly an hour, he received a phone call and remarked, "Come with me, they have arrived." Gu Qingchun nodded slightly, and together they exited the school, making their way to a rather deserted street. Gong Hongyi pointed to a black van parked nearby. Where two individuals stood, the ones who wish to see you are inside that vehicle. Go ahead. Gu Qingchun approached slowly, only to discover that not just beside the vehicle, but all around him stood individuals. In total, there were 8 people clad in plain clothes, wearing earpieces. 2 were stationed at the gate, while the others stood in various directions, surveying their surroundings. As he reached the vehicle door, one of them stepped forward and extended a hand to obstruct his path. "Hello, we need to conduct a search. Please cooperate." "Thank you." Gu Qingchun's expression soured. What authority did the occupants of this vehicle possess? Not only did they compel Gong Hongyi to remain behind, but now they insisted on searching him upon his arrival. It was not I who requested this meeting, so why this charade? I have no obligation to entertain. With this thought, Gu Qingchun turned to leave. At that moment, the window of the chauffeur-driven vehicle slid down, and a woman, elegantly adorned with light makeup and possessing exquisite beauty, called out to him, "Young man, please hold on." They are merely following protocol. There is a significant individual in the car whom they must protect. I hope for your understanding. Consider it an aunt's plea. Please cooperate with them. We truly have something of great importance to discuss with you. We will also compensate for your time. Would that be acceptable? Given the gravity of her request, Gu Qingchun felt compelled to acquiesce. He returned to comply with the man's brief search before boarding the vehicle. Inside, apart from the woman, there was an elderly gentleman, tall and imposing, exuding an aura of authority. The initial impression he left was that of one who had emerged from a battleground, and under the unyielding gaze of the old man, Gu Qingchun felt a chill run down his spine. The beautiful woman warmly grasped his hand, her tone gentle as she introduced herself. "Hello, young man, I am Su Yahan, and this is my father, Su Zhongshan. You may call him Su Grandpa." This sudden familiarity made Gu Qingchun somewhat uncomfortable, yet he politely responded, "Hello, Aunt Su, Grandpa Su." He then inquired, "May I ask why you wish to see me?" The woman did not respond, instead turning her attention to her father. Su Zhongshan, having regained his composure from a moment of surprise, spoke in a voice that, though weathered, carried a resonant strength. "Gu Qingchun, is that the name your mother bestowed upon you?" Gu Qingshan nodded. How presumptuous, he remarked. Su Zhongshan then opened his phone, retrieving an image and presenting it to Gu Qingshan. Puzzled, Gu Qingshan took the picture and was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. The man in military attire, saluting, bore an uncanny resemblance to him, at least 70 to 80% alike. What is this? Gu Qingshan asked, looking up at Su Zhongshan. Su Yahan interjected, her eyes misty as she explained. His name was Su Yifeng, my elder brother, who fell in the line of duty. Before his passing, we preserved his sperm in hopes of ensuring his lineage. However, as he remained unmarried, we could not selfishly bear children or condemn a woman to live in mourning within the Su family. Thus, we opted for donation. The viability of the sperm was already low when extracted, and the doctors informed us that after 3 years of cryopreservation, it would lose all viability. We had nearly given up hope, but recently, while taking my daughter to an amusement park, I encountered you. The rest, you can infer. So, you believe I am your brother's child, and that is why you sought me? Gu Qingshan surmised. Su Yahan nodded gently. May I ask a rather personal question? Do you know how your mother conceived you? Recently, the Su family conducted an investigation, but to no avail. One reason was the passage of time, and the other was that Gu Jiran had never disclosed the circumstances surrounding her pregnancy. After a moment of hesitation, Gu Qingshan replied, Indeed, it was an IVF baby. Su Yahan immediately grasped his hand with excitement. Then could you accompany us for a paternity test? Even Su Zhongshan unconsciously tightened his grip. However, Gu Qingshan shook his head. I must consult my mother first. After all, she raised me, and I cannot leave with you without her knowledge. Su Zhongshan acknowledged, that is reasonable. We shall pay a visit to your mother, but could you first accompany us for a paternity test? As for whether to acknowledge the Su family afterwards, we can discuss that later. Please understand our elderly sentiments. We genuinely wish to know if the eldest child's health is assured. Gu Qingshan reluctantly nodded. All right. At a certain paternity testing center in the bustling metropolis, Gu Qingshan, reluctantly enduring a needle prick, sat idly in a chair, playing with his phone. He had already informed Siyu that he was safe and would return to explain everything in person that afternoon. Approximately 2 hours later, a doctor emerged with the results. Su Yahan and Su Zhongshan hurriedly surrounded him. Sir, among the 4 blood samples you provided, your blood and the young man's demonstrate an exceptionally high kinship value exceeding 40,000. There are also significant similarities with the other 3 samples from your relatives. The doctor glanced at Gu Qingshan and continued, moreover, considering the young man's appearance, it is highly probable that he is indeed a member of the Su family. Thank you. Su Zhongshan expressed his gratitude. You are too kind, sir. Without hesitation, Su Yahan embraced Gu Qingshan, tears streaming down her face. Oh, my brother finally has descendants. My nephew. If you ever need anything, just tell your aunt, and I will take care of it. Su Zhongshan approached, observing Gu Qingshan's awkward demeanor, and promptly pulled Su Yahan aside to admonish her. Enough. You are an adult now. Cease this childish behavior. He then patted Gu Qingshan on the shoulder. You have heard the results. I will visit your mother this afternoon. Ultimately, whether to acknowledge the Su family is a decision for you to make. Su Yahan interjected. Of course you should acknowledge us, dear nephew. Your grandfather is impressive. A deputy at the national level, second only to the top military leadership. Oh, how I babble. Su Zhongshan swiftly covered her mouth and turned to Gu Qingshan, saying, Your aunt has been spoiled by your father in his lifetime. She tends to let loose around you. Please forgive her. Gu Qingshan found his aunt rather endearing and paid no mind to her antics. He was merely astonished by the old man's position, deputy at the national level in the military, a figure of considerable influence. It seemed this connection was indeed worthy of recognition. Chapter 78. Gu Qingshan's report, the rogue duo, around 2 in the afternoon. Gu Qingshan was returned to the school gate. Su Yahan added him on WeChat, and then departed with the old man to visit Gu Jiran. Time was of the essence. Yet the elder had numerous affairs to attend to each day. Today, he had managed to carve out some time only because he had discovered a potential relative of his suspected grandson. Thus, he endeavored to resolve all matters within the day. After hastily consuming a boxed meal at the paternity testing center, Gu Qingshan refrained from seeking additional sustenance and proceeded directly to the school. Upon arriving at the playground, he was greeted by the incessant commands of 1, 2, 1, stand fast, turn around, march in step. Glancing around, he noticed that Gong Hongyi was absent from the field. So Gu Qingshan chose not to call out to Siyu, lest he be caught by Duan Fei, and instead joined the formation, marching in precise step. However, the keen-eyed Cheng Ziyu spotted him immediately. He quickly whispered to his roommate, who was conveniently positioned in front of him, "I see Gu Qingchen. This is our chance. Pretend to have a heat stroke." Oh. His roommate understood the cue and feigned distress, staggering a few steps before collapsing to the ground, motionless. Duan Fei rushed over. Concerned, "What is going on?" Cheng Ziyu promptly replied, "It appears he has suffered from heat stroke, instructor. I shall escort him to the infirmary." "Very well," Duan Fei acquiesced. As Cheng Ziyu helped his roommate up, and with the assistance of others, they made their way toward the exit of the playground. Neither Duan Fei nor the others perceived anything amiss, continuing with their training. Once outside the playground, the roommate promptly dismounted from Cheng Ziyu's back and retrieved his phone to contact the previously arranged escort. "Come quickly, your job is ready, and the payment is substantial." "Understood." Approximately 40 minutes later, an attractive woman dressed in a modest dress arrived before Cheng Ziyu. She extended her phone, displaying a QR code. "Payment first, then we proceed." Without hesitation, Cheng Ziyu scanned the code, transferring 1,000 directly. The escort nodded. "All right, where is the person you mentioned?" Cheng Ziyu pointed toward Gu Qingchen, who was watching Song Siyu train in the distance. "That's him. The opportunity is ripe. Ensure you do not alert him. Approach quietly and embrace him. If he attempts to break free, simply wrap your arm around his." He then instructed his roommate, "Be sure to capture this well. Do not miss a moment." "Rest assured, brother Yu." With determination, the pair stealthily advanced toward Gu Qingchen. In the office of the Gu Corporation, Gu Jiran prepared 2 cups of tea and placed them before Su Zhongshan and Su Yahan before taking a seat opposite them. Su Yahan, with directness, pushed the paternity test report toward Gu Jiran, stating, "Here is the report concerning our son, Gu Qingchen." She then slid over a photograph of Su Yifeng. "This is my late elder brother, Su Yifeng. Does the name ring a bell?" As Gu Jiran examined the report alongside the strikingly similar photograph of Gu Qingchen and listened to the name she recognized all too well, she turned her gaze towards Su Zhongshan and inquired, "So, the reason for your visit is to establish kinship? Since you have not denied it, does that imply you are aware that this child belongs to the Su family?" Gu Jiran shook her head, explaining, "I am merely familiar with the name Su Yifeng, as he was someone I meticulously selected back then. However, the evidence you present is not sufficient for me to draw a definitive conclusion." Upon hearing Gu Jiran's candid admission, the heavy stone that had long hung in Su Zhongshan's heart finally settled. "So what does President Gu mean?" he inquired. Without a hint of hesitation, Gu Jiran replied, "Of course, I can acknowledge the kinship, but I shall not enter the Su family. I believe you would not wish for me to do so either. Moreover, it is imperative that my son consents to this recognition. You must not coerce him." Su Zhongshan responded, "That is only fitting. President Gu, you are indeed a formidable woman, decisive and unequivocal. We shall not impose further. I kindly request that you personally speak with the child. Yahan, please add President Gu's WeChat, so we may communicate if necessary." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Gu Jiran personally escorted the two downstairs, watching as they drove away. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchen executed a shoulder throw, sending an outsider crashing to the ground. "Ah, are you insane? Why did you suddenly hit me?" the outsider exclaimed. Gu Qingchen, brushing off the dirt from his clothes, retorted, "Are you crazy? Why did you suddenly hug me?" He then glanced at a figure clad in camouflage, swiftly retreating from view. Instantly recalling that day in the restroom when he inadvertently overheard Cheng Ziyu and his roommate plotting. It seemed that the roommate's heat stroke was merely an act, skillfully performed, with Cheng Ziyu playing his part well. "What on earth is your obsession with my sister Cici?" Gu Qingchen pondered in confusion. The outsider, now disheveled, hastily sought out her employer to settle the score, fully aware that confronting Gu Qingchen would be unwise, for he was not one to be trifled with. Cheng Ziyu glanced at the photographs on his phone, nodding in satisfaction. "They're acceptable. This will suffice." At that moment, the outsider returned, pointing an accusatory finger at Cheng Ziyu. "Hey, you didn't mention that guy also hits people. This is unacceptable. You need to pay more, or I'll report this to the school authorities." Cheng Ziyu, finding her incessant chatter bothersome, promptly transferred 5,000 yuan to her. "Thank you, boss. I have no further involvement, right?" With the instructor's permission, Cheng Ziyu had effectively taken a leave of absence. With nothing pressing at the moment, he exchanged knowing glances with his roommate regarding the outsider's physique, and together, they exited the school grounds. Gu Qingchun approached the line of students in financial class 1. Upon seeing his return, Song Siyu's face brightened with joy. Reporting to the instructor, Gu Qingchun announced. Duan Fei cast a glance in his direction. Proceed. On my way back, I noticed Cheng Ziyu and his roommate chatting casually by the roadside, accompanied by a woman. TCH, Cheng Ziyu, if you disgust me, I shall return the sentiment, he thought. Duan Fei furrowed his brow. Where are they now? Gu Qingchun shrugged. I do not know. Join the line, Duan Fei commanded. Yes. Without hesitation, Duan Fei immediately reported to Gong Hongyi and initiated a review of the surveillance footage to locate the individuals. After all, during military training, any incident would reflect poorly on the instructor. Reluctantly, Gu Qingchun returned to the line, marching in place as he contemplated his report on Cheng Ziyu. The rhythmic stomping continued until past 4 o'clock. Cheng Ziyu and his roommate were apprehended by Gong Hongyi, whose face was as dark as coal. You two have joined the team, and I will report your involvement in soliciting during military training. As for the consequences, it will depend on the school's decision. Gong Hongyi stated openly, without any attempt to conceal his displeasure. Instantly, murmurs erupted within the ranks. Under the keen gaze of their peers, Cheng Ziyu and his roommate's faces flushed crimson as they returned to formation, utterly humiliated. Silence. We shall resume training, Duan Fei commanded sternly. Addressing Cheng Ziyu and his companion, those two who engaged in such disgraceful behavior will run 40 laps around the field. You may rest for 10 minutes twice along the way, but if you do not complete the laps, you shall forfeit your meals. Now, immediately, his ire was palpable, for his team had produced 2 disgraceful individuals. The duo dared not provoke their instructor further and obediently began to run. However, Cheng Ziyu's heart simmered with resentment towards Gu Qingchun, for his other roommates had disclosed that it was Gu Qingchun who had reported them. Chapter 79. The concubine serving her husband during the confinement. As the afternoon training concluded, Cheng Ziyu could still be seen jogging on the track. Gu Qingchun, with a smug demeanor, took the hand of Song Siyu and approached the track in front of him. As they neared, Gu Qingchun wrapped one arm around Song Siyu's slender waist and cupped her face, kissing her tenderly. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Ziyu felt a burning jealousy surging within him. Yet, with Duan Fei observing nearby, he could only channel his fury into his running. For dinner, Gu Qingchun chose not to dine in the cafeteria with her roommates, but instead took Song Siyu out of school for hot pot. They indulged in familiar delights such as beef, lamb, tripe, and shrimp paste, along with an assortment of dipping sauces. While waiting for their food to cook, Gu Jiaran's call came through. Upon answering, a cool voice emerged. Have you finished training? Gu Qingchun, gently pinching Song Siyu's soft cheek as she played on her phone, replied. We finished early. The old man must have contacted you by now. What did you say? He has acknowledged it. This will greatly benefit your future. Being a businessman, Gu Jiaran always viewed matters from the perspective of profit. However, she added, but whether you acknowledge him is your decision. I will not interfere. And what about you? How do you feel knowing your son, whom you raised, has another family? There was a long silence on the other end before she spoke again. I have not fulfilled my duties as a mother. If there were a family that could offer you the experiences you desire, I would naturally be willing. Understood. Let us not discuss this further for now. Gu Qingchun ended the call, just as Song Siyu fed her a piece of lamb wrapped in sesame sauce. Instinctively, she opened her mouth to eat it, chewed for a moment, and then asked, Siyu, if 2 strangers suddenly came to claim kinship with you, saying they were your grandfather and aunt, would you accept that relationship? Song Si was momentarily taken aback, biting into the meat in her bowl, and inquired, so, you were called away this morning to acknowledge your relatives? Indeed, Gu Qingchun nodded. The girl, with her chopsticks held in her mouth, pondered for a moment before saying, I believe it would be wise to familiarize myself first. If I were to address a stranger as grandfather or aunt, it would feel quite awkward. Once I become accustomed to them, perhaps the recognition of this familial bond will come naturally. Upon hearing her words, Gu Qingchun was struck with enlightenment. Indeed, he had been overly fixated on the matter of acceptance, neglecting the importance of gradual progression. He immediately wrapped his arms around Song Si's waist and planted a fervent kiss on her glossy cherry lips, exclaiming, My dear wife, your mind is so agile. All right, let us eat, she said, feeding him another piece of shrimp paste. After satisfying their hunger, the couple strolled hand in hand down the street. Dressed in camouflage, they certainly attracted attention, with passers-by stealing glances at them. An inexplicable sense of a returning dragon king alongside a villain emerged, reminiscent of tales involving a powerful CEO's mother, a war goddess father, or a protective grandfather. Gu Qingchen tugged at Song Si's hand and turned to her, asking, "Do you think one day a protagonist might appear to confront me?" "Huh, what do you mean?" The innocent Song Si, unfamiliar with such novels, missed the underlying jest. "Oh, it's nothing, just a casual musing." As they chatted, they unknowingly returned to the school, settling once more on the bench in the corner where they had sat the previous night. Song Si removed her military training shoes and rested her petite feet on Gu Qingchen's lap, playfully requesting, "My feet hurt a bit today. Could you please massage them?" Gu Qingchen gladly obliged, slipping off her little white socks and began to knead her delicate arches. However, as he continued, he noticed that the areas near her pinky and big toe were slightly abraded, evidently from friction. It made sense. Military training shoes could be quite harsh on the feet, and thankfully, he had noticed it before any blisters formed. "See, when we get back, you should place some sanitary pads in your training shoes. Your feet are sore. Didn't you feel it?" Song Si withdrew her foot, examined it, and indeed, she realized the source of the discomfort. She had merely assumed it was due to prolonged training. She then nestled her foot back into Gu Qingchen's embrace and asked, "Do you think the sanitary pads will help?" "They should be effective. I've seen it mentioned online. Why not give it a try?" Gu Qingchen replied, though he was uncertain, as he often ran and had developed toughened skin on his feet, thus not feeling any discomfort. At that moment, the passerby from yesterday strolled by once more. "What? It's you two again? Is this your designated spot?" This time, without hesitation, he smoothly turned around and retraced his steps. The couple exchanged amused glances. "Let us go? Hop on. I'll escort you back to your dormitory," Gu Qingchen said, tucking her socks into his pocket while picking up her shoes, slightly bowing in a gentlemanly manner. Song Si stood up, her snow-white feet stepping onto the bench, and with a small leap, she playfully leaped onto his back. Gu Qingchen promptly lifted her petite form, bouncing her gently. The girl, akin to a mesmerizing serpent, entwined her long, graceful legs around his waist while her arms encircled his neck. Her innocent, first-love visage pressed closely against Gu Qingchen's cheek, as if they were melded together. Beneath the streetlight, their affectionate shadows stretched endlessly. The following day, among Gu Qingchen's 3 roommates, aside from Chong, the feet of the other 2 bore signs of wear. His little wife, unbeknownst to her source, had procured sanitary pads and shared 2 with Chun Junjia as makeshift insoles. Due to someone's penchant for slumber, when the dormitory finally reached the dining hall, they had a mere 10 minutes for their meal. Meanwhile, on the playground, Siyu brandished the photographs taken the previous day, presenting them to Song Siyu. "Look, Siyu. Gu Qingchen was being close with another girl behind your back. He's nothing but a scoundrel. Don't let him deceive you." Song Siyu had no desire to engage with him. Zheng Fian interposed herself before Cheng Ziyu, admonishing, "Do not address my Siyu in such an intimate manner. And how dare you, a scoundrel yourself, criticize others? It's revolting." Ignoring her, Cheng Ziyu continued his loud defense. "Siyu, trust me. Gu Qingchen is framing me. He is anything but a good person. Do not be misled by him." Exasperated, Song Siyu could no longer tolerate the situation and retorted, "Do not call me so intimately. Who do you think you are? You'll only cause misunderstandings with my husband. If my husband had another woman, I would personally attend to her during her confinement. I'd be delighted to see them bear his lineage. Is that answer satisfactory to you? Could you kindly distance yourself?" With that, Song Siyu briskly walked away, leaving Cheng Ziyu stunned, his face alternating between crimson and pale. Moments later, Gu Qingchen arrived leisurely. In stark contrast to her previous tearful display, Song Siyu buried her head in Gu Qingchen's embrace, inhaling the comforting scent that brought her peace. Gu Qingchen listened as Zheng Fian recounted the earlier events, nodding in acknowledgement. He had assumed Cheng Ziyu's scheme would falter, yet someone had come to his aid, allowing him to avoid punishment and attend military training unabashedly. Gu Qingchen reconsidered, rather than wait for Cheng Ziyu to resort to increasingly underhanded tactics. It would be wiser to thwart him now. However, the situation involved numerous individuals, and he was uncertain if Shun Miaoshu could assist him. Perhaps he should directly approach the Su family for support. Yet, requesting such a significant favor so soon after their acquaintance felt inappropriate. Resolute in his decision, Gu Qingchen gently caressed Song Siyu's soft face, saying, "Just wait a moment longer. Soon, Cheng Ziyu will no longer trouble you." The naive Song Siyu obediently allowed him to tend to her. At this moment, Duan Fei approached and called for assembly. After the midday training concluded, Song Siyu and her roommates returned to their dormitory. Gu Qingchen sat alone by the flower bed at the foot of the boys' dormitory. After pondering for a moment, he decided to call Shin Miaoshu. Hello? Qingchen, aren't you in military training? How do you have time to call me? Shin Miaoshu's melodious voice resonated from the other end of the line. I miss you, Miaoshu Jia, Gu Qingchen chuckled. You're being cheeky. Once your military training is over, I'll treat you and Cici to a lavish meal. Now speak. What is it that you require? Gu Qingchen ceased his playful banter. Only Miaoshu Jia understands me. I shall be frank. This matter is significant, and it was I who took the initiative. He then recounted the situation involving Cheng Ziyu, the Shengzi group, and the influential forces backing it. With Cheng Ziyu being a wealthy heir, he is unlikely to be untainted. The group he is associated with has its roots in real estate, so it is certainly not pristine. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, the deputy minister? I'm not qualified enough. I will have to ask my father. However, there is only one level of difference between them, and their fields are dissimilar, which complicates matters. My father would not mobilize his connections for you. I will try, though. Thank you, Miaoshu Jia. Gu Qingchen expressed his gratitude. I can only promise to do my best. For now, I am at home. I will consult my father in the study. As the call ended, Gu Qingchen dialed Su Yahan's number. Earlier that morning, she had sent him a message, inquiring about his well-being and suggesting that once his military training concluded, she would introduce him to the members of the Su family in the capital, which subtly acknowledged their familial ties. This left him at a loss for words, so he decided to wait for Miaoshu Jia. In Shun Miaoshu's study, she explained Gu Qingchen's situation to her father. Seated before her was an elderly gentleman with glasses, who bore an air of refinement. He furrowed his brow and remarked, is it worth utilizing our connections for the sake of Gu Lao's grandson? Absolutely. Shin Miaoshu replied without hesitation. Assisting him is one thing, but you must set aside your feelings for him. Your ages, relationships, and family backgrounds are incompatible. There can be no future for you two, and you are well aware of this. Furthermore, you will comply with my arrangements for your blind dates, her father stated matter-of-factly. A father knows his daughter well. He could discern her feelings for the young man from the Gu family. Yet, as matters had not escalated to a critical point, he chose to turn a blind eye for the time being. In my heart, I cannot let go, but I will maintain a respectful distance. The blind date is out of the question. Do not even consider it, Shin Miaoshu asserted. Her father replied, your father is not an outdated man. I do not oppose your choice to remain unmarried. However, your mother and I will not be around forever. If you do not bear a son or daughter, how will you spend your days in old age? Qingchen will take care of me, Shin Miaoshu responded. Her father, exasperated, slammed his hand on the table. Qingchen, Qingchen. All you think about is Qingchen. He has no obligation to care for you. I am his sister, his aunt, and his godmother. Was utterly speechless. Do as you wish. This is the first and the last time, but I cannot guarantee a complete resolution. I will do my utmost. Moreover, do not involve me in his matters again. Leave. Clearly, had formed a rather poor impression of. Thank you, Dad. Love you. Saying this, fearing her father would change his mind, hastily exited the study. Upon returning to her room, she swiftly dialed its number and relayed her father's words. Is it feasible? Wild grass can't be blown away. It just grows back with the wind. What if I seek out the vice chairman of the military? Inquired. You mean the vice national leader? If you could summon such a figure, he could certainly suppress everything if the other party commits a crime, responded, puzzled. What do you mean by that? You can't possibly know him, can you? Promptly disclosed the matters concerning the Su family. The esteemed one has become the daughter-in-law of a powerful family? Then why are you still seeking my assistance? Doesn't your grandfather Su have everything resolved? Stood in shock on her bed, overwhelmed by the revelation. It's not quite the right moment to broach the subject, expressed his concerns. Countered, what matters more to you, your wife or your reputation? If your grandfather Su is unwilling to intervene in political matters, he could simply call my father, and he would undoubtedly cooperate fully. I understand. His father is the Minister of Education, a position of significant stature. Coupled with a vice national leader, the possibilities are unfathomable, thought. Without hesitation, he hung up and called his aunt. Why is my dear nephew calling me? Are you already eager to return to the capital and claim your kinship? His aunt promptly arranged matters. Hearing such a liberated tone, hesitated before reiterating his message to his aunt. Oh, that is not difficult. I'll just call the old man and inform him. Just wait. The Minister of Education will certainly be of use. After all, the old man cannot directly intervene in political affairs. No need to worry about your dear nephew. As for your wife's grievances, I will address them. Should the other party commit any crime, just watch how I deal with them. Thank you, Aunt. Could already envision why his aunt held such affection for his father, whom he had never met. One could only wonder how much she had been pampered to retain such a disposition at her age. How many troubles had she caused growing up? How many times had her father shielded her? After ending the call, returned upstairs, awaiting the unfolding of events. Yet, 3 days passed without any news. Continued his training as if nothing had transpired. Chapter 81. The conclusion of half of the military training period had elapsed. On this day, notice that was absent. A vague sense of foreboding crept over him, prompting him to ask during the 20-minute break what was amiss. Replied that he was unaware, as no one had requested a leave of absence that day. At noon, in the canteen, intentionally sat apart from his roommates. Siyu sat quietly beside him, occasionally feeding him a bite of food before taking one for herself. Gu Qingchen smiled and pinched her cheek, then took out his phone intending to call Shun Miaoshu to inquire about the situation. However, it was Su Yahan's call that came through first. Upon answering, a voice tinged with barely concealed anger echoed from the other end. Dear nephew, your military training has concluded, has it not? Let me inform you that the matter has reached its resolution. Cheng Xingtian, the chairman of Shengzi Group, has been found guilty of tax evasion, bribery, and numerous crimes including the deaths of 37 individuals due to safety issues on construction sites over a decade ago, along with his involvement in the underworld. All officials connected to him, including the deputy mayor, have also been apprehended and are facing strict penalties. Cheng Siyu is nothing short of a barbarian, having assaulted 21 individuals and coerced 9, resulting in the death of 2. He was a notorious troublemaker at school, creating quite the ruckus, with his father always cleaning up after him. Had it not been for your intervention, he would still be roaming free. However, do exercise caution. Cheng Xingtian has caught wind of the developments and concealed his son last night. A man who has fallen from the pinnacle to the abyss may act out of desperation. Stay hidden and avoid leaving the school. That's unnecessary, Gu Qingchen replied, gazing at a figure in a mask and tactical jacket who stood a short distance away. The eyes, filled with fury, seemed as if they would consume him whole. Cheng Ziyu is at school. With that, Gu Qingchen ended the call. What? Su Yahan exclaimed, urgently redialing and hastening to send people to the school. Gu Qingchen turned to Song Siyu and said, Siyu, could you please get me some chicken legs and sweet and sour ribs? Sure, Song Siyu said obediently, taking the plate without suspicion. Students who had finished their meals busily moved around Cheng Ziyu, puzzled by his attire, yet not overly concerned. Gu Qingchen stood up, ready to intervene, when he suddenly saw Cheng Ziyu unzip his jacket and draw a dagger from within, charging at Gu Qingchen without a moment's hesitation. Gu Qingchen, I want you dead. The surrounding students, witnessing the scene, were filled with fear and curiosity, retreating to a safe distance, while the timid fled the cafeteria. Gu Qingchen was not surprised. Rather, he had anticipated this. He initially intended to disarm Cheng Ziyu, but a sudden thought prompted him to withdraw and evade the relentless strikes. In a dance of evasion, he even allowed Cheng Ziyu to graze him with the blade a few times. When the moment felt right, Gu Qingchen delivered a swift kick, sending Cheng Ziyu sprawling to the ground. He leaned over, pinning Cheng Ziyu's hand that held the dagger, guiding the blade toward his own neck. Unfortunately, you shall have to settle for this, Gu Qingchen murmured as the blade slowly pierced the flesh. Cheng Ziyu's eyes widened in shock, and after a few muffled whimpers, he ultimately succumbed to the void of life, blood oozing from beneath him. The gruesome scene was too much for the majority of the onlooking students, who hastily fled outside the cafeteria. Gu Qingchen wiped the blood from his face, feeling a slight wave of nausea. It was his first act of taking a life. Even though the victim was a beast, the sensation was far from pleasant, perhaps due to his extensive experiences and the soldier's blood coursing through his veins. This feeling did not linger for long. Suddenly, a graceful figure rushed to his side, gazing at the knife wounds on his arms, abdomen, and chest that bled profusely. Her entire body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down her face like a broken string of pearls, yet she was at a loss for words. As the adrenaline gradually subsided, Gu Qingchen bared his teeth and raised his hand, but upon seeing the blood, he gently lowered it and softly reassured her, It's all right, I let him cut me intentionally. It's not deep, I'm fine. Song Si dared not touch him, instead wiping her tears while clutching tightly to the hem of his shirt. In the hospital, Gu Qingchun received a few stitches on his chest and abdomen, while his arm, though not deep, was merely bandaged. The police had come to take his statement, and a conclusion regarding whether it was self-defense or excessive force would soon be reached. Although Su Yahan felt great sorrow for her nephew's injuries, she had to attend to subsequent matters and could only leave for the time being. In the hospital room, a weary Song Si lay nestled in Gu Qingchun's embrace. Deeply asleep, he tenderly caressed her soft face, a smile gracing his lips. Gong Hongyi gazed out at the scenery before suddenly remarking, "What I taught you is not something a debauched rich heir can handle with a mere knife." Gu Qingchun traced his fingers along Song Si's lips and inquired, "What does Instructor Gong mean to convey? You possess great courage and decisiveness, yet are you not afraid of being accused of excessive defense or even intentional homicide? First, his knife never left his hand. Second, I was injured, and my counterattack was purely out of necessity. Third, my grandfather should be able to manage this." Gu Qingchun replied calmly. Gong Hongyi added, "Moreover, how could I allow such a beast to enjoy a comfortable life in prison?" This hospital room, a luxurious private suite arranged by Su Yahan, made Gu Qingchun unafraid of eavesdroppers. Gong Hongyi was no fool. He understood Gu Qingchun's formidable background, and since they had no enmity, and could even be considered friends, he would not act foolishly. In the afternoon, the hospital room was left with just the young couple. Song Si slowly awakened. Gu Qingchun set down his phone, intending to speak, but she wrapped her arms around his neck, silencing him completely. For a long while, their lips remained intertwined, refusing to part. Song Si playfully nibbled on Gu Qingchun's lower lip, unwilling to release her hold. "Oh no, my dear wife," Gu Qingchun pleaded, cradling her face and begging for mercy. After a considerable time, Song Si finally relented, releasing her bite. But the next moment, her lips quivered, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. With a choked voice, she lamented, "You always deceive me. It's always like this. All I desire is for you to be safe. Yet you push me away. If I were there, I could shield you from harm, preventing you from suffering like this." Gu Qingchun, feeling a mix of affection and heartache, embraced her tightly, continuously stroking her delicate head, offering solace. "Silly, no man would want his woman to bear the brunt of danger. You wish for my safety, and I equally wish for yours. I promise, should such a situation arise again, I will flee without hesitation." Song Siyu sniffed, lifting her face from his neck, and immediately sank her teeth into his collarbone. Gu Qingchun winced in pain and gently patted her back, a broad smile illuminating his face. Releasing her bite, Song Siyu buried her face back into his neck, whispering, "I don't believe you. From now on, I will cling to you tightly. If danger looms, I will drag you away. If we cannot escape, I shall be your shield." All right, Gu Qingchun chuckled, playfully squeezing her backside and pulling her closer. Though inwardly he vowed, "No matter what, I will protect you." Chapter 82. The late night in the hospital room, Gu Qingchun's stomach emitted a mournful growl. The hospital room was eerily quiet, and Song Siyu naturally heard it. She lifted her head from his neck and inquired, "Have you not eaten?" Gu Qingchun, with a playful sigh, pinched her cheek and teased, "I wonder which little crybaby fell asleep in my arms after crying too much." To avoid waking her, "I've been enduring my hunger." Song Siyu stuck out her tiny tongue, making an adorable face. "Who told you to make me worry so much? I shall punish you by letting you starve a little. I'll go fetch you something to eat." As she attempted to rise from the bed, Gu Qingchun held her back. "No need. Soon, Mom and Sister Miaoshu will arrive with our meals. Let us wait a bit." Oh, Song Siyu settled back down, snugly embracing Gu Qingchun, content to remain close to him. About 10 minutes later, the door swung open, and the first to enter was Shun Miaoshu. She approached the bedside and swiftly twisted Gu Qingchun's ear, exclaiming, "You little rascal. Engaging in a knife fight? Have you lost your mind? Why didn't you run?" "Ah, ouch, sister. I'm the injured party." "The injured party," Gu Qingchun protested, complying with Shun Miaoshu's grip. Song Siyu found the scene amusing and quietly rose from the bed to join Gu Jiran, who had just entered behind Shun Miaoshu. "Mom," Song Siyu sweetly called out, accepting the 2 3-tiered lunchboxes that Gu Jiran was carrying. "Did Siyu get frightened?" Gu Jiran asked with concern. She had heard that the scene was quite bloody and feared that this innocent girl might be left traumatized. "No, I was too busy worrying about Qinshin to notice anything else." Song Siyu gently shook her head. She did not conceal her feelings to spare others worry. In truth, her mind had gone blank with concern for Gu Qingchun, and she had hardly registered the lifeless body of Cheng Siyu lying on the ground. That's good to hear. As she spoke, Gu Jiran meticulously arranged the meals for Song Si on the tea table in the hospital room. Gu Qingchun had also managed to escape from Shun Miaoshu's unyielding grip, rubbing his ears as he settled onto the leather sofa. Observing this, Song Si approached and gently took over, tenderly massaging her beloved's ears. Gu Jiran pushed the meal towards Gu Qingchun, urging him to eat. Shun Miaoshu approached from the side, advising, Si, go eat, don't keep massaging him. He needs to learn a lesson. With delicate fingers, Song Si lightly stroked his ears once more before releasing him and taking a seat on the opposite sofa to begin her meal. The dishes consisted of stir-fried celery with pig liver and spinach soup, served with rice, nutritious and replenishing. Gu Qingchun confidently asserted that the meal was prepared by his mother, as Shun Miaoshu was no cook. Despite Gu Jiran's frosty demeanor, her culinary skills were commendable. While they dined, Shun Miaoshu remarked, "The mayor of Magic City and my father will be coming over soon. Are you prepared?" Gu Qingchun inquired with confusion, "Why are they coming?" Shun Miaoshu calmly glanced at her phone. Would they not come? After eliminating so many malignant elements, your grandfather has significant connections. They are here to curry favor and ensure their own issues remain undisclosed. As evening approached, indeed, two men arrived. One was a middle-aged man who immediately began to express his condolences and introduce himself to Gu Qingchun, who merely responded politely. The other, slightly older, was Shun Miaoshu's father, Shun Xinghua, whom Gu Qingchun vaguely recognized. The young man exhibited the dignified presence of the old Master Gu and the fearless resolve of his grandfather, capable of confronting and overpowering assailants with courage. He was truly a promising youth, and should any issues arise, he could always seek assistance from his grandfather, who would resolve them. Observing Shun Xinghua's amiable demeanor, Shun Miaoshu could hardly contain her eye rolling. "Father, you weren't saying this before." After a lengthy exchange of compliments and pleasantries, the two men soon departed. Indeed, those who navigate the corridors of power are astute. In veiled terms, they conveyed to Gu Qingchun that his actions were deemed justifiable self-defense, an act of heroism. The mayor, whose influence paled in comparison to Shun Xinghua's, merely smiled without interjecting, subtly expressing his support for this narrative. Clearly, both men were intent on pleasing the Su family. Later that night, Shun Miaoshu and Gu Jiran returned home, for they both had worked the following day, and with Gu Qingchun appearing lively and well. The care of Song Si sufficed. In the hospital room, the curtains were drawn, and the door securely closed. Since Gu Qingchun's wound could not come into contact with water, Song Si brought a basin of warm water, wrung out a towel, and prepared to assist him with a sponge bath. "I can manage myself." Gu Qingchun began to reach for the towel, but Song Si gently swatted his hand away. "You don't even wash properly when you bathe. How can you clean yourself adequately? Just stay still." With that, she swiftly removed his hospital gown and commenced a thorough cleansing process. Gu Qingchun, resembling a docile little spouse, allowed Song Si to handle him as she pleased. After finishing, she returned the basin to the restroom. After washing the towel, she took a brief shower. With no change of clothes available, she could only clutch her military training uniform and undergarments, her damp hair cascading down as she stepped outside sans a stitch. Gu Qingchun's gaze was immediately fixated upon Song Siyu as she approached, and he promptly dove beneath the covers, seeking the warmth of her embrace. Skin against skin, the man found it hard to resist and soon began to indulge in playful gestures. Song Siyu lightly smacked his roving hand at her waist, her voice sweetly admonishing. "Behave yourself. You are a patient after all." Gu Qingchun, breathing heavily, retorted, "Then why are you acting like this? It's merely an external injury, not an internal one. Who could withstand such temptation?" Song Siyu, with a hint of grievance, replied, "My clothes were soaked in sweat during the day, and I have no clean pajamas to wear, so I had no choice but to do this. You've held me like this while sleeping before, haven't you?" With a frown, Gu Qingchun buried his face into the valley of her chest, feigning helplessness as he lamented. Once there was a wolf that feasted daily and slept contentedly. But one day, the Wolf King failed to catch prey, and that wolf perished from hunger. "All right," Song Siyu said, ruffling her man's hair in concession. She swiftly got out of bed, locked the door to the hospital room, and returned to sit firmly on Gu Qingchun's lap. "Don't move. I'm afraid you'll strain your wound, and then it'll require stitches." Gu Qingchun, satisfied, tightly embraced Song Siyu's sweaty form, planting a kiss on her lips. All right, let us sleep now. I'm so tired. Song Siyu nestled her head against his chest, her long legs wrapping around his waist. Overcome by fatigue, she quickly drifted into slumber. The events of the day had stirred her emotions too greatly, and now that she had relaxed, drowsiness enveloped her. Gu Qingqian, still alert, tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gently patted her fair back, akin to soothing a child, relishing the warmth of the moment. After a long while, he too succumbed to sleep. Chapter 83. The Visit from Friends Morning. The scorching sunlight streamed through the window, warming Gu Qingqian's body. Thankfully, the hospital room was air-conditioned. Otherwise, he would have been drenched in sweat. He slowly opened his eyes, only to be met by the sight of two large faces peering over the bed. He Chong and Chen Junjie, those two nuisances. Gu Qingqian blinked in surprise, rolling over with an exasperated sigh. When did you two arrive? His smooth inquiry was momentarily interrupted as he spotted three girls standing on the other side of the bed. Zheng Fian flashed a bright smile at him, holding the hand of the bashful Bai Xiao, who was shyly looking down, as if she were a beckoning fortune cat. Good morning. It's you, Siyu's husband. Fan Ziru also smiled and waved at him. Gu Qingqian, perplexed, questioned, What's wrong with you all? Do you enjoy secretly watching others sleep? Unable to lie down any longer, Gu Qingqian sat up. As Fan Ziru reached out to assist him, he waved his hand in refusal. It's fine. It's just a minor injury. It doesn't hinder my movement. Though the wound was painful, it was manageable. Where's Siyu? Gu Qingqian surveyed the room and only spotted his petite wife in men's clothing sipping water on the sofa. Li Zirwei slurped a mouthful of hot water from a paper cup without raising his head and said, They went out to buy lunch. He and Chen Junjie chimed in together, exclaiming, Old Four, you were truly spectacular yesterday. With a swift strike, you dealt with Cheng Ziyu. It was exhilarating. Although, I must admit, the gruesome scene nearly made me retch. Zheng Fian added, Xiao and I were too scared to watch. We left the cafeteria and only glimpsed the pixelated images on the school forum. Just thinking about it is enough to terrify anyone. Bai Xiao nodded vigorously, still shaken. Zero, however, was bold. She had watched the entire episode. Zheng Fian continued, but Zero closed her eyes when it got too bloody. Gu Qingqian paid little heed to their conversation, engaging in small talk with his roommates until a thought struck him, prompting him to ask, Wait, aren't you all supposed to be in military training? What time is it? Zheng Fian, the class monitor, explained, It's been suspended for a day. This afternoon at 2. All classes will hold a meeting. They'll probably discuss your situation. Gu Qingqian nodded in understanding. That makes sense. The school doesn't want the matter to escalate and tarnish its image. This is likely an effort to silence you all and prevent any rampant gossip. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone to search for relevant information. Indeed, whether on short videos or news articles, there were only scant reports, implying that the authorities had suppressed the information. Just then, Song Siyu returned, carrying a bag of soup, dumplings, and congee. Gu Qingqian, noticing her attire, a white blouse paired with a pink pleated skirt, expressed his confusion. Didn't you say you had no spare clothes? You didn't sneak back to your dorm this early, did you? Before Song Siyu could respond, Zheng Fian interjected, pointing to an opaque shopping bag on the sofa. Report. I brought her a change of clothes this morning. Gu Qingqian replied, I see. Meanwhile, He Chong and Chen Junjie had already seized the breakfast from Song Siyu's hands and, in a matter of moments, had devoured the dumplings. The petite wife and the other girls leisurely approached to join in the feast. Song Siyu took 2 bags of dumplings and 2 cups of congee, settled beside Gu Qingqian, inserted a straw into the congee, and offered it to his lips. He took a sip, intending to grab a dumpling, only to see her already holding another one up to him. With a resigned expression, he consumed it. Suddenly, Chen Junjie's teasing voice echoed, Hey, old four, aren't you a grown man? Still needing to be fed? Gu Qingqian took another sip of the congee from Song Siyu's hand and retorted, I recall that when visiting the sick, one ought to bring something along, right? You all seem to be taking advantage of the situation, not to mention mooching off the patient's food. The 6 members of the free lunch group paused their actions and turned to glare at the outspoken member. Chen Junjie replied, What? Did I say something wrong? Sister-in-law, feed him. Don't mind us. Go ahead and feed him. If you want tea, I will. Don't be shy. Cough, cough, cough. Why are you all staring at me? Eat, eat, eat. The group continued to indulge in their meal. Song Siyu stifled a giggle for a moment before resuming the task of feeding Gu Qingshan with buns. All right, you should eat too. Don't just feed me. Gu Qingshan said as he accepted a bun and brought it to Song Siyu's lips. She smiled sweetly, savoring the tender moment of being fed by her future husband. They took turns feeding each other buns and sipping from the same bowl of porridge, concluding their breakfast in harmony. Once the others had eaten their fill, they gathered together for a leisurely chat. It was nearly noon when the six from dormitories 201 and 502 finally departed for school. During the days of recuperation in the hospital, Song Siyu took a leave of absence to care for Gu Qingshan. Every day, Gu Jiran would bring homemade meals at noon and in the evening, though she would not linger for long. In the evenings, Shen Miaoshu came by frequently, given her public service job, which allowed her a more flexible schedule. Su Yahan visited just once, staying for most of the day before returning to the capital, as her military duties had kept her in the city longer than anticipated. Old Master Su made 2 phone calls, one to inquire about Gu Qingshan's well-being, and the other to suggest that he take Song Siyu to the capital during the National Day holiday to meet the Su family. Naturally, Gu Qingshan agreed, feeling indebted to her for her immense support. Despite their blood ties, it wouldn't be right to cast her aside. On the final morning of military training, although Gu Qingshan had not fully recovered, he insisted on being discharged from the hospital, as he simply could not bear to remain any longer. They did not return to school immediately, but made a stop at Yujinghouding. Once home, Gu Qingshan reclined on the sofa while Song Siyu gently wrapped her arms around his waist, nestled against him, resting her head on his shoulder, quietly enjoying the serene atmosphere. After a while, she placed a soft kiss on his cheek and then rose to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. However, the pantry was nearly bare. The only edible items left in the fridge were eggs, so she decided to simply boil some noodles. When the noodles were ready, Gu Qingshan lifted Song Siyu onto his lap, nudging her soft cheek with his nose. Feed me, he requested, having been spoiled by her constant attentions. He found it difficult to revert to independence. Song Siyu clung to his neck, her voice sweet and coaxing. These noodles are freshly cooked. How can I feed you? You should eat them yourself, all right? Gu Qingshan did not protest, instead placing her gently on a nearby chair and playfully brushing her small nose. All right, I won't tease you anymore. You should eat too. Song Siyu smiled softly at him before picking up her chopsticks and slurping the noodles. Chapter 84. Daily life in the villa. After finishing breakfast, Gu Qingshan, after a long absence, sat in the gaming chair and powered on his computer, ready to engage in exhilarating rounds of Tarkov. Meanwhile, Song Siyu sat on a lambswool vanity chair that had been moved to the villa, obediently watching a drama on her phone while quietly keeping him company. Fortunately, the snacks brought from Linjiang have yet to be replenished, otherwise, she would have to add another task of feeding Gu Qingshan to her list. In just over an hour, 2 experimental labs, a coastal line, and a supply station were all captured in the imagery, yet none emerged alive. Gu Qingshan's frustration reached its peak, prompting him to shut down the game. A casual glance at WeChat revealed an eerie silence. Ever since Lu Xingzhe engaged in an online romance, he had ceased to initiate any messages to her. Naturally, Gu Qingshan had not reached out to Lu Xingzhe either. Both were enmeshed in the ocean of love, unable to extricate themselves. With little to occupy her time, Gu Qingshan retrieved the unopened spinning eye notebook she had purchased for Song Si. After powering it on, she set it aside and gently maneuvered her gaming chair closer to Song Si, who was intently watching a romantic urban drama. Curiosity piqued. She leaned in to catch a glimpse of the screen. The plot, indiscernible. The actors, she recognized but one. At that moment, Song Si noticed the handsome profile beside her, and without hesitation, she leaned in for a kiss. Gu Qingshan shifted her gaze from the phone, cradling Song Si's soft face, remarking, "Kissing cheeks is rather dull." With that, she pressed her lips against the tender, rosy ones of Song Si. In sweet harmony, Song Si wrapped her arms around Gu Qingshan's sturdy back, immersing herself in the moment. As time flowed, the two found themselves on the large round bed, clothes strewn about. The midday sun's scorching heat was thwarted by the window's glass. Gu Qingshan tossed the small umbrella into the trash bin and, in a princess carry, lifted the languid and rosy-faced Song Si into the bathroom. The girl emanated a sense of languor, completely relaxed in his embrace. With the return to school looming, it was only natural to indulge once more. Dressed in a blue silk nightgown, Song Si seated herself at the vanity, shaking her damp hair, calling out, "Darling, help me dry my hair. Coming, Gu Qingshan replied, adjusting the scabbed wounds on his body, fastening his nightgown, and retrieving the hairdryer from the bedside table. As the warm air whooshed around them, his hand glided through her silky strands, a delightful fragrance wafting into his nostrils. Song-si, hands resting on the chair, happily swayed her head, relishing the care of her beloved. Once the hair was dry and the dryer set aside, they lay back on the bed, indulging in each other's warmth for a while. Gu Qingshan then descended to retrieve the food delivered by the property management. Meanwhile, Song-si rose to gather the scattered clothes from the floor, tossing them into the laundry basket in the bathroom before gracefully making her way downstairs. Approaching the busy Gu Qingshan in the kitchen, she picked up a large package that resembled seasoning, glancing at the words printed on it. Spicy hot pot seasoning? Can this be made at home? Gu Qingshan, washing the vegetables in his hands, replied, yes, water-boiled sliced meat, pickled vegetables, and such are all possible, though some restaurants have proprietary recipes that make them taste even better. Oh, Siyu was completely unaware of this. She had always believed that such food could only be found in restaurants. Please help me chop the vegetables. Just make them of moderate size, Gu Qingshan instructed, placing the washed vegetables on the cutting board. After giving her instructions, he began to boil water, preparing to blanch the vegetables. Siyu picked up the knife and skillfully started chopping. Thus, the couple worked harmoniously in the kitchen. Before long, a large bowl of spicy hot pot was placed on the table. Naturally, Siyu nestled into Gu Qingshan's embrace, picked up her chopsticks, and first fed him a piece of lamb before taking a slice of lotus root for herself. This is delicious, Gu Qingshan remarked, pinching her cheek. The seasonings were prepared by someone else. I merely followed. However, Siyu cared not for such details. She planted a kiss on the corner of his mouth and said, as long as it's made by my husband, it's always delicious. Gu Qingshan smiled indulgently and lightly patted her bottom. Feed me a sausage. All right. Siyu promptly picked one up and brought it to his lips. In the afternoon, the young couple cuddled in bed, watching a drama on Siyu's phone. Gu Qingshan began to grasp the plot, which revolved around love triangles and unreciprocated affections. Although the drama did not align with his tastes, having his wife nestled in his arms alleviated the boredom. Occasionally, he would plant kisses on her forehead or the corners of her mouth, and sometimes playfully knead her cheeks, to which she obediently submitted, finding the experience delightfully amusing. Husband, why do they have so many conflicts? Siyu inquired, her delicate fingers fiddling with Gu Qingshan's hand. If they just spoke openly and maintained a proper distance from the opposite sex, wouldn't everything be simpler? Gu Qingshan gently brushed her bangs aside and replied, because then the drama would reach its conclusion too quickly, and the more outrageous the plot, the more viewers it attracts. Is that so? Siyu tilted her head, not entirely comprehending. She merely felt a sense of frustration, watching solely for the sake of the ending. If you don't like it, just switch to another one. There are countless dramas, surely one will catch your fancy. The girl readily agreed, immediately searching for a new series to watch. As dusk approached, Gu Qingshan reluctantly tapped Siyu, who was completely engrossed in the show, and said, it's time to change clothes and head back to school. Siyu set down her phone, feeling a bit glum, as returning to school meant she could no longer cuddle with her husband. Be good. Gong Dada knows I've been discharged from the hospital. At least show your face before military training ends, Gu Qingshan coaxed, rubbing his cheek against her soft face. Then you help me get dressed, she playfully pouted. All right. Gu Qingshan gently kissed her cherry lips and rose to go to the wardrobe. He casually changed into a white shirt and black shorts, then selected a set of beige undergarments, along with a fitted white off-shoulder top and a blue pleated skirt for Siyu. Stepping out of the cloakroom, the young girl had already shed her nightgown and stood bare on the bed, awaiting him. Gu Qingshan approached, playfully smacking her pert bottom, and assisted her in donning her undergarments. Following that, he gently dressed her in a top and adjusted her little skirt. In a burst of energy, Siyu leapt into Gu Qingshan's embrace, wrapping her legs tightly around his waist and encircling his neck, bestowing upon him a fervent and breath-stealing kiss. After a long while, their lips parted. Gu Qingshan, smiling, placed the girl back on the bed, tenderly lifted her adorable little feet, and slipped on her dainty white socks, before continuing to cradle her as he descended the stairs. Chapter 85. Return to school. Upon reaching the entrance, Gu Qingshan set Siyu on a small stool by the door, designed for changing shoes. He crouched down, grasping her delicate foot arch adorned in white socks, and gently helped her into her shoes. Leaning slightly against him, Song-si planted a kiss at the corner of his mouth and said, "Thank you, darling." Gu Qingchun affectionately ruffled her hair while crouching to change his own shoes, asking, "Do you think we should still take the military training uniforms?" Song-si pondered for a moment, biting her lip, then replied, "Perhaps we should keep them? What if we need them? Wait for me, I'll go get them." With that, she danced up the stairs with nimble steps. Before long, Gu Qingchun was holding Song-si's hand as she carried a bag containing their military training uniforms and shoes. Making their way out of the community, since their car had been left outside the school, they decided to call a rideshare to return to campus. They strolled leisurely to the playground. Gu Qingchun led Song-si to the front of Class 1 in finance, calling out, "Report, instructor, are we still joining the line?" Duan Fei glanced at them and asked, "Have you recovered?" Gu Qingchun nodded, "Almost." "And your military training uniforms?" While Song-si remained silent, she merely shook the bag in her hand. "Go change in the restroom," Duan Fei instructed. Gu Qingchun checked his phone. "Instructor, it's nearly 5:30. There's only half an hour until we disband. Is it really necessary? We have night training tonight. You need to change." If it had been a few days prior, Duan Fei might have allowed them to leave early, but with the military training performance the next day, they needed to discuss certain details that evening. However, Gong Hongyi had mentioned that Gu Qingchun and his partner need not participate in the performance to avoid falling behind and affecting the class. Yet, since they had returned to report, it seemed reasonable to partake in a brief night training session. All right then. Gu Qingchun thought nothing amiss and led Song-si to the nearest restroom. However, as soon as they entered a stall, Song-si followed him in and locked the door behind them. Gu Qingchun cleared his throat. Maybe we shouldn't? If we take too long, the instructor might get suspicious." Song-si rolled her eyes adorably, producing the military training uniform and handing it to him. "What are you thinking? Hurry up and change. It's not like you've never seen this before. Why bother doing it separately?" Gu Qingchun was at a loss for words and, alongside her, began to remove their clothes, donning the military training uniform and shoes. Their original clothes and shoes were placed into bags to be discarded later at the designated area, where they were safe from theft. "Let us go," Gu Qingchun said, giving Song-si a playful pat on her backside. Hand in hand, the two returned to the playground. After neatly arranging their clothes, they joined their respective lines. After standing in military posture for about 10 minutes, Duan Fei, who had been pacing back and forth, finally declared, "All right, you have 1 hour to eat. Assemble back at the playground by 7 p.m. Now, everyone is dismissed." The students scattered in excitement. Yichang approached, clapping Gu Qingchun on the shoulder. "Hey, fourth, are you all healed up? It's nothing serious." "That is good." At that moment, Chen Junjia, his lovely wife, and Song-si joined them. "Let us go eat. We can chat while we dine." Gu Qingchun wrapped his arm around Song-si's slender waist as they all headed toward the cafeteria. Zheng Fian forcefully pushed 2 dining tables together. Chen Junjia applauded from the side. "Heroine, splendid skills." "Too kind," Zheng Fian replied with a slight bow, clearly enjoying the praise. Song-si, Fanjiro, and the lovely wife went to fetch food for everyone, while the rest casually took their seats. Meanwhile, Zheng Fian, her chatter incessant, exclaimed, "Gu Qingchun, you've become quite famous in class, the fierce one who dealt with Chang Siyu. Although, it seems your reputation is confined to the classroom. The school has managed to keep the news under wraps, so not many know about you. A few classes are aware, but mostly, people just know someone dealt with a knife-wielding assailant in the cafeteria. They don't know who," Yichang added. Gu Qingchun nodded. "That is fine." He preferred not to be the center of attention or to frighten anyone away. Chen Junjia teased, "Your fame is growing. If a girl approaches you, don't let down your sister-in-law, but you can pass her to a brother. You know what I mean?" He raised his eyebrows mischievously. "All right, I'll pass her to you first," Gu Qingchun chuckled. "Old four, how chivalrous." They hadn't tea-chatted for long when Song-si returned, balancing a tray of food. It consisted of simple home-cooked dishes, rice, and drinks. After evenly distributing the food on the table, the three finally settled down. Song-si, still in a nurturing mood, sat beside Gu Qingchun and began to feed him. "Ah," the group exclaimed in unison, their voices dripping with envy. Chen Junjie continued, "Old four, you pampered husband. Even fully recovered and still being fed?" Hearing this, Song-si hesitated, retracting her hand that was offering food. Gu Qingchun, however, was unwilling to relent. He lifted Song-si onto his lap, wrapping his arms around her delicate waist and said, "Wife, ignore that singleton. He's just bitter because he can't have any grapes. Hurry, I'm starving." With that, he opened his mouth wide in anticipation. With a sweet smile, Song-si fed him a spoonful of rice mixed with vegetables. Chun Junjia observed as Gu Qingchun entirely disregarded those around them, tenderly spooning food to feed Song-siu. The sight of these two, engrossed in their affectionate exchange, prompted the others to cast daggers of disdain towards Chun Junjia, as if to say, "It was you last time, and now you are provoking him again." Chun Junjia shrank his head and buried himself in his meal. After satiating his hunger, Gu Qingchun delicately wiped Song-siu's mouth with a tissue. Imitating her, Chun Junjia took a tissue and said, "Qiang, let me help you with that." He Chong, feigning a reluctant compliance, responded, "Coming, Jie." Zheng Fian emitted a mock retch, pushing the dining table back into place, while the others stifled their laughter. Gu Qingchun shook her head in exasperation, entwining her fingers with Song-siu's, as they all exited the cafeteria. Upon reaching the playground, the male and female students from both dormitories gathered in a circle, engaging in light-hearted banter, as the time had not yet arrived. Song-siu nestled quietly in Gu Qingchun's embrace, observing the jovial interactions around them. The atmosphere was undeniably delightful. Such camaraderie between male and female dorms was a rarity. Their relationship had, in a way, forged a bridge between them, and whether a second or third couple might emerge from this gathering remained to be seen, guided by fate. As time passed, the crowd on the playground swelled. The instructors, rather than forming lines, leisurely strolled towards their respective classes. Duan Fei glanced at his watch, noting the time, and promptly shouted, "Form lines." The simultaneous calls from other classes transformed the previously chaotic scene into an orderly formation. Duan Fei proceeded to outline the following day's arrangements, spending about an hour detailing important points, indicating the routes, entrance order, and who would hold the placards. Once he had conveyed all necessary information, he added, "We still have some time, so let's sing a few military songs. Follow my lead. Unity is strength." They sang in unison. "Unity is strength. This strength is iron. This strength is steel." A few more songs followed, but Gu Qingchun faltered on one or two, having forgotten the lyrics. "Well, there's nothing more to address. Let us go and mingle with the other classes. Everyone, right turn. Quick march." Duan Fei led class financial to class accounting. The students from class financial formed a semicircle, settling down, while the accounting instructor instructed class accounting complete the other half of the circle, with a majority of female students. The arrangement revealed a plethora of youthful and beautiful faces. Once everyone was settled, Duan Fei took the lead, saying, "Now, are there any volunteers who would like to come up and perform some acts?" Upon hearing the announcement of a chance to settle a score with 30 laps, Gu Qingchun promptly rose and exclaimed, "Instructor, shall we have a sparring session? Let us warm up for our classmates." Before he could finish his sentence, a delicate, fair hand swiftly covered his mouth. Feeling his head being gently pulled down, he found himself resting on a soft, fragrant cushion of hair. Before Gu Qingchun could fully comprehend the situation, a melodious voice, reminiscent of a lark, interjected on his behalf. "Instructor, he's just joking. Please don't take him seriously. Let us continue with the program." "I'm not joking." As she spoke, Song-siu slightly bowed and repositioned Gu Qingchun's head, compelling him to sit back down. Duan Fei, uninterested in debating with the injured, resumed his calls. Soon, a male student stepped forward to showcase a martial arts performance. Meanwhile, Song-siu, disinterested in the display, was vexedly tussling with the head resting on her lap, muttering softly, "Why do you always act this way? Moreover, you're injured. Can't you behave for once? What if you inadvertently hurt yourself again? Really, you want to be sleeping in my bed for a month?" Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchun's immediate thought was, "How can you also know such tricks? This simply won't he do." He quickly sprang up, sweeping Song-siu into a princess carry, and hastily retreated. Fortunately, the attention of others, including the instructor, was focused on the performance, and only the residents of nearby dormitories, He Chong and Zheng Fian, noticed, kindly filling in to provide cover. In truth, even if they were seen, it mattered little. They were merely naive and innocent university students, none of whom would be petty enough to report. As it was nighttime, some areas of the lawn were dimly lit, creating an ideal setting for Gu Qingchun to charm his beloved. He wrapped his arms around Song-siu's waist, resting his chin on her collarbone, nuzzling against her neck. "I was wrong, my dear wife. Please forgive me." As Song Siyu was seated face-to-face in Gu Qingchen's embrace, she found it impossible to push this rogue away. She could only tilt her head to one side, completely ignoring him. After his attempts at sweet talk bore no fruit, Gu Qingchen opted for a different strategy. Without further ado, he gently pushed the enchanting figure in his arms to the ground and pressed his lips onto hers. Song Siyu was momentarily taken aback by Gu Qingchen's sudden advance, but as she regained her composure, she found herself responding in kind. It wasn't long before their lips parted. A faint blush adorned Song Siyu's cheeks as she withdrew her adorable tongue, her sparkling eyes gazing softly at him. Gu Qingchen stared at the enchanting young woman before him, her hair cascading like petals, her beauty rivaling that of a blooming flower. His heart raced, and he couldn't help but declare, "Wife, I love you." "I love you too," Song Siyu replied, her delicate hands caressing his cheek, giving it a gentle tug. She added, "You always know how to charm me, making it hard for me to be stern with you. Yet you continue to misbehave and keep me worried, you troublesome rogue. I truly know my limits and act recklessly. There's no need for you to be so anxious about me." Gu Qingchen responded with a hint of exasperation. Every time he sustained an injury, it fell within the realm of his judgment. If a situation arose that was beyond his comprehension, he would not take the initiative. Rather, he would have long sought assistance. Indeed, the scions of wealthy families are often quite protective of their lives. However, Song Siyu lifted her head and gently pressed her small, delicate nose against Gu Qingchen's, exhaling softly, "I know you possess discretion, yet you are my treasure, and I cannot help but feel a surge of anxiety and concern. Therefore, please be more cautious in the future, and do not leave me in suspense. All right, my dear husband?" Upon hearing her words, Gu Qingchen felt his heart soften utterly. He enveloped her tender form in a tight embrace, planting gentle kisses on her ear, and whispered soothingly, "All right, I understand." Chapter 87. If the public does not abandon me, I shall willingly regard you as my adoptive father. Gu Qingchen took Song Siyu's hand and discreetly returned to the group. As a few minor performances concluded, Duan Fei and the instructor from the accounting class gathered their respective teams, announcing a meeting at the sports field at 8 the following morning before disbanding. The next morning, within the vast expanse of the sports field, all the freshmen were assembled. Each class lined up in an orderly fashion according to their scheduled appearances. However, in a rather inconspicuous corner of the field, a picnic blanket was spread out, adorned with an assortment of snacks and beverages. Dressed in a white shirt and black trousers, Gu Qingchen lounged comfortably with his head resting on Song Siyu's long, fair legs, occasionally opening his mouth to accept the chips she offered. Fortunately, the sports field was spacious, and no one noticed them. Otherwise, they would surely have been subjected to the scrutiny of the masses. Before long, the performance began. Gu Qingchen sat up, sipping cola through a straw while observing the proceedings. Song Siyu nestled against his arm, gently resting her head on his shoulder, a tender smile illuminating her face as she gazed intently at the boy's serious profile. During the performance, Gu Qingchen did not forget to extend the straw to his wife, allowing her to take a few sips. As time passed slowly, Gu Qingchen watched as Gong Dada stood on the podium, announcing the successful conclusion of the performance. Satisfied, he let out a contented burp. Immediately, he sprang to his feet, helping Song Siyu up, disregarding the need to tidy up, and swiftly bundled the picnic blanket into his arms, exclaiming, "We must hurry before we are discovered." With that, he hurriedly stepped out of the sports field. Song Siyu, with a playful smile, followed at a leisurely pace behind Gu Qingchen. "Woohoo! The military training has finally concluded. What a relief. Tonight, I shall revel in the festivities. Rue, take me along for the ride." Upon entering the dormitory, He Chong and Chen Junjia, who was embracing his lovely wife, let out victorious roars. However, upon spotting the striking figure seated at Gu Qingchen's desk, they fell silent. "Ahem, my sister-in-law has arrived. Where's the fourth one?" He Chong promptly inquired. Song Siyu politely turned to respond, "In the bathroom." As soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Qingchen emerged, wiping his face. "The moment you two stepped through the door, you started making a racket. In the future, be careful not to scare off any potential girlfriends." "Of course not. I still have Rue, Chen Junjie replied, wrapping his arm around Li Zhiwei's shoulders. However, Li Zhiwei disdainfully pushed him away, saying, "I'm sorry, but I only enjoy playing the role of a girl. I'm not actually one. My preferences are quite normal, thank you." "What? Rue, you actually don't want me anymore?" "Ah, I can't go on living. Chen Junjie immediately feigned heartbreak, collapsing onto his desk. Smack. As he passed by, Chong delivered a swift slap to his rear end, causing an explosive cry of awe, before darting into the bathroom. Naturally, Chen Junjie, clutching his backside, quickly rose and followed him. Chong, come back here. Wah. Gu Qingchun listened to the commotion between the two and, exasperated, grasped Song Siyu's hand, whispering in her ear, "You should go back and tell Zheng Fian and the others that I'm treating them to lunch today. Ask if they want to join." Song Siyu tilted her head in confusion. Why the sudden invitation to lunch? Gu Qingchun pulled her into his embrace, gently stroking her soft cheek as he replied, "Of course. I want to take my precious wife out to enjoy the few days of break after military training, and I thought I'd bring along my 3 sons and them too." Upon hearing the words precious wife, a blush crept onto Song Siyu's cheeks as she softly kissed the corner of his mouth. "I'll head back first. Call me when you're done," she said, stepping out of his warm, expansive embrace and leaving the dormitory. At that moment, Li Zirwei slowly stood up, removing her military training uniform while exclaiming, "TSK, TSK, how sweet. It's making me sick." With a helpless smile, Gu Qingchun shrugged. "What can I do? When I have such a treasure of a girl in my arms, I simply cannot contain my emotions." Meanwhile, Chong and Chen Junjie emerged after a quick wash-up, still playfully bickering. "Change your clothes, everyone. I'm treating for lunch. Let us go out to eat," Gu Qingchun announced. "Father, is that true? Father, can we have hot pot?" The duo eagerly approached, trying to ingratiate themselves. "The restaurant I booked can accommodate 8 people. Hot pot would be too cramped," Li Zirwei responded, quietly putting away her shirt and pulling out a form-fitting black long dress. After all, she had promised the girls from dorm 502 that she would dress in feminine attire for them after military training. Chong and Chen Junjie, upon hearing the arrangements, didn't complain. They simply headed off to change into something suitable. Wow. Gazing at the understated luxury of the Rolls-Royce Cullinan, with its golden figurine perched at the front, Chong and Chen Junjie were left dumbfounded, rooted to the spot. Meanwhile, Li Zirwei, with her long hair cascading down to her waist, donned in a sleek black gown, black stockings, and high-heeled sandals, appeared unfazed. Given the recent events, it was evident that Gu Qingchun had a significant background. It was understandable that he could afford such a vehicle. After all, even someone who acted in self-defense and ended up killing someone would not escape unscathed so swiftly. Originally, I intended to interact with you all as a regular individual. However, given that I currently possess only this one vehicle, I shall no longer disguise my status. I shall lay my cards on the table. I am a scion of wealth. As soon as Gu Qingchun's words fell, the exuberant shouts of the 2 young ones echoed throughout the male dormitory. "Dad, let me drive. Grandpa, allow me to take the wheel first." Numerous boys turned their heads, wondering if there were hidden heirs among their roommates. "Well, I suppose I could interrogate them later to find out." Gu Qingchun raised a hand to calm them, saying, "All right, I must go to fetch the lady from room 502. You may take a taxi. After dinner, feel free to take the car for a spin or to flaunt at a bar." "Certainly. Thank you, adoptive father." Chen Junjie, ever the dramatic one, dropped to one knee, proclaiming, "Having drifted through life without encountering a true master, should you not forsake me, I wish to pledge my allegiance as your adopted son. For noteworthy deeds, the car will be yours to drive first upon my return. I shall take my leave now." Gu Qingchun waved his hand and made his way toward the female dormitory. Chong immediately shot a wide-eyed glance at Chen Junjie, his expression seemingly asking, "Oh, so you're quite the show-off, aren't you?" Upon arriving at the female dormitory, Gu Qingchun sent the restaurant address to Li Zirwei and dialed Song Siyu's number. "Hello, darling," came the sweet, melodious voice from the other end. "Come down. I'm waiting downstairs," Gu Qingchun replied. "All right," she responded, and as the call ended, Gu Qingchun exited the car and leaned against the passenger door, awaiting his wife's descent. The flirtatious glances from passing girls were, of course, entirely disregarded. Chapter 88. The little darling's grand entrance. Song Siyu, adorned in a flowing white dress, was the first to emerge from the female dormitory. She skipped joyfully and leaped into Gu Qingchun's embrace, affectionately nuzzling against his chest. Zheng Fian, by Xiao Xiao, and Fan Ziru leisurely followed behind. Observing the girl playing the coquette in her boyfriend's arms, by Xiao Xiao immediately teased, "Oh, whose little wife is this? How can you abandon your friends the moment your husband arrives? So heartbreaking, boo-hoo." Song Siyu shyly lifted her petite head, glancing sideways. Be careful, Yinzi. I might whisper sweet nothings that will keep my husband from taking you out to dinner. Ah, if my sisters were to act this way, they would surely find me tiresome. It seems, in the end, it's my own sharp tongue that invites disdain, she mused. Zheng Fian, with her fingers delicately arched, partially obscured her face and coyly turned her head, mimicking the eloquence of Lin Daiyu. At this, Song Siyu, Bai Xiaoxiao, and Fan Ziru could hardly contain their laughter. Gu Qingchen, however, did not join in their mirth. Instead, he merely smiled gently, and once their laughter subsided, he interjected, "All right, please get in the car. My four lovely ladies, let us not keep He Chong and the others waiting. A little surprise awaits you." This little surprise, of course, was Li Zirwei. As Gu Qingchen was quite eager to witness the expressions of the four ladies upon seeing the little darling dressed as a girl. However, Zheng Fian felt that Gu Qingchen's car seemed familiar. She nimbly approached the front and took a glance, exclaiming, "What the heck? A little golden man." She quickly turned around to see Gu Qingchen, who had already opened the passenger door, gently placing his hand on Song Siyu's head to prevent her from bumping it as he assisted her into the car. "Sir Gu, I thought your family was merely affluent. Given that you could afford a luxurious single room in the hospital, but I never imagined you were this wealthy. You are rather low-key, aren't you?" Gu Qingchen, while walking towards the driver's seat, waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Just average, the third richest in the world. Hurry up and get in, or I'll leave you behind." Upon hearing this, Zheng Fian quickly settled into the back seat. Gu Qingchen glanced at the three individuals in the back to ensure they were all present before leaning over to fasten Song Siyu's seatbelt. As he turned back, his little wife sneakily planted a kiss on his cheek. Gu Qingchen did not reciprocate the kiss, but gently rubbed her soft cheek. This time, due to Zheng Fian and Bai Xiaoxiao experiencing a luxury car for the first time, they were quite restrained, prompting Fan Ziru to act as the spokesperson. "All right, young Master Gu, have some consideration for the single dogs among us. Stop being lovey-dovey and start the car." "All right, let's set off," Gu Qingchen replied, heeding the advice as he started the vehicle towards the restaurant. He had no intention of lingering, especially with others present. Upon arriving at their destination, a rather nice private dining establishment, He Chong and the others had already entered the private room. After parking, the five of them followed the waiter into the room. Upon entering, Zheng Fian's eyes widened at the sight of the elegant and beautiful Li Zirwei. She curiously leaned towards Gu Qingchen and whispered, "Whose girlfriend is this? Isn't this a gathering for our dormitory?" Gu Qingchen, wrapping his arm around Song Siyu's waist, smiled enigmatically without responding, taking a seat instead. This left Zheng Fian perplexed, and even Bai Xiaoxiao and Fan Ziru wore expressions of confusion. Li Zirwei, not one to remain silent, greeted them with a gentle, slightly masculine voice, "Hello, everyone." Recognizing the familiar tone, Zheng Fian immediately understood the situation. She dashed to Li Zirwei's side, scrutinizing him from side to side, even lifting his leg clad in black stockings to touch it. "Oh my, is this really women's clothing? You must be a woman, right? By the way, do gender reassignment surgeries exist for those transitioning from female to male?" The dignified Fan Ziru, along with the shy Bai Xiaoxiao, could not contain their curiosity and leaned in to examine him further. "You could pursue a career in live streaming or the entertainment industry. You are naturally suited for this line of work. I will consider it. Thank you," Li Zirwei replied politely. He did not shy away or retract his leg, but rather graciously allowed the three of them to chatter and admire him. Song Siyu, however, was less curious. After a few glances, she nestled into Gu Qingchen's arm and leaned against his shoulder, pretending to doze off. After a while, it was Gu Qingchen who interrupted, saying, "All right, my curious friends, take a seat. The dishes will be served shortly." The master of the house issued a decree, prompting the trio to obediently take their seats. Yet their curious gazes remained fixed on Li Zirwei. As dish after dish was served, Gu Qingchen picked up his chopsticks and declared, "Let us eat directly. We shall not be too particular." He Chong and Chun Junjia, upon hearing this, naturally began to devour their meals with fervor. Meanwhile, Song Si adhered to her role of feeding her husband, with half of the dishes finding their way into Gu Qingchen's mouth. Of course, he reciprocated by feeding her as well. Observing their affectionate exchanges, the others expressed that they had grown accustomed to such displays. As the meal progressed, Gu Qingchen articulated the purpose of their gathering. "Today, I invited you all not only to enjoy a meal together, but also to foster familiarity among our dormitories. I was also considering taking my dear C to explore some scenic spots during this brief holiday and wanted to know if you would like to join us. Perhaps even offering suggestions on where to go. He assured them that he would cover all expenses. The group readily agreed, but Zheng Fian interjected, "Expenses are fine. But how can you have me dine and play at your expense?" Gu Qingshun waved his hand dismissively, unperturbed. "What does it matter? My primary intention is to enjoy time with C. You are merely accompanying us. Let us discuss how we will arrange our days," he continued. With this, the others ceased to press the matter. Chun Junjie enthusiastically raised his hand, suggesting, "How about a water park? In this sweltering summer, we can enjoy ourselves without the fear of heat stroke." Zheng Fian rolled her eyes in disbelief. "Is that really your idea of fun? You're just eager to meet the swimsuit-clad ladies. I wouldn't dare to expose your ulterior motives." With his thoughts laid bare, Chun Junjie shrugged. "Then where do you propose we go? We can't just swim in the magical city, can we?" "Oh, how did you know?" Zheng Fian tilted her head in surprise. At that moment, Fan Ziru raised her hand and proposed, "Would you all like to have a picnic? I know a lovely little stream where the water is no deeper than our knees, surrounded by small groves. I used to visit it as a child, and if we don't return by nightfall, we could pitch tents and gaze at the stars, though I'm not sure if we can still see them now." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchun's eyes sparkled. It was an excellent suggestion. It would be a perfect opportunity for his little wife to experience the joys of nature. The proposal was swiftly approved. The group joyfully concluded their meal and departed from the private dining establishment. On the street, the girls surrounded Li Zirwei, chattering animatedly as if they were the best of friends. He Chong and Chun Junjie watched jealously from behind. "Do you think I should also wear women's clothing?" Chun Junjie remarked, startling everyone. He Chong looked at him as if he were a fool. If Rue wore women's clothing, it would be a matter of natural beauty. You, however, would simply be a case of natural eccentricity. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchun and Song Si walked hand in hand at the back, relishing their own little world. They initially planned to go singing, but Gu Qingchun's lack of musical talent swiftly quashed that idea. Reluctantly, the group opted to visit a nearby cinema to watch a film before heading to a mall to gather supplies for their picnic the following day. Upon arriving at the cinema, after some discussion, they settled on the recently released film Wild Children, which tells the story of two homeless kids. After purchasing their tickets, the group spent the waiting time trying their luck at a claw machine. Gu Qingchun abstained from this activity, choosing instead to buy 7 buckets of popcorn, which he temporarily left at the counter before finding a massage chair where he sat comfortably. He reached out to Gu Jiran via WeChat, requesting her to arrange for 2 large SUVs for a few days. After watching them play for a while, Song Siyu decided that spending time with her husband was far more enjoyable, so she returned to Gu Qingchun's side and nestled into his embrace. After receiving a positive response from Gu Jiran, Gu Qingchun put away his phone, wrapped his arms around his wife's slim waist, and gently nuzzled her cheek, inquiring softly, "Why aren't you with them at the claw machine?" Resting her head against his chest and listening to the steady, reassuring beat of his heart, Song Siyu murmured, "I want to be with you, and besides, they are so clumsy. After countless attempts, they couldn't catch even one. Our success last time was merely by chance. If it were me trying now, I'd failed dozens of times. It's not that they're foolish, it's just a matter of technique." Gu Qingchun tenderly brushed aside her bangs and placed a kiss on her forehead. Unwilling to relent, Song Siyu lifted her head, wrapping her arms around his neck and slightly pouting her plush lips. "Kiss me here." With his wife's request, Gu Qingchun, as a dutiful husband, obliged by leaning down to savor her soft lips passionately for a prolonged moment. After they parted, Song Siyu inhaled sweetly, her eyes shimmering, and her cheeks and ears flushed with a rosy hue. Gu Qingchun gently wiped the glistening remnants from her lips, pulling her head closer to him, and addressed the 6 onlookers. "Is it captivating?" The 6 nodded in unison. Gu Qingchun's lips twitched slightly. "Last time you watched me sleep, and now you're witnessing our affection. Do you all have a penchant for voyeurism?" Zheng Fian explained. "Well, the movie was about to start, but you two were so engrossed in each other that we didn't dare to interrupt, so we could only watch." Checking his phone, Gu Qingchun noted that the movie was set to begin at 2:25, and it was already 2:21. "Ahem, so lost in affection that I lost track of time." "Ahem, there are 7 buckets of popcorn at the counter. Could you please fetch them?" With that, Gu Qingchun did not allow Song Siyu to descend. Instead, he calmly stood up while cradling her in a princess carry, leading the way to the ticket inspector. He gently set the blushing girl down before producing 2 tickets to present to the attendant. The attendant, managing a strained smile, accepted the tickets and tore off the stubs, while internally lamenting, "I've been observing you two for ages. Canoodling in public is one thing, but you brought her over here for me to witness your affection. Such a display of affection, indeed. Do not blame me." The ticket inspector returned the ticket stub with a smile and gestured invitingly. "Please, enjoy your movie. Thank you. But do not blame me." There was little he could do. The job was leisurely, and he did not wish to jeopardize his monthly salary of 6,000. Gu Qingchen accepted the ticket, expressed his gratitude, and wrapped his arm around Song Si's shoulders as they entered the cinema. The remaining 6, after collecting their popcorn and having their tickets checked, followed suit. Only Chun Junjie lingered behind, asking the attendant, "Why didn't you wish me an enjoyable movie?" The inspector forced a smile and replied, "Then I wish you an enjoyable movie." Satisfied, Chun Junjie nodded, adjusted his collar with one hand, and strode into the cinema with his popcorn held high. In the next moment, the inspector's smile vanished, and he muttered under his breath, audible only to himself, "What a weirdo." Inside the cinema, the 8 seats were arranged in the 5th row, with the boys on the left and the girls on the right, positioning Gu Qingchen and Song Si in the center. As Gu Qingchen accepted the popcorn handed to him by his petite wife, the film commenced. Initially, Song Si was quite engrossed, while Gu Qingchen seemed disinterested, idly feeding her popcorn. However, his rapid feeding caused her cheeks to puff up like a little hamster, which was rather adorable. Once she realized, she declined further feeding, snuggling into his embrace, diligently munching on her stash, while also sharing with Gu Qingchen, albeit at a modest frequency, as her attention remained largely on the film. Gu Qingchen did not disturb Song Si. Instead, he playfully squeezed her hand. The young girl's cheeks flushed a rosy hue, and she shifted closer to him, facilitating his playful advances, yet her focus was somewhat compromised. As time passed, the lights of the cinema brightened, signaling the conclusion of an enchanting film. Zheng Fian stood, observing the blushing Song Si as she adjusted her collar, and asked curiously, "Si, are you feeling hot? Why is your face so red?" Embarrassed, Song Si turned her head away, shyly replying, "A little." At that moment, Fan Zizhou covered Zheng Fian's mouth, exclaiming, "Are you foolish? It's obvious they were engaging in some intimate moments. Don't pry further. Let us go." Zheng Fian soon caught on, quickly following Fan Zizhou out, secretly admiring, playing so flirtatiously in a cinema? These two truly have guts. Song Si, mortified, buried her head in Gu Qingchen's neck, gently biting him, and muttered, "It's all your fault for getting caught, you bad egg." Gu Qingchen, still holding her waist, teased, "This is just the beginning. There's much worse yet to come. Why be shy? Shoo. Enough. All right, all right." Gu Qingchen patted his wife's lovely back, lifting her slightly and making his way toward the cinema exit. As she wore a long dress, Song Si had to wrap her legs around his waist, allowing him to carry her more comfortably. However, the ticket inspector gazed at the retreating figure of the beautiful young lady being embraced by a sloth, his lips twitching in despair as he lamented internally, "Alas, I too yearn for love." Chapter 90. I am the boss, why must I work? Outside the cinema, 2 luxurious Range Rovers were parked along the street. A gentleman approached Gu Qingchen, bowing slightly as he presented 2 car keys, saying, "Young Master Gu, these are the keys to the Range Rover." "Very well," Gu Qingchen replied, accepting the keys. The man respectfully bid farewell and left in haste. Meanwhile, Song Siyu, who had already disembarked from Gu Qingchen's vehicle, approached his side, wrapping her arms around his. She inquired, "Did you have Mom drop you off?" "Yes. They will drive this car. Tomorrow, we shall take our own vehicle and avoid the crowd," Gu Qingchen explained, gently smoothing the strands of hair from her forehead. Song Siyu smiled brightly, rising onto her toes to plant a kiss on his cheek, eagerly anticipating the adventures of the following day. After all, enjoying a world of 2 alongside friends would be the epitome of bliss. As they reached the group of 6, Gu Qingchen jingled the car keys and asked, "Which of you girls can drive?" Fan Zizhou silently raised her hand. Being a wealthy young lady, driving was certainly an essential skill. "All right, you can take one. You'll be responsible for Zheng Fian and Bai Xiaoxiao tomorrow," Gu Qingchen said, handing the keys to her. "Okay," Fan Zizhou responded, accepting them. He then turned his attention to He Chong and Chun Junjie, and, under their expectant gazes, asked his little wife, "Rui, can you drive?" "I can," Li Ziru nodded, but added, I haven't driven much since getting my license. Are you sure you trust me? Gu Qingshun looked helplessly at the duo. You two can play rock, paper, scissors. Whoever wins gets to drive. Fine, let us do it. I'll choose paper. Chong declared without hesitation. Chun Junjie hesitated for a moment. Then I'll choose scissors? Suit yourself. Ready, rock, paper, scissors. As Chong's voice faded, both extended their hands. Chong chose paper, while Chun Junjie opted for rock. What? You seriously chose paper? You're misleading me. Best out of 3. Chun Junjie exclaimed with wide eyes. Huh. Even if I tell you the answer, you might still get it wrong. Brother, you're weak. Just practice more. If you can't handle losing, don't play. Chong mocked as he accepted Gu Qingshun's car keys and strolled leisurely to visit his temporary wife. Chun Junjie, not one to concede easily, thought, what does it matter if it doesn't belong to him? He could still touch it. Chong, you all go buy some outdoor supplies, like tents, lights, a barbecue grill, a portable gas stove, a small diesel generator, charcoal, and anything else you think you might need. Fanjiro, you should pick up a few larger blankets for a picnic, along with snacks, ingredients, and barbecue skewers, he instructed. Coordinate amongst yourselves. I will transfer the money to the 2 drivers shortly. Having assigned their respective tasks, Gu Qingshun took Song Siyu's hand and departed with a sense of purpose. Zheng Fian, increasingly perplexed, rubbed her chin and mused, what are those two up to? At that moment, Gu Qingshun had already retrieved his vehicle from the entrance of the private dining establishment and was leading his companion, Song Si, towards the riverside for some leisure. This was the very purpose of inviting a friend, despite the opportunity for a romantic TT. How liberating it felt to relinquish control, completely unburdened. As the gentle hues of twilight illuminated the tranquil river, casting a golden sheen upon its surface, the couple seated on the grassy slope by the bank nestled closely together, reveling in the magnificent river scenery and the skyline of towering buildings across the water. At that juncture, Song Si lifted her delicate, snow-white leg and playfully brushed it against Gu Qingshun's, her voice soft and sweet as she inquired, Darling, may I go play in the water? No. This is not the seaside, and we cannot ascertain the depths. It is too perilous. I shall take you to the beach during the National Day holiday. Be good. Gu Qingshun replied, drawing her legs into his embrace and gently caressing them. Song Si, bending her legs and allowing him to indulge, obediently rested her head against his chest and replied, All right. Gu Qingshun pressed his cheek against her hair, inhaling the fragrant strands, momentarily forgetting to caress her legs. Holding her tightly, as if she were a cherished doll, they listened to the flowing river, gazing at the enchanting twilight scenery. Gradually, Song Si, unable to contain her affection, lifted her petite face and, with tender eyes, pressed her lips to Gu Qingshun's. Just as their kiss was poised to deepen, a sudden ring of a mobile phone shattered the moment. Reluctantly, Gu Qingshun released her, licking his lips as he answered the call. Hello? Have you finished shopping? While savoring Song Si's gentle caress on his cheek, he listened to Chong's somewhat rugged voice on the other end. We're done. Please verify the purchase, boss. All right. I shall head over now, Gu Qingshun replied with a bemused smile, ending the call and lifting Song Si into his arms, striding towards the roadside vehicle. Song Si, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully wiggled her feet clad in little white shoes. We haven't done anything. How shall we explain our outing? Gu Qingshun playfully swatted her petite posterior. I am the boss, the one paying. Why should I have to work? Upon hearing this, Song Si, realizing the logic in his words, nodded in agreement. Well then, you wicked capitalist husband. Hey, little Si, how dare you speak of your husband in such a manner? Just wait and see how I deal with you, Gu Qingshun retorted, quickly moving to the passenger side of the car, opening the door for Song Si and teasingly tickling her. Ha ha ha, darling, I was wrong. Ha ha ha, don't tickle me anymore. How about I give you a kiss? Hearing this, he immediately ceased his playful assault, gazing at her misty-eyed and blushing visage, as she pouted and softly murmured, Come on, kiss me until I am satisfied, and then I shall spare you. Song Si adjusted her skirt, her smile sweet as she cradled Gu Qingshun's face, capturing the lips she could never kiss enough. After a few minutes, Song Siyu gently released her lips from her lover's, caressing his cheek with a tenderness that was almost ethereal. All right, since it's a holiday, you can kiss me as much as you like tonight. But let's go. We wouldn't want Yin Zi and the others to be kept waiting. Listening to his beloved, Gu Qingshun playfully tapped her small nose and closed the door to the passenger seat before taking his place in the driver's seat. Buckle up, my dear. Oh, right. As Song Siyu fastened her seatbelt, Gu Qingchen started the car and drove off, leaving a cloud of dust behind. They arrived at the location provided by Hichong, which was a roadside parking spot near a small square. After stepping out of the car, Song Siyu and Gu Qingchen strolled hand in hand towards the two Land Rovers with their trunks open. Gu Qingchen walked over to inspect their contents. Quite comprehensive, he noted. There were 4 tents, a barbecue grill, a small diesel generator along with a barrel of diesel, camping lights, sleeping bags, and multifunctional knives. Not bad at all. The girls had brought an assortment of snacks and drinks, skewers for grilling, chopped meat and vegetables, seasonings, instant noodles, and 4 colorful blankets. This should suffice. If we need anything else, we can have someone bring it over, Gu Qingchen concluded. However, Zheng Fian couldn't contain her curiosity and asked the question she had been pondering all afternoon. Where did you two go this afternoon? Gu Qingchen replied nonchalantly. We found a place to enjoy some time together, just the two of us. Observing the stunned expressions on their faces, he added with a grin, what do you expect? I'm the one footing the bill. As the boss, I certainly have the right to delegate some tasks. Chen Junjie silently gave a thumbs up. So, you invited us along just to have someone to run errands for you? Fan Ziru astutely pointed out, breaking the momentary awkwardness. Cough, cough. There's no need to transfer the extra money back to me. Use it to treat yourselves to a nice meal. I have a few things to attend to. Let us meet tomorrow around 8 at the school entrance. That is all, goodbye. With that, Gu Qingchen took Song Siyu's hand and hurried away. The remaining 6 stared at one another in confusion. Zheng Fian, slightly bewildered, asked, so what do we do now? Go our separate ways? Fan Ziru waved her phone. With Gu's generous gifts, wouldn't it be a shame not to enjoy a lavish meal? How about a 5-star hotel? Hichong suggested. Chen Junjie scoffed. 5-star places are limited and exorbitantly priced. You're not a food critic. You wouldn't be able to discern quality. A high-end buffet offers a variety, and it only costs a few hundred per person. Much more economical. But if ambience is your thing, then let us go 5-star. Well, my family has some assets. I do have a bit of insight in this area, he added. Fan Ziru concurred, indeed. I know a high-end buffet that charges around 500 per person. The 5-star option is also feasible. I have a card that provides discounts. What is everyone's preference? After some deliberation, they all opted for the high-end buffet and set off in the Land Rover towards their destination. As night began to fall, Gu Qingchen and Song Siyu, upon returning to their villa, he, now clad in his pajamas, rested his head upon the smooth, fair thighs of Song Siyu, whose nightgown offered little concealment. He reveled in her tender ear-cleaning service. As he turned over, Song Siyu, with a gentle voice, patted the drowsy Gu Qingchen. Obediently, he flipped onto his side, burying his face in his wife's abdomen. Just as the ear scoop entered his ear, the doorbell rang. Song Siyu set down the ear scoop and nudged Gu Qingchen. Husband, quickly get up, I'll fetch the groceries. Gu Qingchen was unwilling to allow anyone to see his wife in her nightgown. Instantly, he restrained Song Siyu and stood up, declaring, I'll go. You just sit there. He strode to the entrance, opened the door, swiftly took the groceries, expressed his gratitude, and closed the door in one seamless motion. The delivery person blinked a few times, gazing at the closed door and the groceries that had vanished from their hands, momentarily bewildered, before turning away in confusion. Song Siyu rose to receive the groceries and headed to the kitchen, while Gu Qingchen languidly leaned on the sofa, scrolling through his phone. Suddenly, a message from Lu Xingzhe, who had not been in contact for some time, appeared. Old Gu, are you free during the National Day holiday? Gu Qingchen replied. Depends, let me know. Lu Xingzhe, ahem. I'm about to meet my online girlfriend. Can you accompany me? Gu Qingchen. You're just meeting her now? What were you doing during the summer? Lu Xingzhe, playing games. Gu Qingchen, where are you going to meet her? Lu Xingzhe, Weihai. How fortuitous, Gu Qingchen mused. He had initially planned to take Song Siyu to the seaside, and now he could also offer her the experience of flying. While indulging in some gossip, truly a trifecta of delight. Gu Qingchen, all right, contact me during the National Day. Lu Xingzhe, old Gu, good brother, for life. Gu Qingchen, uninterested in further replies, set his phone down and merrily made his way to the kitchen. He wrapped his arms around Song Siyu's alluring waist from behind, resting his chin on her shoulder as he observed her stirring the vegetables in the pan, with a smile gracing her lips. Song Siyu leaned her soft cheek against his and inquired, why are you here in the kitchen instead of lounging on the sofa? Isn't it to accompany my wife? All right then, give me a kiss, she said, turning her lips into a playful pout. Without hesitation, Gu Qingchen captured those jelly-like lips, savoring the moment. After only a brief interlude, Song Siyu playfully pushed him away, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Seeing Gu Qingchen lean in for another kiss, she quickly covered her mouth and said, "I'll let you kiss me after dinner. If the food burns, will you still want to eat it?" "Of course. I'll eat whatever you make. How could I refuse a meal prepared by my dear wife? Even if it were a pile of refuse, he would indulge, as long as it was hers." "All right, you go rest. I wouldn't want to serve my most cherished darling unhealthy burnt food," Song Siyu said. Her eyes filled with affection as she caressed Gu Qingchen's cheek, returning to her culinary endeavors. Yet, struck by her words, Gu Qingchen was reluctant to leave her side. He embraced Song Si's graceful figure without disturbing her, merely whispering, "Indulge me, lest I turn wicked." Unfazed, Song Si turned her head and kissed his cheek, replying, "It's all right. I enjoy indulging you. No matter how wicked you may become, even if it concerns principles, it matters not. You will always be my husband, and I shall forever remain by your side." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen was momentarily taken aback, genuinely perplexed as he inquired, "What has come over you? Why such words all of a sudden?" Song Si, somewhat bewildered, responded, "What's wrong? Is there an issue with what I said? Is there an issue?" That question loomed large. He had initially believed that being with Song Si would alleviate her insecurities, at least to the extent that she would no longer harbor thoughts of, "Even if you like another girl, don't abandon me." Yet, it appeared that such thoughts remained deeply entrenched, perhaps even expanded beyond measure. Concerns regarding principles were manifold. This notion had transcended mere psychological distress, had it not? Observing Gu Qingchen's serious demeanor, Song Si smiled gently, extinguished the flame, and set the dishes aside. She then turned and embraced him softly, saying, "I believe I understand your concerns. I am also aware that my psychological issues seem to have become more severe. Perhaps the Song Si who had once run away from home on that rainy night had long since perished. Now, I find myself devoid of any feelings regarding the future, lacking interest in matters unrelated to you. Only you and those connected to you evoke a spectrum of emotions within me. The moment I begin to sense your absence, I feel as if I am a marionette, numb and lifeless. Yet upon hearing your voice, inhaling your scent, or simply seeing and touching you, I come alive anew. Thus, I have become a girl who lives solely for Gu Qingchen." As she spoke, Song Si pressed Gu Qingchen's palm against her chest, gazing at him with unblinking, autumn water-like eyes. "This heart beats only for you. I fervently wish for your health and safety. Otherwise, I truly lack the courage to continue living." Gu Qingchen immediately held her tightly, his heart aching. Though tears did not fall, his eyes were red-rimmed. "I'm sorry. I had no idea you were feeling this way. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Shall I take you to see a psychologist tomorrow?" "Please don't. As long as you don't leave me for an extended period, I feel no different from a normal person. I dread the thought of taking countless medications or being confined to a mental institution. Moreover, I cherish this feeling of loving you at every moment. It is truly wonderful." Song Si gently patted his back, soothing him as one would a child. "Silly girl." Ultimately, Gu Qingchen's tears fell. "Forever your foolish girl." Chapter 92. The Heart's Affliction. At the dining table, Gu Qingchen took a mouthful of stir-fried mushrooms and pork that Song Si had fed him, his concern evident as he asked, "Are you truly all right? Should I take you to the hospital?" Song Si shook her head. A heart's affliction requires a heart's remedy. Visiting a hospital would merely result in prescriptions of bizarre medications. "When did you first notice these symptoms?" Gu Qingchen cradled Song Siyu's armpits with both hands, lifting her onto his lap and enveloping her delicate form in a tight embrace. After nearly 3 months of nurturing and pampering, the young woman's figure had indeed become quite voluptuous, taking on a funnel-like shape. Song Siyu shifted her position slightly, finding a comfortable stance nestled against him, playing with his long, bony fingers and reminiscing. "Perhaps it was one night when we first moved into the dormitory? In truth, there may have been signs earlier, but as we were inseparable back then, it didn't register." "Then why didn't you tell me directly?" he inquired. "Because it was only when you were away from me for an extended period that those feelings would gradually resurface. Yet, the next day, I would see you again. So it never seemed significant." Releasing Gu Qingchen's hand, Song Siyu lifted a bowl of mixed vegetables and rice, feeding him. After he chewed and swallowed, he asked, "What exactly does that feeling entail?" She offered him another bite, contemplating her response. "It's as if every action is driven by my own thoughts. Yet in the next moment, I feel as though I am not in control of my own impulses. It's akin to being manipulated by an unseen force, with anxiety, fear, and unease pervading my heart, wanting to express those emotions, yet continuing to act mechanically, performing actions that in the next moment feel foreign to me. However, when you are by my side, that sensation vanishes without a trace, replaced by joy, happiness, affection, and even a surge of excitement. If you were to be hurt, my feelings would shift to concern, unease, and sadness. In summary, I do quite enjoy this feeling, much like now, when my heart feels sweet and blissful as if I have consumed honey. Observing Song Siyu happily offering him a generous bite of rice, Gu Qingqian's expression turned complex, and he gently caressed her cheek. At that moment, the reasons behind her overwhelming affection and her propensity to cry over the slightest injury became apparent. This seemed reminiscent of dependent personality disorder. After their outing, a visit to the hospital would be necessary. After dinner, Gu Qingqian placed the last washed bowl into the cupboard. Song Siyu then presented a peeled apple to his lips, urging, "Take a bite." "I don't like fruit. You eat it," he replied, pushing the apple back to her. "Just one bite, please," she insisted, her playful demeanor prompting him to reluctantly take a large bite. Only then did Song Siyu delightfully nibble on the apple, following the bite marks he left behind. Gu Qingqian scratched her chin, taking her free hand as they ascended the stairs. As she munched on the apple, her wide, innocent eyes gazed at him, her long, fair legs taking sprightly little steps to keep up with him. Upon entering the bedroom, Gu Qingqian took the apple from her mouth, finishing the last few bites and discarding the core. He then gently removed both their sleepwear and undergarments. Song Siyu, however, wore nothing beneath. "Let us go? It's time for a shower." As he spoke, Gu Qingqian lifted the delicate and graceful Song Xiaobai into the bathroom. The bathing ritual extended nearly 2 hours. With the bathroom doors swinging open, Gu Qingqian emerged, cradling the languid and rosy-faced Song Si in his arms. He gently laid her on the grand round bed, covered her with a quilt, and then descended the stairs to fetch a glass of water. From the bedside drawer, he retrieved a short-term contraceptive and placed it beside the glass, saying, "I mentioned that after your bath, you must take this. Since you insist otherwise, you must obediently consume the short-term contraceptive. Tomorrow, I'll bring another box. Take one in secret each day. I'll go fetch some clothes now, so do hurry and take it." After imparting his instructions, Gu Qingqian entered the wardrobe to select outfits for both of them for the following day. In truth, he had little to choose from as most of the garments were quite similar. The primary selection was for Song Si. Seizing the opportunity while her husband was occupied, Song Xiaojing swiftly wrapped the contraceptive in tissue paper and discarded it in the trash. She then gulped down 2 large swigs of water to fabricate the scene. Meanwhile, while Gu Qingqian rummaged for his wife's lingerie, he unexpectedly stumbled upon his long-lost underwear. Pausing momentarily, he quickly deduced the situation, deciding to overlook his wife's little preference. After returning everything to its rightful place, Gu Qingqian emerged with their clothes in hand. Observing the receding water level in the glass, he remained oblivious to any suspicion, simply placing the garments at the foot of the bed. He then retrieved the hairdryer from the makeup area and began to dry Song Si's hair, which she pretended to watch a melodramatic series. As he watched her silky, fragrant strands gradually dry, Gu Qingqian affectionately ruffled her hair and turned the dryer on himself. Men's hair is undeniably easier to dry, and soon enough, his was done. After putting the hairdryer away, Gu Qingqian finally finished his tasks and climbed into bed, content to pull Song Si's delicate form into his embrace. He pressed his cheek against her soft face, and they nestled together at the head of the bed, engrossed in the soap opera on his phone. However, Gu Qingqian's hands were rather mischievous, roaming about, which caused the blush on Song Si's cheeks to return. As time passed, and noticing his wife's drooping eyelids, Gu Qingqian gently took the phone from her hands and set it aside, softly coaxing, "It's time for sleep. Good night." "I love you, husband." Song Si lazily turned to face him, wrapping her arms around Gu Qingqian, her slender legs resting against his waist, and nestled closer, capturing his lips with hers. And then, silence enveloped them. The girl had drifted into a sweet slumber. Gu Qingqian, with a resigned smile, caressed her head, feeling the softness of her form against his chest, and surrendered to sleep himself. The two of them dozed off in each other's embrace. The moment of separation left for the latter part of the night. As dawn broke, casting a gentle light across the sky, Gu Qingqian slowly opened his eyes to find the girl nestled soundly in the crook of his neck. He gently pinched her soft, plump cheek, slowly rising only to discover, with a mix of laughter and exasperation, that Song Si's drool had trickled down his neck and onto the pillow. Gu Qingchen hastily wiped away the drool from the corner of his wife's mouth, gently adjusted her head, and quickly wiped the moisture from his own neck before heading to the bathroom to freshen up. Chapter 93. The Sleeping Dragon and the Phoenix Chick. After finishing his morning routine, Gu Qingchen changed into a comfortable hoodie and long pants. He then leaned down, sitting sideways on the bed, and gently patted Song Si's little backside through the blanket. "See, it's time to wake up and wash up." A soft, adorable hum escaped the girl as she slowly sat up, the summer blanket sliding down her smooth skin. With her arms wide open, she sleepily murmured, "Hug me." Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen dove into the warmth of her embrace, holding Song Si's slender waist tightly. Startled by this unexpected embrace, she soon wrapped her delicate fingers in his hair, her soft cheek resting against the top of his head. After a moment of enjoying this tender closeness, Gu Qingchen, feeling slightly breathless, extricated himself from her arms. Breathing in the sweet scent of milk that lingered in the air, he cradled the fair Song Si like a sloth and carried her to the bathroom. "Step on my feet." At the sink, Gu Qingchen allowed his wife's petite, delicate feet to rest atop his own, while he gently supported her little belly from behind, ensuring she didn't have to exert herself to maintain her balance. He then handed her a toothbrush, already adorned with toothpaste. "Oh." Song Si did not take it, merely tilting her head slightly and opening her cherry-like mouth in anticipation. "You little ladybug." Gu Qingchen, well aware of her meaning, affectionately poked her belly and took it upon himself to brush her teeth, subsequently holding a cup for her to rinse her mouth. Song Si obediently washed her face, though the face wash had been applied by Gu Qingchen himself. Once they finished their morning rituals, Gu Qingchen scooped up Song Si's little backside and carried her back to bed. Clothes. The simple two-word command from his wife prompted Gu Qingchen to dutifully fetch her garments. Song Si was remarkably cooperative, raising her arms and legs as needed. Gu Qingchen skillfully fastened, hooked, adjusted straps, and guided her limbs into the right places. Once he had dressed her in a bra and a fitted-off shoulder top, along with a black fluffy skirt, he took a moment to delicately cradle her exquisite arches, playfully toying with them before donning her lace-trimmed white socks. "Thank you, darling." After slipping on her slippers, Song Si stood, gently cupping his face, and without hesitation, bestowed upon him her soft lips and sweet tongue in a deep kiss. After a prolonged moment, both, feeling a rush of emotions, wisely drew apart. "All right, let us see what we need to bring." Gu Qingchen playfully patted Song Si's backside. Subsequently, the two began to search for a small backpack. After packing some wet wipes, toilet paper, a charging cable, a power bank, and Song Siyu's short-acting medication, I initially intended to bring along some snacks and beverages. Unfortunately, with nothing available at home, I resolved to find a nearby supermarket to procure some. At the entrance hall, having donned her shoes, Song Siyu contemplated tying up her hair. However, Gu Qingchen gently grasped her hand and said, "Let it down. It looks lovely like this." "All right." Song Siyu replied obediently, linking her arm with his. "It doesn't matter, as long as my husband likes it." Once they exited and entered the car, Gu Qingchen drove the Cullinan out of the community. Along the way, they stopped at a small supermarket to purchase some snacks and drinks, and subsequently parked near the entrance of Moda University. As it was still early, just past 7:30, neither of their dormitory mates had arrived. Song Siyu rummaged through the plastic bag, pulled out a loaf of bread, tore open the packaging, and offered it to Gu Qingchen, saying, "Take a bite." Without hesitation, Gu Qingchen took a large bite. Only then did Song Siyu withdraw her hand and begin eating the remaining bread. For the subsequent snacks and drinks, she would feed Gu Qingchen the first bite and then consume the rest herself. For larger portions, they shared equally. By this time, they had sufficiently filled their stomachs, and the clock struck 7:54. At that moment, a Land Rover gradually parked beside the Cullinan. Gu Qingchen rolled down the window, and the other window descended, revealing the delicate features of Fan Zhiro, who was behind the wheel, lightly made up. "Boss Gu, arriving early for roll call, I see," she remarked. "Quite well. I'm not late," Gu Qingchen replied nonchalantly. Song Siyu also leaned out slightly to wave a greeting. Suddenly, Gu Qingchen recalled something and inquired, "By the way, how did you handle those ingredients last night? They shouldn't have spoiled overnight, right?" Before Fan Zhiro could respond, Zheng Fian in the passenger seat lunged forward. Leaning over Fan Zhiro, her hands gripping the window ledge, her face contorted with indignation. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten. Do you know that I ran to 3 different cafeterias just to save those ingredients? I managed to get 3 foam boxes and ice packs. Do you realize how huge this school is? I was completely exhausted. Cough, cough. Gu Qingchen chuckled awkwardly, jesting. Well done, comrade Zhengfian. The organization will not forget your contributions. Also, why didn't you 3 split up and each go to a different cafeteria? Or drive off campus to buy some? Upon hearing this, Zhengfian froze, turning rigidly to Fan Zhiro and asking, right? Why didn't we each go to a different cafeteria? Or just drive out to buy? Bai Xiao interjected, because the moment you heard that the ingredients would spoil overnight, you dashed out, and we thought you could handle it. So we didn't intervene. Zhengfian promptly retreated back into the passenger seat, sinking into her chair with a look of despair, contemplating how this high-achieving student, with nearly 700 points to gain admission to Moda University, could find herself crying over her own foolishness. What about He Chong and the others? Fan Zhiro asked. Gu Qingchen shrugged. I don't know. Let me make a call and find out. As he spoke, he took out his phone and dialed He Chong's number. Hello? 4th? When will you arrive? To his surprise, He Chong's first response was a rhetorical question. You all are here? Where are you? Gu Qingchen glanced around, puzzled. At the school gate. He craned his head out of the car window and immediately fell silent upon spotting the Land Rover parked right at the entrance. Gu Qingchen remarked, You and Zhengfian truly are like the legendary talents, blocking the school gate directly. Why hasn't the security guard chased you away? We are just blatantly parked by the roadside. Can you observe your surroundings? Zhengfian, who had been eavesdropping, pouted in disbelief. Oh, really? He Chong's voice could be heard on the phone, while a head popped out from the Land Rover at the school gate. Soon after, the last Land Rover rolled up slowly. Where are Junjie and Rierwei? Gu Qingchen inquired. The rear window of He Chong's Land Rover rolled down, revealing Li Ziru. Dressed in casual attire and a pink outfit, nestled close to him, both soundly asleep. They had stayed up late last night studying together. Wait a moment. Zhengfian's voice chimed in, followed by a phone appearing from Fan Ziru's profile, capturing a snapshot with a click and a flash. The beautiful image of Chun Junjie and his little wife sleeping closely together would be cherished forever. Chapter 94. Fan Zihuan and the 13th son Fan Ziru. Please lead the way at the front, Gu Qingchen instructed. All right, I only have a rough idea. It might take a bit of a detour, just follow me. With that, Fan Ziru started the car and drove out of the parking space, closely followed by He Chong and then Gu Qingchen and his Cullinan. On the road, the scenery outside the window swiftly transitioned from urban to woodland. Growing somewhat bored, Gu Qingchen shifted his hand from the gear lever to the smooth, long leg of Song Siyu, giving it a gentle squeeze. After a while, however, he began to sense something was amiss. He had already seen a roadside billboard 3 times, and even the features of the intersection felt strangely familiar, as if he were aimlessly circling in confusion. Siyu, could you give Fan Ziru a WeChat call? Gu Qingchen suggested. Sure, she promptly replied, dialing the number. A few seconds later, the call connected, and Fan Ziru's voice came through. Hello? What's up, Boss Gu? Are you sure about the route you're taking? Gu Qingchen asked. An awkward silence ensued on the other end, and after a while, Fan Ziru's somewhat unnatural voice responded, Yes, I just asked my dad about it. Gu Qingchen, feeling exasperated, remarked, So, was Fan Zihuan playing tricks with me by taking a detour? Haha, not at all. There was just a minor hiccup earlier, but everything is fine now, she assured him. Gu Qingchen, disinterested in dwelling on the matter, directly stated, Just give me a solid confirmation. Will we reach our destination before noon? Yes, don't worry. Very well. Do not disappoint me, Central District's 13 lords. Having said that, Gu Qingchen released his grasp on the little feet, ended the call, and then resumed his hold. Approximately half an hour later, they finally arrived at their destination. The scenery was indeed delightful. Lush greenery enveloped a crystal-clear stream, where fallen leaves danced gently upon the surface. Pebbles lined the shore, interspersed with wildflowers that added splashes of color. Instead of immediately unpacking the items for their picnic, everyone disembarked and rushed to the stream to frolic in the water. Chun Junjie, clad in shorts and flip-flops, dashed into the water, which was pleasantly shallow, barely reaching his knees. It seems shallower than I remember. I thought it was thigh-deep, remarked Fan Zhiro. Are there fish here? Zhengfian, splashing water alongside by Xiao, called out excitedly. He Chong observed the tiny fish swimming past and replied, Yes, I see them, but they're quite small. Li Ziru added. I spotted a fish the size of my palm, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. Gu Qingchen, who had just finished putting on shoes and socks for Song Siyu, walked towards her without joining their conversation. Instead, he turned to his wife and asked, "Would you like to play in the water?" "Only if you accompany me," Song Siyu replied softly. Gu Qingchen smiled indulgently, squatted down to roll up his pant legs, and removed his shoes and socks. "You hold onto my shoulder while I take off your shoes." Obediently, Song Siyu supported him and lifted her leg slightly. After removing her shoes and socks, which they placed on the shore, Gu Qingchen helped her walk barefoot into the water. As the cool stream flowed over her feet, Song Siyu gleefully splashed the water with her legs. Seeing the young couple and Chun Junjia in the water, the others followed suit, shedding their shoes and socks to join in the fun. They played for quite a while. Glancing at his phone, Gu Qingchen noted that it was nearly 11 o'clock and called out, "Let's pause for now, unpack everything, and prepare for lunch before we continue playing." "All right," everyone responded. And Gu Qingchen wrapped his arm around Song Siyu's waist as they made their way back to the shore. As they had no towels to dry their feet and would soon be back in the water, they all decided to remain barefoot. After setting up the barbecue grill and generator, they found themselves at an impasse before the 4 packages laid out on the ground. They formed a circle, staring silently at the open tent bags. Gu Qingchen squatted down, picked up a metal rod, and said exasperatedly, "Who among you knows how to set this up?" The others exchanged glances, all shaking their heads. Gu Qingchen sighed heavily and turned to the 3 boys who had purchased the tents, asking, "Why did you buy these? Aren't there those easy-to-set-up tents that you can just lift and secure?" He emptied one of the tent packages, lamenting, "You insisted on buying this disassembled version. All 4 bags are from you, my heavens." He Chong, wordlessly, squatted down and handed the instruction manual from the tent package to Gu Qingchen. He reluctantly took over the task and began to sift through the components. Gradually, Gu Qingchen realized that although the parts appeared numerous, they were, in fact, quite simple. He then directed the few individuals to secure the ground cloth and stakes, lay down the inner tent, assemble the framework, and properly secure the inner tent. Finally, he draped the outer tent over and fastened it, concluding the setup. "It's essentially this. Have you grasped it?" Gu Qingchen clapped his hands and inquired. The group immediately nodded in agreement, swiftly erecting the remaining 3 tents. However, Gu Qingchen pondered a pressing issue. It was best for Cici not to stray far from his side, but how would they manage sleeping arrangements at night? With 4 tents and 2 people per tent, if she insisted on sharing with him, it would necessitate a male and female in the same tent. After a moment's hesitation, Gu Qingchen finally spoke up. "Ahem, Cici is rather attached to me. May I request a tent for just the 2 of us?" The others exchanged glances, and there were no objections. After all, the boss's wishes were not to be disregarded, and it was understandable for a young couple to wish to sleep together. Thus, Fanjiro promptly organized the arrangements. "You 3 boys can share 1 tent, while Yinzi and Xiao Xiao can have another. I'll take one for myself," she playfully added. "All you gentlemen will surely accommodate this lady. One to you?" Instantly, everyone present, aside from Gu Qingchen and the 2 young men, was charmed by Fanjiro's playful demeanor. You stay. Yes, we boys are not so particular. Squeezing in is perfectly fine." The little wife said nothing, tacitly agreeing. Chapter 95. Song Siyu's first makeup with the tent issue resolved. The group began to lay out the picnic blanket, set up the grill, and prepare the skewers. Although the ice packs and the foam boxes had melted, some chill still lingered. Even in the heat, the ingredients remained intact. Zheng Fian observed the skewers laden with meat that He Chong had prepared and remarked, "He Chong, could you refrain from using only meat?" As she spoke, she showcased her own skewers. "Look at mine, with 2 pieces of meat separated by several slices of vegetables. That's the way to enjoy it." He Chong cast a glance her way, puzzled. "Are you from Northeast China? Isn't it the custom to flaunt meat there? Do you not grasp the concept of balanced nutrition?" "Although I may not speak the dialect, I am indeed from the Northeast," Zheng Fian retorted, glancing at Bai Xiao Xiao, who was busily preparing nearby. He Chong immediately pointed toward her. "Isn't your Xiao Xiao also just meat skewers?" Zheng Fian countered. "You only see that she has meat on her skewer, but she has 1 skewer of pure vegetables and 1 of pure meat, all right?" Next, He Chong turned to Fanjiro, who, like Zheng Fian, had a mix of meat and vegetables on her skewer. He then glanced at Chen Junjia and his little wife, who appeared to be slacking off, while Gu Qingchen and Song Siyu, the inseparable pair, were busily threading fish fillets and buns onto skewers. It seemed he was the only one exclusively preparing meat skewers. But wait, I simply enjoy eating pure meat. Why must I conform to their ways? I'll revel in my meat skewers. Thank you very much. He-chang sighed in resignation. Zheng Fian immediately shook her head. That's not acceptable. He-chang replied. Then why do you say I only wear meat? I merely suggested that you should maintain a balanced diet. I never claimed there was anything wrong with wearing meat. He-chang was utterly speechless. The thought processes of girls were truly peculiar. After Gu Qingchen finished putting on the last piece of fish, he stood up and patted the two idlers, saying, You two, stop playing around and get to work. Go and prepare the chicken wings. Otherwise, you might find yourselves without a meal. With that, he went to tend to the charcoal fire. Chun Junjia and the sweet Li Zirwei exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Let's finish this first. Suddenly, an inexplicable sensation washed over them. As midday approached, Gu Qingchen placed the various skewers prepared by everyone beside the grill, next to He-chang. Give it your all. Burning this would be quite a disgrace to us Northeasterners. He-chang flexed his bicep and replied, Just watch. My innate skills cannot be lacking. All right. Thank you for your hard work, Gu Qingchen said before turning to leave, intending to find his wife for some affectionate moments. However, Song Si was preoccupied, as she was being compelled by Fan Zhiro to undergo makeup. Zheng Fian and Bai Xiaoxiao observed and learned. Gu Qingchen did not interrupt them, but stood nearby, curious about how Song Si would look after her transformation. After a few minutes, Fan Zhiro applied lipstick on Song Si, revealing a confident smile as she patted her shoulder, saying, All done. Go show your husband. Okay, Song Si responded softly. As she stood and turned around, she spotted Gu Qingchen gazing at her affectionately from a distance. She joyfully ran towards him. Gu Qingchen hurriedly stepped forward, cautioning, Slow down, there are stones everywhere. What if you trip? Song Si eagerly tilted her head and asked, Do I look good, husband? Gu Qingchen scrutinized her closely and was utterly amazed. The girl before him had brows like distant mountains, and her autumn-like eyes were delicately adorned with faint strokes, reminiscent of the subtle brushwork in an ink painting. Her cheeks were softly dusted with pink, akin to the clouds at dusk. The gloss on her lips resembled the dew on a morning rose, exuding a dewy sheen, especially with her sweet smile. The entire makeup was perfectly showcased. Instead of answering, Gu Qingchen simply wrapped his arms around the enchanting figure before him, savoring the freshly applied lip gloss. Song Si embraced his back, naturally reciprocating the affection. The 6 onlookers, 5 of whom wore amused smiles reminiscent of a doting aunt, observed them with delight, while only the northeastern elder brother, Master He, was diligently grilling the skewers. Even after he finished all the skewers, the couple remained engrossed in their tender embrace. The 6 of them watched the couple's display of affection with growing boredom, until Zheng Fian, unable to contain her hunger any longer, exclaimed, Hey, could you two pause for a moment? Can we eat first? Upon hearing the words, the engaged couple, still enraptured by the enchanting atmosphere, quickly regained their senses and hastily separated. Song Siyu, blushing deeply, buried her head firmly in her fiancé's embrace, clearing his throat awkwardly. Gu Qingchen lifted his fiancée and settled down on the picnic blanket, saying, Well, let us indulge ourselves and begin eating. Everyone then eagerly picked up various skewers and began to feast. Zheng Fian, while munching, exclaimed, Wow, He-chang, your culinary skills are impressive. You could certainly make a fortune opening a barbecue restaurant. And Siyu, don't be shy, hurry and eat. As she spoke, she offered a skewer to Gu Qingchen. With a rosy complexion, Song Siyu peeked out and then reached out to accept the skewer, bringing it to Gu Qingchen's lips. You eat first. Gu Qingchen took a bite, praising the dish, and then moved the skewer toward his fiancée, saying, Indeed, He-chang, your talent is wasted if you don't open a barbecue establishment. Song Siyu obediently took a bite, her eyes sparkling with delight. He-chang, pondering for a moment while holding the skewer, mused, What if I try opening a place during my sophomore and junior years? The thought intrigued him. What if it actually succeeded? All right, I'll invest a bit of money when the time comes. You have the potential, Gu Qingchen remarked. It won't be more than a few tens of thousands. Just a casual investment. Fan Zhiro raised her hand. I'll invest too. If you 2 wealthy heirs are in, I naturally want to give it a shot. He-chang was not one to hesitate or be overly polite, readily accepting their goodwill. After a sumptuous barbecue feast that left them satiated rather than inebriated, Everyone reclined contentedly on the picnic blanket basking in the sunlight, except for Song Siyu, who nestled in her husband's arms. After a brief respite, the three girls, apart from Song Siyu, rose and headed to the stream to play in the water. Chong and Chen Junjie found 2 sticks, sharpened them with a knife, and prepared to fish. Meanwhile, the little wife quietly sat by the riverbank, splashing her feet while engrossed in a game. We should join in the fun, Gu Qingchun said as he lifted Song Siyu into his arms and waded into the water. Once he set her down, the young girl joyfully linked her arm with Gu Qingchun's, strolling through the water. Occasionally, she would bend down to reveal pretty stones submerged below, showing them to him before tucking them into his pockets. Chapter 96. Chen Junjie's fortunes and misfortunes. Feeling a bit bored, Gu Qingchun and Song Siyu walked hand in hand towards Chong and Chen Junjie. They observed the two, who were gripping their fishing forks high, scanning the water intently for any movement. Suddenly, Chen Junjie thrust his fork into the water and, as if propelled by a sudden burst of speed, splashed forward with a flurry of water. Naturally, Chong was caught in the spray, drenched from head to toe. He immediately looked up and shouted towards Chen Junjie, who was already several meters ahead. "Hey, Junjie, where are you going? You soaked me, and I didn't bring a change of clothes." As he ran, Chen Junjie called back, "Fish. I saw a fish. A huge one. I narrowly avoided a mishap just now." Moments later, he returned, dejectedly wading through the water, muttering to himself, "Such a large fish, how could it vanish so swiftly?" Gu Qingchun gazed at the 2 drenched individuals, one completely soaked and the other half wet, and remarked, "What are you 2 going to do? It appears none of us brought a change of clothes." Chong, however, was indifferent. "It's fine, we can always sleep bare." Chen Junjie agreed. "Excellent idea." Thus, the 2 fully embraced their whims, diving into the water to catch fish with their bare hands. "Let us not linger and watch these 2 goof around," Gu Qingchun said, taking Song Siyu's hand and heading back to the shore. He placed their shoes and socks beside the picnic blanket, gently cradling her delicate, snow-white feet in his arms, wrapping them in his clothing to dry. After a moment, Gu Qingchun brushed the rosy soles and slipped on white socks before donning his shoes. He then settled onto the blanket, using a tissue to wipe his feet before putting on his socks and shoes. Song Siyu, beaming with joy at her attentive husband, could not resist wrapping her arms around his neck from behind and giving him a side kiss on the cheek. After their lips parted, Gu Qingchun pinched her cheek and asked, "What's this? Why the sudden kiss?" "Oh, just felt like kissing you," Song Siyu replied softly. "All right then," Gu Qingchun said, rising to pull her up, ready to stroll along the gentle river flow. However, Zheng Fian suddenly darted over, presenting a floral crown to place upon Song Siyu's head. "Wow, you look even more beautiful." "Indeed, flowers complement beauty." She then turned to Gu Qingchun and playfully stuck out her tongue, saying, "Apologies, we didn't gather many flowers. So there's none for you boys." Gu Qingchun pointed curiously towards Li Zirwei, who sat by the river, adorned with a floral crown while engrossed in a game. "Then how does he have one?" He clearly has long flowing hair, long legs, and is dressed like a lovely girl," Gu Qingchun replied. After adorning Song Siyu with the floral crown, Zheng Fian flitted back to where Fan Ziru and Bai Xiaoxiao were, resembling a little swallow. "Here's yours." Song Siyu thought she wanted one too, but Gu Qingchun chuckled and stopped her, saying, "I don't want one, I was just teasing her. You should wear it. I'm curious who crafted it, as it looks quite well made. It must be Xiao Xiao. She grew up in the countryside, so it's only natural for her to know how to do this." Indeed, Gu Qingchun pointed towards Bai Xiaoxiao, who was weaving crowns among the flowers. Song Siyu glanced over and then tilted her head proudly. "Look how impressive I am. My Siyu is truly wonderful." Gu Qingchun affectionately ruffled her hair, then wrapped his arm around her slender waist as they meandered upstream along the river. After a short distance, they decided to return, as there was little to see. The scenery was largely the same. Venturing further seemed unwise, for the fear of not returning was daunting. Upon their return, Gu Qingchun and Song Si found themselves amidst a gathering of laughter surrounding Chen Junjie. As they approached, they beheld a fish, roughly the size of 2 palms, in his hands. "Look, such a sizable catch, isn't it remarkable?" Chen Junjie boasted, displaying the fish to Gu Qingchun. "Indeed, it is impressive. How did you manage to catch it?" Gu Qingchun inquired, recalling how he had struggled even to spear fish previously. Had the fish simply leapt into his hands? With palpable excitement, Chen Junjie recounted, "I have no idea. I was searching for fish when this one leapt straight into my arms. Panicked it might escape. I swiftly tossed it onto the shore with considerable force and seized it. Seems like it really did land in your hands, Gu Qingchen remarked. Beside them, Hichong scoffed. Pure luck, if you ask me. Oh please, you're just envious, Chen Junjie retorted, once again flaunting his catch before Hichong. However, Zheng Fian interjected, Junjie, are you planning to steam it or make it in a red brace style? Before he could respond, Hichong cruelly dashed her hopes. Don't even think about it. We lack the means. It will have to be grilled. Aren't we having barbecue for dinner again after just having it for lunch? Zheng Fian sulked, her voice laced with disdain. Hichong pointed to the instant noodles on the blanket. Look, we'll have this for dinner, and we can cook the leftover ingredients together. We'll just grill the fish and share. Having played the role of chef during lunch, Hichong seamlessly embraced his culinary persona once more. That sounds feasible. They agreed upon the evening's meal. Feeling somewhat bored, the group seated on the blanket began to discuss finding other amusements. How about playing truth or dare? Suggested Fan Zero. The others readily agreed. Soon, Fan Zero produced a deck of cards, shuffled them, and selected 8 cards of different suits. She also retrieved a large bottle of cola and paper cups. Here is how it works. Those who draw a card must answer a question or face a punishment. Drawing an 8 allows you to choose between truth or dare. If you refuse to answer or complete the punishment, you must chug a cup of cola. You must finish it in one go, no stopping, or you will face an additional penalty. After explaining the rules, Fan Zero placed the cards on the blanket. Everyone, let the drawing commence. The outcome revealed Chen Junjie drew an 8, while Fan Zero awaited his choice. I choose truth, he declared. Very well, who was your first love? The first person you ever liked? Fan Zero posed a sharp question. My middle school Chinese teacher, he replied. Wow, Hichong clapped Chen Junjie on the shoulder. That is impressive. What did she look like? Not particularly stunning, just the flutter of youthful emotions, Chen Junjie said, his cheeks flushed with nostalgia. All right, enough of that. Let us move on to the next round. Fan Zero shuffled the cards again and placed them back in the center as everyone took their turns drawing. Chen Junjie flung his cards down with a sharp crack, exclaiming, damn, why is it always me? I knew that free fish came at a cost. The card revealed was an 8. Zheng Fian chuckled softly, revealing her own hand. So, do you choose truth or dare? Truth, Chen Junjie replied. Are you still a virgin? With gritted teeth and crimson cheeks, he managed to stutter out, yes. Really? You come from a wealthy family, don't you? How is it possible that you've never had a partner? Zheng Fian questioned, puzzled. So what? Is a pure-hearted rich second generation unacceptable? Chen Junjie retorted defiantly. Besides, the wealth isn't mine, it belongs to my father. My monthly allowance is a mere 2,000. Of course it's acceptable, Zheng Fian said with a smile and a nod. Chapter 97. Fan Zero's Confession, Matchmaker Zheng Fian. As the cards were reshuffled, Chen Junjie gleefully exclaimed, haha, it's not me this time. He tossed down a 3, his excitement palpable. Fan Zero, with a resigned expression, threw down her 8. I choose truth. Who is it? Hearing this, Gu Qingchen flipped his card. I am. So, what is the name of the person you like? Fan Zero paused, seemingly in contemplation, before replying. To be honest, I don't have someone I like. At most I just have a crush. And their name? Gu Qingchen inquired again. But Fan Zero evaded the question. You're asking about someone I like. A crush doesn't count. With that, she shuffled the cards once more. After 7 or 8 more rounds, each player had drawn an 8. And the questions had remained trivial. When was your first kiss? When was your first love? Share a little secret, and so forth. Yet, apart from Gu Qingchen and Song Siyu, only Zheng Fian, Chen Junjie, and the little wife had experienced crushes, but none had ever been in a relationship. Until Fan Zero drew another 8. Once again, Hichong asked, what is the name of the person you have a crush on? This time, she fell silent. Gu Qingchen seemed to sense her discomfort. If you don't want to say it, just drink. However, Fan Zero shook her head, hesitating for a moment before softly responding. His name is Gu Qingchen. At this revelation, the room fell into a hushed silence. Except for Gu Qingchen, everyone stared at her in astonishment. Song Siyu tightened her grip around her husband's arm, looking at Fan Zero in confusion. Fan Zero's intention was simple, to avoid unnecessary conflicts among friends. She seized the opportunity to clarify things. She continued to explain, don't worry, I don't like Gu Qingchen, I merely have a crush. You should be able to see my family situation. Although we don't have any prominent enterprises, our family is quite substantial, with financial resources comparable to a wealthy household. My admission into the finance class was arranged by my father. For the sake of familial interests, he presented me with 3 objectives, allowing me to select one to approach, cultivate a relationship with, or even seduce, in hopes of facilitating a future marriage alliance. Since I am unable to make decisions for myself, I thought it prudent to choose someone who piqued my interest, thus I selected Gu Qingchen. As she spoke, Fan Ziru shifted her gaze towards Song Siyu, apologizing. I must admit that initially, I intended to compete with you for a husband. However, your innocence shines through. Your heart and eyes are solely devoted to him. And he dotes on you. I realized I had no chance. Today, I share this merely to clarify any misunderstandings. In truth, I have no desire for romance. My ambition is to establish my own company and make it flourish, proving to my family that I can generate benefits for our clan even without a marriage alliance. Upon hearing this, Song Siyu felt little emotion. Her anxiety was solely concerned with Gu Qingchen's affection. And while she experienced a twinge of jealousy regarding Fan Ziru's potential connection with him, it did not weigh heavily on her. Gu Qingchen, perceptive to the subtleties of Fan Ziru's demeanor, maintained a respectful distance, choosing not to confront her directly. At that moment, Chong interjected. Then why not sever ties with your family entirely? Can they truly compel you? Fan Ziru shot him a glare, her expression melancholic. Do you think it is that simple? My parents treat me well, indulging my every whim. However, matters of marriage are beyond my control, and my parents cannot dictate them either. She then feigned nonchalance, reclining slightly. It's all right. The clan believes I am still pursuing Gu Qingchen, which grants me a few years of leisure. Once I graduate, I can simply find someone to marry and live as a wealthy lady. Gu Qingchen observed Fan Ziru's calm demeanor, feeling a slight shift in her perception of her. As Song Siyu's roommate, she empathized, saying, if you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Upon hearing this, Fan Ziru immediately straightened, a smile illuminating her face. With your assurance, Boss Gu, I feel at ease. Come, let us continue. With that, she shuffled the cards and tossed them into the center of the blanket. Gu Qingchen's lips twitched. It seemed that her earlier display was merely a fade crafted to secure his verbal commitment. It appeared this young woman was indeed contemplating rebellion against her family. Suddenly, Chen Junjia, while drawing cards, inquired, Old Four, may I ask what your family does? Gu Qingchen pondered for a moment, not wishing to conceal the truth from her roommates, and replied candidly, Gu Group. Well, Chen Junjia sprang up. Old Four. No, wait. Foster father. Dad. From now on, little brother will rely on you for support. All right. No need for theatrics. Just sit down and play, Gu Qingchen responded, bemused. However, apart from Fan Ziru, the others were somewhat puzzled, as they had little exposure to the business world and lacked understanding of such conglomerates. Chong bluntly remarked, what is so special about Gu Group? Chen Junjia regarded him as though he were a country bumpkin, the leading enterprise in the Magic City, one of the top 10 companies in the nation. Would you say that's impressive? Upon hearing this, Zheng Fian timidly stated, that does sound rather impressive. Forget it, you wouldn't understand. In any case, you better hold on tight to my adoptive father's leg and never let go. Chen Junjia, disinterested in explaining, sat back down and glanced at the cards in his hand. Then, exclaiming in frustration, what the heck? It's me again. He discarded his cards and lay down on the ground, utterly disheartened, muttering, I choose a dare. So who will it be? Zheng Fian raised her card, declaring me, your punishment is to kiss my little Xiao Xiao on the cheek. If any of you refuse, you'll have to drink. Isn't that a bit excessive? Chen Junjia remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the shyly blushing and lovely Bai Xiao Xiao. Excessive? I said if either of you refuses, you'll simply have to drink. Come on, are you afraid, little virgin? Zheng Fian provocatively taunted, creating an opportunity for her friend. She had long noticed that Bai Xiao Xiao likely had feelings for Chen Junjia, perhaps drawn to his strong sense of humor, as she often caught her stealing glances at him. Today was no exception. She was even giggling behind her hand. Yet, her roommate was far too insecure to express her feelings openly. Previously, she had seized an opportunity to observe Chen Junjia's reaction and concluded he wasn't a scoundrel. Now, with another chance presenting itself, it would depend on the fate of the two. Chapter 98. By Xiao Xiao, who fainted from embarrassment. What is there to be afraid of? A kiss is just a kiss. Chen Junjia sat up from the ground, completely oblivious to the unusual flush on his cheeks. Although Bai Xiao Xiao was not stunningly beautiful, her doll-like face and petite figure certainly exuded a captivating charm. It was easy to overlook her allure, treating her as merely a familiar friend. However, when the topic arose unexpectedly, the inexperienced Chen Junjie found it hard to suppress his feelings. Zheng Fian wrapped an arm around by Xiao Xiao's shoulders, encouraging her with a hint of coaxing. What do you think, Xiao Xiao? It's just a kiss on the cheek, nothing serious. I'm okay with it, Bai Xiao Xiao replied, her voice barely audible, yet she showed no sign of dissent. He Chong gave Chen Junjie a forceful shove, urging, what are you waiting for? Go on. At this, Chen Junjie finally rose, slowly making his way to Bai Xiao Xiao, bending down to bring his face closer to hers. The crowd held their breath, wishing not to interrupt. Meanwhile, Bai Xiao Xiao lowered her head, tightly closing her eyes, feeling the warmth of his breath drawing nearer, her mind fogging with heat. As Chen Junjie's lips gently brushed against her cheek like a dragonfly touching the water, the next moment, Bai Xiao Xiao tilted unexpectedly and fell into Zheng Fian's embrace. Hey, Xiao Xiao, Xiao Xiao. The group rushed forward to check on her. Chen Junjie stood frozen, bewildered, thinking, what did I do? I just kissed her. Why did she faint? Is my kiss poisonous? Zheng Fian gazed at the flushed face of Bai Xiao Xiao cradled in her arms, gently reaching out to touch her, perplexed. So warm. Could it be that she has fainted from embarrassment? Fan Ziru probed her nostrils with her finger. She still breathes. It seems she is merely unconscious, not lifeless. Gu Qingchen remarked in silence. Oh, really? Fan Ziru scratched her face awkwardly. What should we do now? As the group stood in a state of confusion, Song Siyu swiftly retrieved several pieces of tissue, scampering to the riverbank to wet them before returning with haste, applying them to Bai Xiao Xiao's forehead, cheeks, and temples. Siyu, is this effective? Gu Qingchen inquired. Song Siyu wrapped her arms around his, shaking her head. I'm uncertain. It feels akin to fever or heat stroke. We shall try this first. After a minute or two, Bai Xiao Xiao trembled, her eyelids fluttering open. Wow, Xiao Xiao, you finally awoke. You scared me half to death, Zheng Fian exclaimed, enveloping her in a tight embrace. With no choice, Bai Xiao Xiao endured the fervent affection, asking in a dazed manner, What happened to me? Fan Ziru lifted the tissue from her face, explaining, you fainted from a kiss by Chen Junjie. It's the first time I've witnessed someone faint from embarrassment. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao Xiao immediately recalled the earlier incident, her cheeks flushing once more as she buried her face in Zheng Fian's ample bosom, murmuring, I'm so sorry for worrying you all. No worries, it's my fault. I shouldn't have allowed Chen Junjie to kiss you. We should have taken it slowly, Zheng Fian reassured her, stroking her head. Bai Xiao Xiao gave a slight nod, casting a shy glance at the bashful Chen Junjie, standing nearby, before burying her head back down. Seeing that everything was fine, Gu Qingchen turned to He Chong, saying, it's getting late. Go ahead and cook the noodles. The pot is small, so you'll need to cook several batches. Thank you for your efforts. Oh, it's just a small task, He Chong replied, then took the pot and portable stove aside to prepare the noodles. While waiting for the meal, the remaining 7 refrained from playing truth or dare. Gu Qingchen held Song Siyu close as they scrolled through short videos for distraction. Meanwhile, the little wife, her phone out of battery, sat by the small generator to charge it, conveniently turning on the camping light. The somewhat dim atmosphere brightened immediately. The other 3 girls gathered together, whispering about some secretive topics. Eventually, Chen Junjie settled beside He Chong, engaging in casual conversation. The scene was one of harmony and joy. After approximately 10 minutes, 2 bowls of noodles emerged from the pot and were served to Zheng Fian and Bai Xiao Xiao. The instant noodles with diced meat and vegetables were quite palatable, and the two enjoyed their meal heartily. The subsequent batches of noodles were naturally offered to the last 2 girls by the boys, with Song Siyu being an exception. At that moment, the noodles that reached her hands were picked up with chopsticks, gently blown upon, and brought to Gu Qingchen's lips. Darling, Gu Qingchen said with a hint of exasperation as he playfully pinched Song Si's cheek, go ahead and eat. I'll manage with what's left. No, please, just a little, she coaxed sweetly. Faced with his wife's endearing persuasion reminiscent of soothing a child, Gu Qingchen reluctantly opened his mouth to accept her affectionate offering. The tender exchange between this young couple, feeding each other, was a sight that made the 2 hungry boys watching feel quite envious. It wasn't until dusk had nearly settled that everyone finished their meal. Subsequently, He Chong completed the grilling of Chen Junjie's fish, dividing it into 8 portions, which he distributed to everyone. Thus, the group sat on the blanket, holding their grilled fish, gazing up at the sky. Zero. Is this really the starry sky you described? Zhengfian questioned, puzzled. Could it be because the sky isn't fully dark yet? An hour passed, but the little wife had even turned off the camping lights. Still nothing, Zhengfian remarked, her enthusiasm waning. I thought we would witness a magnificent galaxy. Is this all there is? Perhaps it's due to our proximity to the city? Fan Zero speculated. After waiting a while longer without catching even a glimpse of the stars, Chun Junjie and his little wife had lost hope and retreated to the tent to play video games. Within minutes, He-chang also joined the gaming squad. Eventually, Gu Qingshan pulled Song-si to her feet and said, "All right, it seems we won't be seeing any stars. Let's head into the tent. We've had a long day. It's best to rest early." With that, he took his wife's hand and entered the tent. The remaining three women exchanged glances before reluctantly rising to follow suit. However, Fan Zero did not have a tent to herself and, like the boys, squeezed into a tent with Zhengfian and Bai Xiaoxiao. Gradually, though it was not yet late, the weary group began to drift off to sleep. At that moment, Song-si tugged at Gu Qingshan, leading him out of the tent. Is this really necessary? What if we wake them? Gu Qingshan murmured softly. Yet, Song-si turned to embrace him, gently nibbling at his ear. But I've taken my medicine. We shouldn't waste it. Just cover my mouth, dear. Gu Qingshan was drawn into the thicket. In the darkness, Song-si discreetly opened her palm, allowing a pill to fall onto the grass. Vanishing from sight. Chapter 99. Return to school. Gu Qingshan lifted Song-si by her petite waist, cradling her in his arms, cautiously scanning the surroundings before stepping out of the woods. At that moment, the girl felt utterly relaxed, her skin glistening with a sheen of sweat. Her flushed face pressed against his chest, while her long, fair legs wrapped tightly around his waist. Upon returning to the tent, Gu Qingshan laid Song-si down on the sleeping bag, gently wiping the sweat from her forehead. He whispered, "Are you satisfied now? Can you sleep?" "Yes," she replied sweetly, a smile illuminating her face. Since it was still summer, the sleeping bag served merely as a cushion, hardly needing to be covered. After Gu Qingshan settled comfortably, he embraced his wife, gently patting her back as if soothing a child. "Be good, sleep well, you mustn't lie in tomorrow," he whispered. Siyu naturally draped her delicate legs over his waist, nestling her small head into the crook of his neck, her voice soft and sweet as she murmured, "Good night, husband." "Good night," he replied. Listening to the soothing sounds of crickets outside, the couple gradually drifted into slumber. The following morning, Gu Qingshan slowly awakened to the sounds of activity outside. He picked up his phone, which still had 33 battery, and noted that it was only a little past 7. Gently pinching the tip of the nose of the girl sleeping soundly on his chest, he softly called, "Siyu, it's time to get up." Siyu, still half asleep, clutched her pillow tightly, stretched her arms languidly, and lifted her small head, her voice tender and drowsy. "I can only wake up with a kiss." Gu Qingshan smiled indulgently and leaned down to kiss her cherry lips, playfully squeezing one of her soft curves. After straightening their clothes, they unzipped the tent and stepped outside. However, Siyu was not entirely awake. Her hair was slightly tousled, and she groggily clutched the hem of Gu Qingshan's shirt, trailing behind him. "Are you awake, Fourth? When are we leaving?" He-chang turned to glance at Gu Qingshan while packing up the tent and inquired. Fan Zero and Zhengfian were also busy packing their tents. But upon hearing He-chang's question, they both looked over. "Let us leave after we finish packing. We can grab some breakfast on the way back. I appreciate your help with my tent. Siyu and I will go freshen up," Gu Qingshan replied. "Not a problem," He-chang gestured with his hand. Afterward, Gu Qingshan went to the car to retrieve their toothbrushes and cups and led Siyu to the riverbank to wash their faces and brush their teeth. Once they finished, Gu Qingshan, with Siyu holding onto his arm, surveyed their surroundings and asked He-chang, who was packing his tent, "Where are Junjie and Xiaoxiao?" Before He-chang could respond, Fan Zero chimed in. "Junjie and Xiaoxiao are in the car getting cozy. He'll drive her home later to nurture their relationship. He-chang and Xiaorui will ride with us." As she hesitated for words, Li Zirwei from the woods returned just in time. Gu Qingshan shot him a glance. "Where have you been?" Li Zirwei calmly pulled a roll of toilet paper from the deep pocket of his pink dress and replied, "Nature's call." Once everything was packed, everyone climbed into their respective vehicles. Gu Qingshan, now familiar with the route home, drove the Cullinan at the front. He was cautious not to let Fan Zero take the lead, as detours were minor inconveniences, but leading them into a ditch would be quite amusing. He could already envision a passerby remarking, "No parking here," which would truly be a memorable moment. The journey back to the gates of Modi University was smooth and uneventful. Gu Qingshan took the car keys from Fan Zhiro and Chun Junjia, saying, "All right, you two go to the cafeteria for breakfast. I will wait for the person picking up the car. Cece, do you want to join them?" Song Siyu shook her head, tightly clinging to his arm. "I'll accompany you. Just go ahead. I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Order something delicious for me." It wasn't he that Song Siyu was completely dependent on him. She could manage for a short while. After they left, approximately 10 minutes later, the same man who had delivered the car last time approached, accompanied by another man whom Gu Qingshan did not recognize. "Young Master Gu, just give me the keys. I will take care of the rest." "All right, thank you." Gu Qingshan handed over the keys and made his way directly through the school gates. As he approached the cafeteria, he noticed Song Siyu squatting by the roadside, quite conspicuously, poking a sleeping tabby cat with a small twig. "Cece, do you like small animals?" Gu Qingshan gently patted her head. Startled at first, thinking a stranger was touching her, she quickly calmed down upon recognizing his voice. "Husband, I thought it was dead. So I was just checking." "Well, let us not disturb it." Gu Qingshan glanced over and promptly corrected himself. "I mean, senior sister, let us go eat. If you like it, we can adopt one to take home, but this one belongs here and cannot be taken." "All right, you decide, husband." Song Siyu indeed had little resistance to fluffy creatures, but she was indifferent about raising one. Inside the cafeteria, after finishing a typical breakfast, Chun Junjia led by Xiao Xiao ahead. Gu Qingshan gently wiped Song Siyu's mouth while asking, "Have these two progressed so quickly?" Fan Zhiro, finishing her last dumpling, replied with a mouthful, "Not really. They haven't even held hands yet. They were just chatting." Gu Qingshan didn't dwell on it further. He was merely curious. Zheng Fian propped her chin on her hand, watching the two retreating figures with envy. "I wish I could experience a sweet romance too." Fan Zhiro elegantly wiped her mouth and replied, "Aren't he there too, right next to you?" Zheng Fian glanced at He Chong and Li Zirwei, shaking her head. "Neither of them is my type. I want a hero who can ride on a rainbow and sweep me off my feet." He Chong poured cold water on her enthusiasm. "You're not exactly a fairy." Zheng Fian felt as though 1,000 daggers had pierced her heart. "Xiangzi, if you can't speak nicely, go chop wood at Bear Ridge. At least there are bears and monkeys willing to listen to you ramble." He Chong completely disregarded her sarcasm and continued to poke fun. "Besides, it's not a celestial being riding the clouds. It's a monkey. Is that really your type? Quite a unique taste. Chongyu, just wait." The group exited the cafeteria. After bidding farewell, Gu Qingshan took Song Siyu's hand and left the school. The others hardly paid attention. It would indeed be strange if the young couple chose to forego their romantic escapades to linger with their single friends. The two returned to the car. Song Siyu, obediently seated in the passenger seat, tilted her head and asked, "Darling, where are we headed?" Gu Qingshan gently caressed her soft cheek and replied, "We are going to the hospital, if that's all right." I can't help but worry. Although he had never witnessed the symptoms she described, the knowledge of her condition weighed heavily on him as her future husband. "All right, but no matter what they find, please don't abandon me," Song Siyu murmured. Clutching the hem of her skirt, her voice low like a child who has erred, she wished to shield her beloved from worry, yet feared that revealing her mental struggles would lead him to distance himself. "How could that be? You are my wife. I will always be by your side." As he spoke, Gu Qingshan gently embraced the back of Song Siyu's head and leaned in to kiss her jelly-like lips. Their kiss lingered, warm and intertwined, until they finally parted, breathless. "Okay, we're just going to have a look. No medication or hospitalization," Gu Qingshan reassured her, stroking her hair. "All right," Song Siyu replied obediently. Gu Qingshan smiled and kissed her forehead, fastening her seatbelt before starting the car and heading towards the affiliated hospital of Mo University. In the psychiatric consultation room, the female doctor pushed a business card towards Gu Qingshan, suggesting, "Since you prefer not to take medication, perhaps you could contact this private psychologist." She continued, "Mental illness differs vastly from other ailments. Each individual's circumstances vary. In your partner's case, I cannot definitively ascertain the diagnosis. She does exhibit traits of dependent personality disorder, but there are additional symptoms. The best approach I can provide involves medication combined with psychological counseling. Thank you very much." Gu Qingshan expressed his gratitude, leading Song Siyu out of the hospital towards the address the doctor had provided. They arrived at the 6th floor of a building. Exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a backdrop that read Anshin Private Psychological Clinic. As they walked past this wall, they approached the reception desk. At that moment, the receptionist, who had been idly waiting, quickly stood up to greet them. Hello, are you here for a psychological consultation? Yes, I was referred to Dr. In. Gu Qingchen replied, handing over the business card. All right, please hold on a moment. The receptionist picked up the phone, dialed a number, exchanged a few words, then hung up and gestured them to follow her, saying, please come this way. Under her guidance, they entered a consultation room, where the receptionist announced, Dr. In. I've brought the patients to you. I won't disturb you further. At that moment, seated at her desk was a woman clad in a professional fitted dress, her cascading waves of hair framing her face. She gracefully uncrossed her long, slender legs, stepping forward in glossy high heels. Oh, young Master Gu? Dr. In exclaimed in surprise. Gu Qingchen paused slightly, puzzled, and asked, do you know me? Dr. N's lips curled into a playful smile, her tone teasingly enchanting. Oh, of course. I am acquainted with the illustrious Gu. However, it seems that the esteemed Gu may not be familiar with a humble lady like me. Gu Qingchen frowned, beginning to question the woman's professionalism. With a light chuckle, Dr. N covered her mouth and composed herself, saying, all right, I shall cease my jesting. My name is Wenqin, and your dear sister Miaoshu happens to be my close friend. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingchen expressed his surprise. Is that so? What a coincidence. He continued, now, are you here for yourself, or is it to attend to your little girlfriend's ailment? My girlfriend, Gu Qingchen replied, and when she nodded and gestured towards the sofa, please, have a seat. Afterward, she personally brewed 2 cups of tea and placed them before them. She then gracefully settled into a nearby armchair and inquired, now, please tell me about the situation. All right. Gu Qingchen recounted the symptoms that Song Siyu had previously described. After listening, and Wenqin posed a few more questions, filled out a form for Song Siyu, and gestured towards the door. Gu, could you please step outside for a moment? It will take approximately 47 minutes. But do not wander too far. I may need to call for you. Rest assured, lunch and dinner will be provided. Why must I step out? Gu Qingchen asked in confusion. It is necessary for your girlfriend's diagnosis. As a woman, I cannot conduct certain examinations. Do not worry. This is a legitimate private psychological clinic. Otherwise, with your background, I would fear my establishment might be razed, she explained, with a resigned stroke of Song Siyu's cheek to soothe her anxious demeanor. Gu Qingchen slowly rose. Fine. Call for me if needed. I shall wait outside. With that, he pushed the door open and exited. Once the hindrance had departed, and Wenqin moved to sit beside Song Siyu, taking her hand and engaging in light conversation to foster a sense of closeness. She then inquired about Song Siyu's romantic history with Gu Qingchen and gradually introduced her own life experiences. After all, understanding psychological conditions often intertwines with personal histories, making such inquiries essential. They took a break for lunch, and Wenqin meticulously questioned Song Siyu about her symptoms once more. Thus, Gu Qingchen waited from nearly 10 in the morning until after 5 in the afternoon, charging his phone with the clinic's electricity and yawning countless times. Finally, the door to the consultation room creaked open, and Wenqin poked her head out, beckoning him with a finger. Come in, my dear Gu. Gu Qingchen found himself at a loss for words with this fiery woman. Was this how all female psychologists behaved? He stood and followed her inside. Upon his entrance, Song Siyu immediately sprang from the sofa, rushing to his side and wrapping her arms tightly around his. What happened? What did this woman do to you? Gu Qingchen asked, cupping her chin and casting a wary glance at Wenqin. I simply miss you. Song Si shook her head and said. And Wenqin, looking quite aggrieved, replied, Gu Xiao, I just want to know, but without the tools for committing any wrongdoing, how could we wrong an innocent person? Now, please act normally and share your diagnosis. And Wenqin grew a bit more serious, sitting on the sofa and sipping the cool tea that Gu Qingchen had never tasted. You exhibit a notably severe dependent personality disorder, accompanied by significant depression. Interestingly, your depression is overshadowed by your dependence. As long as you are near her, she appears to be a very clingy and normal person. This is, to my knowledge, a unique case, perhaps even a world first. The anxiety and numb fear she describes, akin to being a marionette under someone else's control, manifest as somatic symptoms. However, this may relate to her experiences throughout her life. She has managed to conceal these symptoms remarkably well. They are nearly undetectable. Yet, if you were to leave her side for an extended period, the situation might change drastically. I have 3 recommendations. The most effective is to ensure you do not leave her side for more than 5 hours. The second, though effective, is detrimental to health. pharmacological treatment. The third, which may prove beneficial but cannot be guaranteed, is to consider getting a pet or even having a child. Upon hearing this, Song-si immediately tugged at Gu Qingqian's sleeve, lifting her little head and gazing at him with wide, sparkling eyes, her voice soft and sweet as she playfully said, "A child? Why are you still thinking about that?" Gu Qingqian sighed with a smile, flicking her forehead playfully, and turned to Wenxin, asking, "Is having a child truly effective?" And Wenxin nodded, stating, "Having a child creates a bond. Once maternal instincts are awakened, while it may not guarantee a cure, it will undoubtedly alleviate many issues. Over time, it could lead to natural improvement. Pets can have a similar effect, but it varies from person to person. In any case, it is not as tangible as having a child. Given the current encouragement for procreation, as you and C have discussed, your relationship bears certain complexities, making it highly unlikely to dissipate. Both of you carry shadows from childhood. One is an endlessly devoted, love-stricken woman, while the other is a deeply emotional man who craves affection and possesses a strong sense of possessiveness. In essence, you are like a young couple not yet officially married. Perfectly matched, Gu Qingqian replied, while Song-si beamed with joy. I understand. I will keep an eye on it. What is the consultation fee? And Wenxin promptly opened her phone to display the payment code, a reasonable 5,000 yuan. After scanning, 5,000 yuan was transferred. And Wenxin then pulled up her QR code card, saying, "Let us connect as friends. Feel free to consult me anytime with any questions." After adding her as a friend, Gu Qingqian remarked, "If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave." "All right, take care, Boss Gu," and Wenxin replied casually, waving her hand as she crossed her long, fair legs and resumed her phone activities. As they passed by the front desk, they heard the receptionist say, "Take care." Gu Qingqian and Song-si descended in the elevator, searching for the nearest pet store on their navigation system before driving there. Due to the fact that childbirth has not yet occurred, I can only tend to a pet for the time being. Arrangements for university accommodation also require some connections. Thus, it is preferable for Siyu to remain by my side for now. At the pet paradise, Gu Qingqian took Siyu's hand and entered the shop. The store owner, a woman in her 30s with an ordinary appearance and a slightly plump figure, set down the American short hair she was holding when she noticed customers arriving. A corgi, wagging its heart-shaped rear, followed behind her. "Hello, what can I help you with?" the owner inquired. "We are looking to adopt a pet." "What types of cats do you have here?" Gu Qingqian asked. The two had already discussed their plans prior to arriving. Dogs were not an option for the moment, as the course load in their first year was quite substantial, leaving little time for walking and feeding a dog. Cats, on the other hand, posed no such concerns. A bowl of food, a bowl of water, and a litter box would suffice for several days without supervision. "We have all breeds available, but unfortunately, we do not have kittens of Garfield, Maine Coon, Siamese, or Ragdoll at the moment," the owner replied. "Siyu, what kind of cat would you like?" Gu Qingqian asked, gently stroking her head as she leaned down to pet the corgi. "I'm not familiar with the breeds. Could you show me around?" she replied, standing upright and wrapping her arms around Gu Qingqian's. Of course, the owner enthusiastically led them to the pet area. However, as they passed by a section of cages, Siyu's attention was suddenly captured by a small calico cat. It was exceedingly adorable, resembling a ragdoll kitten, with its color patterns gracefully parted on its forehead like a fringe. The pristine, naive face, tilting its little head, instantly seized Siyu's heart. She looked at Gu Qingqian, shook his arm, and pointed at the calico cat. "Darling, let us adopt it." Before Gu Qingqian could respond, the owner interjected. "These are all stray cats that were brought in by others. We have ensured they are vaccinated, dewormed, and cleaned. If you wish to adopt, it will cost you 100 yuan. Initially, adoption was free, but due to a previous incident where a cat abuser had taken several away, I decided to implement a fee for adoption. I hope you understand." "That's all right. We'll take it. Please assist us in selecting some pet supplies as well," Gu Qingqian said, unconcerned about the cost as long as his wife was pleased. "Certainly." The owner promptly opened the cage, cradling the calico and placing it in Siyu's arms. Then, she guided them to choose litter, food, and other essentials. Meanwhile, Siyu delightedly scratched the kitten's chin, a gentle smile gracing her face. Gu Qingqian, unabashed, lifted the calico's rear. "Ah, what a charming little girl," he remarked. Thus, they purchased a pink litter box, feeding bowls, and a cotton cat bed with a cover. Naturally, They also acquired cat food, litter, scratching posts, canned food, treats, and toys without omission. The cat tree, designed in the shape of a flower cluster, was rather cumbersome to assemble manually upon returning home. Otherwise, it would not fit in the car at all. After an exuberant shopping spree, the proprietress kindly assisted them in loading their purchases into the vehicle. Before departing, they exchanged WeChat information and bid her farewell, after which Gu Qingshan and Song Si drove back to the Yujing villa. Upon arriving home, Gu Qingshan transported all the items to an empty room upstairs, exhausting himself in the process. Meanwhile, Song Si knelt on the unmade bed, tenderly massaging her husband's shoulders and lower back, having unceremoniously tossed their newly arrived kitten aside. However, this little calico seemed quite sociable, unlike other kittens that typically seek refuge in a new environment. Instead, it scurried around, playfully batting at this and that. It even managed to scamper up onto the bed by clawing its way onto the mattress, settling down to nap right atop Gu Qingshan's head. "Oh, this little creature." Song Si chuckled, pausing her massage to scoop it into her arms, gently ruffling its fur. "Darling, how about you name it?" Gu Qingshan sat up, poking the calico's nose and pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Let us call it E. It's our first pet after all." It sounded somewhat casual, yet quite melodic. E it would be. As she pinched its little ears, Song Si spoke softly. "From now on, you shall be called E, all right? No mischief, understood?" Observing this tender exchange, Gu Qingshan couldn't help but smile indulgently, suddenly comprehending why Wenxin had mentioned that raising pets and children could alleviate one's ailments. Such adorable creatures are indeed a balm for the human spirit, while children serve as the emotional pillars for their mothers. Perhaps, over time, Song Si would gradually transform into a typical girl. Who knows? Chapter 101. The cat ancestor. Gu Qingshan plopped down on the floor, poring over the assembly instructions for the cat tree. Fortunately, the package included a screwdriver. Otherwise, he would have had to venture out to purchase a toolbox. Meanwhile, Song Si squatted beside him, using her hands to feed E some cat food. The little creature didn't seem particularly hungry, as it scampered off after only a few bites, intent on interrupting Gu Qingshan, who was diligently assembling the cat tree. Just as he tightened the support pillar to the base, E leapt to the top of the pillar, mewing at him as if to say, "Hey, caretaker, why so slow? Can you even assemble this?" Without hesitation, Gu Qingshan seized the audacious little creature by the scruff of its neck, lifting it into Song Si's embrace. He then resumed arranging the remaining supports and platforms as instructed. Song Si chuckled, playfully tapping E's tiny nose with her delicate fingers, saying softly, "No disturbing, Daddy. Mama will take you for some cat treats." Approximately 10 minutes later, Gu Qingshan admired the flower-shaped cat tree, which towered over him by at least 2 heads, a proud smile spreading across his face. This endeavor is not particularly challenging. As I engaged with it, I gradually grasped its essence and soon became quite adept. "Let our little darling have a try," Gu Qingshan declared, hands resting on his hips. "All right," Song Siyu responded, putting away a half-eaten cat treat and cradling the little creature as she approached Gu Qingshan. She gently placed the kitten on a central platform where it initially explored its surroundings, sniffing curiously. Then, it completely surrendered to its exuberance, leaping around until it finally ascended to the highest platform, lowering its pristine, fringe-framed face to meow incessantly at Gu Qingshan. Could one endure such an adorable display? Certainly not. Gu Qingshan immediately rose on his toes to catch it. However, the clever little creature nimbly leaped back to the center of the platform, evading his grasp. "You really shouldn't quarrel with it," Song Siyu chided gently as she wrapped her arms around his. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan turned to her with a feigned pout, saying, "What, my dear? Are you siding with the cat now?" In truth, he was merely indulging in playful banter, yet it resulted in a sense of neglect. "Of course not. You know I love you most, my husband. I just don't want you to be upset with a mere cat," she hastily replied, cupping his face in her hands and tenderly rubbing it. "All right, I'm not angry. I was just teasing. Don't be too sensitive. I rarely get upset." With that, Gu Qingshan lifted her, one hand supporting her delicate waist and the other cradling her, bringing her into his embrace. He planted a soft kiss on her lips and headed towards the door. "Let us contact the property management to arrange for groceries and cooking," allowing the little one to acclimate to its new home. Later that evening, as Song Siyu sliced vegetables and Gu Qingshan rinsed rice, the little one scampered down the stairs. curiously tilting its head as it watched the couple bustle about in the kitchen. When a pot of stewed eggplant, potatoes, and beef was finally served on the table, the little creature beneath the table mewed incessantly. Siyu offered Gu Qingshan a piece of the cooled beef, then bent down to poke the kitten's head with her chopsticks, exasperatedly saying, "Little chatterbox, I've placed cat food in your bowl. Go eat instead of making noise here." "Meow, meow," the kitten responded, oblivious to her words. Only yearning for meat. Was it at fault for its desires? Thus, it continued to meow without end. Unable to resist, Gu Qingshan reluctantly placed the morsel his wife had given him on the floor. The kitten dashed over, snatching the meat and gleefully feasting on it in a corner. Siyu smiled as she took a bite of rice and served Gu Qingshan more meat. Having a mischievous little companion indeed brightened the atmosphere. As the dinner concluded, the kitten, having indulged in its fill of meat, sprawled on the sofa, resembling a fluffy pancake. Gu Qingshan took it upon himself to wash the dishes, while Siyu knelt on the floor, wiping away the mess left by their feline friend. After this little endeavor, they felt a sense of contentment. Gu Qingshan dried his hands, one arm wrapped around Siyu's waist, while the other grasped Yi by the scruff of her neck as they ascended the stairs. Upon returning to the bedroom, Gu Qingshan unceremoniously tossed Yi onto the floor and embraced the delicate form of Siyu, heading to the walk-in closet to change into nightwear. Meow? Yi, dissatisfied, trailed behind them, incessantly roaring like a little dragon. Gu Qingshan paid her no heed. After changing into his sleepwear, he settled back against the headboard with his sister in his arms, leisurely scrolling through Douyin. The little creature, finding herself ignored by her caretaker, meowed a few more times before flicking her tiny tail and wandering about. Siyu still held a modicum of interest in the kitten. She affectionately kissed Gu Qingshan's neck, leaving a faint mark like a delicate strawberry, before extricating herself from his embrace to perch on the bed's edge, observing Yi's playful antics. Nevertheless, her pristine, dainty feet rested upon Gu Qingshan's abdominal muscles, her pearl-like toes unconsciously spreading and closing, resembling blossoms in bloom, clearly indicating her contentment. How could a man of his inclination resist such an opportunity? Gu Qingshan seized Siyu's elegant arch, gently stroking her fair, rosy instep, though his gaze remained fixed on the phone's screen. Feeling the ticklish caress, the young woman did not withdraw her foot or protest. Instead, her cheeks flushed as she allowed him to indulge in her playful whims. As time slipped away, observing Yi snoozing atop his slippers, Siyu reached out to pat the kitten's head before crawling back beside Gu Qingshan. She plopped down upon his abdomen, shedding her only nightgown, her hands propping her lovely form against his chest. Gazing at his enchanting wife, Gu Qingshan playfully patted her pert backside and inquired, "What are you up to?" "Having a baby," Siyu purred, swaying her body as if riding a horse, her tone coy. Gu Qingshan chuckled helplessly, pinching her cheek. "Forget that for now. Focus on your studies and perhaps think about it after graduation. But I can still study while pregnant. The most it would delay is a month, and besides, didn't doctor and say that having a baby could even cure ailments?" Siyu persisted in trying to persuade her husband. "Well, it might indeed cure sickness," Gu Qingshan amended, then added, "But doctor, and also mentioned that pets could help too. We should first raise Yi and see if it yields any results." At this, Siyu pouted unhappily, withdrawing her hands and slowly resting her head on his chest, her little head burrowing into his neck, almost as if attempting to suffocate herself with affection. All right. There's no need to be upset. Isn't it enough to have your husband by your side? Let us not stir things up today and just get some rest." Gu Qingshan soothed her, gently patting her fair back like one would comfort a child. Humph! The young woman clung tightly to him, emitting a sweet, childish sound before becoming utterly still. With a sigh, Gu Qingshan kissed the top of her head, set his phone aside, and turned off the bedside lamp. Plunging the room into darkness, he struggled to remove his sleepwear, murmuring a good night before drifting off to sleep. Chapter 102. The ferocious words of Si the following day. Before the sun had risen, and while the sky remained shrouded in dimness, Gu Qingshan was awakened by an overwhelming sensation of breathlessness. Groggily, he lifted the furry creature resting on his face, revealing the family cat, with its limbs dangling in midair and its small tail swaying from side to side. It gazed at him with wide, innocent eyes. Resignedly, Gu Qingshan set it aside and gently rubbed its small head, imparting a lesson. As a mature kitten, you must learn to sleep independently. Even if you suffocate me, you shall not inherit my estate. Now, Off you go to play. With that, he lightly tossed the cat off the bed. Ignoring its disgruntled meows, Gu Qingchen shifted downwards and buried his head in the tender embrace of his slumbering wife, seeking to reclaim some sleep. However, perhaps due to his erratic schedule, he found himself unable to drift back into slumber after just a brief moment. Having sampled the 2 soft rice bowls meant for their future child and listened to a few soft murmurs from Song Si, reminiscent of a dreamlike state, Gu Qingchen rose and changed into his sportswear in the dressing room before heading out for a morning run. Upon his return, carrying buns and rice porridge, he found Song Si already dressed in a white nightgown, seated on the sofa while playfully teasing the cat. Seeing her husband return, she placed the cat on the floor, stood up, and leaped into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and playfully saying, "You naughty thing." Gu Qingchen set down the buns and porridge, gently brushed her tousled hair aside, and queried, "What have I done?" "Humph." Song Si raised her chin and playfully captured his lower lip with hers, mumbling indistinctly, "Don't think I'm unaware of the mischief you wrought this morning." With a thick skin, Gu Qingchen merely chuckled ambiguously, lifting her petite form to settle her on the dining chair. After indulging in a few kisses, he gradually pulled away, nudging her nose with his own, and asked, "Then why didn't you push me away?" "Because my husband enjoys it. Of course I shall oblige," Song Si replied, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she nestled her head into his embrace, murmuring, "If you still desire, I could continue to feed you." Coughing lightly at his wife's audacious words, Gu Qingchen playfully pinched her small, pert backside and declined, "No need, no need. Let us have breakfast first. We can discuss it later." Song Si raised her small head, suppressing her embarrassment, and whispered sweetly into his ear, "Do as you wish. After all, if you desire anything from me in the future, simply inform me, and I shall comply. Alternatively, if you wish to be discreet while I slumber, that is entirely up to you." Upon hearing her words, Gu Qingchen felt a tumult of emotions surge within him, yet a vague sense of unease lingered, prompting him to probe further. "But why do I always feel that you have some ulterior motive?" Caught with her intentions laid bare, Song Si feigned irritation and extricated herself from his embrace, sitting beside him with a look of feigned grievance. "I have taken medication and made preparations, and yet I shamelessly utter these words, encouraging you to act without restraint, all to bring you joy. Yet you accuse me of having ulterior motives? Then you should refrain from touching me henceforth. No, I swear by heaven and earth, I merely care for you, fearing your impulsiveness. One cannot be hasty when it comes to having children. I was wrong, my dear wife." Gu Qingchen quickly consoled her, enveloping her in his arms. Upon reflection, he realized that with all precautions in place, there was little cause for concern. It was he who had overthought the situation. However, as the saying goes, where virtue rises, evil also lurks. Song Si employed all her cunning to ensure that her grand ambitions would not falter. "All right, I forgive you. Now, let us eat," she declared, hastily picking up a bun and offering it to Gu Qingchen, eager to avoid revealing any cracks in her facade. After a rather mundane breakfast, Song Si finished the remaining half of Gu Qingchen's bun and led Yi upstairs to dine, while also planning to tidy up the household chores, washing clothes and bedding. Sweeping the floors and wiping the tables would be left to the property management, for the house was vast, and one person could easily spend an entire day tidying up. Meanwhile, Gu Qingchen nestled into the sofa and dialed a number for Shun Miaoshu. After a while, the call connected, and a melodious voice resonated softly. "Hello? What is the matter, Qingchen?" "Sister Miaoshu, C and I wish to become day students and no longer stay in the dormitory," Gu Qingchen stated plainly. "Is that all? I'll make a quick call to inform them. Your dormitory will be reserved for you. You and C may reside wherever you please. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall hang up now. I'm quite busy today." "Okay." As the call ended, Gu Qingchen mused to himself. No wonder she is the daughter of the Minister of Education. Once connected to the school, her efficiency is remarkable. Yet, it seemed she was unaware of Song Si's situation, indicating that Wenxin maintained a commendable level of professionalism. Once his business was concluded, Gu Qingchen ascended to find his wife. He discovered Song Si meticulously hand-washing his underwear. He embraced her from behind, gently kissing her earlobe, and softly remarked, "My dear, it truly isn't necessary to wash them by hand. A high-temperature wash in the machine will suffice." However, Song Si nuzzled her cheek against his. "It's all right. This way, I feel secure. I will wash them thoroughly before running them through the machine again. You should teach EE to use the litter box." That little creature still doesn't know how. Last night, it snuck off and urinated in the corner of our bedroom, but thankfully I caught it in time. All right. Gu Qingshun acquiesced, releasing her warm figure and setting off to seek out Yi. It seems that his wife's obsession with cleanliness has intensified. Previously, she only required hand washing, but now insists on a thorough high-temperature wash. One shudders to think what might happen if one day she suddenly decides to apply this fervor to him personally. Gu Qingshun searched high and low, under the bed, behind the door, and even in the cat's nest. Finally, he looked up and discovered that the little rascal was perched atop the cat tree, peeking down at him with its tiny head. Fortunately, upon entering, he had glanced at the cat tree and even knocked on it. Yet this little creature remained utterly silent and motionless. After considerable effort, Gu Qingshun managed to bring it down. Approaching the litter box, he grasped the little paws of the cat, demonstrating how to bury its waste while digging into the litter. He instructed, from now on, after using the bathroom, you must bury it like this. To ensure it understood, he even went to the bathroom, cupping water in his hands, pouring it over the litter, and showing how to cover it. The cat cooperatively leaned in to sniff. Just when Gu Qingshun believed he had successfully completed his teaching task, the little rascal audaciously urinated on the floor right in front of him, then elegantly shook its back paws before strutting over to the scratching post to sharpen its claws. Following this, it seemed to taunt him with a couple of meows and, under his watchful gaze, sauntered away. Gu Qingshun felt his blood pressure rise sharply. Wasn't it said that after the founding of the nation, animals were not allowed to become sentient?